Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, hi, Barbie. The story we're trying out for Mystery House tonight deals with freaks, you said. Circus, sideshow people?
That's right, Dan. And they're unlike any people you've ever known. Completely unreal from our way of looking at things, and yet such people actually exist.
Sounds like it ought to be a dandy. Sideshow atmosphere, barkers, all that sort of thing?
You know, Mr. Glenn, the sideshow barker was a forerunner of the radio announcer.
Uh-oh. I feel that remark's leading up to something, Tom.
As a matter of fact, it is. It's leading up to a message from our sponsor.
Okay, Tom, set the scene.
Malice in Wonderland. That's right, folks. I said Wonderland. The great Wonderland circus sideshow with the most gargantuan collection of freaks, monstrosities, and curiosities ever assembled under canvas. Millie, the bearded lady. Jolly Della, who tips the scales at 500 and breaks them at 550. Giuseppe, the greatest sword swallower in the world. Enigma, the living zombie. Moke and Poke, the jungle monstrosities. And Professor Fletch, the greatest magician the world has ever known. For this one performance only, see 'em all. Don't crowd, don't push. The ticket line forms at the right.
This outfit's jinxed if ever I saw one it was. Why, I ain't gonna be a fat lady no longer if we don't start hitting some business. Wonderland. The wonder is how Flash manages to keep us going. I'm worrying myself half to death wondering when we're going to close.
Well, you haven't lost any weight, Della. You look real good.
Well, thanks, Millie.
It's that midget, Major Tembo. He's a jinx. We've had nothing but trouble since he joined the show.
Oh, there's Enigma. He wants a drink of water.
Oh, I'll get it for him. You suppose that's a racket? Or can't Enigma move a muscle except the little finger of his left hand?
Well, if it is a racket, Millie, it's a tough one. Imagine being sprawled out on a cot that way all your life and not being able to say anything or do anything. Just ring a little bell with the little finger of your left hand.
I'll be right back. Oh, hello, Giuseppe.
Hello. 4 picture postcards of myself I sold the last show. Me, the great Giuseppe, the world's finest sword swallower. 40 cents.
It's that Major Tembo.
Major Tembo is too big in the brain for the rest of his body. Someday I run a sword right down his mouth to the tip of his toes.
He sure got Millie sore saying her beard was a fake.
And what did he tell me? That my swords are fake. Me, the great Giuseppe.
You know, I've seen sideshow people get sucker sore, sick of having people stare at them. But it ain't just the toners Major Tembo hates. He don't seem to like nobody.
Oh, there you are, Giuseppe.
Oh,
Hello.
Flash.
Been looking all over for you. It's time to start the ballet for the next show, Giuseppe.
I am not doing the ballet.
What?
I said I am not doing the ballet.
Look, Giuseppe, you ain't an opera star. How do you think we get the customers in here? You're doing the ballyhoo all right, and right now.
No.
Ah, leave him alone, Flash. He's down in the mouth.
Well, that's the way a sword swallower ought to be, ain't it? Down in the mouth. Get it?
You're a riot, Flash.
Yeah, okay. Come on, snap out of it, Giuseppe. We got to stir up a tip, get a crowd.
Flash, you got to do something about that midget. This can't go on any longer.
Now, calm yourself, Millie. What's wrong now?
I don't mind him saying my beard's a fake because it isn't, and I can prove it. Giuseppe and Della can take care of themselves, too. But when he starts picking on Enigma...
Oh, you're crazy. He ain't done nothing to Enigma.
Enigma rang his bell a couple of minutes ago. Della heard it, too. 4 rings for a glass of water. I took it to him, and there was Major Tembo pinching him to see if he could get any muscular reaction. Pinching him real hard. And poor Enigma not able to do a thing about it.
Well, I guess it don't hurt Enigma any. He can't feel anything.
Well, it's the idea. You've got to get rid of Major Tembo.
Look, I'm running Wonderland, and Major Tembo's a good crowd pleaser.
Crowd pleaser? What crowd?
Look, Giuseppe, I'm trying to be nice. Now, I've been taking it on the chin, and I've been paying off in spite of it.
Paying off? You think the nickels and dimes you toss at us is paying off? I can make more money digging ditches.
Yeah? Well, that's what you'll be doing if you don't come out of the tent with me and do the ballyhoo act.
Let Major Tembo do the bally.
No. Once the town will see him, they won't pay their dough to come inside and look at him. Like with Della, same thing. I tell them she weighs 550 pounds. If they could see, they wouldn't shell out their dough. Oh, no. You don't put your freaks on the bally. You and me, we got to do it.
Major Tembo can do it. Me? I am not.
I never see such a bunch of squirrels. Why I got into this racket, I don't know. Nursing a bunch of slug-nutty freaks.
I am not a freak. My talent has amazed the greatest scientist of the continent.
Yeah. Store it.
That midget. He insults us. He pushes everybody around. Let him do the bally.
I ought to fire you, Giuseppe. Now get out on that bally platform before I bust you one.
You better, Giuseppe. Flash is mad.
What's the matter, Giuseppe? You jealous of Tembo?
Me? Jealous of that little peanut? Jealous of that wart on the finger of humanity? Don't be ridiculous.
Okay, I'll just use Major Tembo. I'll put him on the bally and show you how a real freak can draw a crowd. I'll show you what a bum you are.
You think you make me cry? He's what I suggest all the time.
Where is he?
I do not keep track of him. The further away from me he is, the better I like.
That's where he'll be. With Moke and Poke. He's got him fighting again. He teases them.
Come on. I'll show him whether he can or not. A little punk. Come on.
That's right, Moke. Hit him in the face. Don't let him get away with it, Poke. Scratch his eyes out. Go ahead, Moke.
Hey, you.
Hi, Flash.
Look, I ought to fold you up and put you in my hip pocket, you little rat.
Aren't you kind of forgetting yourself, Flash?
You want them two idiots to kill each other?
I was just enjoying myself, Flash. Some people have fun one way, some another.
Look, you're doing the bally with me. Now, come on.
Yeah, I know. I heard all about it.
You were eavesdropping on us, listening to what we said.
None of you ever said anything worth listening to.
Some gall you got. Spying on us and not even taking the trouble to deny it.
You think I care what you half-wits think of me?
Listen, Major, you ought to try to get along with the rest of the freaks.
Rest of the freaks? You mean to say you include me in this assortment of malformed monstrosities?
Oh, sure. You ain't a freak. Not much. You're a normal-sized guy, you are.
My dear tub of lard.
Say.
I am a perfectly formed individual, which is more than you can say. Furthermore, valuable things come in small packages.
Yeah, you're a package, all right.
You wart?
What am I? How'd you like to go back to the Van Arnhem show, Giuseppe?
Sit down, Della. How are you? Sit down.
Well, I'm afraid of your chairs, Giuseppe. Major Timbo's quite a boy, ain't he?
Me? I will break his little neck myself.
You know, Giuseppe, I keep a file of old Billboard magazines. I got to wondering what the Major meant about you going back to the Van Arnhem show.
Ah, that...
I told a story about a sword swallower on the Van Arnhem show, Giuseppe, from 2 years ago.
I know nothing about it.
This sword swallower got into an argument with the boss, and he sort of used one of his swords on him. Then he lit out.
I know nothing about it.
The guy's name was Enright, Joe Enright.
I do not know him.
Kind of funny. Joseph Enright. Joseph E. Giuseppe. I'd hate to think I was on a show with a murderer.
If the little walking poison does not quit making such remarks, you will be, Della.
You. What are you doing here? Get on my tent, you little runt. You nearly scared me to death.
Don't talk in such a raspy voice, Millie. You don't sound like yourself.
I'm myself, all right. And I've taken about enough from you.
I just came in for a little visit, Millie.
I'm not interested in visiting with you.
You're not like the rest of these people, Millie. You're no freak. You're an educated woman. You talk correctly.
If you think you're going to flatter me...
You're intelligent. And that beard of yours is real, Millie. You actually grew it. Quite a time getting a beard like that, I bet. Of course, I know people in the business who'll get a beard started for any woman who wants to be a bearded lady in the sideshow.
What of it?
Some down and outer without any education. I can understand a person like that going for your kind of a racket, Millie. But you're different.
Get out of here.
It bothered me for quite a while, Millie. And I finally tumbled.
Tumbled to what?
Who are you hiding from, Millie? Why did you run away?
Who are you afraid's going to find out who you are?
Get out of here before I kill you, you little...
You're hiding your face for a reason, Millie. That beard's a disguise.
Maybe you're right, Major.
Right? Of course I'm right.
If you are, you're not being very smart, are you? Aren't you likely to get into an awful lot of trouble?
You wouldn't dare do anything to me. You wouldn't dare because you're hiding from something. You'll do as I say from now on, Millie, because I've caught you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I show you I have nothing in my hands and nothing up my sleeve. And now, I present one of the greatest magic illusions of all time, the dollhouse illusion. Here you are, ladies and gentlemen. You see the doll's house. A miniature house hardly big enough to hold a large doll. I turn it so you can see it from all sides. Absolutely no trap doors, no concealed spaces. Now I open the front of the doll's house to show you it's absolutely empty. You see... Wait a minute. What's going on here? Giuseppe, quick, come here, help me.
Something wrong?
Look, it's Major Tembo, all folded up in the dollhouse with a knife through his heart. He's been murdered.
Oh. Look, Enigma's been right here, right on the platform next to yours. And it's a cinch he hasn't been away. He'll know who killed Major Tembo. He saw the murder. He had to say it.
Yeah, that's right. Enigmo. Hey, listen, Enigmo. Enigmo, did you know Major Tembo had been murdered?
Once. That means yes.
Did you see Major Tembo killed?
So, whoever killed Major Temple forget all about Enigma. He see the whole thing. He knows.
Yeah, maybe he knows. Enigmo, do you know who killed Major Tembo?
2 times. No. He does know who did it. But if he saw the murder...
Maybe it was done by somebody who is skilled at deception. A magician.
Look, Giuseppe.
Somebody like you.
Who did kill the midget Major Tembo? And why can't Enigmo tell who did it? Why didn't he see the murderer when he saw the murder? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Malice in Wonderland. We go back to the tent that houses the Wonderland circus sideshow. The midget's body is still in the dollhouse, awaiting the arrival of the coroner.
Look at him with that sneer on his face, like he was still hating us.
Well, I guess he must have had a reason to hate somebody, Della.
Well, I ain't sorry he's dead. He was a mean little troublemaker.
Oh, you ain't sorry he's dead, huh? Well, I am.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
No? You'll change your mind when the hick cops show up.
They can't do nothing to me. I was not even near.
That's just the point, Giuseppe. Whether or not you killed Major Tembo don't make any difference. The little punk's got us all in hot water up to our necks.
I don't know how you figure that, Flash.
Look, Della, I wasn't born yesterday. The midget had something on every one of you. Just like he had on me.
On you?
Yeah, on me. Why do you think I hired the little rat? Why do you think I didn't kick him in the teeth the first day he was around here? Because I was afraid of him, that's why.
Then you had a motive?
Cut it out. We all had motives. We all got something to hide from the cops. When they start digging into this business, we're all going to be in trouble. Bad trouble.
Well, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you ain't. You're staying right here. There's only one thing for us to do, and we got to work fast.
What's that?
We got to find out who the murderer was before the cops get here. We've got to turn the killer over to him before they start prying into our business.
Enigma. He knows who the murderer is.
He says he didn't know.
Well, he can tell us. He saw it.
You do not even know if Enigma has a mind. You know nothing of him but the tinkle of a bell.
Well, it won't hurt to try. Enigma, did any one of us put Major Tembo into that dollhouse? Well, that's something. We know it wasn't one of us who killed him.
Well, then...
Just a minute. Did anybody put Major Tembo into the dollhouse? He says no. You see, Millie? That won't work. Major Tembo hid in the dollhouse himself. He was hiding there to spy on us. All doubled up like he had to be, he could not protect himself. and somebody killed him. Did you see who it was, Enigma? Was Flash near the dollhouse after Major Tembo hitting it?
Yes. Enigma says Flash was there.
Wait a minute. Was Giuseppe near the dollhouse, Enigma?
He lies. I was
And Major
not.
Tembo had a knife in his heart. You're kind of an expert with knives, Giuseppe.
He's done some work of that kind before. On the Van Arnhem
I would
show.
keep my mouth shut if I were you, Della. Listen, Enigma. Was Della near the dollhouse?
Say,
Well, I guess I'm the only one who wasn't near it then. So I'll kind of take charge of things. What?
Was Millie near the dollhouse, Enigma? You see? He tells us nothing.
Say, do you suppose Enigma's a fake? Maybe Major Tembo knew he was a phony.
You can forget that, Della. Enigma ain't no phony. He had accident and health insurance. The insurance company really gave him the works.
Accident and health insurance?
Yeah.
Then what's he doing this for? If he's got dough, why ain't he in a hospital where he belongs?
Okay. That's what Major Tembo had on me. The show's been losing money all season. That's where I've been getting the dough. Cashing Enigma's insurance checks. I found him when that paralysis was just starting. I kind of took charge of him. Major Tembo got into my stuff and found out about it.
So, you are a very noble man, yes? Preying on a helpless individual.
Well, you ain't so hot yourself. I never killed anybody anyway.
Ain't you getting into this true confession session, Millie?
You shut your fat mouth.
You think Major Tembo did not know about you, Della?
What are you talking about?
He was just holding back. He was busy with the rest of us. You were on his list.
You're lying. He didn't know.
Didn't know what, Della?
Nothing.
Hey, look. Moke and Poke's cage. It's empty.
It's unlocked. I'll bet that's some more of Major Tembo's work.
He let him out and they killed him.
What, those two idiots? Why, they wouldn't be able to figure out how to open the dollhouse. But we got to find them.
Why? These stupid imbeciles are not worth hunting for.
They could get us into a lot of trouble.
You are already in trouble, Flash.
Yeah. Well, we got to get Enigma out of here before the cops start asking too many questions. Come on, Giuseppe. Give me a hand. We'll carry his cot back to my trailer.
Not me, Flash. If you want him out of here, go ahead and do it yourself.
You mean to say
I am not looking for a tangle with the law. Me? I think I will be a bystander.
Oh, so you think you're going to frame me into getting a rap for the midget's murder, huh? Well, think again. I'll tell the cops all about you. You and the Van Arnhem show and the guy that got killed.
Stop it. You fools aren't careful, we'll all be in jail. Start trying to get even with each other and we'll all be in trouble. We've got to stick together.
Stick together? You think I would trust any one of you? No, I think not. We waste time. We should all be heading for distant places.
Come back here, you.
Flash! Where'd you get that gun?
Never mind that. Come back, Giuseppe. You ain't leaving me to take the rap. Not on murder.
No? Flash, I do not think you have the nerve to shoot.
I'll show you whether I can. Millie, you hit my wrist.
Oh, you fool. Now you're in for it. That shot will bring the cops swarming all over us.
You made me missing.
You can thank me for keeping you from committing a murder. You idiot.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Uh-oh. Here we go. That looks like police coming in the front entrance of the tent. I don't like the idea they're questioning us one at a time. I'd like to hear what's said.
You nervous, Della? All they asked me was routine stuff. What I found, you know.
Giuseppe's been with him quite a while, though. And I don't trust him.
Here he comes now.
Oh, hello, Giuseppe.
So, you thought you were very smart, Flash, telling the police about me.
I didn't tell him anything.
Who do you think you fool, eh? Well, they know a lot more now. About you and Enigma.
Why, you dirty little...
Flash, please.
I tell them about your gun, too. How you tried to kill me.
I wasn't trying to kill you. I just didn't want you to run out. You rotten squirrel.
Stop it! Who's next, Giuseppe?
They asked to talk to Della next.
Okay. Wish me luck, everybody.
Yeah. Suppose she'll spill everything she knows, too.
She will be pretty busy defending herself. What I said about telling the police about you, that was all a bluff.
What? You mean you didn't tell them anything?
Not about you. I threw all the suspicion on Della. I did not want her to know.
But there wasn't anything you could say about Della.
No? I told them how she hated Major Tembo, how he knew something about her that had her scared. And I told them how Della borrowed one of my knives yesterday. The same knife we find in Major Tembo's heart.
So you think you're putting me on a spot, do you, Giuseppe?
I simply tell the police the truth.
Why, you dirty lying rat. Telling them I borrowed one of your knives.
Don't you remember that, Della?
You know darn well I don't remember it. I didn't do it. But you needn't think you're so smart.
No?
No. I told them all about the Van Arnhem show and the guy who got stabbed. I really told them. They got some long-distance telephone calls in now.
Why, you devil, you...
Well, what did you think I'd do? Take your lies without fighting back?
I got to get out of here.
Giuseppe. If you're facing a murder rap anyway, looks like you're kind of elected to take this one.
I know nothing about this. The other, it was self-defense. I can prove it. I had to kill that one.
Why did you run away then?
He had friends, very bad friends. It was from them, not the law, I run.
I bet you killed Major Tembo, too. And wouldn't you have fun telling anybody you killed him in self-defense?
Yeah, Giuseppe might have killed Tembo at that.
Enigma says no.
Enigma says no to everything. He says he saw the murder. Says we was all there at one time or another. Says he saw Major Tembo go into the dollhouse. And then he says he don't know who stabbed him.
Maybe he's holding something back.
He said yes. He is holding something back.
You fools. Don't you get it?
What are you talking about, Della?
Enigma knows who the murderer is. He's known all along.
Well, then why did...
He didn't want either us or the cops to know. Not too soon.
You mean he did it himself? But that's impossible.
Of course it's impossible. He didn't want anybody to know who the murderer was, because if the murderer was caught, that's all there'd be to it. The killer'd be turned over to the police, and that'd be that.
You got something, Della. Enigma says yes again.
Of course he says yes. Enigma wanted every one of us questioned. He wanted all of us put in a tight place where we talked. He figured sooner or later the cops would get the story of what Flash has been doing to him, the way Flash has been robbing him.
Listen, if you think I'm going to let that zombie frame me for this murder...
There's no point to his framing you for murder. All he wants is to get out from under your control.
I didn't kill the midget. I had nothing to do with it.
Just a minute. Enigma, did Flash kill Major Tembo?
You see? He says no.
I don't know nothing about it anyway.
Enigma, if I promise to tell the cops all about Flash and what he's been doing to you, will you tell us who the murderer is?
No, I know you don't. Not yet, Della. You ain't turning me over to the coppers.
Enigma, I promise to tell the cops. I'll tell them all about the way Flash has been cheating you. It's a deal.
Why, you dirty...
I ain't afraid of you, Flash. Put that gun back in your pocket. You don't dare shoot. Not with everybody else looking for somebody to pin a murder onto. I'll tell the cops, Enigma. It's a deal.
Nobody's going to frame me on the testimony of a zombie who can't even talk.
Enigma, was it me who stabbed Major Tembo?
Surprised. You make a deal with him, so he says it wasn't you.
Was it Flash?
Of course it wasn't me.
Was it Millie, Enigma?
Millie?
Millie.
No, I didn't do it. Shut up. Stop ringing that bell. I should have killed you, too. It didn't seem real to me. Couldn't talk, couldn't move. Didn't think you could hurt me. I should have killed you.
Keep away from him, Millie. Looks like the rest of us kind of need Enigma.
Don't you point that gun at me. I had to kill Major Temple. Flash on, honest I did. He found out about me.
Found out what?
I killed somebody, too. Back 5 years ago. And it wasn't self-defense. I killed a man because I hated him. Nobody should have known, but something went wrong and I had to run away. I was a fugitive hiding from my past. I figured out a perfect way to hide. The bearded lady in a circus sideshow. Who'd ever think of looking for a beautiful girl masqueraded as a bearded lady? Nobody but Major Tembo. And I'm glad I killed him. I got even with him.
Yeah, maybe so. But from where I stand, it looks like he kind of got even with the rest of us. The cops are going to have a busy day.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
I understand I'm going to be doing a very sinister character in tonight's Mystery House story, Barbie.
You can say that again. Gives me the creeps.
Complete with quartet, huh? That's the title. What does it mean?
Why, haven't you ever seen advertisements for funeral homes in which the copy listed a price for funeral services complete with quartet?
Oh.
Speaking of advertisements.
Which is precisely what you're always doing, Tom.
Right, Mr. Glenn. And here's a message from our sponsor.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Complete with quartet. The scene opens in the reception room of the Rron Funeral Home. Mr. Rron, a polished, suave gentleman, has just come in and is greeting the nightman, Harry Canby, who doesn't look too wide awake.
Well, did I wake you up, perhaps, Harry?
No, boss. I've been awake all the time.
You know, some night I will stay on the night shift just to see whether it's possible for you to look any more wide awake in the small hours of blackness than you do in the morning. Any, business, Harry?
Joe Graven brought in one of his boys. Got hit with an automobile.
Hit with an automobile?
Yeah.
No doubt. Any, bullet wounds we must take care of on the corpse?
No, this guy was really hit by a car. Straight goods, he says.
Straight goods. That would be a refreshing novelty. I suppose, Joe wanted the special funeral?
The works, he says, even including the quartet.
An excellent customer, Mr. Graben. I wish we had a few more like him, buying in quantity. The body is in the receiving room?
Sure. You told me never to monkey with any of Graben's stiffs.
Yes, I know. They sometimes require the delicate craftsmanship of a master. Well, let's take a look at this one.
It's all right for me to go back with you? Betty ain't here to take over the switchboard yet.
She is a little too late too often. Oh, well, I doubt that Joe Graben's working this early in the morning. There will be no calls. Come along. In the receiving room, you said? Yes?
Yeah.
This mangled one over against the wall?
Yeah, that's the one. But
the other one. You said nothing about...
There wasn't any other one, boss. Honest, just the one.
This man on the table in the middle of the room. Who is he?
Oh, I never seen him before in my life, boss. Honest,
Shut up. Stand back. He's been shot through the heart.
Murdered, huh?
No. He was probably playing with a cap pistol and it went off accidentally. You blundering idiot. Who brought this body in here?
Nobody, boss.
Well, from the extremely dead look of the gentleman, it's rather obvious that he did not walk in here alone. Somebody brought that body in here last night. You and I. We have the only keys.
I don't know a thing about it.
I should have known better than to have a stupid, blundering idiot like you on night duty here. What am I going to do with this body?
Maybe somebody will come in and claim it. Maybe...
Don't tax my patience, Harry. Are people in the habit of claiming the bodies of murder victims? Would anyone admit bringing it in?
No, maybe not at that.
Harry, I think we're going to have a very private funeral.
Huh?
Somebody has entrusted this body to us for burial. Somebody who appreciates our skill and tact. Fortunately, we have another body.
Oh, I don't get you, boss.
A grave will have to be prepared for the other body. The funeral for Joe Graben's boy will not be until tomorrow. Tonight, we bury the stranger beneath the grave that Joe Graben's late friend will occupy tomorrow.
Oh, what good will that do? You mean saving the price of a cemetery lot?
You moron. I mean that nobody would ever think of looking for a murdered man's body in the graveyard, particularly if the body is beneath another coffin. When they find one coffin in a grave, they look no further. You see, it's very simple.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I have a little work to do, Harry.
You mean fixing up Joe Graben's boy?
No, that is a routine matter. Even you could handle it. No. I have a much bigger job.
What?
Determining who gets the bill for the most profitable funeral that we have ever conducted.
Huh?
Somebody who knows about the work I do for Joe Graben has selected me for the disposal of a body. I have been chosen as a goat. And somebody's going to pay very dearly for that choice, Harry. I'm going to play detective.
I told the boy at the desk to tell you I wouldn't see you. I don't know you.
Carl Rron is the name. Perhaps you've heard of the Rron Funeral Home, one of the finest in this part of the country. Beautiful chapel, pipe organ, and a special quartet for the deluxe service.
What is this, a gag? If it is, it isn't very funny.
My business is never very funny, Miss Dare.
What do you want of me?
You sing in one of Joe Graben's nightclubs, yes?
Sure. What of it?
I suppose you read in the paper this morning about the disappearance of a handsome young detective.
I don't read the papers. Get out of here.
His name was Peter Harley, and he was working on a shake-up of the local underworld.
How should I know anything about him?
You had a date with him last night after your last show.
How do you know?
That is neither here nor there. You were the last person to see him alive, as far as the police know.
The cops? They know I had a date with him?
Not yet. They won't know until I tell them. But you said you didn't want to cooperate with me. And so I'll have to tell them, of course.
What do you want?
Did you kill Peter Harley, Miss Dare?
Did I? Hey, what is this anyway? He ain't dead.
I would make a substantial wager on that.
But you don't think I killed him? I had a date with the guy.
If you will pardon my saying so, that hardly eliminates you as a murder suspect. Don't tell me you were madly in love with him. Your kind doesn't fall in love with anything except cash.
I don't know whether I ought to tell you what it was all about or not.
Then perhaps I'd better go to the police.
No, I'll tell you.
That's better.
He wanted to get some dope on Joe Graben. Said he'd give me $100 for what I could tell him. I didn't plan on really telling him anything.
You were interested in the $100.
Sure, that's all.
Why did you kill him, Miss Dare?
I didn't kill him. If anybody killed him...
Yes?
Nothing.
You make it very difficult for me, Miss Dare. The police...
Okay. If anybody killed him, it was that new piano player at the club.
You seem quite positive.
Well, Harley didn't give me the $100. Said I was holding out on him, that if I wasn't careful, he'd have me thrown in the clink, the louse. He said, if there's any tip-off on me, you get it, Marie.
Yes? That doesn't seem to prove anything about the piano player.
No, he'd been sauntering over to the piano and talking to her all evening. And he had a date with me. She's new in the joint.
What's her name? Where can I find her?
Her name's Betty Lanning.
What? Repeat that, please.
Betty Lanning. Why? You want her address?
No. I think I can find her without too much trouble. But what makes you think this Betty Lanning had something to do with his death?
He left me here at my hotel. I was scared of what he said about the police and me giving a tip-off to Joe Graben. I headed back for the elevator and then ducked out the side door and followed him. I was afraid he was going to tell the cops something about me.
Where did he go?
Well, he walked up a couple of blocks to a little all-night lunchroom, and Betty Lanning was there waiting for him.
Thank you, my dear. You've been of great help to me.
perhaps I will give you the $100 that Peter Harley refused to pay you.
Oh, yeah, just bet.
You will come with me. There's a matter of establishing identity of the corpse beyond reasonable doubt.
I ain't going anywhere with you. I don't even know you.
You will, my dear. Of course, if you prefer to have an introduction through the police.
Okay, I'm coming. Say, you got a real fancy place here.
Yes, the classic beauty of Grecian architecture soothes the nerves of the bereaved. Right this way, my dear.
Mr. Graben's been calling you about the body.
Oh? Surprised to see a fellow employee from the nightclub, Betty?
Hey, wait a minute. You're the new piano player in the club. How come you're over...
You must be mistaken. I work here.
Oh, no, I ain't mistaken. You play the piano.
I'm afraid bluffing won't do you much good, Betty. And I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? For what?
Well, I thought you were rather lazy and shiftless the way you've been coming in late in the mornings, and here I discover you're holding down both a day and a night job. Rather admirable.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't deny it, my dear. I would be rather proud if I were you. Won't you show Miss Dare back to the receiving room, Betty?
Miss Dare? But why?
She wants to identify a friend.
All right, but I don't have any key.
I have. And I'm going with you. This way, Miss Dare. I'm surprised you didn't tell me about your other job, Betty. Just a minute. Show her the body, Betty. It's this one over here that she's interested in.
All right. All right. Oh, Pete! Pete Harley! What have you done to him? You murderer!
Ah, so you knew the man, too. You and Miss Dare both.
You killed him. You'll never get away with this.
I did not kill the man, but I really can't let you run around screaming that I did. You've been working for me and working for Joe Graben. I wonder who else you're working for.
What do you mean?
I wonder if perhaps you might not be a spy. I wonder if you might not have put this man's body in here.
You're insane.
A man should know his employees better, Miss Lanning. I really think it's time for us to have a heart-to-heart talk.
I've nothing to say to you.
I have an idea you'll change your mind about that. Hello. Actually, I'd just as soon you didn't. You'd make such a beautiful corpse.
You wouldn't dare kill me.
Hey, this is where I leave.
I'm sorry, Miss Dare. I'll have to insist that you stay. Has Harry left yet, Miss Lanning?
No, he was cleaning the chapel.
Oh, fine. I was afraid he might have gone. And he does so want some experience in embalming.
Is Carl Renfron actually going to kill Betty Lanning? And who killed Peter Harley, the detective? Why was his body left in the Renfron funeral home? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's news from your sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Complete with Quartet. The scene is the receiving room of the Renfron funeral home, and Harry Canby, Renfron's assistant, is arranging the embalming equipment.
You haven't got the nerve. You wouldn't dare.
If it was me, I wouldn't bet on that, sister. If I was you, I'd start talking.
The start of the embalming process is very important, Harry. If you'll give me the needle, please.
You can't embalm a live person.
Oh? A common misconception, Betty. On the contrary...
Get away from me. Don't you dare touch me.
Perhaps you're ready to talk now.
What do you want?
You're working with the police, I suppose. Working with this Peter Harley.
Are you kidding?
When I joke, you always see a smile on my lips. And my sense of humor is weak. I seldom joke.
I was working for Lou Dana.
Lou Dana? Why, he's Joe Graben's worst enemy.
Sure. Some of Lou Dana's spies, his undercover boys, began having accidents. And the accidents always turned up here. So Lou hired me to get a job here and tell him what was going on.
Mr. Dana must be a smart man.
He's smarter than you, Rron. And smarter than Graben. I was giving him the dope every time a body came into this place from Graben.
Yes, but this job of yours as a piano player.
Graben never saw me here. His bodies always came in the back way. I was doing so well here, Lou got the idea of having me work at Graben's place, too. We were finding out everything Graben was doing.
A much smarter girl than I gave you credit for being, Miss Landing.
And you better be careful how you treat me, too. Because Lou Dana's got enough on you to hang you.
If I were in your place, Miss Landing, I should worry about my own neck. The police are going to be quite angry about Peter Harley.
I didn't kill him. I was giving him all the dope on Graben's mob. The dope about Graben and you.
I suppose so. You know, Miss Landing, I find such disloyalty rather distressing. Miss Dare, what would you do if you were I, under such circumstances?
You leave me out of this. I ain't playing.
I should hate to think that Joe Graben would double-cross me in view of all that I've done for him.
I bet Graben bumped off this Harley guy, boss.
Well, of course he did. Probably had someone following Peter Harley and me.
And when Graben finds out how Betty spilled everything she knew, he has this Harley fella erased.
Perhaps you could contribute something to the conversation about now, Miss Dare.
I don't think Joe would do a thing like that.
Oh, come now, Miss Dare. You told me you followed Harley and saw him meet Miss Lanning. You were angry because he hadn't given you the $100 he had promised. Now, it isn't logical that you would let such an opportunity for revenge pass.
So it was you who tipped off Graben, huh? Why, you dirty little...
I ain't a stool pigeon or a double-crossing rat like you. Sure, I called Joe. Why wouldn't I?
Oh, please, ladies, please. This is hardly the place for such talk. We're in the presence of the dead. You know, Harry, this rather hurts me.
Huh?
Joe Graben, he's been such a fine customer. And to think he tried to take advantage of me. I think we'll have to call him over here and sever business relations.
What's the matter, Renfron? Cops making a fuss about the guy I brung in last night?
Which one, Mr. Graben?
What do you mean, which one?
Oh, really, Mr. Graben, you hurt me deeply. I've always endeavored to give you the finest service. Funerals worthy of much finer people than those that you have brought me. Everything has always been conducted on the highest plane, with the finest music, the most excellent caskets, beautiful flowers.
Okay, quit selling me. I ain't kicking. I paid you plenty, too. I never beefed on the prices. What's wrong with you?
If you wanted a free funeral for one of your victims, why didn't you ask me? I don't like deceit and trickery, Mr. Graben.
You're off your nut. I don't know what you're talking about.
This extra corpse you slipped in here last night, Mr. Graben.
Are you crazy? I brought in one. Harry's seen me. I told him all about it. Wasn't even a hot job.
Ah, but the one you brought with him, Mr. Graben. The one you neglected to report.
You lie.
Please, Mr. Graben. Perhaps you'd like to see him. This way, please.
I don't know nothing about it. One stiff I brung in. One. And if you think you're going to shake me down to pay for somebody else's corpse, you got another thing coming.
One moment, please. In here.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, what's it? Marie Dare. And Betty. Say, what's going on here anyhow?
One thing that's going on, Joe. We found out what a rat your new piano player is. Lou Dana she was working for, spying on you.
Quiet, please, Miss Dare, quiet. Teacher will know what a good girl you've been without you being so immodest. I'll tell him all about it. This is one of your nightclub's late patrons, Mr. Craven.
Him? Yeah, I seen him around. Been murdered, ain't he?
I bet you don't know how or where either, do you?
Me? How should I know?
Your little pal, Marie Dare, told us how she called you and told you this detective was meeting me. She's put you right on the spot.
Huh?
I wasn't putting you on any spot, Joe. She was giving this detective all the dope on you. She was a spy. Taking pay from you and giving Lou Dane all the dope on everything that was going on around your place.
And you told him you phoned me and told me about it? Why'd you say a thing like that, Marie?
Because I did.
It must have been a couple of other people. You never talked to me.
Oh, your protests of innocence are touching, Mr. Craven, but unnecessary.
Nobody's going to hand me a rap for killing a dick.
That is not the point.
It is as far as I'm concerned.
Our friend Betty, who seems to have been working for both of us, isn't going to give you the benefit of any doubt if this should come into court. Peter Harley was on your trail trying to get something on you.
Yeah? Well, I didn't know about it.
Betty, a member of a rival gang, was telling him anything that she could that would get you into trouble with the police. Marie Dare tipped you off as to what was going on.
She never did.
She says she did. She has no apparent motive for lying. Peter Harley's been murdered. Do you think you would want the case to go to court, Mr. Craven?
I suppose it's gotta.
No, not necessarily. Not if you arrange for the right kind of a funeral.
You mean you can cover this thing up?
Such things have been arranged in the past, but this is going to be an expensive lesson for you, Mr. Craven.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Somebody has tried to victimize me into putting out a free funeral. This man died trying to uphold the law. A noble hero shot down in the prime of his life. He deserves last rites of genuine elegance.
Okay. How much do you want?
I should say about $50,000 should cover it very nicely.
$50,000? Well, that's blackmail.
Oh, but it will be a superb funeral. Flowers, special carpet at the cemetery, the red one, even the quartet.
You'll guarantee I don't take the rap if I pay you the dough?
When the Wren Fund Funeral Home takes charge of a funeral, I assume every responsibility. I guarantee you that you'll never be charged with Peter Harley's murder. Of course, Mr. Graben, you will make the payment in cash, in advance.
Okay, you got your dough. I guess I can go now.
Have you finished counting the money, Harry?
Yeah, 50 grand. It's okay.
I ain't gonna forget the way you shook me down, Mr. Renfran.
No, I don't suppose you will. Give me the money, Harry.
Here you are, boss.
Thank you, Harry. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid I'll have to dispense with your services.
Huh?
I mean, you're fired.
But I ain't done anything, boss.
I could hardly have a murderer working for me, Harry. Particularly such a stupid murderer.
What do you mean? Listen, I ain't murdered anybody.
Hey, what gives? What's this all about anyway?
Peter Harley came here last night and asked to see the body that was in the receiving room. He showed his police credentials, I imagine, and demanded to see it.
No, he wasn't here.
You took him back to the receiving room. You were panic-stricken because you thought you would be in trouble, that you would be implicated in the work we've been doing for Joe Graben.
You're making this up.
You've been receiving most of Mr. Graben's cases at night. You thought you'd be in it up to your neck. So, you shot the detective.
You killed him yourself.
Hardly. Peter Harley and I were working together.
You and Harley? Why, you dirty rat.
When you brought your first case to me, Mr. Graben, I was scared to death. So I went to the police.
And you got the nerve to admit it?
They told me to play along with you, to tip them off. They've been building up a chain of evidence that will send you to the electric chair. Thanks to me.
And you've been collecting from Joe Graben all the time?
Naturally, my dear. Even the gangster dead must have burial.
I didn't kill Harley, I tell you. You did it yourself. You have a key, too.
Yes? Try telling that to the police, Harry. I'm afraid you'll irritate them. You see, Harry, they tipped me off a long time ago that you were one of Graben's boys, that you came to work for me because Graben had decided I was to be his undertaker.
Then I'll confess that Graben told me to shoot Harley. Yeah.
Why, you louse. Try to ring me in on your mistake, will you?
You told me to do it. I'll stick to that. Unless you get me out of here.
I can do that, all right. This gun'll do the trick.
Joe, you ain't gonna shoot us.
I ought to shoot Renfran, taking my dough and then tipping off the cops, shaking me down for 50 grand.
Come on, we gotta get out of here, Joe.
You sap. Okay, come on.
I got a key, Joe. We'll leave Renfron and the dames locked in here. Let them try to explain Peter Holly's body.
Yeah.
Oh, fine spot you got us in now. When the cop comes...
My dear, I don't believe you realize how lucky you are that Joe Graben didn't shoot you. Really, I don't. If I weren't a law-abiding citizen, I would be tempted to do it myself. You played unfair with me, too, you know.
Hey, what's that?
The police. I had the place literally honeycombed with them. Oh, my, I hope the bullets didn't hit any of my precious objects dealt.
Looks like most of them hit Harry and Joe Graben.
Yes, the wages of sin. But I suppose I really owe them 3 funerals.
Yeah, complete with quartet.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Greetings, thespians.
Good evening, Mr. Glenn. Hi, Bobby.
I think this story is going to make a good book, and I'll be anxious to know if it fools you people.
Oh, a fooler, huh?
Right. I think it'll keep you guessing right up to the last scene.
You know, Mrs. Glenn, I wonder if it's a good idea to keep people guessing.
I don't see why not.
Well, I'll bet there are listeners right now, for instance, wondering what news the sponsor has for them, and really, I don't think we should keep them guessing any longer.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Well, well, another body. Tonight's story opens in the comfortable office of Lieutenant Morse, a police officer of the modern school. A rather timid man is standing before the lieutenant's desk, and Morse isn't paying much attention to him.
Richover's the name, Lieutenant. Richauver. Richover. I live at 612 North Tennant Lane.
612 North Tennant Lane. Yeah, I got it. Complaint signed against somebody?
Well, no. Not a complaint against anybody I know, I guess. At least I hope not. You see, I found a body in the front yard.
Body in the front yard? You what?
Did you say a body?
Yes. And I'm pretty sure, at least I'd be strongly inclined to believe that the girl had been murdered.
Murder? What's the girl's name?
I really couldn't say. You see, she's a complete stranger to me, Lieutenant Morse.
When did you find the body?
Not over a half an hour ago. As soon as I found it, I came right down to the police station as fast as I could.
Why didn't you phone?
I thought about that, but Elsa, she's my wife, she said, Harlan, my first name's Harlan.
Yeah.
You go right down there and tell the police about it yourself. See that they come right back here with you. If you phone them, they may be hours getting out here. So, I came.
Yeah. Your wife's watching the body, is she, to see that nobody touches it or moves anything?
Oh, yes, she's very efficient. Elsa wouldn't let anybody disturb anything. You can depend on that.
Oh, hello, Gretchen. Now, looks like we got a story for you.
Hi, Morse. Hey, wait a minute. Not a story about Mr. Richover, Richauver, Richover.
You mean you know this man, Gretchen?
I don't believe I've ever met the young lady.
Oh, sure, Richie. Gretchen Talley, feature writer on the Chronicles. You remember me, Richie. Sure you do.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this all about, anyway?
Why, Richie's a genius, Morse. A genius for finding bodies. He finds more darn bodies.
Now, please, Miss Talley,
The last one was nearly 2 years ago. He didn't know from nothing, Richie didn't. Just found the body.
It was a very distressing thing. I came home from work and stumbled across the body right across the doorstep.
Yes, I remember. And the prosecuting attorney tried his best to hook you up with the case, but it was no dice.
You don't tell me. Well, just how many bodies have you found, Mr. Richover?
Richover. Richauver. Richover.
Yeah, Richover. Now, don't you worry about how I pronounce your name.
But it's rather an important thing to me, Lieutenant. Morse. Now, there's a simple name. Nobody could mispronounce that. But Richover. You've no idea the fantastic ways people can twist it around.
Forget it. I ask you a question.
Yes?
How many bodies have you found altogether?
Up to this one or including it?
Including it.
Why, 3 up to this girl. 4 altogether. You've no idea what an irritating thing it is to be forever stumbling into corpses, especially when they've been victims of violence.
Yes, I'll bet I haven't at that. Now, you don't know anything about this girl that's on your front lawn now,
I can answer that one for you, Morse. He never saw her before in his life.
Why, how did you know?
Oh, I'm psychic, Richie, and I'm not fussy like the judge was on that last case.
You know, I think you people actually suspect me of murder.
You don't say.
It's rather distressing when a citizen does what he should, makes a report promptly, does his duty, and then...
Then the nasty old police say to him, I bet you did it. That is irritating, I bet, Richie.
How was this dame killed, the one you just found?
Why, I really don't know, Lieutenant. I've understood it was best not to move the body, and so I didn't examine anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know whether she was killed with a bullet or a meat cleaver, don't you? You could tell me that, couldn't you?
I'll bet it wasn't a bullet.
Why, no. No, I don't believe it was.
Those people you find, Richie, they never are killed by gunfire, are they?
Huh?
You should have been around when Richie discovered the other bodies, Morse. The pattern was always the same. You found it when you were coming home from work, Richie?
Why, yes.
And he'll be able to prove that he was at the office all day, Morse. And the coroner will testify that the victim was murdered at least 2 or 3 hours before Richie found the body.
See here. I don't have to stand for these insinuations. I'm a respectable citizen.
You're a respectable citizen, all right, Richie. You just have one bad habit. Finding bodies. Really, Lieutenant, this is preposterous.
It's not nearly so preposterous as that one man should find 4 murder victims, Mrs. Richover.
Oh, but surely you don't believe, not actually, that Harlan has anything to do with any of these murders.
Well, it isn't reasonable that one man should find 4 bodies. Look how many people there are who've never found even one body.
Why, Harlan's practically timid. You've no idea how it distresses him when anything like this happens. And if you keep him locked up in that cell, there's no telling what it might do to him.
No. Well, I know what I hope it does to him.
What?
Hope it breaks him down to the point where I'll get a confession.
Oh, that would be much simpler than going to work. Actually going out and finding the real killer, wouldn't it?
Look, Mrs. Richover, I don't blame you for standing up for your husband, but the long arm of coincidence just doesn't reach as far as you want me to think it does.
Then you absolutely refuse to let Harlan free?
I sure do.
In that case, I guess I'd better get him a lawyer.
Yeah, I think that'd be an excellent idea, Mrs. Richover. And if I were you, I'd get a good one, because Richie's going to need a dandy to get him out of this. Oh, hello, Gretchen.
Well, my own private sleuthing party didn't net me much more.
No, I didn't think it would. This is Mrs. Rishover, Gretchen. Miss Morse, the Chronicle.
I remember Miss Morse. I hope nothing pleasant happened to her.
Still sore about the write-up I gave you and Richie when you got married?
Why wouldn't I be angry?
Hey, what's this all about?
Why, Richie'd found 2 bodies before he got married. Elsa's folks brought in a story about the wedding, and there wasn't any mention of the body business. I sort of fixed up the wedding story and gave it a little human interest.
You were jealous. You were in love with Holland yourself.
Don't make me laugh, Mrs. Rishover.
It's true. Holland told me about how you fawned all over him after the second body was discovered, how you brought things to him while he was in jail, and when he got out, you invited him up to your apartment for dinner.
A girl has to eat, hasn't she? Richie was darn good copy, and I wasn't passing up any bets. Here's the picture, Morse.
Why, it's a picture of Holland.
None other.
Well, what were you doing with it? You've no right to have a picture of him.
I've been out showing that picture to everyone who knew Alice Woodson, Mrs. Rishover. That's the murdered girl's name, in case you're confused. Holland finds so many bodies.
Really?
I flashed that picture on everyone who ever had anything to do with Alice Woodson. I'm trying to find a link.
So you're a detective?
None of the people who saw the picture showed the faintest recognition. But this has gone on long enough. Sooner or later, I'll find something to connect him with the murdered girl.
You must read a great many detective stories.
Richie isn't going to get away with it this time. 3 times is plenty. This time, he's out.
Hello, Lieutenant.
You ready to start talking yet, Mr. Rishover?
Rishover. Richever. Rishover.
Yeah, Rishover. Gretchen Talley picked up a clue, Richie. A frail, slender clue that most cops wouldn't even bother to follow. And I think she's going to make something out of it, Richie. You know, you can't kill 4 people without making one mistake.
What did she find?
A girl had a ring in her purse, Richie. A cheap little ring with a rhinestone set in it.
I don't know a thing about it.
It's the kind of a ring you can buy at any dime store. And there was one just like it on your keychain.
I didn't have any cheap ring with a rhinestone in it. Not on my keychain or anywhere else.
Yeah? Who are you trying to bluff, Richie?
I didn't, and that's the truth.
You didn't give the girl that ring and tell her it was an engagement ring?
Of course not. I've told you that I never saw the girl before in my life.
I know. You're sort of used to telling the police that, Richie. They've been kind of easy on you. But when they get tough, you'd be surprised how tough they can be. You know, they electrocute murderers in this state, Richie.
You get out of here.
The actual electrocution isn't so bad, I guess, but it's the getting ready for it. You know, when the barber shaves that spot on your head.
You get out of here. You can keep me in this cell, but I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to.
No, you don't have to listen to me, Richie. But I wish you'd think about it.
If you don't get out of here, I'll find another body.
Ah, now you're talking, Richie. So if I don't get out, you'll find another body.
I've never killed anybody yet, but I'll kill you, so help me. You and that cynical leer on your face. That insolent grin when I tell you the truth. You're driving me crazy.
You've been nuts for a long time, Richie. What was the idea of killing those babes, huh? Stepping out on Elsa and afraid you'd get caught?
I'd like to strangle you.
And you might get away with it. You've got away with 4 murders already. But then again, you might be stretching your luck just a little bit. You might... What have you done to me? Listen, Richie. You can't...
Oh, dear. I wonder. No pulse beat. Yes, he's dead. Quite dead. I told him he'd get into trouble, but... Suicide. Yes, that's it. He has a gun. Have to be careful. Handkerchief. No fingerprints. Put it in his hand. Like this. And press the finger. So. Help! Somebody help! Hurry! Now I'm done for, I suppose. Still, I wonder.
What caused Lieutenant Morse to drop over dead? And was Mr. Rishover responsible? Did he murder the other 4 people whose bodies he found? And can he be convicted? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Well, Another Body. The scene is Harlan Reshover's jail cell. His wife and Captain Corlett of the homicide squad are there, and Mr. Reshover seems to be somewhat bewildered.
Lieutenant Morse was trying to force a confession from you, wasn't he, Harlan?
Why, yes, he was. Quite nasty.
And he waved his gun at you, and you got scared and grabbed it from him, and you shot him to protect yourself, didn't you?
Just a minute, Mrs. Richover.
Reshover, Captain. R-I-C-H-A-U-V-E-R, Reshover. Mrs. Reshover.
I don't give a hang how you pronounce your name, but your wife can't coach you on a defense. I want to hear what you have to say for yourself.
But Harlan needs coaching, Captain Corlett. He's such a timid thing himself, and he'd get all involved.
That's the idea, Mrs. Richover. I want him to get involved.
But I don't, Captain. I love Harlan,
You keep
and
quiet for a few minutes. Now, I want you to tell me what happened, Richover.
Why, it was like Elsa said. He waved his gun at me, and yes, I got frightened. I thought he was going to kill me, you see, and
I see. Listen, Richover. We get awful sore when one of our boys gets killed. Sometimes we kind of lose our tempers. And I think I'm about ready to lose mine right now.
But really, Captain...
You're a liar, Richover. Not even a very good one.
I don't know what you mean, Captain.
I had the coroner give Lieutenant Morse the works. As complete an autopsy as ever went through this place.
Oh, but really, Captain, you could see the bullet wound in his temple. I don't see
I
why...
could see it, too. The police like to get convictions when they think a man's guilty, Mrs. Richover. But they don't frame a guy by bumping themselves off.
But Holland's explained to you why he had to shoot Lieutenant Morse.
Look, lady, the guy was dead when that shot was fired.
Dead when... Oh, but that's silly, isn't it? If he was dead, then why should Holland...
Morse died of poisoning. He had a fresh pack of cigarettes in his pocket with only one gone. That one was in his left hand, about 2/3 smoked. Each one of those cigarettes contained enough poison to kill a horse.
For heaven's sakes.
The way I figure it, Richover gave Morse that package of cigarettes, not figuring he'd light one while he was still in his cell.
But, well, that's not right at all, Captain.
Morse lit a cigarette and dropped dead right then and there. Richover was panic-stricken because there was another body to chalk up against him. That's why he got out Morse's gun and fixed it up to look like suicide.
But it was suicide, Captain Corlett, really.
Look, everything about it was phony. The gun wasn't in the right position in Morse's hand. It wasn't held against his head at a natural angle. And part of the powder burn was on this cement floor. You don't think a man lies down on the cement floor to put a bullet through his head, do you?
No, I suppose not.
Please, Captain, can't he talk to me alone? Just a minute.
All right. Yeah, sure he can. I'll leave right away.
Now, Harlan, it was practically like the captain said, Elsa. No, Harlan, don't be a fool. But
I have a microphone hidden somewhere in your cell. They're listening to every word you say. Whisper to me so nothing could pick up the sound. Then I'll figure out a story. You see, I'll tell them what you said to me. And you must stick to whatever story I make up. Understand?
Yes, I understand, Elsa.
You're an awful baby in the woods, Harlan. But I love you. Honestly, I do. What do you want?
I'm here on business, Mrs. Reshover. Don't worry that it's a social call.
I don't want to speak to you.
I imagine you don't. But this has to be done, I guess.
You've no right to come barging into my home like this, you know.
I just wanted to check something, Mrs. Reshover.
What?
You smoke, don't you?
Why, occasionally, yes, not regularly. Why?
Have a package of cigarettes around now?
Why, I believe so, but what business of that...
Don't bother. I see one in the ashtray that doesn't have the brand name burned off. Oh, very interesting.
What are you driving at? The brand name's the same as the kind Lieutenant Morse was smoking when he was killed. Interesting. See here, you surely don't think that you're implicated in any of Richie's murders? Oh, dear, no. But it is funny, isn't it? That you should smoke that same brand. By the way, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? When Richie found that first body, were you acquainted with him? No, I didn't know him at all. I remember when Harlan and I were introduced, they told me he'd found a gangster's body in front of his door, and I was fascinated. But that second body, you knew him when that one was found, didn't you? Yes, it upset him terribly, and I was so sorry for him. You knew the second victim, didn't you? What? No. I'm afraid you're lying about that, Mrs. Reshover. I think you did know the second victim. I said I didn't really. You're being outrageous. I think maybe you can commit quite a bit. The way I figure it, Richie's finding the first victim was an accident. One of those things that could happen to anyone. But it gave you an idea. There was a certain party you wanted to get rid of. Get out of here. I won't stand for it. You killed the second one and arranged things so Richie would find the body. I rather think he suspected, and that's why he married you. He was afraid to do anything different, afraid you'd kill him, too. You can't talk to me this way. You lie about my knowing the man who was murdered. I didn't. You married Harlan Reshover to keep him quiet about you and what you'd done. And then you set about trying to get rid of him. Get rid of him? That's rather funny. There's more than one way to get rid of a person. Harlan Reshover had found 2 murder victims. You reasoned that if he found a third one, he'd be suspected, which you are. I was frantic when it happened. For your third victim, you picked an innocent girl, one with whom you couldn't possibly be connected. Your sole purpose in killing was to convict Richie of murder. That's not so. When it didn't work, you picked a fourth one, another girl. You wanted to be sure this time, so you put a cheap ring in her purse and put a duplicate of it on Richie's keychain. You lie. I never did such a thing. The game's about over, Mrs. Reshover. I found the 10-cent store clerk who sold you those rings. She's identified your picture. Her name's Ann Burkle, and she lives in a rooming house over on Guide Street, 314 Guide Street. She'll swear that she sold you the rings. So instead of sending Richie to the chair, those rings are going to take care of you. But good. Goodbye, Mrs. Reshover. Just where do you think you're going? I'm going over to the police station to get Captain Corlett. I'm going to take him up to Ann Burkle's room. I don't believe you are, Gretchen. Oh! Where did you get that gun? I've always had it around, Gretchen. I never knew when it might come in handy. What are you going to do to me? That all depends, Gretchen. There's the phone. What? I said there's the phone. Go ahead and call Captain Corlett. What? I said to phone Captain Corlett. Tell him to go to 314 Guide Street and question Ann Burkle. I don't get it. You mean you actually left him? I mean you'd better call him if you don't want to get a bullet through your pretty head. But you know the number. Go ahead. You're going to kill me? That remains to be seen, Gretchen. Go ahead. Captain Corlett, please. Hello, Captain. I'm at Elsa Reshover's, and she's holding a gun against my head, Captain. Get here as fast as you can. Thanks. There. Now, you don't dare kill me. You don't dare. You thought I'd be afraid to tell him I was here, that you were threatening my life. But I did. I doubt that very much, Gretchen.
All right, Mrs. Reshover, drop that gun.
No, thank you, Captain. I think I'll just go right on holding it if you don't mind.
What?
No, don't worry. I won't hurt anybody unless it's necessary.
What's this all about, anyway?
Gretchen Talley was in love with Harlan. Fell in love with him during the course of his trial after he'd found the first body. She figured that finding a second body would be serious. You lie.
Now talk, Gretchen.
She arranged for Harlan to find a second body, and then she furnished the alibi for him when it looked like he was in a tight spot. It was easy enough for her to do, because she'd committed the murder.
I can check the records on the alibi, I guess.
I helped him a little in order to get a story, that's all. Gretchen thought he'd be so grateful to her that he'd marry her. But Harlan was in love with me, and we were married. And when Harlan and I'd been married about a year, there was another body, this time a girl. The police hounded him, but his alibi was so perfect they finally had to release him. And then this last one. I went to Lieutenant Morse and told him what I suspected. He began investigating, and he had an accident. Well, you lie. You never talked to Lieutenant Morse alone. She was in Lieutenant Morse's office when they checked Harlan's personal effects. She found the finger ring on Harlan's key ring. Nobody else had noticed it. And she said it was a clue she'd like to follow up.
How about that, Gretchen?
Why, yes. There'd been a ring in the girl's purse. Why wouldn't I check a good story? I've never seen the girl she talks about, this Ann Burkle, who was supposed to have sold me the rings. But I'll bet if you'll go to her room, you'll find she's been murdered. If she's dead, you killed her.
Doggone if I know what to believe.
She never intended to convict Harlan. All along, all the murders she committed were supposed to get me out of the picture and get Harlan for her.
Maybe we better let Mr. Richover get into this conversation. He doesn't seem near as guilty as he did.
What did you do with Gretchen Talley, Captain?
She's in a straitjacket, Mrs. Richover. Stark mad.
Is this the stenographer, Captain?
Yeah. All set to take it down, Sammy?
Sure. Just have him go a little easy, though. I won't hurry. Ready? I, Harlan Richover, Richauver, make this statement of my own free will without any promise of clemency. I have never killed anyone. Miss Talley and I were business partners, and I was completely unaware that she had any romantic attachment for me until the episode of the ring.
Episode of the ring. Okay.
The first murder victim I found, I know nothing about. The other three whose bodies I found were killed by three different people, whose names I will give. Miss Talley, through her newspaper connections, had gained an acquaintance with numerous underworld characters. They paid us very handsomely to have me find the bodies, but threw suspicion completely away from the real murderers. Yet, there was never any real evidence against me except my being in the right place at the right time.
Right place, right time.
Until the ring business, I had no idea that Gretchen Talley was in love with me. Gretchen Talley had never killed anyone until the Lieutenant Morse and Ann Burkle murders. It was then I realized that she was trying to implicate my wife, trying to get her out of the way. The Lieutenant Morse murder made it apparent that Morse had been on the right track. With this finding of Ann Burkle's body, there remains no alternative but to clear my wife from all suspicion, which I gladly do. Harlan Richover, Richauver.
Mystery House. Mystery House. That strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, come right on in, gang. We're waiting for you.
Hi, Mr. Glenn. Got a good story for us to act out tonight?
Well, you'll have to ask Barbie about that. How about it, Barb?
It's certainly an unusual story. The kind that has you holding your breath.
Holding your breath. Well, say, that's old stuff for radio announcers, Barbie. They have to be able to hold their breath for smooth sentences.
How do you mean, Tom?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain, but, well, listen to this.
Okay, places, everybody. Except the scene, Tom.
Danger. Man at bay. Tonight's story opens in the living room of a pleasant home. Walt Marvin has just come in and talks to his sister.
Lock it, Molly.
But, Walt, what are you doing here?
You read the papers, didn't you? They're after me.
They'll come here the first thing. You've no right to come here. You'll get me into trouble.
Trouble? You don't know what trouble is.
On the radio, they said the police had been instructed to kill you on sight.
Oh, they did, huh?
Walt, you can't stay here. You've got to get out.
You don't say so.
Walt, listen to me. Frank and I have our reputations to worry about.
That's too bad about you and Frank.
You've done nothing but get into trouble ever since you were a kid. You've disgraced the whole family. I remember how Mom...
Shut up. This is no time to talk about Mom. Where can I hide?
I don't know.
Oh, so it's going to be like that, huh?
You killed a man. You shot him in cold blood.
Yeah?
The police say you killed him. They know.
They're smart guys, aren't they?
Well, if you hadn't killed him, you wouldn't be running away.
You've never had the cops chase you, have you?
You've taken care of that for the whole family.
I'm going to get thrown in a minute, Molly. If a guy's own sister can't give him a break, I don't know who can.
I've got my own life to live, Walt. It's been bad enough people knowing you were my brother. All the trouble you've been in.
I've never been in any real trouble before, sis. This is it, the works. Get the stars out of your eyes and get this straight. This is the showdown. It's me or the cops.
You should have thought of that when you killed that man.
Joey Day? Don't shed any tears over him. He's lucky he didn't get it sooner, lousy little rat.
Well, you killed him.
Listen, what difference does it make whether I killed him or not? The cops say I did. They're after me. They got their guns loaded and they're all set for a little marksmanship practice. You say I'm a killer.
You are.
Well, unless you give me some help, you're a killer, too. I'm your brother, ain't I? You're the only person in the whole lousy world I can ask to give me a break.
But Frank doesn't like you. If we'd get into trouble by helping you, Oh, Walt, it would be terrible for me.
Don't worry about that, bum.
You've no right to call Frank a bum. He's done a lot better than you have. He isn't hiding from the police.
Cut it out. I don't even like to hear you talk about that guy.
I've given you money. I've lied for you. I've got you out of jams. And now I have to think about myself.
Think about yourself tomorrow. Tonight, think about me. Oh, just this once, Molly. It'll be the last time I'll be honest.
Honest? You couldn't be honest if your life depended on it.
Oh, look, kid. Remember how I bought you a doll on your 10th birthday? You never had one and...
You stole the money to get it?
Well, what if I did? That's without any of the things other kids had. Brought up on charity, supposed to be grateful for the scraps people threw us. The point is, I took chances for you. I've always taken chances for you.
You never learned to live honestly. I didn't have to be a crook just because we were poor. I've gotten along all right. I have a nice home. I'm happy.
Molly, for the love of heaven, cut it out. As soon as those dumb flatfies get to thinking they're going to come here.
Frank will just love that. The whole neighborhood...
The neighborhood ain't on the verge of getting filled with lead, is it? It's too late. They're coming here. Go outside. Beat it. Get out of here.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to shoot it out with them. If there aren't more than 4, I might have a chance.
Walt, you can't murder any more people. They'll kill you short. Listen, go on, Mr. Randall. I'll have Frank get you a good lawyer. If you didn't kill that Joey Day, I'll see
you
that you...
still believe in fairy tales, don't you? Listen, I could walk out of here with my hands over my head and they'd still plug me. They're after me. Look, they're getting out of the car now, up at the corner.
Smash that pig bank on the mantel. Quick, smash it.
I don't need money. What I need
Smash it. But all right, I'll do it myself.
I told you I don't need money.
Now, take it quick. Put it in your pocket. Now, hit me on the head with your gun. Hurry up. Huh? Do as I say. There's a big cedar chest with a couple of blankets in it in my bedroom. After you've hit me, get in and close it. I think I can take care of the police and Frank, too. Do as I say. Hit me.
I couldn't hit you, Molly. Oh, no, it's no use.
Fool, hit me on the head hard. You've got to do it. Close your eyes. I don't. Hurry to the head.
All right.
Open in the name of the law.
Look at this, Burton.
Yeah. His sister, ain't it?
The same.
Well, he's been here all right.
And take a look on the floor. A busted china bank.
After money, the dirty rat. Say, do you suppose he's still around here?
We'll see, Burton. But the little lady needs attention. Give her some water.
Well, can't the doc take care of her? I'm anxious to get that Walt Marvin.
We'll get him all right, Burton. But get the little lady a glass of water first. 'Tis a nasty bruise she has on her forehead, poor thing.
Okay, Flannery, okay. But you Irish are all alike. You let your chivalry get you into the darndest messes.
All right.
The guy could be getting 5 blocks away while we're fussing around here.
The water, Burton. Get it.
Okay.
Poor thing. Did he hurt you bad, kitten? Must be pretty grim to have a louse like that for a brother. Can't even be decent with his own sister. And her a pretty lass like you.
Here's the water. Now hurry it up.
A bit on the forehead and the rest in the mouth. That's the girl. See? She's coming to already. There now. You'll be all right. We'll have a doctor here in no time at all.
He's gone, isn't he?
We'll take care of him all right. Now tell us, what happened?
Oh, he came in there with a gun in his hand. He wanted money. He threatened me.
What do you want the dough for, did he say?
Yes, he said he had to get to Texas tonight. He was in trouble and had to get out of town.
He wasn't lying about that.
I told him I didn't have any money. He saw the little China pig bank on the mantel and grabbed for it, and I tried to stop him. He screamed at me, "I got to get out of town." I reached out for the bank and... Well, that's all I remember.
You think he left here then?
We better not come back. He knows what's good for him.
I don't blame you for feeling that way. Hitting his own sister like that.
Well, he's no relative of mine. Not after that.
You sure you ain't hiding him somewhere?
Me? Listen, he's the only crook in our family.
How long ago was this?
Well, I don't know. Frank, that's my husband, called and said he had to work late. He said he'd be home in about an hour. Then Walt came in right after that.
You don't know what time it was, huh?
No, I didn't look at my watch. Thank goodness you're home.
Molly, Oh, police, huh? Molly, don't tell me that brother of yours has been here.
That he has, Mr. Gorman.
Why, you've been hurt, darling. I'll get that bum and I'll whip him within an inch of his life.
Now, Mr. Gorman, the police will take care of that in fine shape. You got home when you expected, did you?
Well, yes, of course. Why?
And that means our little pigeon's got near an hour's head start on us. We got to find out when the train's leaving for Texas or that general vicinity. Or maybe that was a trick. We'll find out when there's trains leaving for any place at all.
You're sure he isn't here? No, we ain't looked yet. We better take a look around.
But, Frank, dear, he wouldn't...
You better be sure now, darling. If he'll like him, I'm not anxious for any more trouble. Just give the place a once-over.
That's a good idea. Burton, you run along back to the station and get reinforcements for covering the railroad and bus station.
Okay. And I'll send another squad car out to pick you up.
Okay. Well, let's get busy. I'll take the clothes closet. Mr. Gorman, if you look out in the kitchen.
Right.
No sign of anybody in any of these closets.
I don't think he's here. He wouldn't have dared.
You never know, ma'am. A man who's desperate enough to strike his own sister.
There's no sign of him in the kitchen. You better try the bedrooms.
That's a good idea.
This way, officer.
But wouldn't it be silly for him to hide in the bedrooms there? There's no way of getting out of the house from them without going down this hall.
Well, he doesn't have the mentality to figure out a thing like that. There are 2 bedrooms, officer. Let's try this one first.
You look under the bed. I'll take a peek in the clothes closet.
Right.
Not in there, that's sure. Say, I wonder now. I wonder if a man could squeeze into that sailor chest.
I hate to have you look in there, Officer Steiner. It's sort of a catch-all, and I'm afraid it's not very tidy.
Oh, don't mind me. I'll just take a quick look.
No, nothing there, officer. Except a rather untidy bunch of blankets.
I'm sorry, dear. I'll get them straightened up tomorrow.
Well, that leaves 1 bedroom. Let's see it.
Yeah, this way. Right, here we are. Look it over.
Not much space to hide in there. Hey, you know, I always feel silly looking for a person under the bed.
Not in the clothes closet. Well, that just about takes care of this. Well, if you hear anything from him, let us know.
Yes, we certainly will, officer. But it might be a good idea for you to keep a man posted in the neighborhood just in case.
That I will. Well, I might as well wait out in front for the squad car. No need of me disturbing you folks anymore.
Oh, it's quite all right, officer.
Well, so long.
Goodbye.
Well, that's that. You can't imagine how frightened I was when Walt came in and hit me over the head.
You can quit acting now, Molly.
What?
I saw that bump on your forehead. I thought perhaps you actually had refused to give that bum any help. And I looked in the cedar chest. I knew it was all an act, Molly.
You saw him?
Of course I saw him.
Well, then
Why didn't I say anything? You think you can trust that crook? He'd have told the police the whole story. You'd have been thrown into jail right along with him. You hiding a fugitive, a murderer.
I didn't want to help him, Frank. Honest, I didn't. I had to.
He hasn't the decency of a skunk. As you ride in this with him now, Molly.
Well, it was my fault.
You'll have to call the police and say that he came back.
But he wouldn't say.
I have a gun, dear. When I heard what had happened, I knew just about what to expect. He isn't going to get away.
No?
Walt!
I wouldn't reach for that gun if I were you, Frank. There's nothing I'd enjoy any more than putting a bullet right through your head. And don't think that I have anything to lose.
Is Walt Marvin going to kill his sister's husband? And will the police catch him? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Danger, Man at Bay. The scene is the living room of the Frank Gorman home. Frank and his wife, Molly, are seated in two easy chairs, and a third voice comes from behind the piano.
Keep all the lights on and the curtains up. Let everybody see that you're sitting in your living room.
Well, if you had the nerve to come out from behind that piano and fight it out like a man.
You're a great one to talk about fighting like a man, you yellow pup. Going to turn me into the cops without giving me a chance.
I've thought it all over, Walt. I'm going to give you enough money to clear out. Get out of the country.
You're a fast, darling.
Cut it. You must think I'm an awful sap, Frank.
I'll give you $1,000 cash. You can ride a long way on the trains for that.
You'd sure like to see me try it, wouldn't you? You know that dicks are lined up all over the railroad station.
Don't you think you owe Molly a little something? I didn't expect you to show me any consideration, but after all, she's entitled to live a respectable life.
Yeah, I guess she is at that, Frank.
And she can be mighty proud of you, can't she? Everywhere she goes, people are going to be whispering, that's Molly Gorman. Her brother, Walt Marvin. You remember? The killer.
Tough, huh?
I guess it's asking too much to expect you to see it. You can't stay behind that piano forever, Walt. And the police are going to be watching this place day after day. And sooner or later, they're going to get you. Once they decide you haven't left town on one of the trains, they'll really concentrate here.
And that's going to embarrass you, ain't it?
I shouldn't have said that. Embarrassing me seems to make you very happy.
You know what I think I hate most about you, Frank? You came from the right side of the tracks. You had the chance to be quite a guy. And you're the lousiest heel I know.
No. I wonder.
Answer the doorbell. And no funny stuff. That goes for you, too, Frank.
Oh, did you find him, Officer Flannery?
No, we're stuck. And nobody that answers his description's been seen near the railroad stations. He's still in town, of that we're sure.
Then he might come back here.
Indeed, he might. That's what I come to warn you about.
And I'm afraid we need more than a warning, officer.
Oh, don't worry. There's two men outside right now. One in back and one in the front of the house. They got instructions to shoot to kill the minute they see Walt Marvin.
Well, that's some assurance, I suppose, but don't you think you should have a man inside the house, too?
But that's silly. What for would I put a man in here when we already got men outside?
Oh, I don't know. I just wondered. But you look tired, officer. Molly, why don't you play some music for us?
Oh, I don't feel like playing, Frank.
Oh, come now, darling. I'm sure Officer Flannery would love to hear some good, lively Irish music. You know, that's one thing about the Marvins, Flannery. They all love the piano.
They say most of the Irish is musical. Myself, I never could distinguish a harmonica from a zither.
Oh, you don't know anything about pianos, then?
Not a thing.
That's too bad. I've been wanting someone who knows about them to examine ours.
Officer Flannery, who is this Joey Berry that my brother supposed to kill?
Well, ma'am, exactly what he is hard to say. But we think he's a hijacker, and we got evidence enough to satisfy us that was his business now that he's gone.
Then you really aren't sorry he's dead.
Sorry? Indeed, no. Your brother saved us a fair lot of trouble, that he did. A smooth operator, they was, with high-up connections.
How do you know what killed him?
Not much mystery about that one. Your brother was eating lunch with a bunch of hoods when he got a phone call. He come back to the table and said he had to go over to Joey Day's office and collect some money.
Well, that hardly proves that he murdered the man, does it?
And he was seen going into Day's office. His Dade called the station saying that he was expecting some trouble from one of his truck drivers and to have a man around handy. Our man was just getting there when Walt Marvin come running out. Our man hollered for him to stop, and what does Walt Marvin do but fire a shot at him?
Did he hit the policeman?
No, but he knocked the gun out of his hand. By the time Moriarty got his gun again, Walt Marvin had run down the stairwell. Moriarty went into Day's office and found a guy with a bullet in his head.
My brother... And he isn't afraid to shoot, is he?
Oh, he's desperate. Up to now, he's been what you might call a nuisance to us. Petty rackets. More bodies than anything else. But you see, ma'am, he gets cornered with a big rap against him. From now on, he's got nothing to lose.
I see.
He hasn't a chance in the world. We got his fingerprints. He's in our file complete. He's a marked man.
But you haven't found him yet.
So what if we don't get him for a couple of days? None of his hoodlum friends dares do anything for him. He's too hot.
Flannery, look out. Too late, Frank. But thanks for trying to tip him off anyway.
Where's Marvin? Hey, listen, Marvin.
Pull down the shades, Molly, so I can come out into the room. Hurry up or I'll shoot.
All right.
So, you was here all the time.
Why, you fool, what did you think I asked you about putting a man inside the house? What do you think I kept talking about the piano?
You mean you wasn't hiding him?
Hiding him? You idiot. He was back there with a gun on us.
The same gun I have on you, Flannery. Is your sidekick around?
Burton, he's back at the station.
All right. I want you to call him. Tell him to bring the squad car after you.
No,
I feel the barrel of this gun against your head, Flannery. You won't feel it long unless you make that call.
What do you want? You won't get away with this.
I kind of think I will, Flannery. Now make that call. And don't try any tricks.
Quiet, all of you. I got here as fast as I could, Flint.
Step right on in, Burton. No, I wouldn't reach if I were you.
I thought you was planning.
It is not hurt, Burton. Nothing but his feelings, that is. He doesn't seem to like my clothes nearly as well as his uniform.
When we finally get you in, sonny boy, you're going to get everything in the book.
I'll worry about that when the time comes. Let's have the gun, Burton.
I won't argue with you.
Thanks.
Okay. What next?
I watched you before you rang the doorbell, Burton. You stopped to talk to the man out in front. You told him you were picking up Flannery, did you?
Of course. Flannery called. Only because he had a revolver barrel right against the back of me head, Burton. There was nothing I could do.
Absolutely nothing, Flannery. And I don't think there's anything Burton can do about the next part of our little performance.
What's that?
I'm dressed in Flannery's uniform. I have his gun, yours, and mine. I'm going to have one of them in my hand, in my coat pocket. Trained on you. I'll have to knock Flannery, my dear brother-in-law, out before we leave.
You mean that...
Exactly. I mean that you and I are going to walk out to the squad car, arm in arm. When we get in, I'm going to drive. And it's going to be quite a trip.
You... What are you planning to do to me?
When we get far enough away from here, I'm going to give you a slight tap over the head, Burton. Enough to make you sleepy. Once I get outside your dragnet, I'm not interested in you.
You'll be interested before you get through, all right. Your descriptions will broadcast all over the state.
That's real flattering, Burton. Okay, Flannery. Ready for your sleeping pill?
You keep away from me.
Hold still. Either you take it nice or I'll have to shoot.
You ain't...
Stand back, Burton.
You dirty rat. I'll get even with you for this when we pull you in. And don't think I won't remember.
I bet you will, Burton. Kiss, I think I can trust you.
I don't know, Walt.
Now, just remember,
Any alarm you give is a bullet right through my heart. Remember that and... Well, I don't think I'll have to worry. Okay, Frank. Okay, what? I'll have your gun now, too. I don't have any gun. Don't lie to me, Frank. You started to pull one out when I walked in on you. Hand it over. All right. Sure, here. You fool, Frank. You poor dumb fool. You stand back, Burton. I'm still on my feet. I still got a gun. Get a knife, sis, quick.
A knife?
Yeah, quick. Get bullet out of my stomach. Got to throw away.
What? I don't understand.
Hurry. Got to get bullet. I didn't want you, cops to know. To know what? Bullet in me and one in Dave will be same. Frank's been framing me a long time. He's a fence. For Dave, killed Dave, and call me, and the cops. Didn't want you to know, sis. But had to get the gun.
Frank, is it true?
Of course not. He's trying to get even with me for shooting him.
If it isn't true, give Officer Burton your gun. Give it to him.
That's a good idea, Mr. Gorman. I'll give it to you. Right in the heart. Keep away from me. Listen, you're going to get it anyway. If I kill you and Molly, Flannery will think that Walt did it. So, you've known all along I was framing you, Walt. Sure. Yeah, and you're a bigger sap than I thought. Sis, I'm crazy about you. You got much insurance, Frank? Better for a sis this way, Frank. That was pretty nice shooting for a man with a bullet through his stomach, Walt. Poor sis. Sorry, kid.
Oh, we've got to get you to the hospital. Burton, call an ambulance. Get a doctor.
I guess it's no use, Mrs. Gorman.
I'm already stupid.
I know. You just lost yourself. Quite a guy.
Mystery House. Mystery House. That strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Hi, Mr. Glenn. Everybody else here for the Mystery House novel tryout?
Oh, yeah, here and waiting. This murder for laughs looks like quite a story, too.
Well, it certainly does. We were afraid you weren't going to make it, Art.
Oh, did you rehearse while you were waiting for me?
Well, of course not. We couldn't rehearse without you. All we could do was sit and wait.
Oh, I could have furnished plenty of entertainment, Mrs. Glenn.
But we couldn't rehearse without the whole cast being here, Tom.
Well, sure we could. You forget. You only need one man to rehearse this part of the show.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Murder for laughs. Tonight's story opens in the private office of Captain Corlett, a conscientious police executive. Clayton Rogers, a police reporter, barges into the office as Corlett looks up from a letter.
Hey, why don't you knock before... Oh, it's you.
Right, Captain Corlett. What's the matter? Ulcer bothering you again?
It's a wonder I got any stomach left with all the worry that campaign of yours is causing me, Rogers.
The Herald is the champion of community spirit, Corlett. If the police force doesn't function properly, it's up to the Herald to act as the voice of the people.
You sure think you're a smart guy, don't you, Rogers?
Smarter than most of your cops, Corlett.
Yeah, you reporters all feel that way. You've got all the answers on paper. You can sit at a typewriter and solve every crime that ever went on the books. You can...
Oh, no. Go on, Captain. You interest me.
Yeah, well, I'm just annoying my ulcer. It rolls off you like water off a duck's back. Listen, the police force has a tough job. Not enough men, not enough money to get the kind of men I want. Politicians trying to run my department for me.
Which ones, Captain? I'll be delighted to help. You just name them.
Yeah, and lose my job. Yeah, I know. You're altogether too smart for your age and size, Rogers.
Thanks, Captain. I wish the big boss would feel that way about it.
I'm surprised Mary Cruz hasn't pounded some sense into your head.
Now, speaking of Mary Cruz, there's a subject we agree on.
What she sees in you's beyond me. A guy who makes his living by writing half-truths and distortions.
Oh, lay off, Corlett. You're just sore because we've got you dead to rights. You're the one competent cop on the force, and you know it.
That's not so. You think it's smart to sound off about incompetent policemen. Well, let me tell you something. You put yourself in their spot, and you wouldn't be doing half the job most of them are doing.
Don't kid yourself, Corlett. I'd be doing a whale of a lot better job than they're doing. This is an age of scientific crime detection, and you don't have a competent man in a carload.
I'd like to give you a little job and let you see just how good you are, Sonny.
That might not be a bad idea, Corlett, but you wouldn't dare.
No?
No. If I solved a case that had you stumped, I'd never let you forget it, and neither would the Herald. We'd talk about it from now till kingdom come.
Well, maybe I've got a case that I don't think you could solve, Wonder Boy.
Huh? Are you leveling?
Do I sound like I'm kidding? Listen, mister, you take this baby on, and I'll let the opposition newspapers know about it. And if you flop, you'll get the razzing of the century.
You'd have to promise you wouldn't let your cops interfere with me.
Well, I'll even help you any way I can. I'll get you all the help any man on the force could get.
No, you don't mean that. If I took it, you'd do anything you could to make me fall down on the job.
No. Because it happens, Rogers, that I'd a lot rather catch a murderer than escape a horse laugh from the Herald. Now, you solve this one, and the Herald can laugh at me from now on until I retire.
What is it? That's about a real murder story break in a couple of weeks. Say, if you've been holding out on me...
I'm not holding out on you. Well, how about it?
I'll take it. It's a deal. What's the case?
Well, you remember that accident case we got yesterday?
Can't say I do.
Yeah, a cab starter standing in front of the Carlton Arms Hotel. One of those big cement flower pots up on the ledge of the building.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember now. It fell off and hit him. He died instantly.
You sure it fell off, Roger?
Why, sure.
Now, read this. Came in this morning's mail.
An address to you. What is it?
Read it and see.
Dear Captain, you and your comedy cops are going to get a chance to do a lot of laughing. There's something basically funny about a man being killed by a falling flower pot, isn't there? That, chum, was a product of murder for laughs. How do you like our work? You'll get a chance to snicker at more of it. Very truly yours, Murder for Laughs. Hey, is this on the level?
You know as much about it as I do.
But somebody who wanted to get your goat could have read about the accident and written this letter.
That's the first thing I thought of, Rogers. So I went out with a couple of men. That flower pot had been built right into the ledge and had been broken loose with a chisel.
But there had to be some motive. Sane men don't murder just for laughs.
Sane men? No. Look, I checked that cab starter from the cradle to that flower pot. He was a harmless little guy, the kind that nobody even knows.
Oh, there had to be a motive. You can't...
Well, you find me a motive, bright boy, and I'll bow low 3 times. You just...
Oh, hi, Mary.
Oh, morning, Mary.
Hi.
I've got a little story for your paper. Your pal Rogers has just taken over a case for me.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Listen, Corlett, this is no time for horseplay. I've got a case for you.
What are you talking about?
I got a phone call about a half an hour ago from a woman who said she was Mrs. Martin Carver. Claimed she had a big story for me.
Yeah?
Well, there was something phony about it. Somehow it didn't quite sound like a woman's voice. So I decided to check.
Yeah. And there wasn't any Mrs. Martin Carver, and the address was a vacant lot, I'll bet. The boys are having fun with you again.
There was a Mrs. Martin Carver, and the address was right. And Mrs. Carver was there with her head bashed in with a rolling pin.
What?
The woman was dead.
No, probably a disgruntled husband. Got sore her.
The neighbors said her husband's overseas, been there for 7 or 8 months. No enemies that they knew of.
Wait a minute. Hello. What? Telegram for me. Well, what does it say? What? Repeat that. No, never mind. I heard you.
What's the matter?
Yeah, there goes my ulcers again. Just when I think I'm getting my stomach all calm.
Oh, for the love of Mike, what was it?
It was for you, wise guy. A telegram addressed to me. And it said, being hit over the head with a rolling pin has always been funny, hasn't it? Murder for laughs.
But then the same murder... Listen, who would...
Don't ask me, Superman. This one goes right into your department. Remember?
Well, any luck, Hawkshaw?
No, not so far, Mary.
I hope you realize that Captain Corlett's taking you for a ride. But good.
If he'd have given me an ordinary case...
Alibying already?
No, but hang it, not a clue.
Any connection between the 2 victims?
None whatsoever. I'm satisfied of that. And no motive for either murder.
Oh, there must have been.
No, I'm almost convinced there wasn't. It's almost as if those killings were what the murderers said they were. Murders for laughs.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not, Mary. It's entirely possible that a maniac could kill for the joy of killing. And if he happened to have a weird sense of humor...
You're getting desperate. Does Captain Corlett have any clues?
No, that's one consolation. His comic cops haven't been able to do any better than I have.
Well, they better not, Hawkshaw, because if they do, every paper in town is going to give you the full treatment.
I guess I can take it.
You won't get a chance to take it. Can you imagine pompous old Conrad keeping a reporter who's given the opposition a chance to give the Herald a horse laugh?
Hey, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you better think of it, mister. Let's go up to Corlett's office and see what's going on.
Okay. I hope he's...
Hello, Miss Cruz.
Oh, hello, Annie. Sorry, I can't use any paper flowers today.
I'm not selling any paper flowers to you, Miss Cruz.
Have the cops been picking on you again?
Oh, they never quit, Miss Cruz. Chasing me out of office buildings, bringing me into the jail, and I ain't hurting nobody, Miss Cruz.
Oh, the big bullies. I'll speak to Corlett about it.
Oh, it won't do no good, Miss Cruz. He told me there'd been too many complaints about me making a pest of myself. And the next time I was brought in, he was going to send me to an institution. I ain't crazy, Miss Cruz. You know that.
Of course you aren't, Annie. But it does irritate some people when you try to sell them your flowers. When they say no, if you just leave quietly.
But everybody always says no, Miss Cruz. Nobody'd ever buy if I didn't use the whammy.
Say, did anybody ever have bad luck, Annie, when you cast your evil spell on them?
The whammy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you bet, Mr. Rogers. Terrible things happen to people when Annie puts the whammy on them.
Like what, Annie?
Oh, I wouldn't dare to tell you, Mr. Rogers.
Oh, come on. I wouldn't tell anybody.
Well, like the starter over at the Carlton Arms. He didn't do very well after he got the whammy, did he?
You mean the one who was hit over the head with a flower pot?
Sure. I bet he wished he hadn't laughed about the whammy.
Annie, did you ever put the whammy on a Mrs. Martin Carver?
Oh, I don't know. No, the name ain't familiar. But I sure put a good one on that uppity actress in the Carlton Arms. Only this morning.
Who?
That actress. Thinks she's so high and mighty, sneering at me. How horrible, she says, when I shows her my flowers.
Oh, what's her name?
Oh, let's see. Adriana something or other. Her and her...
Adriana Burr?
Yeah, that's her. Call my flowers horrible, will she? Say, Mr. Rogers, couldn't you use a nice lapel flower? Only a quarter.
Sure, Annie, sure. Here. Come on, Mary.
Oh, where? Up to Captain Corlett?
No, don't you remember? We have an appointment to see Adriana Burr. Glad you mentioned it, Annie.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Annie.
Oh, I'll go along with you. Maybe she's ready to take back the whammy by now. Maybe I can sell her some flowers.
Why, okay, Annie. That might not be a bad idea. Come along. I don't like this, Mary. They said she wasn't answering her phone.
Well, there's nothing unusual about that. If you were working in a show every night, you wouldn't get up in the morning either.
We've got to talk to her.
You suppose she'll buy some flowers?
I don't know, Annie. I hope so.
I can't believe that what you're thinking is right.
Why not?
It just couldn't be.
Nonsense. I think we've gotten a break, Mary. A crazy break. It all ties together. No answer. I wonder if we should break in.
Well, if nothing's wrong, you'll be in trouble.
I'm afraid there's not much danger of that. Stand back.
How terrible. She's dead, isn't she?
Yeah, not much question about it. Smothered. Something stuffed with cotton and then laced tight around her head.
What? It's a girdle.
A girdle? What an odd instrument for murder. Hey, just a minute.
What? Oh, the note in her hand, you mean?
Yeah.
What does it say?
Well, it's tight. It says, comedians seem to get a lot of laughs with references to girdle. Funny, huh? Murder for laughs.
Is the mysterious murder for laughs a person or more than one person? And what's the reason behind these killings? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Murder for Laughs. The scene is Captain Corlett's office, and both Rogers and Mary Cruz are there. A stranger is being questioned by Corlett as Annie whimpers in the background.
Oh, please, Captain,
Quiet, Annie, quiet. So, Adriana Burr had no enemies that you knew about, eh, Mr. Mace?
None whatsoever. She was one of the most popular women in the theater. Generous, gracious.
This was the whammy. I put the whammy on her.
What are you going to do with this woman, Captain?
Oh, I don't know, poor devil. Pretty safe bet that we never will get the whole story from her.
No, I don't suppose. You put her away, of course.
Yeah. But I'm wondering about something, Mace. I wonder if somebody didn't put her up to killing Miss Burr.
Nobody could. Adriana had no enemies.
How long have you and Miss Burr been married, Mr. Mace?
Why, 7 years. See here, you don't think...
No, I don't think you had anything to do with it. But Annie here didn't have the mentality to figure out such goofy murders.
She's been sore at the police for a long time, Corlett. You just hate to admit that I found your killer for you, don't you?
Look, Rogers, if I really thought you had the murderer...
Wait, Scott, Corlett, what do you want? Annie admits that she put the whammy, or whatever she calls her crazy curse, on 2 of them. She told Mary and me how the police had been shoving her around.
And she wanders all over town. Nobody pays much attention to her. She had plenty of opportunity to commit all 3 of the murders.
It was the Whammy did it. I ought to be able to sell flowers real good now.
What do you need, Corlett? You have to see her kill somebody?
It seems to me you're making it tougher than you need to. Poor Annie.
Yeah, poor Annie. That's just the point. She didn't commit any of these murders. Not a blessed one.
I've given you some facts to back up my theory, Corlett.
Yeah? I can give you some facts to back up mine.
I don't know what they'd be.
Well, now, Annie isn't what I'd call a comedian. But that's beside the point. She didn't commit those murders because she didn't write those notes. Did you, Annie?
I put the Whammy on him, and it worked. I guess maybe you'll be afraid of me now. You won't shove me around anymore, will you?
I'm not shoving anybody around, Annie. Now, don't you worry.
Listen, Corlett. I'm demanding that you put her under arrest.
Well, I'm not doing it.
If you don't, I'll smear you all over the Herald. I'll take my facts to the public. I'll run you right off the police force.
I wouldn't try it, Rogers. You've gotten into my hair plenty, and I've stood still for it. But you go breaking that kind of a story, and you'll wash yourself up.
Are you threatening me?
I'm not so sure these murders weren't your work, Rogers.
What? What are you talking about?
All right, it makes sense. Just as much sense as what he's been saying about Annie. He's been on an assignment to smear the police force with a flock of stories. So first he makes us look bad with a series of comic opera murders. And then he makes himself the big hero by finding a killer.
Isn't that a bit far-fetched, Captain?
No more than what he's been yipping about Annie.
Let me get this straight. You're accusing me of having murdered these people just to make the police force look bad, huh?
That's right.
But you couldn't make an idiotic thing like that stick, not in a million years. Go ahead and try it if you want to. I'm going back to the office and write my story.
You're forgetting something, Rogers. Maybe I can't make my story stick, but I can keep you from making a fool of yourself.
Of you, you mean?
I'm putting you under arrest for these murders, Rogers.
You're joking.
No, I'm not.
Well, you can't arrest me. I've done nothing, and
I wouldn't get any closer to that door if I were you, Rogers. You're under arrest. One move and I shoot.
Did you get any more information out of that woman, that Annie, Captain?
No. What kind of information do you expect me to get from her? She's feeble-minded.
Feeble-minded or not, she ought to be put away. You've done that, haven't you?
No, I haven't even done that.
He let her go and kept Clayton Rogers in jail. It's none of my business, Corlett, but it looks to me like you're...
Oh, hello, Annie. Folks here are pretty worried about you.
Oh, I'll get along all right. Now I know how well the Whammy works. A funny thing about the Whammy, Captain, I wasn't ever
stop it, for
sure-
heaven's sake. Annie, what's that on your hands?
Why, blood, Miss Cruz.
Blood?
Sure. I tried the Whammy on a guy right after I left here to see if it really worked. He got real nasty with me about buying flowers, so I put it on him good. Runs the parking lot downstairs, he does.
But that blood...
I'm coming to it. I come back like you told me, Captain, but I decide to see how the Whammy's working, if it's started yet. There's nobody around the parking lot, so I go into the little shack, and there he is. He was dead.
Dead? How had he been killed?
That was kind of peculiar. Hat-pin jabbed through his heart with this piece of paper struck right on the hat-pin. I tore it off. It's all bloody.
Here, give it here. You read jokes about people getting jabbed with hat pins. Pretty funny, yes? Murder for laughs.
I guess that convinces you, doesn't it, Colette?
Convinces me of what?
That Annie's the killer.
It doesn't convince me of anything of the kind.
But you surely don't think I killed this parking lot attendant, not while I was in jail.
I never thought you killed anybody, Rogers.
Put that woman under arrest and get it over with, Captain.
You just keep away from me. You've picked on me enough.
Look, Annie, did anybody ever tell you to try to sell flowers to that cab starter at the Carlton Arms?
No, I got a right to sell flowers wherever I want to.
I know. Did anybody ever tell you to try to sell your flowers to any of these other people?
No. Nobody but that uppity actress.
What?
She was the only one.
Oh.
And somebody told you to try and sell her some flowers.
Sure, this man right here. He said she likes flowers and she'd buy lots of them, and she didn't.
Mm-hmm. How about that, Mace? You tell Annie to pester your wife?
Why, of course not. Adriana hated that sort of thing.
You did so? You told me? You said she'd buy lots of flowers.
For the love of heaven, Colette, what difference does it make? Put her in jail before she kills someone else.
You didn't tell Annie to talk to your wife, Mace?
Why, certainly not. You surely won't take the word of a crazy...
I don't know what I'll take, Mace. You, loved your wife, did you?
Yes, of course I loved her.
Mm-hmm. You ever have any fights with her?
No, we got along beautifully. She was beautiful, talented, successful woman.
I think I'll do a little checking there, Mace.
But there's nothing to check. You have the murderer, you have the motive, you have everything.
Well, I'll check anyway.
Well, suit yourself, but I don't see why.
Because I think you killed your wife, Mace.
What? Why, that's as idiotic as...
As the rest of these murders? No, I don't think so, Mace. You and your wife are living at the Carlton Arms. Annie hung around there a lot.
Sure, she hung around there. And all the murders have been right in that vicinity. Doesn't that prove...
Where were you yesterday morning when your wife was murdered, Mr. Mace?
Why, over at the theater, I suppose.
For how long?
I don't know. But this murder was one of a group.
Anybody see you at the theater?
Why, I don't know. Listen, I won't stand for this.
Sit down. I don't have to check on you and your wife, Mace. I've already checked, right after the murder. Just wanted to see if you'd deny you were having trouble with her.
But I don't see what difference that makes. This was one of a
I know. One of the murders for laughs. Only this one wasn't for laughs. Your wife had been to a lawyer, Mace. She was suing for divorce and demanding an accounting of $200,000 she claimed you'd stolen.
There was nothing to it. Adriana, well, she had the temperament of a true artist. Very excitable.
It isn't bad enough for you to try to pin murder onto a helpless, demented old woman. You had to kill 3 innocent people just to establish your alibi. No reason in the world for those other 3 murders. Just done for laughs.
You must be mistaken.
Oh, I'm not mistaken. When I turned Annie loose, I had her followed. But somebody else followed her, too. Followed her until she'd put her whammy, as she calls it, on the parking lot guy.
No, that's a lie.
The cop who followed Annie ain't much on imagination, Mr. Mace. He couldn't make a description to fit you that well, not if he deliberately tried. You're under arrest, Mace.
No, you can't do such a thing. I have some rights.
Once we had a suspect, we could do a lot. That rolling pin came from a store near the Carlton Arms. The clerk remembered selling it to a man. A man who didn't look like the kind of a guy who'd bake very much bread. We found a chisel in your suitcase. And I imagine we'll find the hat pin originally belonged to Adriana Burr. I think...
You've thought too much already, Captain.
Colette, look out, he has a gun.
Yes, you bet I have a gun. And this murder won't be for laughs. If you'd had any imagination, you'd never in the world have suspected me. You'd have put that crazy flower woman in jail. Well, thanks to your stupidity, you found me out. And thanks to your stupidity, you're going to die for it. Look out, Colette!
My ulcer will bother me a lot more than that kind of shooting, Mace.
My wrist. You've shot my wrist.
Yeah. I could have killed you. But a murderer like you doesn't deserve that easy an out. I want to see if you'll laugh in the electric chair.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Barbie.
Well, greetings, everybody.
Come in.
You're all up in your parts, are you?
Yep. Say, this is a mighty squirrely story in this family, isn't it?
Well, of course. That's why we think the story will make a hit. Readers don't enjoy reading about ordinary folks. They like the unusual.
Yeah, that's right, Barbie. The more unusual, the better.
Oh, I disagree on that, Mr. Glenn. It's the straightforward, direct approach that wins friends. For example, listen.
Okay, Tom, set the scene.
Murder in Paradise. The first act opens in the palatial home of the late Happy Harris, tremendously successful publisher of inspirational books. His daughter has just admitted a newspaper reporter to the living room.
Let's see. You'd be Hope Harris, wouldn't you?
Yes. Won't you have a seat?
Thanks. Where's everybody else? The rest of the Happiness Boys?
The, Happiness Boys?
Sure. Didn't you know that's what they call your family?
Well, I've never thought about it, I'm sure, but I don't like it. I hope you'll remember that when we granted you this interview for your paper, you agreed there'd be nothing sarcastic or cruel about Father.
Don't worry, kid. You know, old Happy Harris was a fabulous character, any way you look at it. Tell me, honest now, was all that happiness and light on the level? Didn't the old boy ever get sore and gnash his teeth or throw things?
My dear sir, happiness is a state of mind. There's never any reason for making yourself unhappy by losing your temper. It's a matter of self-control, and anger is a sign of weakness. It's one of the worst vices of mankind, and the Harris Publishing Company has always striven to
Hey, wait a minute. Don't give me the sales talk from the book catalog. But, honest, didn't the fact that Happy Harris made himself $1 million from inspirational books? Oh, I hate that word, inspirational. And didn't that have maybe a teeny-weeny bit to do with this happiness act?
Father was the most sincere man who ever lived. His whole life was a shining beacon, an inspiration to the world to follow the happy life, to think happy thoughts.
Okay, I'm sold. I believe you. Boy, he certainly sold this idea to this family, if you're any example. Most gals would be sore as all get out at some of the cracks I made about your man.
Anger is a sign of...
I know. Sign of weakness.
It hurts the person who exhibits it, and it hurts the person who has to listen to it. If you refuse to listen, then... Oh, Mother, this is Mr...
Joe Corning from the Herald, Mrs. Harris.
Oh. I suppose you're here to get a story about the Happy Harris family carrying on the Harris Publishing Company, continuing to bring inspiration to the world.
Something like that.
The happy children and the happy mother all joining together to bring sunshine.
Mother, please. See, Mr. Corning...
I never fell for the happiness gruff, Mr. Corning. It's a mighty handsome living. But if I'd known I was marrying a smile, I don't think I'd have done it.
Mother.
I know, Hope. Your father's scarcely cold in his grave. Well, I've lived in an atmosphere of perpetual joy for so long, it's a relief to be able to grouse about something. Not to have to smirk at everybody every time I go out in public. You can't imagine what a wonderful thing that is.
Mother, this man's from a newspaper.
I know. Mr. Corning, you can tell your readers that henceforth I am the Scowler of the Harris Publishing Company. High Chief Scowler. I'm going to stick out my tongue at people. I'm going to get into nasty arguments. Well, if it isn't my sunshine.
Oh, Jeff, dear, I'm so glad you got here. See if you can do something with Mother. This is Joe Corning from the Herald, a reporter.
Yeah, you know, I write.
How do you do? Don't get upset, Hope, darling. Mother's just suffering a reaction to Dad's untimely death.
A lot you know about it, Jeff.
Trying to irritate me, Mother? You can't do it.
Listen, my boy. I handled you when you were a squalling brat, and I liked you better then than I do now, with that synthetic smile spread all over your map.
You see, Jeff,
If you kids had an ounce of gumption, you'd stand up for your rights.
Now, Mother.
Don't you now mother me. You don't get up on your hind legs and howl, Junior's going to take the pennies right out of your piggy bank.
I take it Junior's your eldest son?
Yes, Happy left him more than a trick grin. Junior had some of Happy's larceny. You see, Junior was with us when Happy and I were pitching books at county fairs before we'd hijacked the natives out of enough money to go into the publishing business.
Mother'd like to start a quarrel, Mr. Corning. You see, Junior's the eldest of the family, and naturally he's entitled to head up the company. We're all perfectly happy about it.
Count me out if you're taking that statement for publication, Mr. Corning. You may quote the elder Mrs. Harris as saying, quote, "We put no pennies on Happy's eyes because we were afraid Junior'd get them."
Mother! Oh, I wonder who that could be.
I'll see. But I won't smile at him.
What's gotten into Mother anyway, Holt?
I don't know. Oh, it's Mr. Keller.
Yes? He hasn't smiled in 50 years, and the best man with a dollar in the city. Mr. Corning.
Corning? How do you do?
Hi. You're treasurer of the Harris Publishing Company, aren't you?
What's left of it?
Now, Keller, you know business is wonderful. The country's gone absolutely mad on inspiration literature.
Yes, that's just it. It's a bad sign. They buy the books because they want to get happy, and they're already getting happy. And the next thing you know, we'll be in bad shape. What we need right now is a good line of tearjerkers. Junior here with the papers yet?
What papers?
You'll find out what papers. Freezing us all out, he is.
What do you mean?
Yeah, slick little devil slipped out and bought up stock. Scared the folks in the plant into selling to him. Got proxies from some of the others to conserve the estate, so he said.
What? What's this all about anyway?
Gave me a showdown with that nasty smile on his face. Said he was taking over following this meeting, and I wouldn't be needed anymore. Said he'd be able to handle the money himself.
Did he say anything about me, Keller?
Yeah. He said the company couldn't afford to pay salaries to the family. And he wasn't going to have it said he'd let the family ruin the business. Talked about his responsibility and maintaining the family tradition and name and, sickening, that's what it was.
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Keller. If Junior said that, he had a reason for it. He must be trying to arrange things so that we'll all have more money. Isn't that right, Jeff?
I suppose so. Well, sure. We trust Junior implicitly.
A fine pair of nitwits you raised there, Nellie. I don't know but what that louse Junior's the best of the lot at that.
Mr. Keller, the Harris family has a national reputation for living the good life, for following the golden rule. Now, I don't care what you say about me, but you've no right to...
Say, wait, that sounded like a shot. A revolver shot.
From Junior's study. I didn't even know he was home. Come on.
Oh, it must be an accident of some kind. I don't think Junior's even there.
The rest of you stay back. No use taking any chances.
Oh, hurry.
Well, if somebody's been shot, he won't get away. Now, fast anyway.
Stay back, all of you.
Junior!
Yeah. I'm afraid he's dead. Shot right through the temple.
Then must be suicide. Poor kid. Happy just gave Jeff and Hope the front, the glad act. He gave Junior the works. Poor unhappy kid.
Stop it. You've no right to talk that way. Junior was a fine, upright man. For his own mother to even think such thoughts about him when he's given his own life to save the company for us.
I'm afraid that's a bad guess, Hope.
Why? What do you mean? You think he killed himself because...
Wrong. He didn't kill himself. That shot we heard didn't kill him. Couldn't possibly have killed him.
But it had to. There was only one shot. We all heard it.
Look, Jeff. This will probably make you very unhappy, but the body's cold. Feel it yourself.
I couldn't.
Blood's coagulated around the wound.
Oh, stop it. You've no right to say such gruesome things.
No? Listen. That gun was put in his hand by someone after the fingers had stiffened. Nobody ever held a gun like that in this world. Junior Harris was murdered.
But that's not possible.
Maybe it isn't possible, but it's happened. And you happiness kids are in for the jolt of your lives.
What do you mean?
I mean that these papers here on this desk are what Keller was talking about. All legal. You three were frozen out of the firm as neatly as it's ever been done. Which gives you pretty good motives for bumping him off.
Do you think that we'd actually kill our own brother?
Whoever did it didn't do it for laughs. And if you're hunting for a motive, You folks had a pretty good one.
Oh, Lordy, it's a relief to hear a young man talk some sense for a change.
The police are going to give you folks the works.
Yes, and me too. I suppose they'll hound and badger me so that life's miserable. I could just see them pestering me.
You, Mr. Keller, you could have killed him because he said he was going to take over your job, to save your job and for revenge.
Look, Hope, from what that reporter fella says, Junior was already dead when I got here.
That's just it. When you got here. None of us knew Junior was here. Why? Because you killed him and lugged him in through the window. Then you tiptoed out, closed the window, and came around to the front door. Junior's study door was closed, so naturally we didn't see or hear anything.
After I closed that window you're speaking of, how do you figure I got it locked from the inside? Pretty good trick.
Why, it is locked, isn't it?
Yes, and that's shot after I was here with you folks. You know I'm no ventriloquist.
Hope.
Yes, Jeff.
You were in the living room alone when the reporter came, weren't you?
Why, yes.
Naturally, I couldn't know anything about Junior's being here because I was upstairs. Mother wasn't here either. But it's quite obvious that he did come in. Probably before the reporter. And if he decided to tell you what he'd planned...
Jeff, are you trying to say that I murdered him?
I'm saying it's a possibility.
Why, you... Listen, you namby-pamby. If you think you're going to pin this murder onto me, you've got another guess coming.
I'm simply saying what could have happened.
Well, you just go right ahead. Keep talking, Jeff. Try to get me into all the trouble you can, and when you get through, I'll show you what trouble really is. You want to be nasty, do you? Well, okay, brother dear, I'll be nasty, too. I'll tell them about that cute little scene I heard between you and Junior last night.
Oh, so you're an eavesdropper, are you?
You bet I'm an eavesdropper. And why wouldn't I be, with a couple of two-faced hypocrites for brothers? Brothers who'd rob me blind if they got the opportunity.
Well, I don't know that you're such an angel yourself, Hope. I suppose you weren't trying to pull a fast one with Junior.
You lie.
I suppose you didn't tell him you'd cooperate with him in every possible way. And that between the two of you...
I said I'd cooperate because I had to, or lose everything I had. He was a rotten, no-good, tricky cheat. And the only way anybody could protect himself was to work with him.
Sure. Against Mother and me. Why,
At least I didn't threaten to kill him. I guess that'll hold you for a while.
You mean you heard your brother threaten to kill Junior?
Certainly did. And they weren't smiling, either one of them. Oh, just a minute, Mr. Corning. Are you leaving?
Yep. Sorry, but this is too good a story to pass up. Talk about your sweet angles. Murder in paradise. Happiness, kids. Tear each other's hair. I'll be back with the police.
Just a minute, Corning.
Huh?
Take your hand off that doorknob.
Mother, where did you get that gun?
Never mind where I got it. You might as well make up your mind to stick around a while, Corning.
But my story,
We've got close to $1 million in the Harris Publishing Company, Corning. And you're not blowing the company sky high with that kind of a story. Sit.
Sorry, Mrs. Harris.
Oh, Mother!
Sit, Mr. Corning. Next time, I might not try to miss. When you fool around with $1 million, you don't play for laughs.
Not many clues on the identity of Junior Harris's murderer, are there? Well, the tangle will all be unsnarled in the second act of tonight's story. And now, Act 2 of Murder in Paradise. The scene is Junior Harris's study, and the wall motto, which reads, "You can be happy," is askew. Joe Corning, the reporter, seems to have resigned himself to staying around a while.
It's pretty obvious that two guns played a part in Junior's murder, isn't it? One to kill him, and one to fire that shot we heard from the living room.
Why, yes, I guess that's right.
And we found two guns, haven't we?
What are you driving at?
There's nothing so mysterious about it, is there? I said we'd found two guns. The one in Junior's hand, and the one Mother fired in your general direction when you tried to leave.
Listen, you lousy little brat. If you're trying to mix your mother...
Oh, let him alone, Keller. Go on, Jeff, darling. What was it you were going to say?
You had another gun, and there were two guns used.
That's right.
Then your gun could have been the one that fired the shot we heard from the living room. You could have had it hidden in here, rigged up some way to go off later.
Look, I'm about ready to take a poke at you. I've seen some fourth-rate heels in my time, but one who tried to stick his mother in a murder case.
Oh, don't get so indignant, Keller. This makes me very happy.
Happy?
Mm-hmm. I've seen him smile so much that it's a real pleasure to see him getting nasty. And I can't begin to tell you how pleased you made me feel, Hope, when you screamed and snarled at Jeff. I tell you...
Mother, please, you shouldn't talk that way. Jeff deliberately accused you of murder.
I know. Murder. But it doesn't mean anything, dear.
Well, of course not, but that gun...
Worrying you too, is it? Well, remember, I fired a shot to persuade Corning to stay.
Yes.
Here, Corning, I'll open it. See if more than one shot's been fired.
Nope. Only one shell missing. Been fired just once. But I'm interested in hearing more about your little fight with your brother last night, Jeff. The one where you said you'd kill him.
Well, I guess I did say that, all right. I suppose we might as well get one thing cleared up. We all knew what Junior was pulling on us. Dad had left Junior a little more stock in the company than the rest of us because he wanted Junior to head the firm. Junior used his position to work a squeeze play on the rest of us. He called a family meeting for this afternoon.
And you all admit you knew what he was doing?
Yeah. We worked things to get you in here for this interview this afternoon as a last resort. We had Mother call you.
I don't get it.
Well, we thought if we all gave out stories to the press about the family and how we trusted Junior and knew anything he was doing was for our best interests, well, we thought we might shame him into changing his mind. Dad was always scared to death of bad publicity. He said it could ruin our kind of a firm.
Good, too.
That's why he brought us up the way he did. We were supposed to be living testimonials to the power of his happiness crusade.
So you tossed your little problem to me, huh?
That's right.
Well, it looks like one of you had a lot more effective way of handling it.
Couldn't it have been some outsider?
Don't be naive, Hope. Of course it was one of us.
You're not going to be able to keep the story out of papers forever, Mrs. Harris. How about giving me a break and letting me get back to the office?
You'll get the story before anybody else does, and you'll get it the way we want it. Let's see. The suicide story'd stand up if it weren't for that pesky shot we heard. Or did we hear it?
I heard it, Mrs. Harris.
Did you hear it $10,000 worth?
I don't buy off, Mrs. Harris. Sorry.
Somebody could have killed him with robbery as a motive, coming in through the window and going out the same way. If it wasn't for that lock. Yeah. Suppose it hurt anything to just give it a little jiggle, maybe?
If you want to tamper with the evidence, Keller, you'll be able to read all about it in the Herald. Look, we're not going to get anywhere till we find out about that second shot. Even if you won't let me leave, you've got to let me call the police.
You really have to, Mother.
I do... Oh, well, guess there's no way out of it. Go ahead.
Just a minute. Mrs. Harris showed us a gun. She fired one. I wonder if anyone else in this room has a gun, a revolver that's being hidden.
Well, that's preposterous. Why should anybody...
I'm going to search the rest of you before I call the police. How about you, Jeff?
No. See here, you're no policeman. You can't.
I think maybe I could. Now hold still.
See here, you've no right to...
Oh, try to slug me, will you? Oh, ouch, my wrist. Search him, Keller, quick.
Okay. That'll do any good. Well, I'll be doggone.
A revolver, Jeff.
Bullet missing from it, too.
See here, Corning. You have no authority.
Forget the authority, Jeff. I guess now maybe I can call the police.
No. Listen, I had the gun with me. We heard the shot from in here. I couldn't possibly have...
Hello? Captain Heron, please. Captain Heron? This is Joe Corning of the Herald. Yeah. Say, there's a guy out here at the Happy Harris place has a nice little puzzle for you to solve. Yeah. How he managed to commit a murder. They've got him covered so he can't get away, but hurry.
It's perfectly terrible to think of Jeff in jail. They had no right to take him. That policeman didn't have any idea how Jeff could have fired the gun.
He didn't.
What? But you told the police
I know.
But I think your brother was telling the truth about that revolver.
Well, then why
Didn't you ever notice? A murderer lays low until somebody else is arrested. Then he gets brave. And if he doesn't do anything, we'll never catch him. This way, there's a chance.
But who do you think...
I'm not saying.
Mother and Mr. Keller... No, they wouldn't do such an awful thing, either of them.
Awful thing? Look, he was a grade A heel, and he deserved exactly what he got. The charming Junior Harris, the papers always said. About as charming as a rattlesnake.
Then you knew him?
No, and I got along very nicely without knowing him.
Mother, Mr. Keller, where have you been? I've been worried about you.
I'm quite able to take care of myself, Hope. We've been engaging legal counsel for Jeff, and they're quite encouraging. Expect to have him out in a couple of hours.
Oh, but that's wonderful.
They say the police haven't a prayer of holding him.
Something will probably go wrong, though. Red tape or some fool thing will keep us from getting him out right away.
Well, I wish you luck. And it's high time I was getting back to the office, or I'll get scooped on my own story.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Corning.
Eh?
I've admired your stories in the Herald so much. So many of them are signed.
Oh, I get a byline now and then, sure. Well...
That's why I asked for you when I called this morning. That and one other thing.
One other thing?
Yes. I was snooping through some of Junior's desk drawers late yesterday afternoon, and I ran across some letters from a Julia Corning. The name isn't common. Is she your sister by any chance?
Why,
It'd be quite easy to check, Mr. Corning.
Yes. Yes, she's my sister.
Positively threatening. That's the second reason I asked for you. You understand, don't you?
Then you think... But...
I never even met the guy and had no desire to. Oh, I knew what Sis thought of him, sure, but...
I wanted to see what you'd do, Mr. Corning. Who you'd try to blame for the murder. I wanted to give you enough rope to hang yourself. That's why I didn't say anything about this before.
Look, I didn't kill him. I had nothing to do with it. I never laid eyes on him until I opened the door of that study.
I think the police ought to know about this. I don't see why you didn't tell them sooner, Nellie.
This is soon enough. Will you go to the police station quietly, Mr. Corning? Remember, I'm a pretty good shot. When I missed you before, I did it deliberately.
I'll be hanged if I let you drag my sister into this mess. She's had enough unpleasantness out of this family without you...
A noble speech, Mr. Corning, but not too convincing. Come along.
No. If you think you're going to involve her in this mess, you're wrong. Dead wrong. You're not...
Stop it!
Oh, well...
You see? I don't always miss, Corning.
My arm. Get me to a doctor, quick.
They have a doctor at the police station, I imagine. Come on, Keller. You better take him in.
But you can't go like that, Mother. You'll need your coat.
Never mind my coat. Come on, Keller.
But it's chilly out.
We've got to hurry before he loses too much blood. Come on.
It won't take a second. Your coat's right over here in the clothes closet.
Help! I said no. I don't want my coat.
Well, you're going to take it anyway. Here... There's a hole in the pocket and a burn streak down...
Grab her, Keller, quick!
No.
I'm surprised at you, Nellie. Starting to aim that thing at me. Get it, Hope.
I have, but I don't understand.
Look in the coat pocket. Don't let her get her hands on it.
A revolver with pieces of broken matchsticks wedged in behind the trigger.
And there's a bottle with some water in it and no cork. And the inside of the pocket is all wet.
Okay. Now, I put the matchsticks in behind the trigger. Not firm enough to make it go off. Not quite. The bottle was full of water when I stuck it in the pocket on its side. I knew the water'd eventually expand the matchsticks. When they swelled up enough, the gun had to go off.
Pretty cute. You knew nobody'd expect a shot to be fired from a clothes closet and that it'd sound the same as if it came from the study.
It did. You all fell for it. But it was supposed to be suicide. Didn't want to get anybody into trouble. You were here in case anything went wrong. To be the fall guy. And you were my undoing right from the start.
But when did you kill him?
Early this morning. I told you and Jeff he'd left to see the lawyers.
Oh, your own son, your own flesh and blood.
No, Hope. I always told Happy he was wrong about that. None of you kids was Nellie's, really. But Happy, he thought it'd make better publicity not to mention his first wife had walked out on him and got a divorce. He wanted to make folks think he'd always had a happy family.
Happy? I've been kept miserable for years by one smirking hypocrite. I wasn't going to let another one cheat me out of the money I'd earned. All right, Keller. Take me in. The boy reporter better come along, too.
Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Come in, Art. Come in.
Thank you.
We're all ready to start tonight's tryout of a Mystery House novel.
Well, fine. Hey, who's the youngster?
Tommy, he's the proof boy at Mystery House. We needed a youngster in tonight's cast, so here he is.
A youngster in a mystery story?
Well, of course. And he's mighty important to the plot of the show.
He certainly is, Art. Matter of fact, there's just one thing I can think of offhand that's more important.
Yeah, what's that?
You certainly asked for this one, Art. Listen.
Okay, Tom. That's for tonight's story.
Nothing but the proof. This is the story of Johnny Loomis. Johnny Loomis, who said,
I've decided to commit a murder. And I know that I won't be bothered about any pangs of remorse after I kill Jess Fallon, because he has to die. Dorothy isn't mature enough to recognize true values, and she's fascinated by the romantic voice, the dramatic poses, and the theatrical background that Jess Fallon affects. She's going to marry him, and she'll be dreadfully unhappy married to an actor. Besides, I love her. I must kill him. But I must make my plans carefully, logically, calmly. I must have an alibi that can't be broken.
All right, Pete, pull that file on the left side. Right off.
Come on in, I'm busy. Oh, hello, Johnny. Pardon my buzzing around, but I have to get into this infernal guardsman costume for the third act.
That's quite all right, Jess. I just stopped backstage to congratulate you on a magnificent performance.
Well, thanks, but you've seen the show half a dozen times before, Johnny. Why all this?
I wasn't referring to your part in the play, Jess. I was talking about the superb job of acting you've done with Dorothy.
Oh, acting?
Yes. She's an impressionable youngster. You've been able to act the romantic hero for her. She's not marrying you, you know. She's not in love with you.
Hey, look, this is no time to get me all riled up, Johnny, right before the big act of the show.
Yes, I know.
Acting is the one important thing in the world to you, isn't it, Jess? And I'd say that the part you've created for Dorothy's benefit is your most successful role.
Oh, I knew that you felt bad about Dorothy and me, Johnny, but I didn't think you'd be such a bum sport about it.
What's so wonderful about sportsmanship? I don't play for sport, Jess. I play to win.
Oh, I like your nerve, coming in here while the show's on, trying to stir up a row.
The show. That's the important thing, isn't it?
Oh, for the love of Pete, clear out of here, will you?
Yes. I'm leaving. And this is the last time you'll see me alive, Jess.
What? Oh, don't talk like that.
It's your fault, Jess. I'm going to commit suicide.
You wouldn't kill yourself. You couldn't.
No. Just wait and see.
That guy's completely dead. Oh, well, I better try to get organized for that third act. He's crazy. Really crazy. Maybe I ought to tell somebody.
I thought it was your imagination, Jess, but I'm worried about Johnny Loomis.
You mean he's been scaring you with that suicide talk of his?
Yes. Jess, do you think he'd actually go as far as that?
I don't know, Dorothy. He's a queer type. Moody. I never quite understood him.
What makes me feel terrible is acting this way. Somehow it spoils all the happiness of our wedding plans.
Don't let it, Dorothy. Well, I suppose I ought to be heading to the theater. Matinee today.
I have a notion to go with you.
I'd love to have you, darling, but there's not much for you to do while the show's on.
I could watch the show.
I think you already know the lines better than I do.
Maybe. But every time I see it, it's a thrill to know that every other woman in the audience is crazy about you and don't mind.
I'm afraid that you're an incurable romanticist.
It's fun being one.
I hope you'll never change, darling. All my life I felt that way about things. Maybe that's why I knew the first time I talked to you that this was it. You know, I really owe Johnny Loomis something for bringing us together.
Oh, there's the phone. Hello? Scott? Oh, yes, Johnny.
No.
Speaking of the devil. You what? Johnny, please, listen to me. Don't do anything foolish. Please. What?
Is he threatening suicide again? Listen, now, let me take that phone. I'm going to tell him all.
Yes, please. No, Johnny, you're being very silly about all this, and you're making me very unhappy. Why don't you come over and talk to me?
No, you mustn't, Dorothy.
I'd like to explain things to you, Johnny. Maybe that would make everything better all the way around. You'll come? Fine. I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye.
Dorothy, you shouldn't have invited him over here. He might be dangerous in his present mood.
Johnny and I are going to have an understanding. In trying to be kind to him, I've hurt him more than I would have by making a clean break. Well, take a lot of curtain calls this afternoon, darling.
I'm coming back here just as soon as the matinee is over. I'll be worried about you until I see you again. And you tell him for me that if there's any more of this foolishness, so help me, I'm going to call the police.
I counted on my suicide threat, flattering Jess Fallon's ego. I knew he'd talk to his friends about it, but I had to be sure that the suicide idea was firmly planted. So I had to talk to Dorothy. I'm not an actor. It was most abhorrent for me to mouth words about taking my own life, but necessary. It was easy enough to see that she was frightened.
Johnny, you're talking like a madman. Try to be sensible about this, please.
Yes? Well, since when has sense and love gone together?
But I've explained to you that I don't love you. I never have loved you. Love has to be a mutual thing to be successful.
But you don't know whether you love me or not, Dorothy. You're infatuated by an actor playing a glamorous role.
That's not true.
Marry Jess Fallon, and all your life you'll regret it. What's more, all your life you'll know that you killed me.
No, you mustn't talk like that.
I can't stand the thought of you marrying anyone else, Dorothy. I'd have to kill myself. Can't you see? There's nothing else for me to do.
You talk about Jess being an actor. You're the actor. You're trying to scare me with your suicide threats. You've not the slightest intention of going through with them. You're doing the acting.
That's most unkind, Dorothy. And so wrong. Goodbye.
No, come back here. Johnny, come back. Johnny!
I knew that Jess Fallon's matinee would be over at 4:40 o'clock. That he'd reach his little apartment near the theater at 10 minutes before 5. So at 4 o'clock, I sat down at my desk and wrote a rather maudlin suicide note, one that would make people feel sorry for me. Then I went down to the basement and asked the janitor for change for $1 bill, explaining that I wanted to put a quarter in my gas meter. I went back up to my apartment and telephoned Dorothy Carlyle. Hello, Dorothy? Dorothy, I thought things all over. Darling, your saying that I was bluffing about suicide was just the impetus I needed. You were wrong, dear. I'd be much better off dead. What? Why? My apartment, of course. Wait. What for? I'm afraid nothing you could say would make any difference now, dear. Well, I'll wait. I've quite made up my mind. It was just 4:40 when I finished the phone call. Just time for Jess Fallon's matinee to end. And only time for me to get to his rooms before him if I hurried. I turned on all the gas jets in the kitchen stove, and I locked both doors to my apartment with the spring locks, and went down a back street, my hat pulled low over my eyes, and a muffler up around my chin. I went to Jess Fallon's room and waited.
Oh, Johnny, how'd you get in here? What do you want, anyway?
One question at a time, Jess.
I've got a good mind to report you to the police. You've caused altogether too much trouble. You and your
I
friends.
won't cause much more trouble, Jess. Your troubles are just about over.
What?
Don't you know why I'm here?
You're insane.
I'm here to kill you, Jess.
You fool, put that gun down. You can't get away with such a thing.
You haven't any idea how well I can get away with it, Jess.
Put down that gun. Why, you fool.
You're the fool, Jess. You're a fool to think you could take Dorothy away from me. I'll never let you or anybody else take her away from me.
No, get away from me.
Now, home, down the back stairs, so that nobody sees me. I looked around carefully and breathed deeply at the fresh, crisp air. No, I wasn't shaken at all. No remorse, no excitement. Yes, everything was working out according to plan until one of those little trivial things that can't be foreseen. A stupid little accident that could ruin everything.
Oh, Mr. Loomis! Oh, Mr. Loomis! Just a minute, Mr. Loomis. Hey, wait for me!
Quiet, boy, quiet. You don't need to disturb the whole neighborhood.
I guess you don't remember me, Mr. Loomis. I'm Ronnie Morgan. We live next door to the Carlyles. Don't you remember, Mr. Loomis? You took me for an automobile ride one Sunday afternoon last fall, along with Dorothy.
You're sure you don't have me confused with someone else, son?
Why, gee whiz, Mr. Loomis. What's the matter? You act like you saw because I stopped you. I just wanted to say hello. I was hurrying to get home by 5 o'clock, and it's nearly that now. And I thought maybe you'd give me a lift in your car.
I'm sorry. I don't have my car here. You're sure about the time, are you?
Of course.
Yes, of course. Well, if you'll excuse me, Ronnie, I'm in a dreadful hurry. I'll see you some other time. I was panic-stricken. A stupid schoolboy who could completely upset my carefully planned alibi. I had to work fast, furiously, desperately fast. And I did. As soon as little Ronnie Morgan had walked on, I ran back down the alley, back up the steps, and into Jess Fallon's rooms. I remembered his theatrical trunks full of costumes. I opened one. I pawed through the costumes. East Indian costumes? No. Prince of the Royal Court? No. Wait a minute. A devil suit. Brilliantly red, complete with tail, horns, and hideously painted devil's mask. Exactly what I wanted. I put it on and raced down the alley, along the route that Ronnie Morgan would be taking, running for my life. I had to take chances now, but I kept in the late afternoon shadows. I caught a glimpse of the little boy walking leisurely along the sidewalk. I dodged my way through a yard. I slipped up behind him and...
The second act of Nothing But the Truth opens in front of Johnny Liver's apartment. Dorothy Carlyle has just been joined by Detective Dennis Delahanty, who is trying to force the door.
I'm afraid it's too late, Lieutenant. I ran down to the janitor's apartment and called you as soon as I got here. Johnny promised to wait. I called him back and he didn't answer. I hurried, Lieutenant. I got here as fast as I could. Oh, this smells gas. We're too late, I know.
I guess we better break the door in, all right. Yeah, plenty of gas keeping out from under it.
Stand away from the door, please, Miss Carlisle. You better stay out here in the hall, miss. I'll get him. How long has he been in there?
Well, it was 20 minutes to 5 when he called me. Now, I got here about 5 minutes to 5. What time is it now?
5:15.
Oh, if he said, I'll never see him myself. Need any help?
I haven't found him yet. Kitchen door's closed. He's probably in there.
Is he there?
Yeah. Don't think he's dead yet. He collapsed on the floor. That may have saved him. You didn't get much gas in your lungs, Mr. Loomis. Thanks to falling to the floor as soon as the gas hit your lungs. Gas rises.
I suppose I should be grateful to you for saving me, Lieutenant. But I'm not. I just have to do it all over again.
No, you mustn't, Johnny. You've got to get hold of yourself.
Oh, thanks, Dorothy, but I'm not interested. You really shouldn't have bothered bringing me to a hospital. I suppose I shouldn't have called you. I won't make that mistake next time.
Oh, well, that's for me, I suppose. I told the folks I'd be here. Hello? What? Lieutenant Delahanty. Why, yes, he's here.
Thanks. Hello? What? Yes, I guess I can get over to that address, but a murder, huh? Any clues? Gun is all, huh? No fingerprints, I suppose. What's the murdered man's name? What'd you say? Jess?
Oh, no.
Last name Fallon, huh?
No.
Miss Carlisle, please, if you know the man...
I know him. I loved him. We were going to be married.
Well, maybe it's all a mistake, Dorothy. Like this little scene here.
Yeah. Maybe it is a mistake at that.
Johnny Loomis killed Jess, Lieutenant. I know it. I'm sure of it.
Being sure of a murder doesn't help much, Miss Carlisle. What you think and what you feel may be right, but the law won't listen to you. It takes nothing but proof. Solid, hard facts.
Johnny Loomis is insane. He was jealous of Jess and he killed him. I stake my life on it.
You've given Mr. Loomis a pretty good alibi, Miss Carlisle.
I wouldn't give him...
You said he called you at 20 minutes to 5.
Yes.
And you got to Loomis's place at 5 minutes to 5. You're sure of that, are you?
Yes, positive.
Loomis had already started his suicide attempt when you got here. The gas was turned on and the doors were locked.
But what of it? He killed Jess.
No, you've just proved that he didn't. Jess Fallon left the theater at 4:40. The same time Loomis was calling you. Walking real fast, you can make it from the theater to his rooms in 10 minutes. That puts him at home no earlier than 4:50, don't you see?
Johnny Loomis killed him.
It's a good 10 minutes from Fallon's rooms to Johnny Loomis's apartment. Now, that would mean Loomis couldn't possibly have killed Fallon and gotten back to his place before 5 o'clock. Oh, you see, it won't work. You can't make it work.
Oh, excuse me, officer. Somebody's at the door. Wait. Hello, Ronnie. I'm sorry, but I'm rather busy right now, dear. You run along and play.
Mother said it might be pretty important, Miss Dorothy. She said I should come right over and talk to you. Right away.
It's important?
Yes. It's about Mr. Loomis and the murder.
About Mr. Loomis?
Yes, and I'd been playing in the schoolyard with the rest of the kids, and I was late getting home. 5 minutes to 5 when I saw Mr. Loomis.
What's that?
So,
5 minutes to 5, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Just where did you see Mr. Loomis, Sonny?
Why, over on Cinder Street, the block where the murder was. I asked him for a ride in his car, and he didn't want to talk to me, and acted awful funny.
Yeah, I'll bet. He was pretty cute.
But he couldn't have been there
In the kitchen on the floor? He wasn't. He must have turned on the gas right after he called you. And he locked the doors and tore over to Fallon's and killed him. Meanwhile, you got to Loomis's and tried the front door and smelled the escaping gas.
Of course.
And you called me. Johnny Loomis got back to his place about 5 minutes after 5. Went up the back stairs and into the kitchen. He took a few whiffs of gas and lay down on the floor, knowing that he'd get enough air there to keep him alive, even if he passed out. I got there 10 minutes later and broke down the door.
That's the way he did it. The only way he could. And with Ronnie seeing him near Jess Fallon.
That's the proof I needed, Miss Carlisle. Now we've got Johnny Loomis right where we want him.
But, Ronnie, I just can't understand why you'd make up such a fantastic story.
I didn't make it up.
It's the truth, and you know it. There's no use trying to lie out of it, Johnny. You're caught.
Dorothy, I'm surprised you'd believe an impressionable youngster who's probably been reading all kinds of lurid tales.
Why, you talk to me, Mr. Loomis. You even said there was something about my knowing what time it was.
Ron, you don't know what you're saying. Now, I know you wouldn't want to hurt me. So why don't you admit to these people that you made all of this up just to have some excitement, hmm?
I didn't.
Ronnie, you're sure you haven't thought about this until you actually believe it was so?
I guess I know. You do, too. You acted awful funny about seeing me.
You remember how he was dressed, Sonny?
Sure. He had on a fuzzy gray hat pulled low over his face. Your gray fedora. And a checkered scarf. Red and gray pulled up over his face. Oh, Lieutenant, I gave him a scarf exactly like that.
Yes, which Ronnie has had the opportunity to see plenty of times when I've called here along with the hat. It's rather ridiculous.
I guess I know what I saw, all right.
His description stands up, Loomis, and you aren't shaking his story a bit. Now, it looks like you're trapped, Loomis.
Ronnie, you're quite sure you saw me?
Yes?
And I didn't give you a ride when you asked me?
No. You said you didn't have your car.
So what did you do?
Why, I started walking on toward home, and you walked the other way.
Of course. And then, did anything else happen, Ronnie?
Yes.
Yes? Something else exciting?
Yes. I didn't tell anybody about it because I scared. And I didn't think they'd believe me anyway.
Oh, and you didn't think they'd believe you anyway. Well, what was this other exciting thing that happened, Ronnie?
Well, I walked on a little ways into the next block, wondering why he'd acted so funny. And I heard footsteps behind me and...
Footsteps?
Yes. And I looked around, and it was a devil.
A what?
A devil, all red with the meanest looking face you ever saw in your life. And horns sprouting out of his head and a long tail with a sharp hook on the end. And he grabbed me and started making funny noises.
Yes, I'm quite sure he made funny noises, Ronnie. He grabbed you, you say?
Yes. And he was dancing up and down, and I jerked away from him. I started running, and I got away from him. I ran most of the rest of the way home. And when I looked around, he wasn't chasing me anymore.
And he was a red devil, you say? A bright red?
You bet. Awful bright.
With huge horns.
Okay. You don't need to ask him anymore, Loomis. You win. Run along home, kid. And don't read any more of those ghost stories. They might get you into trouble someday.
But it's true, I saw him.
Sure. We believe you. But run along now. And stay away from any more red devils.
Dorothy, you've no idea how deeply you've wounded me believing that I'd kill the man you thought you loved.
You did kill him.
You mustn't be so bitter and suspecting, dear.
Don't you dare call me dear. Get out of here. Never want to see you again.
Wrong, dear Dorothy. You love me. You've always loved me. And as soon as you get over this shock...
I'll never get over it. And I wish you'd get out of my sight. I hate you. Oh, I wonder who that could be. Hi, Lieutenant Delahunt.
Yes, ma'am. I'm glad Mr. Loomis is here.
Hello, Delahunt.
I've got a warrant for your arrest, Loomis.
My arrest? What? I thought we'd gone over all that.
Yeah. The little boy's story wouldn't stand up, but I got to thinking. So I got the chief to give me a half a dozen cops, and we scoured the neighborhood of just Fallon's apartment. Look what we found.
A package. What is it?
Something that was pretty well hidden. Wait till I unwrap it.
Oh, wait. It's a red devil costume.
Yeah. And we checked with the theater. Jeff Fallon had a costume like that. Some of the actors had seen it. And it was missing from his trunk. It's from the same customer as the rest of his costume.
Well, then...
Little Ronnie Morgan's story stands up all the way. Even the part about the red devil. You're under arrest, Loomis.
I don't believe so, Delahunt.
Johnny, put down that costume.
I'll have to kill both of you, I guess. And it might not be a bad idea to kill that little brat next door if I can find him before I skip out.
I wouldn't try shooting, Loomis.
No? Well, I would.
Here, Loomis.
That devil suit. In my face. You'd never have shot me if it hadn't been for that.
Too bad we can't bury him in that costume. It sort of fits his character.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Say, Barb, you said the novel we're acting out for Mystery House tonight has a detective who never even sees the scene of the crime.
That's technically correct, Dan. At least she never gets on the premises.
She?
Yes, the girl's an invalid.
Oh, that sounds impossible.
Oh, now, don't use that word, Mr. Glenn. Nothing's impossible.
No, well, I can think of a good many things that nobody's ever been able to do.
Well, I can remember when people said it would be impossible to make the radio commercials as interesting as the show itself. But listen to this.
Okay, places everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Death past my window. A story about a young girl who lives in that section of an industrial city where the tenements sit in squalid rows, side by side, with only a few feet between.
My name is Hope Graves. I've been a hopeless invalid for 8 years, ever since the night a hit-and-run driver struck me down. I lie in my bed now in a dingy room of a crowded, faded tenement. My one window stares at a window in another tenement, almost directly opposite. That window and the girl who lives behind it have become friends of mine.
Morning, Hope. How's the back today?
Much better, thanks, Jenny.
If you were telling the truth, you'd have the finest back in the world. Always better, every morning.
Did Eddie bring you home last night, Jenny?
Yeah, as per usual.
Why don't you bring him up to your room sometime, Jenny, and get him in front of your window so I can see him?
Hey, not so fast, chum. Nice girls don't bring their boyfriends to their rooms, even when the girl happens to be a nightclub dancer and the boy's a sax player in the dance band.
I'll bet he's handsome.
No, I wouldn't say he's handsome, but he's kind of a sweet kid. He can sit in a crowded, noisy, smoky nightclub all night long, night after night, and still not be there at all. Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. The way I go sailing out on the lake in a little racing sloop, like I shop the beautiful stores on the avenue.
Poor kid. You with your one little window.
But I do have one window. You know, Jenny, I sometimes wonder if people realize what wonderful inventions windows are.
You silly goon. Well, I got a lot to do this morning. Had to sew on some costumes. So long.
Jenny's days and nights are all mixed up, like mine. It isn't really morning, but 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Being in bed 24 hours of a day, year after year, you forget about day and night. Time is just something to fill best you can. It goes on, and on. Night. The hours from 10 to 3. Those are the hardest. Nothing but blackness outside my window. The complete blackness of night. Sometimes I wish Ginny wasn't a dancer. But then I'd miss the funny little squeak one of the floorboards always makes when she practices her dance steps. Her visits mean so much to me.
Morning, Hopeful. What you reading?
Hi, Jenny. The new mystery in the honey.
Oh, I'll bet it's good. I'll just bet everything in the whole world is good.
Well, what are you so happy about?
Take a gander. See? I know it's small, but you can see it from there, can't you? The way it glistens.
Oh, it's a diamond ring.
It wouldn't exactly blind you, but it's real.
Eddie?
Yeah, we're going to be married.
Oh, wonderful. It sounds simply terrific.
Oh, he isn't really, kid. But he's nice and a square guy.
Oh, Jenny, you've got to let me see him. I'll just die if you don't.
I'll bring him over to your room some night.
Promise?
It's a promise, Hopeful. Cross my heart.
And hope to die?
No, just cross my heart. The way I feel now, I think I'd like to live forever.
Days and nights form a pattern, not all alike, but each like some remembered one from the past. One I know I've lived before, and one I'll live again.
Ready for me to turn out your light, dear?
Yes, thank you, Mother.
I brought you something for tomorrow, honey.
Oh, what?
It's one of the Flamand stories. The Case of the Insolent Din. I got it from the rental library.
Oh, gee, it's a big book. Oh, Mother, you're wonderful.
Good night, dear.
Night again. The hours from 10 to 3. Nothing but black night. What? Light. A light in Jenny's room. Jenny! Jenny, how come you're home so early? She must be opening a wooden box. Maybe it's something she doesn't want me to see. Jenny! The squeaky place in the floor. She's fixing it. And I wish she wouldn't. I'll miss it. A lighted cigarette stub being thrown out of the window. And Jenny doesn't smoke. Why didn't Jenny answer me? I guess she brought Eddie up to fix the squeaky board. She didn't want me to know he was there. But I didn't mean to be nosy. She has a right to a little privacy. I just won't say anything to her about it.
'Top of the morning, Hopeful.
Hello, Jenny. When are you going to bring Eddie around?
Gosh, honey, I've been so doggone busy.
I see you finally got around to fixing the squeaky board in your floor.
You could hear that squeaky board way over your place?
Of course.
It must have fixed itself then. I didn't do anything.
Oh, I guess lots of things do fix themselves at that. Work hard last night?
No harder than usual. But we have a late show tonight. Got to practice a little. Be seeing you, Hopeful.
$12. And Jenny's light just went on again. Oh, this is wrong. Before the pattern lost its form, it was never like this. Never.
It's not right, Eddie.
Are you jittery, hon? Your imagination's working overtime.
I don't imagine things, Eddie. I would have asked to get off early tonight and come back here just for imagination. I'm afraid.
Oh, Jenny.
Eddie, let's get married tonight.
Tonight? At this hour? Why, nobody's around.
We could find someone.
When you and I get married, we'll do it right, for keeps. Come here.
Oh.
That better?
I guess so.
Yeah, I better be going now. I didn't have any right up here.
Oh, just a minute before you go. Hope, you awake?
Oh, sure, Jenny. I just woke up. You been home long?
No. Stick your head over in front of the window, Eddie.
Hello. I can't see you, but if you're a friend of Jenny's, I like you.
Hello, Eddie.
That's Hope Graves. You know, the girl I was telling you about.
Glad to know you, Hope. Well, I have to be running along now.
Will you do something for me before you go, Eddie?
Sure, kid. Anything you say.
Well, will you, kiss Jenny goodnight in front of the window?
Sure. How was that, Hope?
Well, it was beautiful. $4 in the afternoon. Time for Jenny to pull up her shade and start her day. That's really nice. It's funny. I've never been jealous of Jenny's dancing feet, but today I am. She has a Prince Charming, and I'll never have one. I'll go on getting excitement from books, but I'll think of Jenny and her Eddie. I'll think of the misty sparkle in her eyes when Eddie kissed her last night. I'll think of it because it was so wonderful, and because I can't have it, ever. Funny that Jenny hasn't raised her window shade yet. Oh, probably dreaming of Eddie. But she should be up now. Jenny! Jenny? Jenny, you lazy buns, get up. It's time for you to get up. Oh, Jenny! Jenny, is something wrong? Answer me, please. Jenny, I'm worried about you. Say something, please. Jenny!
All right, open up, miss. You got your landlady worried. It's Emmett Bryan, Virginia. You know, the cop on the corner. Come on now, open the door like a good girl.
Out of the house ordinarily she is by this time, Officer Bryan. I called and called, and it don't do no good.
Virginia, are you opening the door now? Answer me. You got a pass key, Mrs. Schultz?
No. These doors all got good spring locks, and the key to this one is locked.
All right, stand back then, Mrs. Schultz. There's nothing for it but to bust in the door. See. Wait. Saints have mercy on her soul. That poor little kid, her head all caved in with a hammer. Wait a minute. What's this?
Why, it looks like a long, heavy, black silk necklace.
Yeah, but it's got a snap hook on it. No, it ain't a necklace, Mrs. Schultz.
What is it, then?
And I think maybe it's something that's going to hang a man.
No, Officer Bryan, no. You're all wrong. I know what that thing is, and you're wrong.
Oh, I am I?
Oh, yes.
Well, what is it then?
Well, it's a thing saxophone players wear around their necks to hold their instruments.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Oh, but it couldn't be Eddie. It just couldn't be.
Oh, Eddie, huh? So Virginia had a boyfriend named Eddie, and he left a saxophone card in her room. You know when he left it?
Well, No. No, I don't.
You know his last name. You know where he lives.
No.
You don't know, or you just won't tell me?
I said I didn't know.
I heard you. But I've been around this neighborhood too long to be fooled all the time. Now, if you do know anything, kid, you should tell it fast.
Why?
If you know something that'd pin a murder on somebody, that somebody would try another murder to keep me from getting the answer. And you wouldn't be able to defend yourself very well.
Is Officer Bryan right? Will the murderer strike again? And now, Act 2 of Death Past My Window opens at the battered door of the murdered girl's apartment. Somebody is knocking.
Jenny, you're late for work. What's the matter, honey? Jenny! Jenny! What? What the devil? A cop? What are you doing here? Where's Jenny?
She's down at headquarters, kid.
Oh, no. She hasn't done anything. Take me to her right away.
It ain't a bad act, kid. You almost convinced me. Almost.
What are you talking about?
Sit down.
I want to see Jenny. She's late for work right now.
She ain't going to work, kid. Ever.
What? What are you trying to say?
You already know.
I don't know a thing. Quit torturing me. You've got to tell me. Something's happened. What is it?
Well, Virginia's had an accident, Eddie. A bad accident.
Her head was all caved in with a hammer early this morning.
Oh, no. No, you're lying. No. No. It isn't true. It isn't true. It isn't true.
This is death I've met. It passed my window not 20 feet away, and yet invisible. In detective stories, death is always exciting. But this was Ginny, my friend, and it isn't exciting at all. It's just horrible.
Where were you at 4 o'clock this morning, Eddie?
I don't know.
Did you bring Virginia home?
Yes, I did.
How did you get into her room?
I didn't get into her room.
Eddie, no. Brian knows you were there. He found your saxophone cord.
Hope, tell him. Tell him I didn't kill Jenny.
I've already told him, Eddie.
You mean you told me you didn't see him do it? But that doesn't mean he couldn't have. All right, come on, Eddie.
Where?
Down to the police station.
Oh, you're making a mistake, Officer Brian. Don't worry, Eddie. Everything will come out all right.
Worry? I'm through worrying. There's nothing to worry about or hope for or dream about anymore. And everything won't come out all right. It's no good, kid.
Goodbye, Eddie. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Hope. Hope. That's a good one, that is.
Brian caught the murderer, huh? Took him to the station. Ah, such goings on.
What are you doing in Ginny's room, Mrs. Schultz?
Brian told me I could move her things to the basement storage.
Mrs. Schultz, will you call Officer Brian for me?
What for?
Tell him I want to talk to him, that I have some important information.
But you have already told him all you know.
No, there's a great deal more.
There is an old proverb, Hope.
Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak?
No. People who look for trouble usually find it.
Officer Brian, will you do what I asked then?
Well, now, that all depends.
No, that won't do. You'll have to promise.
I'm making no promises.
You wouldn't want to convict an innocent man, would you?
No.
Promise?
Well, all right.
It'll involve some irregular procedure, maybe illegal.
Here now, that's not fair.
You promised.
Yes, all right. What is it you want me to do?
I want you to go over next door and rip loose one of the moldings on a window in every apartment on the 4th floor except Ginny's.
What?
Does Brian go back on his word?
Well, I know one thing. After this, one Brian will learn to say no.
Did you get them all, Officer Brian?
Yeah, fake phone calls to get people out, breaking and entering, destruction of property. And me a policeman, too. Yeah, I got every apartment on the 4th floor. And to make Captain O'Houlihan never hear of it.
Well, thanks, Brian. Now, all you have to do is wait.
Wait? Sit over here in this room all by myself and wait? Wait for what?
Just wait. And don't worry about being alone. We can visit.
Hey, listen. Some of my destruction's being repaired.
Yes. That's apartment 4D, isn't it?
Sounds like it.
Mr. and Mrs. Gutowski. He's a section hand, and he's not the one.
Not the one? What are you talking about?
Never mind. Just wait. Try to have patience.
Young lady, did you have me tear loose all those moldings just so you could hear a hammer serenade? Now, that's 3 been fixed so far, and all you say is, that's not the one.
That's not it either.
Oh, that's not it either. That's not it either. How long do you expect me to sit in this room listening to people pounding nails?
That's 4 moldings fixed. Only 2 to go.
Oh, sure. I rip loose the window moldings and the people fix 'em. That's supposed to prove that the saxophone player didn't murder the girl. Huh, maybe I'm nuts.
Brian.
What?
That's it.
Huh?
What apartment's it coming from?
4C across the hall.
Get him, Brian, quick. Get him before he runs away. He killed Ginny.
Yeah, who's there?
Officer Bryan, open up.
Well, you don't have to be tough about it. What do you want?
I want you to step across the hall.
The room where the babe got murdered? No thanks, pal, not me.
Come on. Just step over here by this window, mister.
Huh? What for?
Hope. Is this the man?
Yes. Yes, it has to be him.
Say, what kind of a gag is this? I never seen this girl before in my life.
How about that, Hope?
Oh, he's quite right. I've never seen him before either.
See, Copper?
But he killed Ginny, and I can prove it.
Hey, you don't look too healthy, sister. But it's less healthy to make cracks like that if you can't back 'em up.
First, Officer Bryan, there's a wide pine floor in that room, isn't there? I've never seen it.
Yeah, that's right. Wide pine.
Lie down on the bed, Bryan, and then get up.
What? Oh, all right. Okay.
Your foot, Bryan. Keep it right there on the board it touched when you got up. Mark the board with your pencil.
What goes, sister? You ain't gonna rope me in on any funny business.
Getting interested, mister? All right, Bryan. Get a hammer and pry up that board.
Well, it still sounds crazy to me, but I might as well, I guess.
No, you don't, Copper.
What?
Stay right where you are.
Put down that gun, you.
You'll get a bullet from it right through your thick head if you make a move. Now, keep your hands in the air while I take your gun. And don't get any ideas.
What are you going to do?
First, I'm going to do what the bright girl suggested. I'm going to pry up that board. Then I'm going to nick you enough so you won't follow me. And then take it on the lam.
Money. I've never seen so much money in my life.
About 30 grand, Copper. In nice, crisp folding dough.
Yeah, but the checks, all them checks, what about them?
Don't be dumb all your life, Copper. That's the racket. The checks are hot, lifted out of mailboxes. I got kids shoving hot checks all over town. I rented the room across the hall because I knew the dancer wasn't home nights when I'd be collecting dough and passing out the stolen check to my shills. I needed a sure, safe hiding place for the stuff.
Yeah, and Virginia was working with you?
She didn't even know there was such a guy as me.
Until she came home early with Eddie.
Yeah, that's right. She found cigarette ashes on her floor and a ground-out stub right in front of my door. And she was dumb enough to start asking questions. I couldn't have her asking questions.
You'll never get away with this, lad.
Get back, Copper, or I'll shoot. I mean business. Hey, my eyes. It's all rough up on it.
I'll be rough, all right.
I can't see you, Bryan. Is everything all right?
Yeah, honey. Thanks to your flashing that mirror in this guy's eyes, he'd have shot me sure if you hadn't blinded him.
I won't forget that either, sister.
Well, what you remember or forget ain't... I've got a feeling that you ain't going to be around long.
Yes, my name is still Hope Graves. I'm still a bedridden invalid. Yet, somehow, I don't feel at all like the same person who started to tell this story. The pattern has shifted back to its usual form. But for me, things will never be the same. I'll always know it can change. That my routine isn't set in a drab, colorless schedule that will never vary. Life, even for me, can be exciting.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, Barb, I hope tonight's story's good enough to make a bestseller novel.
I think it is.
Well, let's see now. What's the title again?
Dub Rosa Justice.
The folks all ready to act it out?
Sure, they're out in the game room. I'll go get them.
Fine.
Say, while Mrs. Glenn's rounding up the rest of them, here's something you should hear.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Sub Rosa Justice. Tonight's story opens in a doctor's office. Thorne Carlson is looking at the doctor with amused disfavor.
Oh, come now, Doctor. You're being too abstract. You're putting on that smug, complacent professional face.
I have tried to be as plain as possible, Mr. Carlson. In cases such as yours, one cannot be specific.
One cannot be specific. Well, maybe not, but one can be blunt. Take a chance, Doctor. Tell me something that adds up.
All right, Mr. Carlson. You have 1 month to live. Maybe a little more, probably somewhat less.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Now, 1 month to live. Yeah, that's quite amusing in a way. Oh, don't look so shocked.
With an affliction such as yours, Mr. Carlson.
That really is funny, Doctor. An affliction such as mine. Do you know why I'm so little disturbed about dying? Because I've lost my affliction.
You must be mistaken about that, Mr. Carlson. The X-rays show quite clearly.
X-rays? Did you take an X-ray of my soul, Doctor? Or isn't medical science that well developed yet? Oh, pardon me. I'm doing the identical thing I accused you of doing a few minutes ago. I'm being abstract. Perhaps I'd better explain what I mean. Or aren't you interested?
But, of course, I am very much interested.
Fine. I think I'll enjoy telling someone about everything. It all began when Gretchen and I were married.
Goodbye, everybody. We'll be back in 3 weeks. And here's a little surprise for all of you.
Surprise? What are you talking
You
about?
see? It's a surprise on Thorne, too. We'll be at home at the old Tinley Mansion. Mother's giving it to us for a wedding present.
Gretchen, you knew I'd rented an apartment for us. Why didn't you tell me about the Tinley Mansion?
Why, I wanted it to be a surprise, Thorne. And it's a perfectly marvelous one, isn't it?
It's out, Gretchen, completely out.
Hi, Thorne, you're joking.
I can't afford to keep up the place. And besides, I couldn't be happy rattling around in a huge old barn like that.
People can afford anything they want. Smart people. And I couldn't be happy in a stuffy little apartment. We'll get along.
But I don't make enough money, Gretchen. That place, well, it must cost a fortune to keep it going.
You're quite right, Thorne, about not making enough money. You don't. And that's one of the first things we're going to change. You must develop contacts.
Contacts? Oh, you mean live off my friend's charity?
That's just the point. Most of your friends couldn't afford any charity. We're going to move up, Thorne, and the Tinley Mansion's going to help us do it.
Did it ever occur to you, Gretchen, that I might not want to move up? I'm pretty happy just as I am.
You're brilliant, Thorne, but you lack ambition. That's one reason why I'm going to be good for you.
I can think of some other reasons, Mrs. Carlson.
Oh, Thorne, don't get mushy. Our marriage can be a tremendous success if we take advantage of all our weapons.
Weapons?
Your biggest asset is personal charm. You do have it, darling. And Mother can help us socially, with money, too.
You almost scare me, Gretchen. You talk like this was a business deal.
You married a smart woman, Thorne.
I married a lovely one.
You don't really know how smart I am.
No?
Remember when you were running after Diana Tracy?
Yes, I remember.
Everybody was saying you'd marry her.
Gretchen, please.
And then she went to New York without even saying goodbye to you.
You don't need to rub it in.
You never knew why she left, did you?
No, I didn't.
It was because I told her you and I had been secretly married for 6 months.
What?
You see, I know how to get what I want. Everything I want.
You told Diana that.
Yes. And she fell for it. Thorne, don't stare at me like that. What's the matter?
Nothing. I guess you do love me, don't you?
Why, of course, Thorne. Of course I do. Oh, Thorne, you'll have to change in a hurry. Guess who's going to be here for dinner tonight?
Oh, Gretchen, can't we just for once have some friends in for dinner? Must we be forever selling something?
You should know the answer to that. Bills pass due at every store in town. You bet we should be selling. And Thorne.
Yeah, what now?
It's terribly important that you play up to Mrs. Sweet tonight. I can handle her husband, but she'll actually make the decisions. I'm sure of that. So be especially nice and charming to her.
There's a word to describe you, Gretchen.
Thorne.
Get me sore enough and I'll use it sometime.
There you have it, Mr. Shannon. What do you think?
Well, that's very good, Mrs. Carlson. I wish you weren't married. You'd be a great success in the advertising business.
I will be anyway, Mr. Shannon.
Oh, you mean you'd go to work for my agency?
No, but my husband will, and I'll press the buttons. I'll be working for you almost as if I had an office here.
I don't doubt it a bit. What's your proposition?
You have a fine agency. Your trouble is that you don't have enough good prospective clients. You're too cold-blooded a businessman.
Cold-blooded? Well, go on.
My husband's a business fool, but he has charm and social position. He has the things you need.
I sell on the merits of my product.
Oh, nonsense. You need what Thorne could give you, and you know it.
Well, what does Mr. Carlson think about all this? He's an architect, isn't he?
Well, I haven't even consulted him yet. But he'll come into your agency if I tell him to. There's just one catch to it, Mr. Shannon.
Yes? What's that?
He'll cost you a half interest in your agency.
Hello, Gretchen. Oh, you're looking beautiful tonight.
I have 2 surprises for you, Thorne.
Oh, what have you done now?
But what do you mean?
I've learned to distrust your surprises, Gretchen.
You have the nerve to say that. Haven't they always worked out for the best? Haven't I brought you right up the ladder?
All right, what now?
First, we're going to have a baby.
Oh, that's wonderful, darling.
Just a minute. Second, you're through with architecture.
Huh?
The arrangements are all made, and I drove a hard bargain. You're going into an advertising agency.
Daddy, can you help me with my arithmetic?
Why, sure, Topsy.
Thorne, I wish you wouldn't call the child by that ridiculous nickname. Other children in the neighborhood are beginning to pick it up.
Oh, but I like being called Topsy, Mother.
Well, you shouldn't.
Mother, why is it that the things I really and truly like are always the things I shouldn't like?
I suppose that's because you take after your father, dear.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Gretchen, you don't have to let the child...
Let her know the facts of life? You're quite wrong, Thorne.
Won't you help me with my arithmetic, Daddy?
Sure, Topsy. You know, we've got to get E.E. Cummings' book of poetry, Is 5.
Is 5?
Uh-huh.
What does that mean?
Well, you see, Topsy, a lot of stuffy grown-ups have made a lot of rules. And because they've made those rules, certain things are so. And the rules say that 2 and 2 are 4.
Well, aren't they?
For most people, yes, Topsy. But not for you and me. You see, Topsy, you and I are among the privileged few. And just because some old sour-faced schoolmaster's made a rule, you and I don't have to believe it.
Well, what do we believe then, Daddy?
Well, we think that quite possibly, under the right circumstances, 2 and 2 aren't 4 at all. No, maybe when the moon's in the right phase, 2 and 2 is 5.
Thorne, I won't have it, you hear? I work to keep her from being an impractical fool, and you tear down everything I do.
Not quite everything, I'm afraid, Gretchen. But I try hard. Oh, are we expecting guests this evening?
Only Bob Shannon. I asked him over. Run on up to bed, Dorothy.
I'll take you, Topsy.
The child's quite capable of going to bed by herself.
Come on, Topsy. Last one up the stairs is a purple-faced baboon.
Oh, Bob, come in.
Hi, Gretchen. Why the command summons?
I thought there were some things we should discuss.
Ah, Gretchen, you know I love this house. It's so cool and efficient looking. Where's Thorne?
He went upstairs to put Dorothy to bed. He'll be down in a minute.
He's a swell guy, Gretchen. You did me a big favor that day that you came in and sold him down the river.
I don't do favors. A business deal is mutually advantageous.
I've never been able to figure you out, Gretchen. You make the Mona Lisa look like an open book.
Nonsense.
Were you ever in love with Thorne? I mean, before you married him?
Well, of course. I saw great possibilities in him.
I'm glad you never fell in love with me, Gretchen.
Oh, I don't know. I could have done a great deal for you, Bob. Actually, you'd have been much better material than Thorne.
Did I hear my name? Hi, Bob.
Oh, hi, Thorne. We were just admiring Gretchen's handiwork.
Sit down, Thorne.
Why so solemn?
I have a little surprise for you men.
Oh, watch out, Bob. You don't know her surprises like I do.
I've been checking the firm's books.
Well, we've come a long ways in the last 9 years, haven't we? I checked them myself the other day.
Yes, we've come a long ways. And nearly 80% of the billing is Thorne's.
Sure, I get it, and Bob takes care of it. Not a bad deal.
Not a bad deal for Bob.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean that, well, frankly, you're not carrying your share of the load, Bob. You aren't contributing as much as we are.
No? What are you going to do about it?
Thorne's pulling out of the agency. He's moving over to Modern as a senior partner.
Thorne, you'd do that to me.
Well, this is a complete surprise to me, Bob. I didn't have
made all the arrangements. Thorne's clients have agreed to the change.
But you can't do that to me, Gretchen. You'd tear down overnight all that I've been years building up. Well, it's more than a business to me. It's everything I have in the world. It's my life.
Don't worry, Bob. I won't do it.
You won't have anything to say about it, Thorne. You see, I knew you'd be swayed by sentiment, so I got your clients to approve the change.
I started Thorne out in the business. We're partners.
You never gave us anything we didn't earn. It was always business, and it's still business.
Goodbye, Gretchen.
Thorne, where are you going?
Out. I may be back, and I may not.
He means it, Gretchen. Your plan won't work.
He'll be back. You're forgetting Dorothy.
Yes, Dorothy. Poor little kid. Poor little kid. I think I'm going to do her a favor. A great favor.
Gretchen. Gretchen. Oh, Gretchen! Great Scott. No.
You woke me up, Daddy. You shouldn't shout so. Oh, Mother. Daddy, something's happened. Mother's hurt.
No, not her, Topsy. Your mother's dead. She's been strangled to death with a handkerchief.
No. She can't be dead. She can't be. Mother, speak to me. Oh, please, Mother. Say something.
Topsy, honey. Sometimes things happen that little girls can't understand. Maybe later and maybe never. You'll have to be a brave kid. Now, go on back to bed, honey.
Untie the handkerchief from around your neck, Daddy. It's so tight.
All right, darling.
Daddy, what are you doing with the handkerchief?
I'm going to put it in my pocket,
Oh,
Topsy.
but it belongs to whoever killed my mother. It's a man's handkerchief. A man with the initial S. It must be Mr. Stanton. He was coming here when I went to bed.
Topsy, no, you mustn't say that. Don't ever mention it. Your mother was killed by a man while I was gone. People say bad things about that, honey. Bad things about your mother. This is our secret. Promise, honey.
All right, Daddy.
Our secret.
Hey, if there have to be murders, I'm all in favor of having them happen to people like Gretchen. And now, we go back to the living room of Thorne Carlson's home. The twisted body of Gretchen Carlson is still on the floor behind the piano. The police have just arrived on the scene.
I'm sleepy, Daddy. And I'm scared. I want to go to Grandma's.
In just a little while, lass. You can go to your grandma's. Maybe I'll take you in a squad car. Wouldn't that be fun?
Topsy, this is Mr. Dolan. He's from the police.
How do you do, Mr. Dolan?
How do you do? So your name's Topsy, huh? That's cute.
Oh, it's not my real name. Mother got awful mad when Daddy called me Topsy, but I liked it.
So your mother got mad, huh? At your daddy?
Yes. She didn't like the way Daddy always jokes and teases. I guess she was sort of mad at him lots.
Topsy, didn't your daddy ever get mad at your mother?
Oh, no. He just looked sad when she scolded him. Kind of like he'd fallen and hurt his knee.
Dolan, this can't go on. You've got to stop it.
Maybe you could stop it, Dolan.
Me? How?
By signing a confession, Mr. Carlson. A confession to your wife's murder.
Well, now that you've learned that Gretchen and I had our quarrels, what next?
I figured that was kind of up to you.
What do you mean?
A man has a quarrel with his wife. The wife is murdered.
But I tell you, I wasn't even here when she was murdered.
Sure, you tell me that.
I wasn't mad tonight. I was just disgusted. So disgusted that I walked out on them.
Them? You hadn't said anything about anyone else. You said you and your wife were alone.
We were.
When a woman gets murdered, there's a reason. Either you're lying about you and her being alone, or you killed her.
No, that's not true.
You had a motive. You hated your wife. You fought with her. You had the opportunity. You were alone with her tonight.
Stop it. Don't you have any feelings at all?
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, Newton. What? Well, I'll be darned. You don't tell me. That just goes to show you never know, doesn't it? Okay, thanks, Newton. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
What was that?
Never mind. Are you ready to sign a confession?
No.
You'll hang, Carlson. You'll get a rope around your neck just as tight as the one you tied around your wife's neck.
It wasn't a rope.
Oh, so it wasn't a rope. Well, now we're getting somewhere. Come on, you might as well come clean, Carlson. You'll spill the whole works sooner or later.
No, listen, you can't talk to my daddy like that.
Topsy.
You're a bad man, and I hate you. Besides, you don't know what you're talking about.
Topsy, I thought you were in bed.
I was sitting at the top of the stairs listening.
Hang it, Dolan. You can't torture the youngster this way.
So I don't know what I'm talking about, huh, Topsy?
No.
Topsy, please.
But I'm sure I do know what I'm talking about, Topsy.
But it wasn't a rope at all, just like Daddy says. He was telling you the truth.
Then what was it?
Pops, for the love of
It
Mike.
was a handkerchief, that's what it was. A man's handkerchief. Wasn't it, Daddy?
Honey, please go on back up to bed. You shouldn't be down here.
So it was a man's handkerchief. And, what happened to it?
Daddy stuck in his pocket. That pocket right there.
I'll remember this, Dolan.
And your daddy put it in his pocket because he didn't want anybody to know it was his. Is that right?
Oh, but it wasn't his, Mr. Dolan. It wasn't Daddy's at all. It was Mr. Shannon's. Daddy said I mustn't tell, but you won't tell anybody, will you?
Hand it over, Carlson.
I won't do it. You can't bank me.
This isn't a game, Carlson. This is a murder I'm investigating, a cold-blooded murder. And I think I can make you. Now, give it here.
All right. Here.
I'll twist it. I can see where there's been some hard knots tied in it. Initial letter S in the corner.
You'll be sorry for this, Dolan.
Did your daddy say why you mustn't tell anybody about the handkerchief, Topsy?
Yes. He said something about my mother being killed by a man while he wasn't here, and something about people talking bad. He said maybe someday I might understand.
Oh, I see. You're quite a guy, Carlson. I'd like to shake your hand.
What for?
You take a murder rap to protect your wife's name.
But Shannon didn't kill her. Shannon wouldn't do a thing like that.
Was Shannon here when you left the house this evening?
No, he wasn't.
Why, Daddy, that was a whopper. He was. You know he was.
Thanks, Topsy. Now you can go up and go to sleep.
And you won't talk bad to my daddy anymore?
No, I won't talk bad to your daddy. I think I'll talk kind of respectful to him. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Daddy.
Good night,
It was
dear.
all right for me to tell Mr. Dolan our secret, wasn't it?
Yes, honey. I guess it was all right.
You probably won't believe this, Mr. Carlson, but I already knew Shannon was the murderer anyway. All I had to do was bust somebody enough to get the truth.
So you picked on a child?
Yes, I suppose you could say that. But I don't think I did wrong. Murder is something I've seen a lot of, but it still gets under my skin. Every time is just as bad as the time before.
You didn't know it was Shannon. You couldn't know. You're bluffing.
No, I'm not bluffing. Remember that telephone call I got from the station? The one you were so curious about?
Yes?
Your partner, Mr. Shannon, tried to commit suicide tonight just a little while ago. Turned on the gas in his apartment.
He's dead?
No, he didn't get off that easy. He'll pay the full price for this. He'll suffer a lot more than inhaling gas. You can have 10 minutes with him, Mr. Carlson. I'll tell you when your time's up.
All right. I'm sorry, Bob. Dreadfully sorry.
Hell, you ought to hate me, Thorne. Yet you're the only friend I have. The only one who tried to save me. Didn't do any good, but you tried, Thorne.
You're not guilty, Bob, even if the jury said you were. I know that.
I'm afraid I am guilty, Thorne. I remember saying to Gretchen something about Topsy. I said, I'm going to do her a favor. Well, then Gretchen laughed at me, and I slapped her face. Everything went black, and the next thing I remember, I was in the hospital. They didn't believe me when I told them that, Thorne. I don't suppose I'd believe it if I were on the jury.
I believe you, Bob. There's still a chance. The governor...
No. It's better this way. Our business is gone now. You know that. Everything I worked for all my life. Gretchen had her way, Thorne. I'd have lost it if she'd have lived. Her death took it away from me anyway.
She was the most evil woman I ever knew. I'd gladly trade places with you, Bob.
No. I thought about that, Thorne. About trying to throw suspicion on you, but that was no good.
Why not?
There's Topsy.
Yes, there's Topsy.
I don't regret a thing, Thorne. I've no relatives, nobody to humiliate. And I've done the kid just what I said I would. I've done her a favor. So waste no tears, Thorne. It's a good job all around. Just forget about the governor. No dramatics, no scenes.
Your 10 minutes is up, Mr. Carlson.
Thank you, Dolan. And that's the story, Doctor. When I said I could laugh at death because I had lost my affliction, you see what I mean.
But you have undergone a terrible shock, Mr. Carlson. It's no
Shock,
wonder.
Doctor? Yes, I suppose I have. But there's something extremely amusing about the whole thing.
Amusing? My dear Mr. Carlson.
You see, Shannon was telling the truth, Doctor.
What?
He didn't know what happened after he struck Gretchen. I found him wandering about the streets, incoherent. I took him to his apartment and turned on the gas. Then I went home and strangled Gretchen. I killed her.
You murdered your wife?
Certainly. I was willing to pay for my wife's murder, but there was Topsy. She couldn't go through life with the world thinking her father a murderer. Shannon had nothing to live for with the business gone anyway, but I'd have taken his place in a second if it hadn't been for the youngster.
Well, I hardly know what to say, Mr. Carlson.
Oh, you don't need to say anything. I got justice for Gretchen without ever resorting to the law, and, well, with 1 month to live, it looks like somebody, something, got justice for me the same way.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Say, that's tough, Barbie. Dan having to go out of town this week. He's missing the chance to act in a swell story at Mystery House tonight.
It's a very peculiar story, Art.
Good characters, Barbie?
Oh, if you're worrying about a good part for yourself, Art, you have a honey.
Oh, listen, Barb, you know it wasn't that. Tom, you tell her my sole interest is in the show as a whole. She won't believe me.
Well, Art, I think everybody has to have a personal interest in everything they do.
You have a personal interest in all your work, do you, Tom?
Why, certainly. Now, you take this message. Just listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Laugh? I thought I'd die. Tonight's story opens in the luxurious but overly ornate dining room of Amos Gadley, a millionaire and an incurable practical joker. 3 other people are seated around the table.
I think you'll find this coffee a rare treat. It's my own special blend, imported especially for my use. Give everybody a generous cup, Jefferson.
Yes, Mr. Gadley.
Drink hearty, friends. You'll never get anything like it.
Is this another of your jokes, Gadley? What's wrong with the coffee?
Wrong? Don't trust me, Carmen? It's wonderful coffee. Wonderful.
No, thank you. And I wouldn't take any either if I were you, Garnett.
Don't worry, Lance. I won't.
Drink up, all of you. I'm a man of whims, and I might decide that I don't like one of you, unless you do as I say. That would be pretty funny.
You're always funny, Gadley, but I have no sense of humor.
Quiet. Nobody who lives on my charity can talk that way to me. It doesn't amuse me. Drink your coffee, all of you.
The clown prince has spoken. If he tells me to eat gravel, suppose I must.
I'll drink it, but I don't have to like it, do I?
You'll love it.
5 will get you 10 on that. Well, here goes.
A toast to the funniest man in the world.
Carmen, sit down.
Awfully sure of yourselves, all of you. It's about time I had this little dinner.
I've been wondering what the point is. I suppose it's something screamingly funny.
We have a point to make, too, Gadley. We've talked things over, and we've decided we're through feeling like charity wards. You're giving us no more than we deserve. We don't propose to go on being stooges for your stupid jokes.
You think not, eh? You'll go on.
Oh, no, no.
Carmen, what's the matter?
Your face. And Garnett.
What's up?
And yours, too, my dear.
We're all turning blue. Our skin.
Not me. I ain't blue.
What was in that coffee?
A little chemical, Mr. Garnett, and don't worry, it's quite harmless.
As harmless as all your little pranks, I suppose?
I have the word of a reliable doctor that all it'll do is tint the skin a brilliant blue. It'll wear off completely in 24 hours.
So for 24 hours, we look like circus freaks.
Yes, Carmen, darling, for 24 hours. Maybe a little inconvenient.
Anything for a laugh?
Maybe, but this isn't for laughs. I wonder which one of you has seen this letter before.
How would we know whether we've seen it before or not? It's just a plain white envelope with your name and address typed on it. And no return address.
Of course you wouldn't know. None of you would know. Maybe I'd better read it to you.
Yes, that might be a good idea.
Dear, fat, funny boy, nobody loves a good laugh as much as you do, and this'll kill you. You'll be dead by midnight, Saturday.
That's tonight.
Don't interrupt. You probably won't appreciate the humor of your murder, but it'll be a big laugh to at least 3 people. And the letter's signed, guess who? Pretty good, eh?
Excellent.
Yeah? Well, it was supposed to scare me, but it didn't.
Maybe it should have scared you, Gadley.
It had to be one of you 3. And so we're going to have a most amusing experiment this evening.
Experiment? What are you up to now?
Jefferson and I will search all 3 of you for any possible weapons.
Listen, you don't
I think that you 3 are the ones mentioned in that letter, the ones who'd get a big laugh from my murder.
Maybe you're right.
I've been a practical joker for years.
You're telling us.
I've had a lot of fun. You 3 were, well, my failures. 3 jokes that failed to come off.
3 jokes that failed to come off. Just like that. Why, you rotten, filthy, fat old devil.
Shut up! I'm not joking now, Lance. And I can be pretty mean when I'm in the mood. I've paid all 3 of you, made up for everything.
If you think you could ever make up for what you've done to me, you're mistaken.
I've never felt humble about taking your money.
Fine. I wanted to be sure I had the right 3, and I'm sure I have. Now we're going to have some fun. What time is it, Jefferson?
10:30, sir.
Excellent. The experiment should take about an hour. Jefferson, telephone the police station for me.
Yes, sir.
What is this, anyway? What are you trying to pull?
You'll know soon enough.
Here you are, sir.
Hello? I'd like to speak to Captain Linwood, please. Oh, hello, Captain. This is Amos J. Gadley, Delacourt Apartments. I'm about to be murdered, Captain Linwood. Who? I don't know exactly, Captain. But certain people are very blue about it. No, I'm not joking. Never was more serious in my life. Goodbye. Well, I'm satisfied none of you has any weapons. Eh, Jefferson?
Yes, quite satisfied, sir.
All right, bring in the tray.
I don't get this, Gadley.
You will, Carmen. You will.
Here you are, sir. The tray.
A revolver, a hunting knife, and a sledgehammer on it. Say, what's this going to be, a suicide party?
That wouldn't be a bad idea at all, Garnett. No, these weapons are for your convenience. In deference to the weaker sex, I think Carmen should have first choice of weapons.
What's the big idea? Is this another of your jokes?
No joke, Garnett. Here's the idea. You make a choice of weapons. Then Jefferson will turn out the lights at a signal. Each of you will grab your weapon from the tray.
You're crazy.
Lights all out. Each of you with a weapon. And then, if my guess is right, you try to kill me.
This isn't funny, Gadley. I'm going home.
Oh, no, you're not. Because if any one of you refuses to go through with my plans, you don't get any more allowance. You're broke.
No use arguing with him. He'll win as usual. All right, Gadley. I'll take the revolver.
Revolver it is. A very ladylike choice. Lance, I suppose you yield second choice to Garnett. He costs me more than you do.
I want no choice at all.
You take one, all right. Mr. Garnett, this knife or the sledgehammer?
The sledgehammer appeals to me, Gadley. And I hope I can make a lucky swing in the dark. I'll be trying, I assure you.
Thank you, Mr. Garnett. You make the game so much more fun for me. I guess that leaves the knife for the ex-surgeon, Lance. Something poetic about things working out that way, isn't there?
You're out of your mind. You can't go through with this.
You think not? Line up against the wall, all 3 of you. Hurry.
We might as well.
All right.
I'm going to stand over here at the opposite end of the room. The second the lights go out, make a dash for the weapons.
I suppose we'll stumble over a cord or something.
No, I promise.
See here, Gadley. You can make us play this game, but you can't make us pick up those weapons or use them.
No, don't argue with him, Lance.
Are you ready, Jefferson?
Yes, sir.
When I count to 3, turn off the lights.
Right, sir.
Keep your eyes on the tray, all of you. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, what the...
Oh, pardon me.
May the best man win. Close, Carmen. There are 4 more cartridges left.
Don't worry. I just wanted to see if the gun was really loaded.
Hey, be careful of that gun, Carmen.
Nice try with the knife, Lance. I believe you cut my coat sleeve a little.
You're bats. I wasn't even near you.
Very good, Lance. You're smarter than I thought. That was exactly the right thing to say. Oh, excellent. You're really putting me on my mettle. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, Mr. Garnett, you hit my shoulder instead of my head, and the shoulder's much better padded.
Oh, you devil! You're asking to be murdered. All right, you'll get what you want.
Carmen, no!
Now, that's what I call exciting. But the novelty's worn off. Turn on the lights, Jefferson. Turn them on.
Right, sir.
Oh!
Mr. Garnett.
Garnett? Speak to me. Garnett?
No use, Gadley. He's dead.
No, he couldn't be dead. Somebody's trying to...
You wanted a murder tonight, and it looks like you got it. I hope you're satisfied.
Murder?
Certainly.
You killed him, Gadley. First you killed his soul, and now his body. I hope you hang.
I know your reputation as a practical joker, Gadley, or I'd have been here sooner. I thought you were trying to be funny.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was, Captain Linwood.
Say, how about having one of your cigars, Gadley? Hope you don't mind.
Don't
mention it. Thanks. All right, good cigars, Gadley. Hey! What the blazes are you trying to pull, Gadley?
Oh, those cigars aren't dangerous now, Captain Linwood. His exploding cigars have been toned down considerably since...
Since when?
Since I was a young surgeon. Gadley gave me one of his cigars before he'd quite perfected his formula. Tetanus infection in my right hand. Result, 3 fingers amputated. End of a career.
Yeah? Real cute, wasn't he?
I've made it up to him, Captain. I pay him $200 a month. My lawyers drew up a life contract with him.
Life contract, huh? Then it'd be worth $200 a month to you for him to be dead, as far as you're concerned.
Well, I don't mind the expense.
I don't suppose you was paying Garnett anything, too, by any chance?
I can answer that for you, Captain. Garnett got more than any of us. $500 a month.
You little ingrate.
Garnett was an artist years ago, and a good one. But Gadley had a funny boutonniere in his lapel one day. It squirted water in your face when he squeezed a bolt.
Shut up, you little fool.
Gadley wasn't satisfied with just squirting water. He worked out a solution that would make your skin itch. Got into Garnett's eyes and practically blinded him. That was the end of Garnett's painting.
Beg pardon, miss, but is Gadley connected with your...
My being crippled?
Yes.
I was a dancer 10 years ago. Did an adagio act with my partner. Gadley was sitting in one of the front upper boxes. He tossed some carpet tacks onto the stage, just as I was starting our hardest routine. I stepped on a tack and missed my partner's arms. I was in the hospital 2 years.
Oh, I paid all the bills, didn't I?
Sure, you paid the bills. You've been paying them ever since. And isn't that just wonderful of you?
Yeah, seems like a comical guy, all right. Hey, you.
Me, sir?
Yes, you. What's your particular ailment?
Ailment, sir?
Yeah, what's Gadley done to you?
Oh, nothing, sir. He's been wonderful to me, sir.
Jefferson's his stooge.
Oh. There's some things I don't get about this. Sounds awful fishy. You say you gave all 3 of these, wards of yours a chance to kill you.
Oh, but that was all a joke, Captain Linwood. They couldn't kill me.
What do you mean they couldn't kill you?
I wanted to see which one had the nerve to try murdering me. Which one had sent that letter. The revolver was loaded with blanks. A knife wouldn't kill a flea.
Why not?
Very clever knife. The blade slips right up into the handle the minute it touches anything. See?
Somebody spent a lot of time to make a fool thing like that. But this sledgehammer, now don't tell me
Looks
that...
murderous, doesn't it?
No! I didn't hurt a bit. I scarcely felt it.
Yeah, the weight's all in the end of the handle. The actual sledgehammer is made of balsa wood, painted black. Doesn't weigh half an ounce.
Anything for a laugh, huh? But here's something I found. And it ain't so comical.
What? It's a toy balloon. Like they sell at circuses.
Yeah. But this little toy balloon killed Garnett. See how much of a chuckle you can get out of that.
Garnett killed by a toy balloon. Doesn't seem possible. But strange things happen in Mystery House. You'll find out all about it in the second act of tonight's story. 2 of Laugh? I thought I'd die. We go to Captain Linwood's office in the police station. He's talking to Amos Gadley's butler, Jefferson, as the scene opens.
You know anything about that balloon, Jefferson?
A balloon?
I talk plain enough. The big red rubber balloon in the base of the ashstand in Gadley's apartment.
You're all wrong about Mr. Gadley, sir. He's innocent, absolutely innocent. He's a good man and a generous one. And he has a wonderful sense of humor.
Yeah, I'm laughing fit to bust. Now, what was that balloon doing in the base of the ashstand?
Why, what difference could it possibly make, sir?
Because there were faint traces of a very deadly poison gas in it. And that's what killed Garnett.
Oh, you're all wrong, sir. Mr. Gadley filled the balloon with air and put it down in the base of the ashstand for a joke, sir.
A joke?
Yes, indeed, sir.
Now tell me why I should laugh.
Why, don't you see, sir? Somebody drops their cigarette down into the ashstand and presses the button to let it down into the hollow base. It hits the balloon and bang.
You saw him blow it up with air?
Why, yes.
The balloon wasn't busted, Jefferson, but it was empty. And you're lying.
Well, maybe I didn't see him actually blow it up, sir. But he told me he did.
Oh, he told you he did, huh? And he told you he didn't mind paying Garnett $500 a month, too, I suppose.
You've got to let me out of this jail, Linwood. My lawyers will have you walking a beat before you get through with this.
So you don't know from nothing about a balloon in the ashstand, huh?
No. I've told you that.
You weren't playing a cute little practical joke.
No. How many times do I have to tell you no?
Oh, it's no good, Gadley. You were tired of paying. If you could kill one and make it look like one of the other two did the job, you could cut your payments a lot.
That's ridiculous.
You thought you were safe. You had the balloon filled with deadly poison gas.
I don't know anything about any balloon, I tell you.
Yeah, I heard that before. Garnett was getting more money from you than either of the others. You held the balloon in front of his face and slowly released the gas.
You're mad.
Then you dropped the empty balloon back in the ashstand and pressed the button to let it down into the base. You thought it would never be found.
You can't do this to me. It's a frame-up.
A silly little toy balloon, but it collapsed with a bit of poison gas still in it. You know what that means, Gadley?
You're an utter idiot. You're insane.
It means the electric chair for you, Gadley.
Hello, Carmen. I think the police have found out that Garnett loaned you money after his wife left him. He didn't? Oh, but I happen to know. And you hadn't paid it back, had you? I'd tell the police all about it if I were you, before you get into trouble.
Hi, Mr. Jefferson. What do you think you're doing?
You heard what?
Yeah, every word of it. I've been following you, and you might as well quit trying to clear your boss, because this is going to be one joke that's on him.
You again.
Yeah, and this time maybe I got something that'll help you. I don't know, but I ain't a guy to let my prejudices overcome my duty.
You're a stupid fool.
Maybe, but I'm not alone if I am. Did Mr. Lance and Mr. Garnett ever have a quarrel when they were in your apartment?
Why, I don't know. Maybe they did.
You didn't hear one?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Oh. You know, I'm going to throw that butler of yours in the clink right along with you if he don't quit messing up this case.
What do you mean?
He told me Lance and Garnett nearly came to blows at your place a couple of weeks before the murder. That you pulled them apart. And that Lance said to Garnett...
Yes, it's true. Absolutely true.
Oh, you remember now, huh?
Certainly I remember. They had a fight, a bad one.
Then suppose you tell me what Lance said to Garnett.
I don't remember.
That's what I thought. Your butler told me Lance said to Garnett, I'll kill you the first chance I get. Oh, you'd have remembered that, Gadley. if it had ever been said.
Good evening, Mr. Gadley, sir.
Jefferson. Good old Jefferson. They let you come to tell me the governor's going to grant a reprieve?
I'm sorry, sir.
He's not. But they can't convict an innocent man, Jefferson. They can't do it.
I hate to see you so nervous, sir. You were always so gay, so full of jokes and hijinks, sir. This is, well, it's no way to die, sir.
You're right, Jefferson.
You could, how is it they say, the young people, sir? You could dish it out. Are you going to let them say you couldn't take it?
No. Thanks, Jefferson. You've meant a lot to me. You've stood by me through everything.
It was nothing, sir.
They're going to electrocute me, Jefferson. That'll be quite a shock, eh? Get it, Jefferson? Quite a shock.
Oh, very good, sir.
The silence will probably be electrifying. I guess I can take it. Jefferson?
Of course you can, sir.
I'd give a sparkling performance tonight, Jefferson.
Oh, very good, sir.
Anything for a laugh, Jefferson. Have a card, No, I'm afraid. Don't leave me, Jefferson. No. Don't leave me, Jefferson.
Oh, that's very funny, sir. That's the funniest yet. Well, I'll be seeing you in tomorrow's paper. Say, that wasn't bad either, was it? Bye-bye.
I'm holding a wire open to the governor's mansion. There may be a last-minute reprieve.
What do you think, Captain?
Well, if there is, I'll resign.
What? Jefferson?
Yes. I just came from the death cell. They told me you'd know if a reprieve had come through.
Yes, I will know. Sit down, Jefferson. How was he?
Oh, very brave, sir. Until just before I left. I had quite a time trying to cheer him up then.
How many minutes to go, Captain?
Just one.
Something could still happen?
Yeah, but it would be a miracle. What was it you liked so much about the guy anyway, Jefferson? You know, that's been bothering me.
It was, I suppose, his jollity, sir. So full of jokes.
Yeah.
15 seconds.
He did such comical things. Things that some people wouldn't think were funny at all. But Mr. Gadley could find the humor in them, like...
Just a minute. Linwood speaking. What? Pronounced dead, huh? Thank you.
It's all over?
Yeah, all over.
Well, that's that. Say, did they ever manage to trace Garnett's wife?
No, she disappeared completely.
Too bad you didn't trace her, Captain Linwood.
Why, Jefferson?
Because she was my daughter.
What?
If you had found her, you'd have known I killed Garnett.
What's that? You killed Garnett?
Yes, I killed him. I imagine he thanked me for it. He had nothing to live for.
He was getting $500 a month, wasn't he?
Garnett wasn't interested in money. He was interested in achievement. Yes, I killed him.
But if you weren't sore at him, why kill him?
Because it was the best way to kill Mr. Gadley. He was to blame for all my daughter's trouble. She and Garnett were extremely happy till Gadley ruined his career.
But you were trying to protect Gadley all the time.
Yes, but in an extremely bungling way, wasn't it?
Great Scott. And we've electrocuted an innocent man.
Innocent? I'd hardly say that, sir. I don't think you've ever electrocuted a wickeder man.
I'm sorry, Jefferson. I'll have to put you under arrest.
It's quite all right, sir.
All right. And Gadley electrocuted when he was innocent?
Yeah. Good joke on him, wasn't it?
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, Barbie, I've read the script for tonight's story, and I'd be willing to bet it'll fool the folks.
Well, it certainly fooled me.
Shouldn't you change it then, Mr. Glenn?
Change it? Why? We want to keep folks baffled.
Well, with a detective story, I guess that's right.
Oh, guess it. I know.
Well, people don't want to be fooled about facts, though, Mr. Glenn. They want the absolute truth.
I think this is leading up to something, Tom. What absolute truth are you trying to put across tonight?
Thanks, Mrs. Glenn. Thanks for the opening. Just listening, you'll find out.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene for tonight's story, will you, Tom?
Murder takes practice. Tonight's story opens in the luxuriously furnished study of Fred Ellsworth, an elderly gentleman who has called a private detective to his home.
I want you to live right in this house with us, Barton. And if you need more men, get them. Expense is not to be a factor. Understand?
Are you sure somebody's trying to murder you, Mr. Ellsworth? You know, murder isn't a very complicated thing. All a killer has to do is kill.
I've told you somebody's trying to murder me. You're to accept what I tell you while you're working for me.
Okay. But there might be another angle. If anybody wanted to kill you, why wouldn't you be dead by this time?
Consider what's happened. First, my Great Dane dog dies. The veterinarian performs an autopsy, and the cause of death is arsenic, enough to kill a herd of horses.
Well, maybe somebody didn't like the dog. I've always been sort of edgy about those big dogs myself.
I'm not a fool, Barton. You think I am? Perhaps I'd better call some other detective agency. Let me show you what I found, or rather what Patty found in one of the wastebaskets.
Who's Patty?
My niece. Here. Look at it.
Yeah, what is it? Looks like an architect's drawing.
Yes, but it's a drawing of my bedroom. Everything in the room marked in. And notice that dotted line from the window to the bed. Another dotted line from the door to the bed. Another from the bath to my bed.
What of it?
I've been awakened 3 different mornings by a dried bean hitting my face. A bean shot with some force. And I suspect those beans have come from the 3 places shown on the diagram. The window, the hall, the bath.
You see anybody?
No. The first time I didn't even look. I was too startled. And I hadn't seen this fool diagram.
But if anybody were really trying to kill you...
It would have been a bullet, not a bean. Of course, I know that. Anybody would know that.
Well, then I don't see what makes you think you're slated for murder.
Somebody's practicing, Barton.
Practicing? People don't practice on murder.
I'm up against a killer who's taking no chances, who wants to be sure of committing a perfect crime.
Well, then you must have some idea of who the killer is.
Of course I have. It's somebody in my household, naturally.
Why do you say naturally?
Because there isn't a person in this place I wouldn't suspect of it.
Even your niece?
She showed me that diagram, certainly. But if you were planning a murder, don't you think it would be rather clever to act like you were helping to prevent it?
Well, why should she kill you?
She fancies I've done her some grave injuries, the little fool.
Injuries? Like what?
Both she and Lucian are wards of mine. Lucian is my late sister's son. Patty is my late brother's daughter.
Well, I'd think they'd be pretty grateful to you for taking them in.
Patty wants control of her money. She wants all kinds of things. She wants to marry a no-good moronic gigolo.
Oh, she has money of her own, then.
In trust, to be given her at the discretion of a board of which I'm the chairman.
Uh-huh. Well, how about the boy, Lucian?
He doesn't have a dime of his own, and never will have until I die.
He's fond of you, is he?
He hates me. He feels very much injured because I forced him to take engineering, so he can take a place in my organization.
Engineering, huh? Engineers make plans and diagrams, don't they?
Yes. Who is it?
Carrie, I wanted to talk to you.
All right. Come in.
Oh, I didn't know you had anyone with you.
Carrie, this is Mr. Barton. He's going to stay with us a while.
A new butler? That's very nice. This house has been so upset since the last one.
No, he's not a butler. Mr. Barton's a detective.
A detective? But why?
I'm going to find out who killed Nada, Carrie.
Oh. But don't you think it was an accident, Cousin Fred? She was such a big dog.
Nonsense, Carrie. Dogs don't eat arsenic by accident, not even big dogs.
No, I suppose not. Oh, dear, I do hope you don't think I'm being rude, Mr. Barton, but this is going to complicate things.
Well, I won't be any bother. At least I'll try not to be, Miss...
Tinley. Carrie Tinley. I sort of keep house for Cousin Fred. And with the cook leaving...
Oh, don't act like a martyr, Carrie. She only left 2 days ago. And if you'd ever get firm with the employment agency...
Oh, I was quite insistent, Cousin Fred. But you see, the last cook, Myrtle, told them at the agency why she had left, and they won't send any more.
We'll discuss that later, Carrie.
just a second. Miss Tinley, why did the last cook leave?
It's of no consequence, Barton.
Yeah, but why did she leave, Miss Tinley?
Why...
that will do, Carrie.
Mr. Ellsworth, if I'm going to help you, I have to know what's going on here.
This doesn't concern you, Barton. I'll see you later, Carrie.
Yes.
Miss Tinley, why did the cook leave?
Why, I don't know that I should tell you, Mr. Barton.
Listen, Barton, you're working for me and you'll follow my orders.
Yeah? Unless I can run things the way I want to, I'm not working for you or anybody else, Mr. Ellsworth.
What's all the row?
Oh, hello, Patty.
Your uncle doesn't want Miss Tinley to tell me why the cook left.
I should rather think not.
Please.
The only solution I can think of is for Uncle Fred to do all the cooking himself.
Why?
He frightens them all out of their wits, insisting that they taste a little of everything in front of him.
Patty.
You see, he's afraid his food may be poisoned.
Oh, is that right, Mr. Ellsworth?
I'm not a crank, Barton, regardless of what you think.
Well, it's really pretty stupid, Mr. Barton. A month ago, he ate some fish that didn't agree with him.
It was poisoned.
None of the rest of us suffered any ill effects.
No, because none of the rest of you were eating poisoned food. It was aimed at me.
A guilty conscience does strange things, Uncle Fred. You think people are trying to kill you because you think deep down in your heart that they have a reason to.
Young lady, you can't talk to me like this.
Oh, dear. Patty, don't you think that...
I think, all right. I think Uncle Fred's riding for a fall. He's played the high-handed dictator with all of us.
Patty, you mustn't talk like that.
Oh, don't be such a jellyfish, Carrie. He's treated you shamefully. You can't call your soul your own. Why, you could do better working as a housemaid than you do here. His own cousin. You've given the best years of your life looking out for him, and he treats you like so much dirt.
You're getting pretty brave, aren't you, Patty?
I don't know why I should kowtow to you. I've decided you're never going to let me run my own life anyway.
Hi. Hey, where is everybody?
In the study, Lucian. Come on.
Don't call him in here. Mr. Barton and I were having a private conference.
Hey, what is this? A family convention? Oh, pardon me. I don't know you, do I?
This is Mr. Barton, Lucian. He's a detective.
Detective?
Well, what's so funny, Lucian?
You are, Unky. He thinks somebody's trying to kill him.
Yeah. What do you think?
Oh, I'm not supposed to think. Nobody else in the house has any right to think. Nobody but Uncle Fred. He does all the thinking.
You'd better be careful how you talk, young man.
You used to make me believe that, Unky, but not anymore. Nope. You wouldn't toss me out, because then you couldn't control me, and you enjoy it too much.
Lucian, please don't upset Cousin Fred, please.
Worried, Carrie? Neither one of us needs to worry. You're too good a workhorse to get sacked, and I'm too perfect a puppet. And he's scared anyway, Carrie. Look at him. He's lost weight this last month. He's jittery. Why, he...
Stop it, you ungrateful little bum.
Ungrateful? What am I supposed to be grateful for, Unky? You've never let me do anything I wanted to do. You've tried to make me a carbon copy of you. And when I look at the original... No, I'm not grateful.
Get out of here. This minute. I'm through with you, understand? Get out.
You really mean that, Unky?
You bet I mean it.
Oh, boy, what a break. I've been trying to get up my courage for this for a long time. And now that it's happened, wow. You ought to try it, Carrie.
Lucian, you don't know what you're saying. Ellsworth, you don't really want Lucian to leave.
Don't give him a chance to change his mind, Carrie. And by the way, why don't you join me?
What?
Oh, I don't mean come with me, but why don't you come to life and clear out of here? You'll never find a better time.
Get out, Lucian, and be quick about it.
Right, Unky. You know, I haven't got a dime in the world and no place to go. I suppose I should be worried. But you know how I feel? Just wonderful. So long, Unky.
Well, I wanted to do that for a long time. It's a relief having it over.
Wasn't very smart, Mr. Ellsworth.
Look, Barton, I won't have anyone telling
You
me...
got me telling you right now. Just suppose Lucian is the one who's trying to murder you because he hates you.
Then I'm rid of him.
He knows this house like a book. And if he hated you enough to want to kill you before, how does he feel now?
You shouldn't get so upset, dear. You must learn to control yourself, Patty.
You'd be better off if you didn't control yourself so well. Poor Lucian. I wonder what's going to happen to him.
You know, I have a feeling Cousin Fred will be easier to be around now that Lucian's gone. I don't like to say this, but I think Lucian was playing jokes on him.
Playing jokes on him?
That diagram Cousin Fred made such a fuss about. I don't know whether I should tell anybody or not, but... Well, I saw Lucian throw it in the wastebasket.
What? Well, I'll be darned. You're sure, Carrie?
Why, yes.
We better tell him about it then.
No, I wouldn't want to do anything to cause anybody any trouble. Come back, please.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, get some backbone, Carrie. Where is he?
In his study with that detective. You know, I'm not sure I trust that man.
You're afraid of your own shadow. Come on.
But you mustn't go in without knocking. Cousin Fred won't permit that. You know he won't.
Why, there's nobody...
Hey! Look out! Oh, you might have been killed. What is that?
Why, it's an iron dumbbell from Lucian's gymnasium stuff. Wait, you could see. It was held over the door by a piece of rope. When the door opened, the rope released it.
Patty, Carrie, that noise, what was it?
About 25 pounds of concentrated iron, Uncle Fred, balanced right over your door.
You see, Barton?
Yeah, but this is the first time I've ever seen a murderer practice.
Is somebody trying to scare Uncle Fred? Or does the would-be murderer really mean business? And why so cautious? Why not get it over in a hurry? Well, maybe that's what will happen in the second act of tonight's story. And now, Act 2 of Murder Takes Practice. It's 11 o'clock at night, and the Ellsworth family is getting ready to go to bed.
I wonder where Lucian's staying tonight.
I neither know nor care.
Well, you're wrong there.
Oh, no.
If I have murder suspects, I want to keep them where I can watch them.
But you surely don't think Lucian...
He could hardly have engineered that dumbbell business. After all, he wasn't even here.
Well, he knows his way around the place, doesn't he? I'll bet you right now I could wander around this house for weeks without any of you knowing it. After all, this is a pretty good-sized hunk of a home.
Nonsense. You don't like it because I did what was proper under the circumstances instead of following your advice.
Oh, that noise. What was it?
Just a door slamming.
No, there's somebody in this house. We'll all be killed.
I'll go take a look, Miss Tinley, if it'll make you feel any easier.
Halt! Wherever you are, halt, or I'll shoot. I mean it.
Carrie, I'm nervous enough without your screaming.
All right, kid, come on. No funny stuff. You're lucky I didn't hit you.
Lucian.
Well, what of it?
So you were skulking around here after you'd been told to leave.
I walked out without any clothes or money or anything. I wasn't gone an hour before I realized I'd need some things for my room. I didn't want to talk to any of you, so I tried to get up to my room without your knowing about it, and got shot at for my pains.
Do you happen to know anything about an iron dumbbell, Lucian?
Huh? Oh, don't worry. I'm not taking it with me. Been checking to see if anything was missing, huh? Well, it's here. Carrie borrowed it to use as a doorstop for her bedroom door. Why?
How about that, Carrie?
Why, yes, I did, but... Oh, Cousin Fred, you don't think that means I put the thing up over your door?
It's funny you hadn't mentioned it, Carrie.
There's nothing funny about it. If something from your room were used in a murder attempt, I don't think you'd mention it either.
You sound like a very philosophical person, Barton. But I've got a hotel room to find tonight, so if you'll promise not to shoot at me again, I'll go on up and get my things together.
No, you're not leaving here tonight, Lucian.
You want to bet?
I'd bet a good deal on it. You're a suspect.
Oh, you flatter me. If you think I'm trying to murder Unky, I should think you'd want me to clear out in a hurry.
I'd like to keep murder suspects where I can watch them.
Oh, by the way, that brings up what we were coming to see you about, Uncle Fred.
No, Patty, please.
Coming to see me about? Yes, I wondered what you two were doing in the study. You've both been forbidden to enter the place without my being there.
But that is, at least I thought you were there.
And you know what I've always said about knocking before you come in, don't you? Well?
Yes, I mentioned that to Patty when she started to open the door.
Oh,
but...
let's not have another of those idiotic squabbles about the sacredness of your study. We came to tell you that Carrie
No,
had seen...
Patty, you mustn't. It was different when I thought Lucian had left, but now you just can't.
Can't what? What is this anyway?
Carrie says she saw you making that diagram of Uncle Fred's room.
What?
Well, of course I made a diagram of his room. Or rather, a floor plan.
Yeah? Why?
It was a classroom assignment. Floor plan of the largest bedroom in the house.
I suppose it was part of your assignment to make those dotted lines from the window and the two doors to your uncle's bed.
I didn't make any dotted lines. Somebody else did that. Somebody who saw me working and wanted to get me in bad.
No, Lucian, I wouldn't hurt you for anything.
Who was it found the plan in the wastebasket? Patty. And of all the people in the place, who gains most by Unky's death?
That's not so. What I'd get aside from what's rightfully mine already, I don't know. But I rather imagine both you and Carrie get the bulk of Uncle Fred's own money, unless he's found time to change his will.
Well, how about that, Mr. Ellsworth?
Under the circumstances, Barton, I think it would be most uncircumspect for me to explain my will at the moment.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, it's time to go to bed.
I'm not staying here.
Guess again, lad. I'm going to escort each of you to your rooms. I'm going to watch you go in and close your doors. And my advice is to stay there.
Who is it? Who is it, I said? Answer me.
It's me, Carrie.
Carrie, what in the world are you doing here? Didn't you hear what the detective said about staying in your own room?
I'm afraid, Patty. I'm frightened half to death. Lucian's here, too, and after my telling what I saw, that plan, he may want to kill me, too.
I'd rather you'd go back to your own room, Carrie.
But together, a murderer would be afraid.
I've been doing some thinking, Carrie. You admit you saw Lucian make that diagram. You ordinarily empty the wastebaskets, but you had me do it the day I found that plan. And it was you who told me Uncle Fred was in the study this afternoon when I almost got my head bashed in.
Patty, no, surely you don't think that I would commit murder.
Whoever this murderer is, he or she is being awfully cautious. You're the most cautious person I've ever known. You have reason to hate Uncle Fred. Well, at least as much reason as Lucian and I.
But that's not true.
Carrie, just what would you gain by Uncle Fred's death?
What? You mustn't say such a thing, Patty. You mustn't.
Help!
What?
Help! Somebody, for the love of heaven! Quick, help!
That's Uncle Fred. Come on.
All right, stay in your rooms, all of you, till I tell you differently. Oh, hang it, all of you out here. Okay, come on.
Oh, dear. Is he dead?
Oh, it smells like chloroform in here. I can't stand.
Oh, he's all right. We got to him in time. He can't be clear under. Hey, come on, wake up.
Huh? Oh.
Here's the cause. On his bed, right by the pillow. A rag soaked with chloroform.
Well, toss it out the window before it makes the rest of us groggy.
Okay.
I woke up feeling sick. That sickly sweet smell. And I was dizzy. I tried to get up out of bed, and I couldn't. I fell out, I guess, and started crawling to the door. I called. Thank goodness you heard me.
But who would have chloroform? This stuff always makes me sick.
Well, if you folks had followed my instructions, we'd know now who did this.
Why?
Because after you went to bed, I stuck a little piece of black thread on each door frame. I stuck it on with a dab of chewing gum, and then draped the thread over the doorknob.
That's very clever.
Yeah, it would have been. They hadn't have all come rushing out when you called. Well, I don't suppose I can blame him.
I'm glad somebody came. This time, Barton, I'd like to be with you when they go to their rooms. And I'm serving notice. I'm locking mine from the inside.
All right, all of you. Those threads are in place across your doorknobs. Now, if anything else should happen, don't come out under any circumstances until I tell you to. Anybody who opens a door is open to suspicion as a would-be murderer. Now, get that straight, all of you. Okay, Mr. Ellsworth, come on.
Yes. Do you suppose any of them could hear us now, Barton?
Oh, I don't see how.
I have a plan to trap the murderer. A plan that will work.
What kind of a plan?
Here, you take my gun. You go to my room, I'll go to yours.
Well, I don't think there'll be any more murder attempts tonight. Those little threads should keep everybody at home now that they know about them.
I'm not so sure. You get into my bed. Keep the gun ready and don't go to sleep.
Okay. Might be worth a try at that. At least it'll keep you from being nervous.
Thanks. And good night.
Hey, what?
Don't shoot, Barton. I've got another idea.
Oh, what now?
Wait till I close the door, so nobody will hear.
All right, just a second. I'll turn on the light.
No.
What?
No, they might be watching. It will never do to let them know we're together. We can talk in the dark.
Okay, go ahead. What's on your mind?
That day you came to my office, soliciting business as a private detective.
Yeah, what about it?
I got to thinking about it afterwards. You asked a good many questions.
Well, what of it?
You weren't actually soliciting business. You were doing business right then, weren't you?
Well, what makes you think that?
Who'd hired you to spy on me, Barton?
Harlow Morton.
He wanted you to find out why I wouldn't let Patty marry him, didn't he?
Sure. You can't blame him, can you?
What did you tell him?
Well, I told him I thought you'd stolen the girl's money and didn't dare let her get married.
What made you think that?
A little checking into your finances.
And just what did you advise him to do about it?
I told him there wasn't a thing in the world he could do about it, unless he wanted to lose his own shirt in a slander suit.
But if I'd stolen money...
And you could produce enough to cover, although it would strap you. And you're in charge of the trust. You'd be okay, and Harlow Morton would be at your mercy. You'd get enough damages to put you back on top again.
You gave him very excellent advice. I hope he paid you well for it.
Well enough. Why?
Didn't you think it odd that I should hire you to handle these murder attempts for me?
No, not at all. Most people don't know many private detectives.
What a pity. What would you say if I were to tell you that everything that's happened has been leading up to this? It's all part of a plan.
What are you talking about?
Everything that's happened, I've done myself. Nobody'd ever suspect a man of trying to murder himself, would they? I put the dotted lines on the floor plan. The story about the dried beans was pure fabrication. I poisoned the dog. I never liked the animal anyway. I put that dumbbell over the door. I put the chloroform-soaked rag next to my pillow.
You don't say. Why?
To establish that somebody was trying to murder me. I knew what I was doing all the time.
Okay, I'll bite. What were you doing?
Building a plan to rid myself of Patty and you.
Well, maybe I'm dense, Ellsworth, but I don't get it.
And you were supposed to be a detective. First, let me assure you that there's no use firing that revolver I gave you. You've instructed everybody to stay in their rooms till you call, and you'd never get a chance to call. That gun's loaded with blanks.
Pretty cute, Mr. Ellsworth.
The gun I have in my hand is a little pearl-handled revolver that Patty kept hidden in her dresser, and is well covered with her fingerprints. I'm wearing gloves, and I've already removed the string from her door. My story will be that you asked me to change places with you. It'll sound perfectly logical. After all, you're a detective trying to catch a murderer. I'll have plenty of time to get back to your room again, thanks to your instruction.
I take it you're going to shoot me.
Marvelous deduction.
Okay. You're too smart for me.
To make sure.
No, you don't. Yeah. You were firing at a bunch of bedding rolled up and put under the covers, Ellsworth. Maybe dumb, but one trick they teach you early in this game is you can't tell what direction a voice is coming from in the dark.
Huh? You tricked me. But it's not too late yet.
It's later than you think, Unky. Much later.
Lucian, you...
Barton came and got me right after you got into his bed, Unky. I've heard the whole works. And this gun I'm pointing at the back of your head isn't loaded with any blanks.
That chloroform-soaked rag was the tip-off, Ellsworth. You had chloroform burns on your fingers, and none of the rest of them did. Ellsworth, I've seen some bunglers in my time, but you top 'em all. You took more practice than any murderer who'd ever lived, and still muffed it.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
This story we're trying out for Mystery House novel tonight, Barbie, Murder with a Punch. What's the big punch?
Well, it's not that kind of a punch, Dan. The story deals with a Punch and Judy show.
Oh, you mean those little wooden dummies that the performer works with his hands from under the stage?
That's right, hand puppets. I think they're fascinating. A good Punch and Judy operator can make them almost human.
Oh, I disagree, Mrs. Glenn. The Punch and Judy voices are always too unnatural. If you're going to say anything, why not say it in a natural voice, like this? Listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene for tonight's story, will you, Tom?
Death with a Punch. The story opens in a dressing room of the Mirador nightclub. Jeff Rockland, owner of the club, hands a little envelope to one of the performers.
Yes, you noticed, Gigi. Saturday night.
But look, Mr. Rockland, you brought me into the Mirador on the contract for $6 a week.
So I made a mistake. We all make mistakes once in a while, don't we? Your rack's no good, Gigi.
No good? The Grand Guignol Punch and Judy show no good. The finest hand-carved puppets in the world. My father and grandfather spent their lives building this act. I've got testimonial letters from royalty, from presidents,
You've
from...
got an act that, as far as nightclubs are concerned, is strictly from hunger, Gigi.
No, that is not so. The Berlin Winter Garden, the Vienna Olympia, the London Palladium, the New York Palace, all holdovers. Top billing. An international success. The finest hand puppet show in all the world, and you, a cheap nightclub operator, an ex-gangster.
Got it, Gigi. I don't like that kind of talk. Your act's out after tomorrow night. You're done. Through.
But I turned down engagements to take this.
You know what that act of yours ought to be playing, Gagey? Little girls' birthday parties. That's about its speed. I bet you'd knock the little kiddies for a loop.
You'll pay me for the balance of my contract?
Are you kidding? You're lucky you're getting paid for the week you've been here, you bum.
I'll report you. You fill that contract or I'll see you get no more act.
No, you won't. Because I'll have a receipt to show I paid off.
You have no such thing.
I said I will have. Here's the receipt. See? All made out. And I've even got a fountain pen for you to sign it with. Right now. Here.
You think I'm crazy? You think I'd sign a receipt for money I'll never see?
I think you better, Gagey. It'd be good business.
You do not scare me.
Of course not. But you know how it is. A guy does his act, satisfies everybody, going along fine, getting paid. And then he has an accident. Away from the club, of course. Away from me, too. Being dead, he can't fill his contract.
You would not dare kill me.
Oh, now, what kind of talk is that, Gagey? I never killed anybody. If I got friends that, well, they're kind of rough, can I help it? Just because they're bad don't make me that way, does it? Come on now, sign.
No. I'll get your license revoked. You will not be able to hire any acts at all. I will run you out of business.
I got boys on my payroll would take care of you without the flicker of an eyelid, Gagey. And that's just about break my heart, too. You going to sign this or not?
No. You think you are very brave and tough. Well, maybe I'm brave and tough, too. I have a contract. I know my rights. Now, get out of my dressing room.
What? Hey, what is that thing?
The little club punch uses to hit Judy over the head in my puppet show. Get out before I break it over your head. Get out!
Okay, sucker. Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't give you a chance.
Oh, don't worry about him, Gagey. Rockland's a grade A heel, and as big a bluff as he's a rat. He tried to pull a fast one on you, and it didn't work. He'll pay off your contract. He has to, the bum.
He says I'm through after tonight. I've already made a report to the union, Connie. You think my act is bad?
I think it's the cutest act I ever saw in my life. Those little wooden puppets are darn near human the way you handle them. It sort of makes me feel like a little girl again.
Thank you.
You know the real reason he's firing you, don't you?
No. He said he doesn't like the act.
You wouldn't know a good act from a flop. You came in here at top money, a big build-up and all that. And Rockland's hard up as the devil.
Hard up? But the club is crowded. The prices are high.
I know. And the money's going out faster than it's coming in. There's a payoff somewhere that's got him scared to death. He's scraping up every dime he can get his fingers on.
What? Are you sure?
Well, there's no other answer. The club's rolling in money, and Rockland's broke. And I mean broke.
This payoff, you know who he's making it to? For what?
No. All I know is there's something going on. Somebody has him right where they want him. And it's somebody who's really turning on the heat.
Connie, if anything should happen to Rockland, if he should have an accident...
Not a chance. With all the thugs watching out for him all the time.
But if such a thing should happen, my contract would still be good. You'd be free. Isn't that true?
Hey, you act sort of excited. You're not thinking of bumping Rockland off, are you?
Oh, no. But I think Mr. Rockland has gone too far. I think he's about due for some trouble. Thanks to you.
Thanks to me?
You have answered the question that has been bothering me, Connie. With your story about the payoff, I think I'll fill out the period of my contract. I think everything is going to be all right.
Hey, what was that?
The door. I thought it was closed, but it must have been open a crack.
Somebody was listening to us. It's what we said.
So what? We said nothing anybody could use against us. Do not be so nervous.
Face to face in a fist fight, I'd almost bet on myself to whip Rockland. But he doesn't fight with his fists, and he doesn't fight face to face. If he was spying on us, well, I'd admit it. I'm scared.
It is he who should be frightened, Connie, not us. Mr. Rockland is just about through. Just a minute. I'll see you a little bit.
Evening, Mr. Gigi.
Good evening.
Say, you shouldn't leave your dressing room light on. Mr. Rockland would find out you went out without turning it off. He'd be sore. Kind of mean that way.
But I did not leave the light on. I turned it off, I am sure.
Maybe so, but I walked past a couple of minutes ago and saw the light on and stopped to talk to you. The room was empty, that's sure. And the light was on. I snapped her off.
Thank you.
Whoop, here comes Rockland now. Evening, Mr. Rockland.
Hi, Pop. I want to talk to you along, Gidgy.
We have nothing to discuss.
I got a call from the union.
I know. It would be bad for you now if anything should happen to me, Mr. Rockland. You see, I told them all about the little threats you made.
Yeah, so they told me. Looks like there's nothing for me to do but pay off, huh?
I hoped you would see it that way.
Pop, didn't you hear me say I wanted to talk to this guy private?
Me? Oh, sure, Mr. Rockland. I was just standing here.
Well, don't stand there. Get moving. Guy can't do anything around this joint without somebody rubbernecking.
Oh, I didn't mean anything, Mr. Rockland. And I didn't hear a thing.
Speaking of rubbernecking, Mr. Rockland, somebody was listening outside my door while I was talking to Connie Claire this afternoon.
Yeah? Did it scare you?
No, I just mentioned it.
Yeah, if it was nothing of any importance, you got nothing to worry about.
But if it were something important?
And if I was you, I would worry about it, Gigi. Look, I've changed my mind about firing you.
Oh, that is very touching. What made you change your mind?
Who cares? The point is you stay. Maybe I'm getting soft for puppets.
It is quite impossible for me to continue, Mr. Rockland. You gave me my notice, but you will pay for the balance of the contract 5 weeks without my stay. I take a little vacation at your expense.
Okay, Gigi. Suit yourself.
And it would be most embarrassing for you if anything should happen to me.
You mean about the union? You're telling them about what I said might happen to you?
That too. But I stumbled onto a very important piece of information.
What are you talking about?
The person you're giving so much money to. The payoff.
What? Listen,
Now, do not get excited. I will not hurt you if you behave yourself.
You know something. Something I want to know, too. Now, this is worth dough to you, Gigi. More dough than those puppets could make you in 1,000 years.
You do not need to try to impress me, Mr. Rockland.
Well, you fool, I'm leveling.
Leveling? That means being honest, doesn't it?
Sure.
Interesting, if true.
We're going to make a deal, Gigi.
Later. They are moving my Punch and Judy stage onto the floor.
Gigi, you're on.
Coming.
Now, the Club Mirador presents the most unusual novelty of the year, Gigi and his Grand Guignol Punch and Judy show.
Hooray! Hooray! That's what I like, these puppets. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, my little puppets are not operated by strings. The oldest and classic form of puppetry, they are controlled by the human hand from beneath the stage. At several times during the performance, there will be 3 puppets active upon the stage and only one person, myself, operating them. Try to figure it out. I thank you. And now, in just a moment, the Grand Guignol Punch and Judy.
Hello, folks. I'm Mr. Punch, and you know something? I'm a bad, bad boy. I kill people. Just a regular killer-diller. Would you like to meet my wife? Judy! Oh, Judy!
What is it, Punchy?
Come on up and meet the folks.
I don't want to.
Oh, yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I won't do it, Punch.
If you don't, I'll come after you with this revolver. I'll fix you good. Remember, I'm a bad boy.
I'm not afraid of you. Come right ahead.
Okay, I will. Excuse me, folks.
Roslyn! Jeff Roslyn! Gigi! Somebody quick, it's Jenny Graham. She's been shot.
Hey, quiet. Not so loud. What are you trying to do anyway?
Listen, she's been murdered. She was standing in the wings watching Gigi's acting. She was shot.
Gigi, huh? I knew that guy was poisoned.
The gun! The punch gun! Somebody put real bullets in it. I fired the blanks toward the floor, and real bullets come out.
What do you think you're pulling, Gigi? Fired the bullets toward the floor. Look.
Oh, the singer, Jenny Graham. So, you kill her and you think you'll pin it on me. Well, Mr. Rocklin, you will not.
Shut up, Gigi. I'm calling the cops. And it looks like you're canceling your own act for good.
Who is Jenny Graham, the singer? And why should she be killed? If that's not enough to puzzle yourself about, was she killed by a bullet from the gun the little punch puppet was holding? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. And now, Act 2 of Death with a Punch. The customers have been unceremoniously ushered from the Club Mirador, and Jerry James, ex-song and dance man turned police detective, has taken over.
All right. Sit down, all of you. I never saw a guy working with puppets yet that wasn't screwy.
Sir, this is the finest hand puppet act in the world.
I know. And you sure brought the house down tonight, chum. Punch and Judy. I didn't know there was a punch act still on the road. Where'd you come from? Out of the woodwork?
My act has headlined at the...
Skip it. Sure, you're big time. Now, why'd you kill this dame, huh? Well?
I did not kill her. I scarcely knew her.
That's right, Mr. James. Only woman in the place I ever see him do any visiting with was Connie here.
Oh, you want to get into the act, too, huh? What are you, a juggler or an acrobat?
Pop's a stage carpenter. Takes care of everything backstage.
Oh. Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. You're Jeff Rocklin.
Yeah.
This is a real pleasure, Rocklin. The boys think an awful lot of you down at headquarters. You know what the chief says about you, huh?
No.
He says you're the slickest little hoodlum in town. Yes, sir, the slickest little hoodlum in town.
Save your cheap wisecracks for somebody who goes from. Hurry up and get this screwball puppet guy out of here before he kills somebody else.
But that's the point, Rocklin. He says he didn't kill the girl.
Yeah, you fool. He was holding a revolver in his hand with that punch doll. He pulled the doll down out of sight of the audience. There was 3 shots, and Jenny Graham screamed and toppled over.
Blanks. I never use anything but blanks in the gun.
How about this time?
Somebody had tampered with the prop gun. There were real bullets in it.
And you're going to claim you shot her by accident, not knowing the gun had real slugs in it, huh?
I did not kill her. I could not kill her. I fired 3 times at the floor. You will find 3 bullet holes in the floor.
I already found them.
Somebody could have gone into his dressing room while he was out, for a fact. There was a light on while he was gone. I saw it. Remember my telling you?
Somebody was awfully interested in Gigi's dressing room. He and I were having a little conversation and nearly caught somebody eavesdropping.
What's your racket, sister?
I direct the dances and do the solo dance routines. I'm in charge of the line of dancing girls, the chorus. If you can call 6 girls a chorus.
Hoofer, huh? You and me'll have to cut a few touches before this is over. I used to be a hoofer myself.
Look, Copper, it ain't old home week. What are you going to do with this guy?
Who hired him, Rocklin?
Why, I did. Of course. I hire all the acts.
A Punch and Judy act seems like an awful funny thing for a swanky nightclub. You couldn't have hired him with any idea in mind, could you?
No idea, except I was bats. I was letting him go after tonight. His act smelled.
You cannot talk to me like that. The finest...
Skip it, Gigi. Is that right? Rocklin was going to let you go after tonight?
Well, yes. Until he changed his mind, just before I went on.
The union was putting the heat on me on account of a contract. He said I had to pay off, so I figured I might as well use the guy.
You hired him for big dough, and you were going to let him go after tonight. That's very interesting.
He planned this. All he wanted me for was to pin a murder onto me.
That ain't bad reasoning for a puppet guy, Gigi. Well, don't anybody else agree?
Don't ask me. I just work here. And I'd like to keep on working, if you'll get what I mean.
Smart girl.
There's only 3 bullets fired from the punch doll's gun. And there's 3 bullets in the floor. So that means there's another gun around here somewhere.
Of course there are guns around here, and permits for 'em, too.
All right, wise guy. I ain't interested in permits at the moment. I'm interested in seeing if there's any slugs missing from any of these guns you're talking about. Suppose you let me see 'em.
I can let you see mine. It's in my office.
Come on, all of you. I ain't leaving anybody alone.
You want me to come to the office, too?
Sure.
This way. I didn't have the rod with me at the time of the murder.
Hardly seems like there's any use looking after you telling me that. But I guess I'm just the suspicious type.
Okay, wait till I unlock the door.
Quite a fancy spot for a retired gangster. Well, let's see the gun.
There you are. You satisfied?
I'll let you know. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm pretty well satisfied. There's a bullet missing and the gun's still warm.
That's a frame-up. I didn't have the rod with me. I didn't shoot it. You don't get away with this, copper, see?
Pipe down, tough guy. You hired the punch act. The girl's murdered. There's a bullet missing from your gun.
You can't frame me
Just a minute. This is as far as I go, Rockland.
What?
He was making payoffs, officer. Big payoffs to somebody. We didn't know who, but...
Connie, for the love of
he
heaven,
was
what do you...
doing a big business, raking in money, and yet he was broke, flat. That money was going someplace to somebody who was shaking him down.
How about that, Rockland?
Okay, sure. I might as well admit I was being taken for dough. Plenty of dough. I was being kept strapped.
By this Jenny Graham, the singer?
I don't know, but that's what makes it so crazy. I ain't got the slightest idea who was shaking me down.
What? I'm laughing.
Okay, laugh, wise guy, but it's the truth. I get letters telling me to leave money.
Leave money where?
Well, never the same place twice.
Those letters must have given you a pretty good reason for coughing up. What was it?
That's none of your business.
Guess again, Rockland. Where are those letters?
I destroyed them.
What did they say? How could they threaten you?
I'm not saying, and you can't make me say.
You found out this girl, Jenny Graham, was the one getting your dough.
No, you fool. I didn't know who was getting it. Gigi, didn't I offer to make a deal if you'd tell me? Just before you started your act? Huh? Didn't I?
I? But how should I know who was shaking you down? I didn't even know such a thing was going on.
You lie. I heard you and Connie talking.
Oh, so you were the little eavesdropper, huh?
What of it? I've been suspicious of everybody, thinking maybe anybody might be the one who was gouging me.
And you think the punch guy knew who it was, huh?
Well, he practically said he knew.
That is quite true. When Connie told me Rockland was being blackmailed, I remembered something I had seen.
What?
I saw Mr. Rockland very carelessly drop a tube of grease paint in a dark corner backstage. A little later, somebody came along and picked it up.
What of it?
Oh, don't you see? It was not grease paint in that tube. The empty grease paint tube had not been used to conceal anything but money, bills rolled into it.
And this Jenny Graham picked it up, huh?
No, that is what puzzles me. It was the stagehand, Pop. What?
Now, look here, Mr. Geechee. You can't do this to me. That ain't so, and you know it.
That won't work, Gigi.
What?
You can't pin it onto him.
But he was the one. I saw him.
No. I'm betting it was the singer, Jenny Graham.
No, I am telling you the truth.
Why, you...
Trying to frame yourself was a cute little racket, Gigi. It almost worked.
What?
You swiped Rockland's gun some way. It wouldn't be too hard for a guy like you who's done mechanical stuff like making puppets. You'd know locks and that kind of stuff easy.
But his gun. What good would that do to me? My gun would...
I know. Everybody heard 3 shots fired and there were 3 slugs in the floor. It was simple and good. Almost good enough.
I don't get it.
Sometime last night, when nobody was around, Gigi fired a shot into the floor right about where they'd set up his puppet stage. Nobody'd notice it. Then, tonight, he loads 2 slugs into his own gun before time for his act.
Oh, no. You do not know what you are saying. That would be impossible.
Oh, no. You're handy with both hands. Ambidextrous. You fire 2 slugs out of the punch gun into the floor, right next to the one you already planted.
No.
And then, with the other hand, you let Jenny Graham have a slug from Rockland's gun. You were behind the curtains of that punch stage so nobody could see you. I bet it's the first time anybody ever pulled a trick like that in front of a whole audience.
No, Rockland's gun was in his desk.
So that's why you run back here to make a phone call in such a hurry after the murder, huh?
I did not.
Oh, yes, you did. I remember. And why deny it?
But why should I kill this girl? I did not even know her.
There could have been a couple of reasons, Punchy. She'd been shaking Rockland down for money. We've been looking so hard for a murderer, we haven't even thought about money. She got it, but where is it now?
I do not know. I know nothing.
You figured you were really getting fired on account of her shaking Rockland down so he couldn't pay off. You wanted your money and didn't want the humiliation of getting canned. You were sore at Rockland and figured you could get even by planting murder evidence against him. You were trying to kill an awful lot of birds with one stone.
But no. How could anybody fire a gun with a doll in his hand, fire it accurately enough to kill, holding the gun through the clothes of the doll?
Shucks, aside from the head and hands and feet, those dolls are just cloth. I bet I could do it. I'd get one of them.
No. You stay away from there. You fool. No. I do not let anyone rule those dolls. You cannot...
jumping whiskers.
What?
This doll here. I can't work my hand up into it. All clogged up. Hey, money. Look.
$100 bill. And $1,000 bill.
All right. You are so clever. I will tell you how she was getting the money from Rockland. I am not the only murderer. Rockland, he is. She had all the proof. I found it.
James, look out!
Rockland!
I still win, Rockland. Proof I stole from a girl in my dressing room, in a trunk. All about murder you committed. And now you kill me.
You did just fine, Rockland. You took care of one murderer for us, and now, even if the proof he claimed the girl had isn't any good, we've still got you on at least one murder charge, Gigi's.
Well, the proof's good enough, I guess. If I didn't think it was, I wouldn't have been paying off that kind of dough, would I? And they don't treat you any rougher for 2 murders than they do for 1.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, Barbie, I don't know that I understand the title of the story we're trying out for a Mystery House novel this week.
You mean the composite killer, Dan?
Yeah, does it refer to several different people who combine forces to commit a murder?
No. Haven't you ever seen a composite picture?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know.
Oh, of course you have. In the movie magazines.
Well, I'm not a movie magazine reader. Detective stories are more in my line.
Well, an artist takes maybe Dorothy Lamour's eyes and Alexis Smith's nose and Ann Sheridan's hair and
Hetty Lamar's ears, and Betty Davis's mouth, puts them all together to make a composite picture of someone who never existed.
Oh, I see what you mean, Mrs. Glenn. The pictures are fake.
Well, not exactly. Every part of it is true to life, but...
But put together, it doesn't spell truth. Well, I'm a solid fact man myself. I like authentic information. For example, listen to this.
Okay, places, everybody. And set the scene for tonight's story, will you, Tom?
The composite killer. Tonight's story opens in the office of Captain Hedges, police detective. A slender, aesthetic, if cynical young man sits across the desk from the captain, sizing him up.
I suppose you wonder why I asked the Chronicle to send an artist over to headquarters, Maney.
Mine not the reason why, mon capitan. Where the Chronicle points its finger, there go I.
Your paper's yelling at us about not solving the Dorothy Latimer murder.
Don't tell me you're sensitive, mon capitan. I always thought only artists were sensitive. Artists who aren't quite good enough to make the grade and end up by hacking away on a newspaper.
They said you were the best man in their art department.
They damn with faint praise.
They said you have imagination, Maney.
A severe criticism. I try to hide it.
We're pretty close to solving that murder.
Now, I know. The police are working on secret clues and feel that the murderer will be apprehended within the next 24 hours. The Chronicle carried that one day before yesterday.
There's nothing secret about our clues. This killer ought to be a cinch to catch. He left so many clues, he might just as well left his calling card.
And you're just holding off to make it look like a hard catch?
Maney, we've got everything except our man. Now, the Latimer girl was a beauty. She had so many boyfriends, we know we're never going to get to all of them. From what we've learned, she was a gold digger.
Sounds like a sweet kid.
Had a beautiful apartment, fine clothes, good jewelry. She had a string of jobs you could write pages about. None of them requiring any real work.
I've been looking for that kind of a job for years, Captain Hedges.
She was as cold and heartless as any human being could be. She was playing for big game. She finally found it.
You mean the letters you uncovered that showed she was going to marry Wilton Morris III?
Yeah.
Has it ever occurred to you that she might have been in love with the boy in spite of all his money, mon capitan?
Sure. We found a couple of her girlfriends who said that she told them that Wilton Morris was strictly a dope, but in the right money bracket.
I love mystery stories, Captain Hedges, but how does all this concern me?
Well, we've narrowed things down, Maney. The logical assumption is that Dorothy Latimer was killed by a disappointed or disgruntled suitor. Somebody who couldn't stand to see her marry Wilton Morris III.
Well?
We start with the assumption that the murderer was, an attractive-looking person. If he didn't have as much money as Wilton Morris, he had to be attractive to be in the running.
Captain, you amaze me. A detective who's a student of human nature.
The murderer got into the girl's room from the fire escape through a very narrow window. He had to be thin to make it.
Attractive, thin.
Now, we've tested the street-level part of the fire escape, and you'd have to be at least 6'2" to reach it and pull it down.
I think I see what you're driving at.
Several people saw a man loitering near that fire escape at 1 o'clock the morning of the murder.
Couldn't they give you a description?
Altogether too much description. We've talked to 3 people, and they disagree on most points. But their descriptions checked in a couple of respects. The man had a long, thin face. They were all 3 positive of that.
Yes, I know the type.
His hair was dark, and we can't be sure what color, but dark.
Go on.
And all 3 people who saw him were a little frightened at one thing. The way this man stared at them.
1 o'clock in the morning? I don't blame him.
Now, I get the idea that he had small, deep-set, sharp eyes. Eyes with a brazen look. 2 of the people said that they... said that they might have known more of what he looked like, but his stare got their goats. They looked the other way. He looked them in the eye, and he made them turn their heads the other way.
Yeah, the eyes are important. Always.
Now, the marks on the girl's throat indicate that he had a stubby hand as hard as iron. She fought like the devil and never had a chance.
The fingers don't tell me much.
No. Well, to me, hands like that on a tall, slender man indicate a tough, muscular neck, too.
Smart boy, mon capitan. I'd have missed that.
While he was strangling her, she clutched at his face. At least, that's the only reason I've been able to figure for the bite on her forearm. Here's a print of the marks.
Small mouth, but big teeth.
Right. Now you're catching the spirit. Here are photographs of 3 suspects. 3 men that we've connected with the girl. Any one of them who could answer what little description that we have.
Hey, my apologies, mon capitaine. I'd always thought the gendarmerie were rather stupid.
You know what I want, then?
You want a composite sketch of these 3 guys, a blend of all 3.
Right. With enough of each one in it so that when he sees the picture in the paper, he thinks it's close to being him.
Could be done, I guess. But it'll be quite a trick.
I've talked to your managing editor. They'll start a build-up on the picture in tomorrow's paper. It'll run in 3 days, if you can have it finished by then. Every day until it runs, the paper will carry a front-page box saying, Coming, an artist's conception of the Dorothy Latimer killer, created in cooperation with the police department. See what the Latimer murderer looks like. Don't miss it.
You think this will do any good, aside from publicity?
This was an emotional murder, and I'm going to grate the killer's nerves to the breaking point. With your help, Meanie.
It's a deal, mon capitaine. Oh, it's you, honey. I thought.
Oh, Jed, you don't need to be so fussy about your old picture, covering it up like that when I came in. I don't care about seeing it anyway.
Oh, it's not that, honey. Well, I've had orders from headquarters. Nobody's to see it till it's ready.
Going to eat midnight lunch with me tonight, Jed? You haven't asked me.
Why, matter of fact, honey, I'm not going out to lunch tonight. I'm working right through on the picture.
But it isn't supposed to run till day after tomorrow.
Sorry, honey, that's the way it is. This thing's important and, well, kind of dangerous.
Oh, you. Drawing a portrait dangerous. The daring young artist, Jed Maney.
Go ahead and laugh, but I'm working under orders and I'm going to follow them.
Jed, you're really serious about this stunt, aren't you? You're always poking fun at everything we do around the Chronicles.
I've got to hurry, honey. If I expect to get this thing done by closing time,
All right. I won't bother you. I never thought I'd have a picture for a rival.
Oh, it's not that, honey. It's just... Oh, nuts. Can't you give a guy a break when he's busy?
Well, if that's the way you feel about
Don't be sore. Tomorrow night I'll give you loads of attention. I'll scrape and bow
You'll do
and...
nothing of the kind. Not after the way you've acted the last couple of days. As far as I'm concerned, you'll still be busy. Good night.
Oh, just a minute.
Well, why didn't you go ahead and kiss her, Maney? I wouldn't have minded.
I never did like an audience, mon capitaine. Isn't it pretty stuffy in that clothes closet?
Yeah, stifling. I'm dying for a smoke.
Why not go ahead and have one, then?
No, I'm going to go back into hiding. Sooner or later, the murderer's going to call on you. And I'm going to be here when he does. So, back to my hole.
Well, I think I'll use suspect number 3's ears. They're the largest. Who the devil are you?
Wilton Morris III. I read about this composite picture thing, and I thought I'd drop in and see how you're getting along. Maybe I could help you.
Well. Wilton Morris III. I've always wanted to meet a real live millionaire. And you're so young and tender, too. Isn't it a little late for you?
No need of being nasty. I thought maybe I could help you. Dorothy was going to marry me, you know.
So they tell me.
You mind if I take a quick glance at how you're coming along?
Get away from that drawing board, Third.
What? Really?
Don't give me that high hat either. I've had orders. Nobody's to see this thing till it's finished.
But I'm not a suspect, man. Great Scott, I was going to marry the girl. If there's anybody in Kingdom Come wants her murderer caught, it's I.
Sorry, mister.
The publisher of the Chronicles, a good friend of Dad's. I could get permission to look, I imagine.
Guess again, Buster, the publisher doesn't have a doggone thing to say about this.
Oh, but hang it, I'm just trying to help.
I'm from the lower classes, Third. Having a millionaire help me would knock my nerves all to pieces.
Very well, have it your way. But if you don't want my advice, what was the idea of calling me? I left a rather charming party to come down here.
Calling you? I didn't call you.
Your secretary did, though. She said you wanted to see me if it was convenient.
I don't have any secretary, Mr. Third. That's a pretty bum stall.
Stall? But I'm quite serious, Maney. Oh, I get it. You got me down here to get a good look at me. You're going to try to work some of my characteristics into your picture. Well, there are libel laws to cover such...
Say, you aren't nervous, are you, Mr. Third?
Nervous? Why should I be? I simply dislike the idea of notoriety. And if that picture bears the slightest resemblance
You're scaring me half to death. But if you're all through, I wish you'd toddle back to your party. I'm busy.
Very well. But I'd be careful if I were you.
Well, now, what do you think of that, mon capitan?
Here, pipe down. He might hear you.
Oh, he's practically out of the building by now. I'll close the door so he can come on out and stretch. Oh, you again.
You don't need to act so disappointed. Wasn't that Wilton Morse who just left?
The third.
Well, that's odd. My phone rang a few minutes ago, and a girl asked if he was here. I thought it was some crank, but she must have known.
A girl? Look, honey, would you recognize her voice if you heard it again?
Well, maybe. Why?
The guy claims somebody called and asked him to come in here. My secretary.
But you don't have any secretary. Hey, just a minute. Hello? Looking for someone?
Why, yes. Is Wilton Morris here?
Come on in.
Thank you. Oh, but I thought... Why, he isn't here. Why didn't you tell me that...
I didn't say he was here, darling. I just asked you to come in.
See here, what is this? The idea of closing that door. I
don't know what you intend, but you're going to answer a few questions.
What? Oh, really? This is... Why, I never heard of such a thing. Excuse me.
Just a minute. You're not leaving here till you've answered a few questions. Who are you, anyway?
Well, I don't see that it's any business of yours. But my name is Harriet Cardley.
Just a second. I haven't been a society reporter around here for 2 years for nothing.
Oh, you're Honey Hawes. You covered my debut for the Chronicles.
Yeah. And I also remember that you had yourself a man-sized crush on Wilton Morris III about that time.
Really, Miss Hawes, if you'll excuse
You don't deny it, do you?
I won't dignify it with a denial.
I don't suppose you'll bother denying that you called my desk a few minutes ago to see if the boyfriend was here?
I called. I like that. I got a telephone call to meet him here.
There's something awfully funny about the telephone service around here tonight.
If you're insinuating that I'm lying...
I know. Papa'll talk to the publisher, who's a friend of his, and get us canned. You know, I have a hunch the police may be wrong on this business.
What?
They're assuming it was a man who killed Dorothy Latimer, a jealous suitor. But a jealous suitor would have lost every chance he had by killing the girl. Wouldn't he have killed Wilton Morris instead?
What are you trying
What I'm getting at, sister, is that maybe somebody else has a yen for Wilton III. It kind of makes sense.
What? You're insinuating that I did... Oh, that's ridiculous. I didn't even know the girl.
If I were the police, I think I'd want a lot of answers from you. I say, if I were the police...
Jed, what are you shouting about?
Captain Hedges! Captain Hedges!
Oh, look! Who is it?
It's Captain Hedges.
Oh, is he dead?
Just a minute. For the love of heaven, stand back. Open the door and the window, quick.
What's the matter?
Let me get this thing out of here.
Oh, what is it?
A time bomb in the closet, loaded with poison gas. Call the police, quick.
Oh, but hadn't we better...
I'm staying right here with this picture. Evidently, someone wants it pretty badly.
A poison gas time bomb. Neat idea. Mm-hmm. Quiet, unobtrusive, efficient. The question is, who put it in the clothes closet of Jed Maney's office? Well, we'll find out in the second act of tonight's story.
And now, Act 2 of The Composite Killer. The time is 4 o'clock in the morning, and the Chronicle office is pretty much deserted. A light still burns in Jed Maney's little office.
The policeman who stayed here, Jed, did he do much?
Asked a lot of questions, took the measurements of the clothes closet. Wanted to know who could have seen Captain Hedges come into my office.
But how did he get in? I didn't know he was here.
His being here was the reason I didn't want to kiss you, remember? I was embarrassed.
What? You crazy goon. Bashful at this late stage? All right, you're forgiven.
When you and the charming Harriet left the police station, how was Hedges getting along, did they say?
No, but they didn't seem to hold out much hope. They said it was just luck he wasn't dead when we opened the clothes closet.
Neither Harriet nor Wilton III went near that clothes closet while they were here. I can't figure out...
Almost anybody could have left that time bomb, Jed. You're never here during the day.
You never locked your office.
But it still doesn't make sense.
Well, the police put out a lot of publicity about this picture you're doing. The murderer could have walked in and planted that bomb any time after 6 o'clock last night.
Yes, but nobody knew Hedges was there.
The murderer was probably watching this place like a hawk. Put yourself in his place. All this whoop-de-doo about the killer's picture, Captain Hedges in charge of the investigation. That's easy to figure.
I won't rest easy till I get that picture finished and into the hands of the engravers.
What, Jed? You don't mean you're going ahead after what's happened?
Of course I'm going ahead. It's more important now than ever.
What does the picture look like, Jed?
Sorry.
But it wouldn't hurt to let me see it. I know how to keep a secret. Have I ever let you down?
You'll see it in the Chronicle.
But I'll just take a quick look.
Get away from that drawing board.
What?
You heard me. I'm not fooling, honey.
Jed, you almost frightened me.
After what's happened, you should be frightened. I'm not trusting anybody up to and including you.
Oh, you surely don't think
Somebody's committed a couple of murders, honey. I'm not anxious to be added to the list. I'm sorry to be so rough about it. I'll probably apologize tomorrow night, but for now, that's how it stands.
Well, all right, Jed. That's the way you feel. Going home?
No. I'm going to finish the picture.
What the devil's the idea of getting me out of bed to come down here at 4:30 in the morning, Maney?
I didn't think you'd be in bed yet, Mr. Third. And you seem so terribly, terribly anxious to see my latest work of art. You see, the picture is finished. But you know, I don't think you're going to like it. Here.
Why, wait a minute. What?
Recognize yourself, Mr. Third?
Well, it isn't a picture of me, and yet it is.
That's right, Mr. Third. It takes a clever artist to make a picture like that. You, and yet not you. But close enough so anybody would recognize it.
You think I killed Dorothy Latimer?
I know you did, Mr. Third. Indirectly.
Oh, no, you're on the wrong track, Maney. I didn't kill her. I don't know who did.
You don't, Mr. Third? Not even now?
What?
I killed her, Mr. Third. Captain Hedges knew it. He knew it all along.
Oh, you're joking. You couldn't
When
possibly...
Hedges told me that Dorothy Letterman had held a lot of different jobs and they had pages of dope on all of them, I knew. I wasn't picked to do this picture for my artistic genius. He was playing with me, waiting for me to get excited and make a slip. Oh, he was a smart cookie, even if he did underestimate me.
What do you mean about the jobs?
Dorothy was an art model at one stage of her career. She quit because a certain poor artist got too serious, bothered her too much.
And you killed her?
The only thing in the world that ever interested her was money. She was responsible for my taking this stinking job to try to get enough money to rent a little apartment and get married.
You must have been extremely fond of her to kill her in such a brutal fashion.
The funny part of it is, Mr. Third, I didn't intend to kill her. I couldn't believe her story about her engagement to you, and I went up to talk to her. She laughed at me, made fun of me. I went crazy mad. I wanted to hurt her as much as she was hurting me.
I'd say you hurt her more. At least more permanently.
Oh, no. But there was real satisfaction in grinding my fingers into that lovely throat. I even bit her arm when she tried to stop me.
Yes, but your name was never mentioned as a suspect.
I took every present she'd ever had from me. Every letter. I erased myself from her apartment. I planted the fire escape business. Oh, I gave the police plenty wrong clues. But some way Hedges caught on. He didn't have proof, but he knew.
Why do you tell me all this?
Because I want you to understand what it's all about. Why you're being framed.
I? Framed? Oh, you think you can convict me of a murder you committed just by drawing a fantastic picture of me? Hardly. You really are mad.
The picture's going to take care of you, all right. You are going to be convicted.
I'm not much worried.
You've been here before tonight. It's established that you came here to look at the picture, and I wouldn't show it to you.
Yes, but what does that have to do with it? What are you up to?
Those telephone calls to you and your Harriet will be checked, of course.
Who?
A public stenographer made the calls, Mr. Third. She got her instructions over the phone and was told to send the bill to me. I don't know a thing about it. At least that'll be my story, and it'll stick.
You think those calls will convict me of a murder I didn't commit? You are batty.
batty like a fox. Being an artist is useful in more ways than one. I know my anatomy pretty well.
What? Try to talk sense.
I'm talking sense. I put this drawing board over in the corner, see?
Very interesting.
It'll get more interesting as it goes along. Now, I lay this knife on the board. Just so. The handle presses against the wall, see?
What do you think you're going to do?
Incidentally, that knife is from your cabin up at the lake, and it's loaded with your fingerprints. Now I scooch down. Have to be sure to hit exactly the right spot.
You look out!
Oh, it's a good trick, isn't it? Yeah, it takes nerve, plenty of nerve. But when you're fighting for your life, you have nerve to spare. Let's see. Yeah. Yes, that's exactly right. Now I back into the blade of the knife, firmly, steadily.
Oh, you fool, you'll kill yourself. I can't let you commit suicide.
I won't kill myself, Third. But it'll be close. Close to the heart and close to the spine. It worked, Third. Just like I planned. You're through. You're licked.
Where's the telephone?
Who you calling, Third? Doctor? Doctor or police?
Both.
Won't do you any good. Don't you see? Me, stabbed in back. Your knife. Your picture on the drawing board. Your picture. The killer. I say you came in, saw a picture and stabbed me. You're through.
But why should you try to do this to me?
Why? You with nothing but money to offer. You stepped in with your money and tore down all my hope. I hate you.
But I thought you were in love with a pretty little society reporter, Honey Hawes.
She was just around. I had to cover up some way. That was an act. Honey, he got me. I'm gonna die. Hospital, quick. He saw a picture. He stabbed me.
Save it, Jet. You'll need your strength.
Hospital, quick. Get police. Police to arrest him.
You don't seem to realize, Jet. I've heard your entire scene with Mr. Morris.
What? Oh, thank heavens, Miss Hawes.
After what had happened, Jet, when you insisted on staying and finishing that picture, I was frightened to death. Frightened for you. For you, understand that? I was afraid the murderer would come in and try to kill you.
You've been here all the time.
Yes, because I thought I loved you. I was standing by with a revolver. I wanted to help you.
You. Great help.
Oh, Captain Hedges.
Yeah, we're getting a little stuffy in that clothes closet. There's nothing more to hear anyway.
But you. Poison gas. Hospital.
Hey, teach you how to look out for yourself on the force, Maney. I looked that closet over pretty thoroughly. I found the gas time bomb.
Oh, no, it went off.
I watched it. When the spring was ready to release, I held a match up to the jet. A lighted match.
You knew all the time.
Yeah, but I couldn't prove anything. There's a lot of difference between knowing and proving. I didn't figure you were strong enough or cool enough to stand up under pressure, so I turned it on.
Hadn't we better get him to the hospital, Captain?
Yeah, I suppose so. Not that we're doing him any favor.
Quite right, mon capitan. I knew right from the start you were a sharp guy.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
This story we're trying out for a Mystery House novel tonight, Barbie, Murder Me Gently. Gently? That sounds a little tame.
There's nothing tame about this story, Dan.
Oh, anything gentle?
Well, wait and decide for yourself.
Well, that's the great American privilege, Mr. Glenn, deciding for yourself.
Now, let's not get stuffy, Thomas.
No, I'm serious, Mr. Glenn. You know, as an American citizen, you pay your money and you take your choice. And everybody has a right to tell his story. Oh, incidentally, speaking of stories, listen to this one.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Murder Me Gently. Tonight's story opens in a record shop. Albums of symphonic recordings fill the shelves along one wall, and across the room are several soundproof booths in which prospective customers may listen to records. Shirley Boyington, a clerk, is talking over the telephone.
Pro what if? Listen, is it a crime I haven't heard of them? I bet there's plenty you don't know about the stuff that's mellow, the swing, the barrel house music. What? Sure, Mr. Balzer's here. Look, lady, I'll be happy to let you talk to him. And we've probably got what you want. All we do have is long underwear waxings. Huh? Oh, well, no offense, lady. But I'm beat right down to my socks with all these long hair questions. Hold the line, please. Mr. Balzer, one of your classic kids. Hey, why don't you turn off that record? Say, Mr. Balzer, what's the matter? Are you sick? Wake up. Wake up, Mr. Balzer. Hey, wait a minute. He's dead.
Don't try to get next to me with talk about music, Miss Boynton. I couldn't care less about music. A music shop is my idea of something to stay out of. I'm here now for just one reason.
You mean because Mr. Balzer got sick and died?
I mean because he was murdered, sister.
But couldn't he have just died?
Sure, he could have bright eyes, but he didn't. He was poisoned.
But, Mr. Perry, I don't know anything about it. I'm strictly off time with the whole thing. I mean, I know from nothing but positively.
I'm glad you told me, sister. Now I don't have to worry about you anymore. Just like that. You're in free.
You don't need to be sarcastic. Anybody would think you suspected me.
It's my business to suspect you. And you know something? I rather enjoy suspecting you. You're a music lover, and I hate music lovers.
I'm not a music lover. I'm an alligator, a wolfhound.
A what?
Didn't you ever hear of a hep chick, Mr. Perry?
Hep chick?
Hep to the jive. I'm no square, and I know enough to be sure you can't pin that murder onto me.
Whoa, whoa, I'm not going to pin anything on you. Not even a musician's medal. I just want information.
I've already told you.
I know, but you haven't told me anything I can understand, nor anything connected with a murder. They tell me your late boss was a Wagner fan.
You got that off a record label. You're not fooling me. And he wasn't. Wagner was never his dish. Mendelssohn. He was always mumbling about Mendelssohn, almost like he knew the guy.
No, we're getting somewhere. He liked Mendelssohn, huh? And you like jazz. I bet you had some pretty good arguments with him, huh?
No, say I did. But he was all wound up in catgut. Why, if I was running this place, I'd have all the hot recordings on the market. Slam Stewart and Tatum and some old Biderbecks and Satchmo.
Satchmo? Listen, are you double-talking me?
Satchmo's Louis Armstrong. And if you haven't heard him take off on a trumpet, Mr. Perry, you haven't lived. I'd have his records, the hard-to-get stuff. I'd have the alligators lined up screaming and swooning and throwing the money into the cash drawer.
That's what you planned, isn't it? Your uncle agreed to back you if you could talk Balzer into selling the shop.
How'd you find out about that?
I told you it was my business to find out things, remember?
Now, wait a minute, Hawkshaw. If you think you're going to make me confess to
Make you? The police force don't use force, sister. It isn't nice and it isn't legal. I bet you've been reading detective stories.
Oh, you... I hate you.
In my business, sister, you get used to that. I've been hated by a lot of killers.
Don't you call me a killer.
Me? I wouldn't think of it. But you wanted old man Balzer's record shop business. You saw your chance to make a lot of money.
Oh, that's kind of stupid.
It's a motive. You'd be surprised how many murders these days are committed over trifles. A guy who don't like the way his wife wears her hair in curlers while she's pouring his breakfast coffee. Little things. Most of the trouble in the whole cockeyed world starts from little things.
If you'd quit picking on me and go talk to his wife, you say he was poisoned, she'd know more about that than anybody.
Yeah? Why?
He ate his meals at home.
I'll talk to her, don't worry. But before I leave you to your alligators, tell me, what was that record Balzer was listening to before he died?
I don't know. Some long-haired thing he got in the mail this morning. You want to hear it?
No more than I want appendicitis. When it reaches the point where I gotta listen to music, I'll quit.
Come in, Mr. Perry. I know you wish to speak of my husband. Joseph...
I'm sorry to have to bother you, Mrs. Balzer, but I got a living to make.
Let it be so, Mr. Perry. I have seen enough in this life, so I can accept my husband's death.
What's that noise, Mrs. Balzer?
Oh, you surprised me when you came to the door. I've forgotten the phonograph. I shut it off now. I'm sorry.
Music, huh? Phonograph music. Don't you people ever get away from it?
Music made Joseph very happy.
Yeah, I suppose that could be. But didn't he worry about his shop?
Well, a little, perhaps. He did not understand this modern music, what you call swing. And sometimes he told me of little spats with Miss Boynton.
Spats, huh?
It was as if Miss Boynton would like to change the music store, to make it all loud and noisy. But always my husband said no. He was faithful to the good, the fine music only.
He worried about this alligator, Miss Boynton, huh?
Ach, no. My husband did not worry. He was a happy man always. Except when he thought about Franz.
That's a new one on me. Franz.
Franz Cronin, our dearest friend. Perhaps you have heard of him, the violinist.
A musician? I don't know any musicians, thanks.
But Franz is no ordinary musician. He was insane once, and music cured him. Now he is once again a great artist. Music, the divine music, cured him. A great artist. He will come soon to play here.
He's a crowd, too. Pardon, I mean, he's a German?
Yeah, the three of us. We lived in a small village in Bavaria. Years ago, before we came to this country, Franz was a special friend of mine. Till I married Joseph.
Sweetheart, huh? Was he sore at your husband before he went nuts?
Oh, never. He was only sad. Sad that my love is for Joseph and not for Franz Cronin.
Seen him since he got out of the birdcage?
Birdcage?
I mean the asylum.
No. You see, they experimented with Franz, using his own music to cure him. And when it was successful, there was so much in the newspapers about it that he was put immediately on concert tour.
I see. There's another angle.
Angle? I do not understand.
There's poisons that delay their action. Like, he could have been poisoned at breakfast and then died at his store.
You think maybe I poisoned Joseph? But why?
He carried insurance, didn't he?
Oh, nein. Mr. Perry, I wonder if you can understand something.
What?
Joseph was a kind man. He wished no harm to anybody. What is done is done. He was not vindictive.
What are you driving at?
Because he is dead, he would not wish trouble to another. Why don't we just forget about everything? That is what he would wish.
You mean you claim you love this guy so much, and you just as soon let the whole thing drop?
Yes. Because one person is dead, should there be trouble and sorrow for others?
Uh-huh, that's what I've been taught. Lots of trouble.
But Joseph would not approve of such a way.
Joseph, well, you see, I got a boss at headquarters who is more in a position to be. Now, you just kind of calm down and take it easy. Lie down and sleep. I'll be back later.
Mr. Perry.
Yes?
Would you mind looking inside my bedroom before I retire to see there is nobody there? Somehow I am a little, a tiny bit afraid.
Why, okay, Mrs. Balzer, sure. Where's your bedroom?
I show you. This way, please. Right down this hall. Follow me.
I hope you don't get a case of nerves.
Would you mind looking?
Sure not. Where's the switch? It's kind of dark in here.
That dull thud sounded like something hitting against Detective Perry's head, didn't it? Well, when you take a job like that, what can you expect? But who hit him? The same person who murdered Joseph Balzer? That seems logical, doesn't it? And that would be... Well, we'll find out in the second act. And now, Act 2 of Murder Me Gently. The scene is the comfortable little Balzer cottage. Mrs. Balzer is trying to convince Lieutenant Perry that she doesn't know anything about blackjack.
Lieutenant Perry, you surely cannot suspect me of hitting you on the head with that blackjack.
I could suspect anybody, Mrs. Balzer. I'm that kind of a guy by nature, suspicious. It was you led me into that room.
But I had not pulled down the curtains. It was not my fault that the room was dark.
No? It was handy, though.
Oh, Lieutenant Perry, don't you see? You had told many people you were coming here to question me.
That ain't any reason to get hit over the head, is it?
Somebody must have been afraid I would say something. Somebody hiding, maybe to hurt me.
It was me that got hurt, lady.
Well, perhaps whoever hit you was afraid of being discovered.
Look, if there was anybody else in that room, how come you didn't see him after I was hit? How come you didn't hear a door open or anything?
But I told you, I was so frightened I fainted. I did not come to for some minutes.
Yeah, you told me. But you didn't convince me.
Oh, the door. That will be Franz.
Huh?
Franz, come in.
Oh, Liebchen. So, this man, he's bothering you, perhaps?
Wait, no, he is a detective trying to solve Joseph's murder.
But he cannot suspect you, Elsa. See here,
You see here yourself. Who are you, anyway?
First Kroner. Perhaps you have heard some of my concerts or records.
Perhaps I haven't, too. Not if I could help it. I ain't a music fan, Cronin. But if you're the musician Mrs. Balzer was telling me about, how come you ain't out on a concert tour?
I arranged my tour to be here for a reunion today with Elsa and Joseph. It was most fortunate.
Fortunate? You mean that Balzer was murdered?
I mean that I should be here in Elsa's hour of trouble.
How long you been here, Cronin?
Oh, I see you suspect me. Well, do not worry, my friend. I did not arrive until some hours after the murder.
That is true, Lieutenant. I met him at the train.
That phonograph record you sent Joseph Balzer.
Yes? What about it?
It was on the phonograph when the girl found Balzer's body.
Yes?
Kind of funny that record would be playing when Balzer died.
Oh, you think maybe my music is so bad it kills him?
Any kind of music kills me. The writing on the label of that record, Cronin. Mit Weymut for Joseph von Franz Cronin. What does that mean?
You think to make something sinister of that, Lieutenant? It means
with longing for Joseph from France.
With longing, huh?
Yeah. You think you can figure perhaps a double meaning to that?
Maybe. If I do, I'll let you know.
Ilsa, I'm going to take you away somewhere where you will not be reminded of Joseph.
Guess again, Cronin. Guess again.
Greetings, Gates. Looking for a platter?
Who the devil are you?
Billy McKenna. Why? You want a record?
I want to talk to Shirley Boynton. She's supposed to be in this shop.
I'm a boyfriend, mister. She's heading for the airport right now, but I know this joint like a book.
Airport? You mean she's leaving town?
She didn't go out there just to watch the planes come in.
Why, that...
Easy, bud, easy. You're talking about my favorite hep chick.
I'll easy you, hep chick. Oh, she's taking a run-out powder, huh?
She's rushing to New York to get a bunch of hot platters. She's gonna bring this shop to life. Boy, the joint will be jumping when she loads it with some decent stuff.
Come on, you.
Huh? Listen, I'm supposed to be watching things here for Shirley. I'm not going anyplace.
Guess again, Bub. You're going to the airport with me right now.
You can't order me around. Wait a minute.
Junior, I'm a policeman, a detective. And I not only can order you around, but I'm apt to get rough if you don't hurry. We gotta stop that girl. Now, come on.
Flight 6 for St. Louis, Memphis, Jackson, and New Orleans. Now loading at gate number 4.
Keep an eye peeled, McKenna. We gotta find her before she leaves. The guy said the New York plane won't load for 5 minutes yet.
You've got Shirley all wrong, Mr. Perry. She's strictly on the beam.
I'll put her on the beam if I find her.
Jigger, Shirley!
Huh? Why, you... Hey! That's her heading for the gate. Why, you...
Run, Shirley! Hurry!
Hey, stop! Stop in the name of the law! You! Hey, stop!
Owie!
I got you.
Let go of my arm. You've got no right
Come
to...
along, sister. Try to skip the country, huh?
You're crazy. I was flying to New York to get some decent records to put that shop on the map. I was coming right back.
Yeah, I bet.
You can't accuse her of lying, Mr. Perry. She's not that kind of a kid.
You keep out of this. What's more, I'm going to put you under arrest for trying to help a fugitive escape.
Me?
Now you see here. Don't you talk to Billy that way. He had nothing to do with it. The whole thing was my idea.
He hollered jiggers at you, didn't he? Technically, he was helping you get away. If either one of you causes me any more trouble, I'll make you both listen to classical music the rest of the day. Come on.
But my plane reservation.
You shouldn't be worrying about a plane reservation, sister. Who knows? There may be a reservation for you down at the station. Miss Boynton, this morning you brought coffee into Mr. Balzer, didn't you?
Sure, about an hour before he died. Are you trying to say I put poison in his coffee? Where would I get poison?
Ixnay, baby.
Huh? Look, alligator, you got any visible means of support?
Here we go again.
Oh, Billy, I'm sorry.
I'm the manager of the soda fountain at the drugstore just around the corner.
Oh, drugstore, huh?
You don't need to draw a picture, Mr. Perry. I know what you're thinking, but can't you see that Shirley's too nice a kid to ever put poison in anybody's coffee? Even if I could get it and give it to her.
She got the poison from you. Then she talked Balzer into staying here in the shop for his coffee.
I never talked Balzer into anything. He was so stubborn you couldn't convince him of anything. Pardon me, Miss Balzer, but it's true. He was so excited about that record he got in the mail, he didn't want to go out.
Record? Oh, we're back to that, huh? Where is it, anyway?
I took it home. It was France's record and the sentiment and everything.
Go get it. And while you're about it, get Franz, too. We might as well get this thing really mixed up.
Well, back so soon, Liebchen? Oh, my darling, you look tired. I'll get you a pot of tea, then you will feel better.
There is no time for tea, Franz. I've got to get that record and take it to the detective. And he wants to see you, too, Franz.
The record? Oh, yes. But first, there's something that we must settle, Elsa.
Oh, Franz, you promised not to talk of such things.
Yeah, I know. All of my life, I've wanted you, Elsa. You know that.
How can you speak so? Joseph was your dearest friend. All those years
No, let us not speak of those years. The asylum is behind me. I'm cured, Elsa. Yet I need you as much as you need me, Liebchen.
Please, you cannot speak so. But I will always be your very dear friend, Franz.
Friend? Friend, is it? No, I do not need friendship. I need you, Elsa. I must have you, and I will.
Oh, Franz, control yourself. They will take you away again.
No, never, Elsa. Not if you marry me.
No, you must go away and never come here again. Oh, Franz, what are you doing?
Just pouring the tea. That record, Elsa. It was for you. Addressed to Joseph, but for you. Yeah. It said, mit Wehmut for Joseph von Franz Grün.
With longing for Joseph from Franz Grün.
Yeah. The label said that, yeah. With longing for Joseph. Yeah. With longing for Joseph. Death.
Franz, the tea.
A little spice for it, mein Liebchen. I shall go away, as you ask, and you shall go away, and we shall never return, yeah?
You have poisoned the tea.
Perhaps. It does not matter. Only that we shall never return. You and I and Joseph.
You killed Joseph?
No. I merely gave him the remedy. He used it. Just as you will.
You're insane, Franz. You killed my Joseph.
More cleverly than I will kill you, Elsa. The stupid police will never know how Joseph died. But would you care to know before you drink your tea?
Oh, no. I don't want to hear it. I won't listen.
The record I sent Joseph. The label was loose on it, hanging to the center of the record by only one corner. The label was with such a tender sentiment.
What? No, I saw the record. The label.
Naturally. With the label about to come off. Yeah, such a thoughtful, tender label. What would Joseph do?
You mean you...
Yeah, Liebchen. That label had a special kind of glue on it. A glue I mixed myself. And when Joseph touched the label to his tongue, he tasted the poison which killed him. And then, with the label smoothed onto the record, all evidence was gone. Was that not clever of me, Elsa?
Oh, no, it's horrible.
Nine. On the contrary, most gentle. Much more gentle than I can be if you do not drink your tea, Elsa. Now come, we drink together.
No, I'll telephone the police.
Oh, I am so sorry, Elsa. You'll not telephone the police. You've spilled the tea, Elsa. The spiced tea. Now I shall be forced to use my hands. My hands, Elsa. The hands that bring such marvelous music from the violin. Yeah, look at them, Elsa. Hands that want to crush you, but must do otherwise.
No.
I wanted so much to make it gentle, Elsa.
No, you get a voice.
Take your hands off that woman's corner or I'll shoot.
So, you think a bullet scares me? Nine, put your gun away. I must kill Elsa and then myself. I will do it.
I told you to let go of her, Cronin.
Yeah, I know, but I have never obeyed orders, Lieutenant.
You were most kind, Lieutenant.
Kind? I shoot a guy and that's kind?
Yes, he talked about killing me gently. He was mad. Shooting him was the gentlest way.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
The title of the story we're trying out for Mystery House tonight, Barbie, it intrigues me. Bury me not.
That's not the only thing that will intrigue you. The whole story's full of surprises.
Oh, not the whole story, Mrs. Bland.
What do you mean, Tom?
Well, right about now, there's always an important message for our listeners. And here it is. Listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene for tonight's story, will you, Tom?
Bury me not. Tonight's story opens in the office of Police Lieutenant Kane. Vera Blythe is being questioned about the mysterious death of her husband.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Blythe. I don't like this any more than you do. But I have to have all the facts about your husband's death.
But, Mr. Kane, I've told you. I don't know anything about his death.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Blythe. You've admitted you and your husband had been quarreling.
Well, of course we quarreled. Every married couple quarrels, but...
But, Mrs. Blythe, you went too far, didn't you? Your temper got the best of you, and when your husband walked out...
No!
When he walked out, you followed him to his hotel room.
No, I didn't.
You brought a gun with you, not intending to use it, but you lost your temper. He goaded you.
No, I didn't. I tell you, I didn't.
Mrs. Blythe, look. The gun has your fingerprints all over it. Nobody else's. It was lying on the floor next to your husband's body. And you were found rushing down the hotel stairs within 3 minutes of the time the shots were heard.
But I didn't do it. He telephoned me. I thought he wanted to make up. I went there because he called me.
Mrs. Blythe, the evidence is all against you. You went to his hotel room and asked him to come back. Your pride was hurt. Or if either of you were to walk out, you wanted to do the walking. So you tried to get him back.
No, I didn't even know where he was until he telephoned me.
You went to his room and he only laughed at you. He told you it was all through. And because he was so calm, you got hysterical. And before you knew it, you had the gun in your hand. He was still laughing at you. So you pressed the trigger and fired at his laughing face. You couldn't take your hand off the trigger. The gun kept right on firing. And the bullets kept hitting that laughing face. Yes, you wanted to wipe that laugh away forever. And from the looks of the corpse, you just about did it.
Oh, no, I couldn't have done that. I didn't touch the gun. I hadn't even seen it for a week.
Mrs. Blythe, you're suffering from shock. We call it a form of self-hypnosis. That's why I'm trying to help you. I want to restore your real memory of what actually happened.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Yeah,
I have been suffering from shock. I shouldn't let myself get hysterical.
That's better.
But, Mr. Kane, I didn't do it.
You did? No, not again. Now, let's not go through all this again.
Please, Mr. Kane. Let me tell you what I do know.
Okay, go ahead.
Orem hasn't had an acting job for over a year. But actually, he was getting paid by Dr. Gale.
Alfred Gale, the Vitamin King?
Yes. Orem looks so much like Gale that Gale hired him as a double.
Why should Gale need a double?
I don't know. I suppose Gale was afraid because he had so much money.
That's ridiculous.
I know, I thought so, too. But Orem used to substitute for Dr. Gale at lectures. I mean, when Gale was engaged to give a lecture on health, he'd get Orem to appear for him.
Your husband looks so much like Gale, the public couldn't tell the difference?
Even I couldn't tell the difference. Except that, well, Orem had a scar on his leg just below the knee.
Yeah, well, what about their voices? Wasn't there a difference in them?
Oh, yes, but Orem was an actor. He could change his voice so that no one would ever know. Why?
This telephone call you said you got. You're sure that was your husband's voice?
I'm positive. I lived with him too long to mistake it. But I don't see what...
Well, if you didn't kill your husband, then somebody else did. Now, I don't say I believe you, Mrs. Blythe, but it's just possible that this Dr. Gale did have a reason to be afraid.
What do you mean?
Well, supposing Gale had some enemies, the killing kind. If somebody told them that Gale had checked into this cheap hotel, they'd have seen that as a perfect chance to do away with him.
You mean maybe Gale had, whoever these men are, tipped off that he was registered under Orham's name?
I said maybe. Now, look, can you identify your husband's body, if it is his body, by that scar on his leg?
Yes, but that won't prove...
No, it won't prove anything. But it may make it a little easier to get Gale to sing. Granted, he knows something about this. But nothing. We're going to the morgue right now. Right down here. Now, just because this is a morgue, don't go pulling any flopperoo on me.
Well, Oh, this is ghastly. I don't...
Now, stay on your feet, Mrs. Blythe. Now, you want to get to the bottom of this thing, don't you?
Oh, yes, but please hurry, Mr. Kane. I can't stand this awful place much longer.
Ah, here we are. Here's the body. Now, just one look. Now, which leg did you say the scar was on?
The right.
There. What did you...
What is it? I can't see in this light.
He's gone.
What?
Yeah, the body's gone. There's nothing here. Just a sheet and an overcoat.
What? Oh, no. Oh.
Come in, Brady. Come in. Tell me all about it. Sit down, Brady. Sit down. Don't jump.
Now, Chief, look.
Brady, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's excuses. I've got bodies disappearing. I got women fainting and going home to bed. But I ain't going to have excuses. Now, I want that body, Brady. Now, where is it?
Chief, I'm trying to tell you.
Don't try to tell me, Brady. Just tell me. Where is the body? Where?
Chief, it's...
Don't tell me you know where it is, Brady. No, don't do that. That'd be too much. Why, it's only 4 hours since it disappeared. Now, you couldn't possibly have found it in 4 hours. Now, could you, Brady?
Well, the body ain't disappeared, Chief. I've been trying to tell you.
What? Now, Brady, look. I'm a patient man, Brady, but I'm not going to stand for any tomfoolery about this. Now, where did you find it? That's all you've got to tell me. Where did you find it?
In the morgue.
What?
Yeah, I've been trying to tell you. It was in the morgue all the time.
Yes.
Right in the same place where it belonged. It's there now. I'll show you.
Brady, wait a minute. Calm down. Look, you don't seem to understand. The body I'm talking about was gone. I was there myself, Brady. I saw it gone with my own eyes. And I still got 20/20 eyesight.
So help me, Chief. It's the truth. The body was right there where you told me it should be. And with the face all smashed in by bullet holes, too.
Yeah, with the smashed face. But... Brady, I'm warning you. You'd better be sure of this. If you... Oh, come on. We're going down to the morgue. And you'd better be right about this, Brady.
Oh, you see? Here it is.
Yes, I see, Brady. I see. But confound it, I'm too young a man to be having hallucinations. That body was not there when I was here with Mrs. Blythe.
Now, Chief, the guy in the office says it was there all the time.
The guy in the office said, I don't care what the guy in the office says. It was not there. Now, that I'm sure of. Now, let's have a look for that scar. If the scar is there...
What scar?
The scar on his right leg. Mrs. Blythe says her husband had a scar on his right leg, just below the knee.
You mean you think there are two guys with their faces bashed in like that?
Yeah, here it is, below the right knee. Yeah, must be Orrin Blythe, all right.
Well, I hope you're satisfied.
Satisfied? I'm a long way from satisfied. I want to know who pulled the hocus-pocus on that disappearing body.
You know, Chief, sometimes I think you're getting old.
I'm a lot older than you're going to be unless you get... Pull that sheet back over him. The way that face is mangled gives me the creeps.
Yeah, you're also getting soft.
Shut up and come on.
Yeah, where you going?
To talk to Mrs. Blythe. Go ahead, step on it, Brady. Look, you don't have to worry about red lights. You're a cop, remember?
Okay, but what's the rush? I thought you said the Blythe dame went home to bed.
Yeah, I know, but that body switch is making me nervous. I think maybe I was a fool.
You think?
Now, shut up, Brady, or I'll be making your face look like that one we saw in the morgue.
Still, why the rush? I don't get you.
Yeah. Has it ever occurred to that thick brain of yours that maybe Mrs. Blythe played me for a sucker? You pulled that fast shuffle in the morgue and then that feint. It's a pretty neat way of getting loose from us.
You mean you didn't leave nobody to watch her?
Of course I left somebody to watch her, Underwood. And he's about as smart as you are.
But now, look, Chief. So far, against you, I look pretty good.
Yeah.
I got dough that says the dame didn't do it.
All right. Skip it and turn this corner. You have to do that, you know. The Blythe place is that brownstone front there.
Yeah. Well, I still got a hunch the Blythe dame is here.
Yeah? I'll save your brains. We're going in and see. It's the second floor. Hey, come on, Brady, come on. Come on.
Yeah, it's Underwood. They got Underwood.
All right, go on. Find Mrs. Blythe. I'll look after Underwood.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Underwood, did you... Hey. Yeah. His pulse. He's gone. Hey, Brady! Brady?
Yeah. They got Mrs. Blythe, too. She's bleeding something awful.
Yeah, let me look. Yeah, it's a flesh wound in the arm. Nice, soft place to get shot. In the arm.
Yes, the plot thickens. Mrs. Blythe, the only real suspect Lieutenant Kane had, has been shot by an unloyal assailant. Or was she? If Kane is right in casting suspicious glances at Mrs. Blythe, there might be more to this shooting than appears on the surface. At any rate, the second act of Bury Me Not will prove whether Kane's guess is right. And now, Act 2 of Bury Me Not. Lieutenant Kane, back at his office, has called in the much-discussed Dr. Alfred Gale in the hope of finding some new clue to clear up the mystery surrounding the death of actor Orem Blythe.
Now, look here, Lieutenant. I'll be glad to answer what questions I can, but you must remember I'm a busy man.
Yeah, well, sit down, if you please, Dr. Gale. The police are busy, too, you know. We want to get this over with as soon as possible.
Of course. Stupid of me. I must be more patient. That's part of what I call my manifesto of health. Patience. Must learn to use my own advice, huh?
Well, we have to get information about the persons who've been threatening you.
Threatening me? What do you mean, threatening me, Lieutenant?
Now, look, Doctor, we know you hired Orem Blythe as a double. That's true, isn't it?
Yes, but...
Mrs. Blythe believes you used her husband as a decoy against somebody who wanted to kill you.
What's that? Ridiculous. Man in my position, respected, loved, ridiculous.
Not quite, Doctor. You had a reason for having a double. What was it?
I'm a busy man. Too busy. Appointments, lectures, my vitamin business. Too many demands on my time. Forced to have someone to pinch hit for me. Someone who could deliver my lectures and gain the same confidence from the public as myself. Obvious, isn't it? Someone who looked like me. A spitting image of me, eh? That was this actor fella Blythe. Perfect. Looked just like me. Could talk, too. So I hired him to take over my lectures. Gave me more time.
Right, Doctor. Orem Blythe gave you more time to spend on your gambling.
What's that? Now, look here. You can't...
Oh, I can't, Doctor? Well, I have. You know, the police have underworld connections, too.
Underworld? My dear sir, do you realize...
Suppose I talk for a while, huh? I've checked up on you through the underworld. And what do you think I found out?
See here. I'm a busy man. I can't sit around listening to false accusations.
Oh, you misunderstand me, Doctor. I'm not accusing you. But certain characters in the underworld do accuse you of welching on a gambling debt of over $50,000.
What's that? Oh, it's ridiculous. I'm a busy man. Too busy to be bothering
Doctor,
with...
let's not waste time on the gambling debt. The point is that it's perfectly possible that somebody who had an interest in that debt might like to blow you to bits.
Bits? Why, you had me all wrong, Lieutenant.
Oh, don't bother to deny it, Doctor. The point is, did you or didn't you get a tip that somebody was going to rub you out? And if you did you plant Orrin Blythe in your place so that he was murdered instead of you?
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, I don't blame you, Doctor. It wouldn't look so good to have the newspapers tell that story. No, it might affect the vitamin business.
It's a trumped-up story if I ever heard one. That actor fella was always having trouble with his wife. Told me so himself. Obvious his wife did it. Murdered him in cold blood. Isn't that the expression?
You're a detective, too, huh? Well, then how do you explain the fact that Mrs. Blythe was shot, too?
Obvious. Trick. She deduced you were suspicious of her. Shot the policeman, then shot herself. Made it look like she'd been attacked. Found it easy to confuse you.
Well, as simple as that, is it?
Yes, simple.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll see, Doctor. In the meantime, I'm going to give you a little protection against your gambling friends.
Protection, eh? For me?
That's right. Sergeant Brady is going to go with you, and he's going to stay with you, just in case...
I assure you, Lieutenant, that it's absolutely unnecessary, absolutely.
Oh, just a little service from your police department.
I protest. It's an imposition.
On who?
On me, of course. You don't seem to understand, Lieutenant. I'm a busy man, too busy to be worrying about policemen.
You won't have to worry, Doctor. That's what Brady's paid to do. In the meantime, Mrs. Blythe and I have some unfinished business with the corpse.
Corpse, huh? What do you
That'll be all now, Doctor. You'll find Sergeant Brady just outside the door.
Now, look here.
Good day, Doctor.
That's right, Doc. I'm coming in with you.
Imposition. I don't need protection in my own home.
You never know, Doc, with the friends you got.
Might as well do the thing gracefully. Make yourself at home, Brady. Have a cup of coffee?
I could stand some java. Hey, where you going?
Oh, great Scott, Sergeant. You seem nervous.
I said where you going.
Oh, just to get the coffee, Sergeant.
Well, all right, but just remember, where you go, I go.
Exactly what I was thinking. Ridiculous, isn't it?
Now, what's ridiculous?
You going every place I go?
I got my orders. I'm sticking to them.
Yeah, of course. You're here to protect me, huh?
That's right.
Exactly. Strikes me, Brady, we might make a bargain, huh?
What are you talking about?
Simple. You want to do your job, I want to do mine, huh?
Yeah, only right now you are my job.
Yeah, so it seems. Occurred to me, though, we might make our jobs easier for both of us.
Now, what do you mean?
Simple. I can't do my job with you gazing constantly over my shoulder, and I fear following me every step is going to prove irksome to you.
Maybe so, but that's the way it is.
Suppose you were to...
Listen, Doc, I know what you're going to say. Only it's no deal, see? No matter how busy you are, I'm sticking with you. If your friends take another crack at killing you, I'll be ready for them. And then... Hey, who turned out them lights?
Oh, I wish you wouldn't make me do this again. This is the most horrible place.
Well, now, really, Mrs. Blythe, this time it'll only take a minute. But I want you to see that scar, just to be sure the body is your husband's.
Isn't this the place?
Yeah. Should be right here. Let's take you.
Now, what is it?
No, not again. They can't do this to me.
What is it, Mr. Kane? What?
No, you look. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I can't see anymore.
What? What?
It ain't true, is it? There's nobody there. Tell me. Go on.
It is gone.
Come on. We're going to...
But, Mr. King, are you sure? Couldn't the body have been moved? Maybe this isn't the right place.
Oh, no. I made sure of that when we came in here. They swore up and down it was there right where it belonged. Now there isn't even an overcoat under the sheet.
Oh.
No, you don't. Now, you can't faint on me again, Mrs. Blythe. Come on, we're getting out of here.
I don't understand.
Neither do I, but this time I know you didn't do it. Now all I got to make sure of is that Brady was watching Dr. Gale. Brady, for the love of Pete, what's happened to you anyway? Brady, come on, wake up. Come on, guy.
Here, start untying those knots, Mrs. Blythe.
Hey, what the...
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Chief. Oh, my head. What a wallop. You got an aspirin?
Oh, thank goodness he isn't badly hurt.
Hey, what happened?
What happened, he says. Brady, I left you in charge here, you remember? You're supposed to tell me what happened.
I ain't in the mood for jokes, Chief. All I know is I got conked as soon as the lights go out.
The lights? They're on now.
Hey, look. I'm sitting here with that stuffed shirt Doc Gale, and he's trying to talk me out of dogging his heels when all of a sudden the lights go out and whammo! Somebody takes a cut at me from behind.
I should have given you a bodyguard, I guess. Where's Doc Gale?
In my left pocket. Are you being funny?
Oh, well, let's find him.
Sure, where?
Where? We'll have to search the house. He may be a stiff by this time.
Oh, please, no more dead bodies.
Come on. Where's the stairway? Maybe he's upstairs.
Yeah, right through this archway, you hear?
Okay, let's... Hey, Doc Gale.
Yeah, they got him, too. See. No?
Huh?
Oh, he ain't dead. You can feel his breath.
Who shot him?
He wasn't shot, Mrs. Blythe. He was hit on the head with a blackjack and then choked. But the murderer must have been in a hurry. He didn't choke him long enough.
Yeah, but look at those fingernail marks on his neck. There's still blood coming from him.
Well, let's pick him up, Brady, and put him on a bed somewhere, huh?
Okay, there's a big sofa in the parlor.
Yeah.
Here, I got him.
All right. Easy now, Brady. You've got his legs all tangled up.
No, he can't be. He can't be.
What's wrong with her? Here, help me put him down.
Okay.
I should have known.
Mrs. Blythe, now what's the matter? I should have left you at home.
Look at his leg.
Here,
Look.
What's the matter with his leg?
Can't you see? You pull the trouser leg up.
What? Brady, look. That scar.
It's Orem. It's my husband.
Hey, he's moving his eyelids.
Now, calm down, Mrs. Blythe. Maybe Dr. Gale had a scar, too.
Oh, not just like that. It couldn't be just like that.
Look out, Chief. He's coming
Get
through.
away from me, coppers. I'm getting out of here, and I won't hesitate to shoot.
No, you don't.
Give me that gun, Gale. Give it to me. What do you think you're doing?
Yeah, I knew this guy was a rat.
Orem, what's the matter with you?
Greetings, Vera. So nice to see you again.
So you aren't Gale after all, huh?
If you're not sure, how can you expect me to be?
Oh, Orem, I knew you'd get into trouble, but this is...
Really, Pharaoh, your tears never were convincing. You've always been a horrible actress.
Now, you leave your domestic complaints out of this, Gale. I mean, Blythe, you've got some explaining to do.
You mean the police department is stymied? You mean you need me to explain?
For 2 cents,
Brady, let him talk.
Hey, well, that guy must have slugged me himself. He turned out the lights
Brilliant,
and...
Brady, brilliant. An astounding deduction.
Go ahead, Blythe, talk.
Yeah, now I get it. You didn't find the body at the morgue, did you, Chief?
No, that's it. Blythe, you figured you could fool us with a body as long as your wife wasn't called to identify it. But when I told you I was going to take her to the morgue, you knew you had to get rid of that body. So you knocked out Brady. Then you got to the morgue ahead of me and back here in time.
Of course he did. Look at his fingernails.
Blood. Yeah, he grabs a hold of his own throat to make it look like he's been choked. Then he beans himself on that marble stairway, so he's out as cold as I was.
Wanted to pin it on your wife because you hated her, huh?
Of course I hated her.
Oh, I don't understand. Orem, what have you done?
He was pretty cute. He wanted to trade places with Gale and get all of his money. All he had to do was kill Gale and make it look like he himself was killed. So he called you and asked you to come to his hotel. In the meantime, he'd arranged to have Gale get there just ahead of you. He took your gun, Mrs. Blythe, to kill Gale and left it there on the floor. He had everything arranged so that you'd be found at the scene of the murder.
Well, I knew he hated me, but this...
Don't waste your tears on him, Mrs. Blythe. You're lucky to get rid of him.
You know all the answers, don't you? But there's one little item I'm going to have the pleasure of telling you. The extra body. That was almost a masterpiece.
Well?
I was fortunate in learning you discovered the presence of the scar on my own leg. I knew if you saw Gale's body, you wouldn't find the scar, so...
This better be good.
So I telephoned a mission house and said I was giving a charade, for which I needed a man with a scar just below his right knee. Of course, I used Gale's name and offered to pay him handsomely. When he arrived, I had no trouble destroying his face in the same way you found Gale's. Bullet holes are excellent for quick makeup.
But the scar wasn't the same as yours.
No, it would satisfy everybody except Vera. That's why you got to see the scar and she didn't.
She didn't, yeah. Thanks to you killing a good cop and winging her.
Of course. I couldn't let her see either body. 2 bodies, and you thought there was only one.
2 bodies? Well, I'll make you a little bet, chum. There's going to be another one. Yours. And this time there'll be plenty of witnesses.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
I like the title of the novel we're trying out tonight, Barbie. Killing in the Market. It takes place in the stock market, does it?
Nope, Dan. The wholesale flower market.
Flower?
Flower. Flower market.
Oh, that seems like an odd place for a murder.
Well, this is an odd murder. Flowers play an important part in it.
Yeah, well, I don't see how flowers could be mixed in a murder. Sounds a little far-fetched.
I'll bet it isn't, Mr. Glenn, because Mrs. Glenn is always mighty fussy about selecting novels that stick to close to reality. Almost as careful as I am.
You? Careful about what?
Why, careful about my part of the show, about sticking to reality and facts. Listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
A killing in the market. Tonight's story opens in Doll Callahan's garishly furnished apartment. A man seems to want to get in, rather badly.
Doll, let me in. Let me inside for the love of Pete.
Angles, what's the matter with you? What are you coming in the back door for? Hey, you look like you'd seen a ghost.
I got him. No matter where I go, I got him.
Angles makes sense. What are you talking about? What's the matter?
I got him, Doll. The jitters. I must be washed up.
Oh, you make me sick. They're shaking like a scared cop. What's happened?
Every day I get flowers. For a week now. Every day, flowers. That's why I haven't come near you. I don't want him to find out about you and me. It's driving me...
Angles. You mean not Dusty? Don't tell me Dusty Lazari's. Angles, you mean Dusty skipped?
Nah, he don't skip. They gave him his papers. He's free. And he's driving me nuts with them
Negotiator?
Yeah.
Dusty's sending you, Negotiator?
Cut it out. What's so funny about that?
That's what he sent me. He always gave me Negotiator before they sent him up the river. Only he sent them to me because I was his girl. Negotiator was his trademark.
I know. But I never could figure out why a slicker like Dusty would fool around with a flower nobody else would be caught dead with.
A creep like you wouldn't. But Dusty's the kind of guy that likes things pretty. And Negotiator's one of the most beautiful flowers there is. They're different. They blossom at night.
Ah, they stink. You can smell them for blocks, and I can't get away from that smell. Follows me wherever I am.
Maybe that's why Dusty gave them to you. Maybe he doesn't want you to forget him. Maybe he's a little sore because you moved in on me when he got that rap.
Yeah? So what's he going to do about it? He must be stir-crazy. Sending me red and white flowers that only come out in the dark.
Don't worry about Dusty. He's not the one that's losing his grip.
He's nothing but a broken-down flower peddler.
He's Dusty Lazari, the biggest guy that ever hit this town.
Okay. So he talks sweet and pays $35 for a necktie. He's still nothing but a flower peddler.
Dusty Lazari and Doll Callahan.
Everybody used to talk about us.
Listen, doll.
Two of a kind, they said. Both smart.
Cut it out.
And the dough we had. He threw it around like it was nothing.
Yeah? You're just lucky I was there to keep you from going to the pen along with him.
Why, you framed him. You're the one...
Now, look. It was only to keep him from framing me.
You ratted on him, you mean? You had to muscle in on his territory.
Don't give me that. I noticed you didn't have any trouble making the switch.
What do you mean by that, mister?
It don't make you sore to be riding in my limousine, does it? You don't mind the clothes I buy for you, do you?
Why, I could kill you for what you did to Dusty.
Oh, so now that Dusty's out of the hoosegow, you want to go back to him, do you? Listen, you little...
Take your hands off of me.
Just remember, sweetheart, I can take care of you and Dusty.
You make me laugh.
Come here, doll.
Oh, no. I'm getting out of here.
I said come here. Take your hat off.
You can't push me around. I'm leaving.
Come here, doll. What are you so excited about?
Keep talking, Mr. Big. But it won't do you any good. You'll see the last of me when I walk through this door.
What? Holy smoke! He's dead.
It's Slugger.
I told him to wait in the car around the corner. He should have.
Oh, look. Look at that knife.
Yeah. And look at his buttonhole.
The Cocchiane. It's Dusty. He must have... Oh, no. No, it couldn't be Dusty.
Come on.
No. I'm not going to get caught with you.
I said come on. You want me to slug you again?
Let go of my arm.
Come on. You can register at some hotel. Only right now you're going to get out of here. Dusty's probably hiding someplace close by. Come on, we'll take the stairway.
You're a rat. But maybe you're right.
Keep quiet. Now act like nothing was wrong when we go out the door. Dusty won't try anything on the street.
I should have known better than get mixed up with you.
All right, now quiet now. And don't forget, you try anything funny and I'll fix it so you can't talk to Dusty or anybody else.
Go ahead. Slap me again in front of all these people.
Flowers for the lady? Buy from Minnie. Flowers for the lady?
What's that old dame doing way up here? She was
Hello, Minnie. You got a nice bouquet for me today?
Flowers for the lady. You like these. My best bouquet for only 50 cents.
You never remember me, do you, Minnie?
No, I don't remember. That's why I sell flowers. Such pretty flowers. Flowers? Flowers for the lady?
Will you hurry up? We got to get out of here.
Goodbye, Minnie.
Come on.
Hey, taxi!
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hey, Carl!
So long, Engels. Here, catch the bouquet. Take a good smell. It's Nicotiana. Step on it, driver. Don't let him catch us.
Sit down, Dusty. It's been a long time. I figured we ought to have a chat just for old time's sake.
You're sure that's all you have up your sleeve?
Same old Dusty. You know, you should have been on my team. You're smart. You'd have been a big shot on the police force.
Yeah, well, I think I've had my taste of being a big shot, Andrews.
Yeah, I suppose you did. By the way, Dusty, what are you doing now?
Oh, same old thing. Only this time it's legal. I'm operating a little flower shop.
Yeah, that's what I hear, Dusty. You still go for those things nobody else likes? What do you call them?
Nicotiana. Still my favorite flower. And? Still my trademark.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that, Dusty. There's the little matter of...
The matter of one stiff, formerly known as Slugger Riley?
That's it, Dusty. Slugger was found with a knife in his back and your trademark in his buttonhole.
Is that one of the old times you wanted to discuss, Andrews?
Well, I did have that on my mind. But there's some other things, too. The real reason I asked you to drop around was this. I want your professional advice.
Oh, something about flowers? You planning a party?
Oh, forgive me, Dusty. I should have said your former profession. You see, I have a problem. An unexpected murder. Slugger Riley. Now, here are the facts. Riley was the chauffeur of a guy named Angles, who's the boyfriend of a gal named Doll Callahan, at whose residence the murder was committed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, anybody driving a car for a guy like Angles might expect to get knocked off someday, but the interesting thing is that Riley was very healthy until shortly after a former friend of Angles was released from prison.
Well, offhand, I'd guess that you were talking about me.
I might be, Dusty.
Anyhow, this former friend comes home from prison to find that his girl is now holding hands with a guy who muscled in on his old racket.
A perfect case of circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, so I thought, Dusty. But it also occurred to me that I was dealing with a very smart character.
Meaning?
Meaning he was so smart he might plant his trademark on the body and figure I'd think he was too smart to do anything that looked so stupid.
An interesting theory. But aren't the odds in favor of somebody else? An unknown assailant making use of the trademark in order to confuse the police?
Maybe. However, I still like my theory. My trouble is that I don't want to make an arrest until I'm sure of getting a conviction.
And so you'd like to have...
Flowers? Why, my pretty flowers?
Sorry, Dusty. One of your competitors.
Well, hello, Minnie.
Oh, Dusty. Thanks for the dress you brought me. I'm saving it for Sunday.
You two know each other?
Oh, for years, Andrews. Minnie, give the captain one of the special bouquets. He's interested in Nicotiana.
Nicotiana?
Oh, it's not hard to find if you're looking for it.
Nicotiana for Captain Andrews? You sure, Dusty?
Yeah, quite sure, Minnie.
Well, I'll have to make something special. Wait not till I find my knife. I keep it in my basket somewhere. Oh, here it is. Here's my knife.
Knife? That looks like a bayonet.
From my old act. I keep it sharp to cut my flowers.
Yeah, Minnie was in vaudeville. She did a knife-throwing act here. You lost your husband that way, didn't you, Minnie?
Lost him, sure. Never could keep his papers off other women. Varmint.
Yeah. You see, Minnie and her husband used to take turns throwing knives at each other. And every time it was old Vic's turn to be the target, he'd watch the audience for good-looking girls. Well, one day he moved his head a little too much, and Minnie's knife got him, by accident, in the temple.
He can't see no more women nowadays where he is.
Well, that'll be all, Minnie. Stop in again tomorrow.
You all right, Dusty? You want
No,
me...
everything's fine, Minnie. I'll see you tomorrow morning at the market.
Tomorrow, Dusty.
Now, before we were interrupted, you were saying...
Dusty, I've been thinking. I'd like to spend a day at the market with you. I find I'm getting interested in flowers.
Hey, you. Seen Dusty Lazari? Hey! Oh, nuts.
Anything I can do for you, Miss Callahan?
Captain Andrews,
Anything wrong, Doll?
what are you doing here? You're not...
I might ask you the same thing.
Well, I'm looking for a friend.
I think I ought to warn you. I have a date with him at 5 o'clock.
Nicotiana, I must get some. You're up early, miss. Too early, maybe.
Minnie, have you seen Dusty Lazari? You know him, don't you?
I never see what I tell, and I never tell what I see.
Good morning, Minnie.
I never see what I tell, and I never tell what I see.
She's a queer one, that. You be careful, Doll. You may end up with a basket of flowers.
Don't joke with me, Copper. I can still outsmart you. When I find Dusty, I'm going to tell him you're here.
Do that. Tell him I'll be right where I said I'd meet him.
I've got to find Dusty before that wise guy Andrews gets him.
What'd you say, sugar?
Angles, what are you doing here? Get out from behind that screen.
Oh, no, baby. You come here.
Keep your hands away from me. Get away or I'll scream. There's a cop right down there.
You got me all wrong, Doll. All I want to do is talk to you. Don't worry about Dusty. He'll wait for you.
Dusty. Oh, no. No tricks. I'm going to find Dusty right now.
Okay, sweetheart. I'll see you later.
Nicotiana. All I need is Nicotiana.
Hey, what's the matter? What's that? Let me in here. What is it? Dog, great Scott, look at that knife. She's dead. Dead. And with a sprig of Nicotiana blooms in her hand.
Hey, how did it happen,
Don't touch that knife. Somebody give me a hand. Here, you. Angles Baron. Where'd you come from?
Well, me and the doll have been having some trouble, so I followed her down here to try to make up.
How long have you been here?
Oh, just got here.
You seen Dusty Lazari?
I ain't seen anybody.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted that guy. There's nothing he wouldn't try to get away with.
Well, the murders of Slugger and Dahl haven't been any great blow to society, but we can't let murder go unpunished even so. The question is, who should we punish? And that's a question that'll be answered in the second act of A Killing in the Market. And now, Act Two of A Killing in the Market. It's still early morning in the marketplace, where florists come to buy fresh stocks of flowers for the day's trade. And in the empty booth in which Dahl Callahan was killed by a knife are Police Captain Andrews and Angles Barron.
Hey, what's happened? What's all the excitement about?
Okay, Dusty, start talking. Where have you been?
Well, I'm sorry, Andrews. I seem to be late.
Late. Listen, Dusty. I've taken your oil for the last time. I trust you. Just overnight, I trust you. And I got another murder in my hands.
Another murder?
What do you think's under the canvas?
What? Dahl. Well, great Scott, Andrews, you don't...
All right, Dusty. I've played along with you far enough. Now I'm going to get tough. Why weren't you here at 5 o'clock?
Well, I got your call.
What call? What are you talking about?
Well, Sergeant somebody or other phoned from headquarters, said you wanted me to stop there and pick you up.
You don't expect me to believe that.
Well, I assure you, Andrews, it's true. Call your office. They'll tell you I was just there.
He's trying to pull a fast one, Andrews. You don't think you'll check on him?
On the contrary, I wish you would call.
He's bluffing, Andrews. Anybody can see that.
You shut up, Angles. I'll handle this.
Dusty, I've been looking all over for you.
Yeah, hello, Minnie. I'll see you later.
What's the matter, Dusty? She make you nervous?
Dusty, you know what you told me about
Yeah,
the...
later, Minnie, later. Captain Andrews has some business he'd like me to help clear up.
But, Dusty, you told me...
What did he tell you, Minnie? Maybe that's more important than Dusty would like to admit.
Not now, Minnie. I assure you, Andrews,
What's this all about, Minnie?
You heard what Dusty said. You think I'm going to tell you?
Now, Minnie, I'm an officer of the law. You can't talk that way to me, you know.
Maybe Captain Andrews is right, Minnie. I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, I'll not say a word. Not me, Dusty. You know you can trust me. After all the things you done for me.
For crying out loud, Andrews, you're going to let Dusty and that feeble-minded old dame cross you up? What are you going to do about Dahl? Hey, you... Take her off of me!
Hey, Minnie, stop it.
Get that out or I'll have to lock you up.
Yeah, that old gal's nuts.
You're...
Should have been a
No,
nut.
Minnie, wait a minute. You're only making trouble for both of us. I think you better run along now.
That's right, Minnie. This is no place for you.
Dusty, don't make me...
It's all right, Minnie. It's all right. It's better for you.
Go along, Minnie.
Not a rum-dum. She'll be strung up.
Minnie! Now, don't do that again. Now, go along. I'll see you soon.
All right, Dusty, if you say so.
You two going steady, Dusty?
Why, you cheap hood. It wouldn't occur to you to be kind to a pool.
Don't call me names. Who's got a record, you or me?
Shut up, both of you.
Well, I'm sorry, Andrews. I lost my temper, I guess.
You and your fancy talk. What's the matter with you, Andrews? Why don't you lock him up? You gonna let Dahl lay there while you two practice your manners?
All right, Angles, that's enough. We'll get to your late girlfriend soon enough. Now, Dusty, we've still got to settle this business of where you were at 5 o'clock.
Well, I'll do everything I can to cooperate. Call your office.
I'm going to do that, Dusty. There's a phone down there in that next booth. But just remember, I can see every move you make. So don't force me to use my gun.
I'll be right here when you get back.
You got a lot of crust for a guy with a pedigree, Dusty. You know you ain't got a chance of beating this rap, don't you?
What makes you think I have a rap to beat, Angles? If I'd planned to eliminate anybody, I'd have concentrated on you instead of the Dahl or Slugger Riley.
Don't give me that mush talk. Don't forget you're not a cannonball anymore. I can clip you any time you say the word. Any time, see?
You haven't learned, have you, Angles?
What do you mean?
You framed me once, but you won't get away with it again.
Oh, that's a lot of fake-a-roo.
Don't worry, Angles. Don't worry. I'm not going to bump you off. I learned too much up the river to try that again. But there are other ways.
You talk like you're stir-crazy.
Yeah? Well, let's see what Andrews has to say. He's coming back now.
Okay. So you fixed it so the cops would say you were at the police station. But the important thing is, you didn't keep your date with Andrews.
And what?
And Andrews knows Dahl was murdered while you were gone. That's still gonna seem mighty funny to him.
You'd love to pin this on me, wouldn't you?
You did it. You and Nicotiana. I'll be seeing you, Dusty. I done my day's work.
Well, gotta hand it to you, Dusty. You've got an alibi. But confound it, I know you too well. You still might have done it.
Maybe. But it seems to me you're building up a circumstantial case without any real motive.
Motive? Don't you call what Dahl did to you enough of a motive?
Well, surely you don't think I'm carrying a torch for the girl just because she switched to Angles when I was convicted.
That's not what I'm talking about. Angles told a stool that Dahl Callahan squealed on you.
Yeah? I don't get it.
It was an anonymous telephone call that gave us the evidence you were convicted on. Angles claims that call came from Dahl Callahan.
I don't believe that, Andrews.
Sounds good enough to me.
Dahl wasn't the kind of a girl to cook up a story on me.
The call came from somebody.
Yeah, well, who made it isn't important. I was running the mob, and Angles wanted to move in. So he planted the evidence that got me convicted.
Doesn't hold up, Dusty. I can figure how Angles might want to get rid of Dahl. She was always crazy about you. But Slugger was his own bodyguard.
Sure. That was a trap for me. There had to be some reason for getting me back into prison. An angle. So he knocked off Slugger to make it look as if I'd killed him. But he made one big mistake.
What?
He used a knife. I never used a knife in my life. I never even used a gun. I used my brains.
Yeah, you always did. But you made a mistake, too, Dusty. You didn't count on my finding the knife Minnie always carries.
Minnie?
Yes, Minnie. Technically, she's responsible for both murders, Slugger and Dahl Callahan. But you're morally responsible because you hired her to do both jobs for you.
Minnie? Oh, you're not serious.
You got careless when you had Minnie kill Dahl. You weren't with me to establish your alibi. I'm putting both you and Minnie under arrest and making it stick. Come along.
Well, okay. But, you mind if I get a flower first? The stuff I bought's over in my truck.
You're losing your grip, Dusty. You think I'm going to let you get away in that truck? Not a chance. Come on.
Yeah, you're awfully suspicious, aren't you?
Why wouldn't I be?
Well, maybe I can get a flower from Minnie. She should still be around here. Hey, Minnie! Oh, Minnie!
Don't get too smart, Dusty. I won't hesitate to shoot you and Minnie both if you try any fast ones. And if you think that knife...
Ah, there she is. Minnie!
Oh, I thought you called me Dusty.
Yeah, you got any fresh Nicotiana, Minnie?
Keep your hand out of that pocket, Dusty, or I'll have to shoot.
I just want to get some money to pay her, Andrew.
I'm warning you, Dusty.
Oh, that's all right, Dusty. You don't need to pay me for a little Nicotiana. See? It's real fresh. Just cut this morning. Ain't even opened out yet. And won't till sundown. Real fresh.
Yeah, real fresh. Nicotiana in my truck. It's fresh, too. Not opened out yet. Andrews?
What?
Don't you see, Andrews? The bouquet of Nicotiana we found on Dahl's body, it was opened out. But there isn't a sprig of the stuff in the flower market this morning that's open. That Nicotiana Dahl had wasn't bought here this morning. It was yesterday's cutting.
I don't see what...
Check with the station. They'll tell you I didn't have any Nicotiana when I was there. The sergeant cracked wise about it. If I'd have gotten any, I'd have had to buy it here, after I got here. And it wouldn't have been blooming.
Don't move. I'm talking to you, too, Andrews. You're covered.
Put that gun down, Angles. You can't get away with it.
That's a good tip, Angles. Killing a cop would make it tougher on you when they catch you.
Shut up, both of you, and listen to me. I heard everything you both said.
That part about the Nicotiana, I'll bet you enjoyed that, didn't you, Angles?
Ah, you flowers.
Yeah, flowers for your grave, Angles. Seems funny that a pretty little flower could send you to the electric chair, doesn't it?
Shut up. I didn't kill her. It's Minnie. She could have had flowers left over from yesterday.
I got all fresh flowers. There ain't a leftover sprig of Nicotiana in my basket. See?
Just a minute, Minnie.
What do you think? Don't reach for that knife, Minnie, or look out!
Try to shoot me, you dirty little crook.
My side. That knife.
I'll take that gun, Angles. Thanks. Well, smart boy.
Okay. I knew I was stuck when Dusty popped off with that stuff about the flowers. Get me to a hospital, can't you? I'm in bad shape.
First knife I've thrown in 30 years. But you can't say I've lost my touch. Faster, Dusty.
Ah, you were terrific, Minnie. You know, you ought to go back into vaudeville.
Not me. I'll stick to flowers. All except Nicotiana.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Minnie. Maybe we both ought to give up Nicotiana.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, Barbie, the novel we're trying out for Mystery House tonight, Murder Hires a Hall. I've read it and I like it.
Well, I do, too. But we'll see how it plays. The whole point of having our publishing staff act out these stories.
Yeah, I know, but I'd take a chance on this one without even trying it out.
I disagree, Mr. Glenn. I don't think there's any point in taking chances on anything in this day and age.
Yeah, Tom, but this story...
Well, I'm not talking about stories particularly. There's no need to guess on anything when you can get authentic, reliable information.
I'll bet this is leading up to something.
Of course it is, Mr. Glenn. Listen.
Okay, places, everybody.
Murder Hires a Hall. Tonight's story takes place shortly after the close of the Second World War. It opens in the office of Robert Lawson, candidate for governor. Across the desk from Lawson sits Jasper Jade, known throughout the state as the boss.
For the last time, Jade, the answer is no. N-O, no.
Now, look, Lawson, I'm a reasonable man. I wouldn't be here talking to you if I were.
You mean you wouldn't be here if you didn't think you could buy me off?
Oh, now, look here, Lawson. That's not the way I like to hear young politicians talking.
In the first place, Jade, I'm not a politician in the sense you and your gang use the term. I'm a...
Yes, of course, Lawson. You're one of our honored war veterans. You did a great job in the war. There's every reason for you to expect to collect a reward now.
Jade, I'm about to lose my temper. I'm a war veteran, yes, but I'm not running for governor to collect any reward. I'm sticking my neck out to clean up some very dirty politics. A mess which you alone are responsible for.
Oh, come now, Lawson, look here.
You don't like it when it's said out loud, do you? Well, I'm saying it out loud, and I'm going to keep on saying it as loud as possible before the greatest number of voters.
I admire your courage, young man, but I'm beginning to doubt your sanity. Are you sure the War Department gave you a clean bill of health?
Getting scared, Jade?
Oh, don't make me laugh. How do you think I got where I am now?
And where are you now? The boss. Boss Jade. Dictator of the most corrupt political machine in the state's history. You think I want my name linked with anyone with your reputation?
Apparently, you want to be elected.
Don't worry about that. I'll be elected.
Ah, but not without my support, you won't.
Your support? The only purpose that would serve would be to whitewash you in the eyes of people who believe in me.
You're being very foolish, Lawson.
I grant you I don't have an organization, Jade, but I do have the backing of thousands of people who would send you to prison if they knew as much about you as I do.
Yeah? Careful, Lawson. Remember, I still control the courts.
I know exactly what you control. And I give you my word right now, the first move I'll make as governor will be to clean out your mob, and you'll be number one to go to trial.
Now, look, I'll make the offer once more. I'll endorse you publicly and ensure your election, if you play ball. Now, go ahead with your reform platform. We can make it look good. I need some new blood in my organization, and if you have the backing of people that I've never been able to reach, why, all right. We could make a good team, Lawson.
You mean you think I'd make a good stooge?
Well, of course, I'd have to make most of the decisions. After all, my organization...
Your organization? Well, I wouldn't join your organization if it meant staying out of politics for the rest of my life.
That's your last word?
It's been my last word for the past half hour. Now, get out of here, Jade.
Take your hand off my sleeve, young man. I'll leave here when I see fit.
You forget, Jade, this is my office. This is my office, Jade, and I'm telling you to leave it.
Your office, is it? Well, I'll see that you never have another one.
Maybe the voters will have something to say about that.
Yeah? Well, perhaps we won't give the voters a chance to show their sentiments about you.
Are you threatening me, Jade?
I'm warning you.
Get out of here. Get out of here before I lose my temper.
Well, hello, Mr. Jade. What a place to bump into you.
Goodbye.
Karen, I'm sorry you had to see this.
This what? This intimate little farewell?
Okay, you have your jokes. I'm sorry I have to be more serious about things like...
I'm not laughing, Bob. I'm more serious than you are. I've got to persuade you to...
Now, Karen, please don't start that again. Nothing can persuade me to give up this campaign.
But do you know what it means, Bob? It's suicide. Or maybe something worse.
I've started it, and I've got to finish it. That's all.
No, that isn't all. What about me? Don't you...
Karen, you know I care more about you than anything else in the world. But, darling, I swore I'd break the yoke Boss Jade holds over the voters, and I'm going to do it.
You mean that's more important than I am?
Karen, of course it isn't more important than you. You're everything I want, but...
But you want to be governor more.
No, of course not. But look, Karen, when I came back from the war, I was determined that I was going to see that people at home got some of the things so many soldiers died for. I don't really care about being governor, but I'm going to see that Boss Jade is thrown out of this state, and if I have to be governor to do it, I'll be governor.
Oh, stop that Galahad stuff.
Galahad stuff? Karen, what's got into you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I didn't mean that. But, Father...
What about your father?
He's going to have to pull out on you.
He's been my strongest backer. His newspaper is the one way I've had of reaching the voters. His support has meant everything.
Yes, and if he continues to support you, he'll lose everything.
But how? Even if I lose the election, he'll
Winning
still...
or losing the election has nothing to do with it. You forget that Jade controls the only paper mill from which Dad has been able to buy newsprint.
Well, there must be a way.
There isn't any way. You know what the paper mill situation is. And without paper, Dad will have to quit publishing. Bob, you've got to give up. You've got to quit this useless fight against Boss Jade.
It isn't useless. I'm going to beat Boss Jade if it's the last thing I do.
Well, you can't do it alone.
Well, I've certainly counted on your father's support, but if I have to do it alone, without any newspaper backing me, I'm still going to do it.
And what about me?
What do you mean, Karen?
Unless you announce your withdrawal right now, you and I are finished.
But why? Karen, I can understand your father being forced to pull out. He has to think of his newspaper and all the people dependent upon it, but you and I, we belong together, fighting the same battle.
Don't you understand? I can't stand by and see my father ruined.
But he won't be ruined if he withdraws his support.
Unless you either accept the support of the Jade machine or withdraw completely from the election, Jade will expose Dad and break him completely.
Expose your dad? Why...
Dad has spent his life as a crusading editor. When he hired a business manager, he didn't watch him closely. Now he finds that his business manager is one of Jade's men. And he's been so unscrupulous that
Dad's paper and Dad will be completely ruined if certain facts are ever brought to light.
But that's not possible.
That's what I thought. But I saw the evidence. Jade's paper has it all set in type. Dad's picture and a complete set of facts that will force him out of business and make it absolutely impossible to defend himself.
Oh, that's preposterous. We'll take it to court.
Oh, you know that won't do any good. Jade controls the courts.
But, Karen, that's just one more reason for me to run Jade out of business.
You haven't a chance without Dad's support.
But I can't give up now.
You can, Bob. You must. If you love me.
You know I love you. That's why I have to make this fight, regardless of the consequences. You couldn't respect me if I turned out to be a quitter.
I couldn't respect a man who brought about the ruin of my father.
Well, I'm afraid your father will have to look out for himself.
But what about me? Don't I count for anything?
Karen, you know what you mean to me.
If you really mean that, you'll sign this statement.
Oh, but this is a statement to the public saying I'm giving up the fight.
Oh, darling, can't you see? It's the only thing to do.
No, Karen. This is one thing I can't do for you.
All right, Bob. If that's the way you feel about it.
Wait a minute. What's that you've got in your bag?
Oh, I didn't want you to see that.
A gun. But why?
I'm sorry, Bob. I tried to keep this from you. There are people who would go to any lengths to keep you from being governor, Bob.
You mean they threatened your life? But you don't have anything to do with my political life.
No, but everybody knows that you and I are going to be married. They figure threatening me is a way to get at you.
Don't you worry, darling. Nothing's going to happen.
But I do worry, Bob. Please, sign the statement now. Please, darling. Let's both get out of this while we can.
And admit defeat? I'm scheduled to speak before a packed house tonight, and I'm going to blow the roof off.
Oh, Bob, for me, please, sign that statement.
Nothing doing, sweetheart. This is a fight to the finish. It's either Boss Jade or me.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, we're here tonight to hear from our next governor, Robert Lawson. Yes, we're here to listen to him as he gives you the facts about the worst cheating the people of this community have ever been subjected to. The facts, ladies and gentlemen, not a story, but facts. How Boss Jade is...
How did you get backstage, Walker?
Never mind that. I hear you're going to shoot the works tonight.
That's right. It'll make a great story for that newspaper of yours, if you'd print it, which you won't.
That's right, Lawson. I work for Jade. I've been with this newspaper for years, and so far I've done a pretty good job of keeping the opposition in line.
Oh, you admit you aren't bound by the great code of newspaper ethics, huh?
Ethics? I'm too much of a realist. Enough of a realist to give you one more chance to call off this speech.
Call it off? With 3,000 people out in front? With a statewide radio hookup? You can quote me as saying that I will definitely not call off this speech. I'll be on that stage in 3 minutes.
Maybe. But let me fill you in on the situation first. The orders are that you are not to be permitted to finish your speech.
It's too late now to stop me.
Is it? You think you've got 3,000 friends out there?
I've had rotten tomatoes thrown at me before.
This time there won't be any tomatoes. That audience has been well sprinkled with ammunition, and I don't mean tomatoes.
Jade wouldn't dare.
The gun will be found in the hand of some dope who really believes you're trying to take away his bread and butter.
Well, even Jade wouldn't frame an innocent man that way.
Don't be so naive, Lawson. I know you've got enough evidence to throw the book at Jade. Only that book is going to hit a lot of people, including yours truly.
Talking won't help you.
Now, look, Lawson. In 5 seconds, you'll be walking out on that stage. But if you say one word of what you've promised to say, it'll be the last word you've ever said.
Thanks for the entertaining conversation. That's my cue.
Bob, wait a minute. Bob!
Ladies and gentlemen, without preliminaries, I want to come directly to the subject which is the principal reason you're all here tonight. I propose to tell you about one Boss Jade, Jasper Jade, dictator, a...
Hey, the girl, grab her, somebody. She did it.
Where did... This isn't my gun. Oh, Bob!
Somebody took a well-timed shot, just in time to stop Robert Lawson from saying too much about his political enemy, Boss Jade. And it looks as if that somebody was trying to lay the blame on Karen Lindsay, Lawson's girlfriend. But let's see what the second act has to say about that. In the meantime...
And now, the second act of Murder Hires a Hall. The scene is backstage in the auditorium where Robert Lawson began the political speech, which was interrupted by a bullet. Police Lieutenant Murphy has arrived.
But I didn't do it. I know I didn't.
Look, Miss Lindsay, tell me what happened. It'll be much easier for everybody.
But, Lieutenant Murphy, I know I didn't.
No, there's no use denying it. You came here with a gun. You were found right after the shooting with this in your hand. The gun that shot Lawson.
But that isn't my gun.
What do you mean it isn't your gun?
Mine was a little pearl-handled revolver. I carried in my purse.
That's a laugh. What do you think you are, a sleight of hand artist?
Walker, be a little careful. We don't want to draw any attention.
None of that now, Mr. Jade. Look, Miss Lindsay, the bullet that hit Lawson came from this gun. The gun you were holding.
But it isn't my gun. I never saw it before.
Where did it come from, then?
I don't know. All I know is that I came here trying to find Bob. The stage was full of people, and I was jostled. I had my own gun in my hand.
What did she have a gun for?
I brought the gun because I'd heard things. I knew Bob's life was in danger, and I wanted him to have the gun to protect himself. I tried to attract his attention.
You still haven't explained the other gun.
I don't know. I remember passing Mr. Jade, and then Walker got in my way. I was so confused, I was only thinking of getting to Bob. Someone must have changed guns with me.
That isn't easy to believe, Miss Lindsay. You don't have any reason to believe that this gun isn't yours.
Well, of course it isn't mine. Bob would know. He knew I carried a pearl-handled revolver.
Well, suppose we call the hospital. Chances are Lawson may be able to talk now. Operator, this is a police call. Get me to the hospital in a hurry. Yeah. Look, this is Lieutenant Murphy. Is Lawson conscious? Okay. Ask him to describe the gun that Miss Lindsay carried in her purse. Yeah, in her purse. Call me right back.
Look, Murphy, I know you got a routine to go through, but you practically got this thing pinned on the Lindsay girl. You can't hold me here. I got to get this story to the paper.
Walker, quiet, remember?
Remember what, Mr. Jade?
I don't like your tone, Murphy. I was just cautioning Walker that it's our duty to be cooperative.
Oh. Well, nobody leaves here until I say so. Murphy speaking. Yeah? He what? He says it was a pearl hand... Ah. Okay. Yeah, thanks.
I told you. That isn't my gun.
Maybe not, Miss Lindsay. But where is the pearl-handled gat? What'd you do with it?
Well, it must have... Someone must have exchanged guns with me in all that confusion.
Maybe. You say you saw Mr. Jade.
Now, look here, Murphy.
You admit you were backstage.
Well, of course I was backstage. I was late. I didn't arrive until just before you got here. Walker was here when the shot was fired. He can tell you that I hadn't arrived yet.
What about the audience? You got 3,000 suspects out there.
But we don't have a motive for any of them. And we do have motives for all three of you.
I resent that, Murphy. I'll have you thrown off the force.
Exactly. That might be your motive, Mr. Jade. Lawson was a threat to your power to dictate to the police department. You might easily have tried to kill him.
Why, you're a man in my position, stupid. Why, it's ridiculous.
Oh, that's a nice point. You wouldn't stop the murder, but you might have hired someone. Someone like Walker.
Now, wait a minute, Murphy.
Supposing Miss Lindsay's right. Maybe somebody did swap guns with her. You, Walker, you bumped into her.
You think you can scare me? Where's the other gun? I haven't got it.
I know you haven't got it. I've got it.
What?
Where did you find it?
In Walker's topcoat pocket. Here it is. Pearl handle and all.
Why, you...
I never...
Well, Walker?
I told you to be careful, Walker.
This is a frame-up. I never touched that gun.
It begins to look as if the frame-up was on Miss Lindsay. You and Jade...
Now, wait. This has gone far enough. I won't stay here and listen to such accusations. You know where to reach me.
Now, just a minute, Jade. You're defying the law.
That's impossible. I am the law.
Get him back here. If anybody's being framed, it's me. Jade planned to murder Lawson.
Lieutenant, you can't let him get away.
Look, Murphy, I didn't do it. Jade had a guy planted in the audience.
Forget it, Walker. Mr. Jade won't get very far this time.
Well, Lawson, about time you opened your eyes. Jade, who let you in here? Isn't this... Yes, this is the hospital, all right. Get out of here, Jade. I'll deal with you later. Oh, Lawson, don't get excited. I know this is a little abrupt, but it struck me that you might be in a better mood as a result of this fracas. Here, take a look at this. What is it? Go ahead, take a look at it. You'll recognize it. It's a statement of withdrawal. The fact that you've been, wounded gives you a fine excuse for eliminating yourself from the election. Very interesting. Go ahead. Sign it. That bullet hole in your shoulder, you can give up the campaign gracefully. Even your most rabid supporters don't expect you to go on getting shot. Aren't you forgetting something? Well, what? Don't you usually take care of people under these circumstances? What are you getting at? Little gift. Settlement. Oh, yes, the What? I said it, the settlement. Well, Lawson, I see that you're a practical politician after all. I did you an injustice. I thought your crusade was really on the level. Don't bother me with flattery. How much? Well, I guess we can come to terms. Let's say, the same as the last payment you made on my case? What's that? Yes, you, well, sure, Lawson. It's worth that much to me. That'll make it nice for both of you, won't it? That makes everything perfect. Give me a little time for the shoulder to heal. I don't want to give you a wobbly signature. That's fair enough. Well, you surprised me, Lawson, but you took a load off of my shoulders. Well, I'll run along now.
Oh, no, you don't. What? Still got some business to attend to, Jade.
Murphy, you showed up just in time. Where's Karen?
Pulled a faint just as we got to the hospital. They got her lying down in one of the other rooms.
Listen, Jade, you can't hang this on me. You fried your own soul when you ran out of Murphy. That'll take a lot of fixing.
Now, you see here, Walker. I may have to get a new political reporter.
After that skipperoo in front of the witnesses, you're going to need a lot of new things, including a good lawyer.
Murphy, get Karen in here. There are some things I want her to know.
Okay. Walker, you know where she is.
Murphy, I think we have everything just about cleared up.
Lawson seems to think the shooting was one of those unavoidable things that politicians face. It might be silly to prefer charges. Lawson?
I didn't say that, Jade.
What's that?
What have you got up your sleeve, Mr. Lawson?
Here she is.
Oh, Bob.
Skip it, Karen.
What's the matter, Bob?
Not a thing, Karen. Nothing that your friend Jade can't explain.
What do you mean?
Jade has just admitted the whole story.
What?
You mean he told you about giving
Now,
me...
you look here, Lawson. You can't prove a thing.
Hey, somebody around here better start letting me in on this. What are you talking about, Mr. Lawson?
I might have told most of this on the radio tonight, but the real clincher was the admission that Jade just made to me before you came in.
Lawson, one more word
Sit
from
down,
you.
Jade. Don't forget I got you covered.
Jade has been trying to get me to withdraw from the election for a long time. But I didn't get really suspicious until the other day when Karen came in with a statement she wanted me to sign. An agreement to get out of the campaign.
You mean she didn't want to be engaged to a future governor?
She told me a wild story about the pressure Jade was putting on her father's newspaper. And I might have believed her if I hadn't noticed that the statement had been drawn up by Smith and Reynolds.
The law firm for the...
That's right, the dummy law firm set up for Jade and used by nobody but Jade. Then I began checking.
You mean you found out about what was happening while you were overseas?
Well, I did find out that Karen had seen a lot of Jade while I was in service, but the important thing I found was a canceled check, signed by Jade and made out to Karen. A check for $50,000.
Oh.
The rest was a matter of talking to Jade, and he all but admitted tonight that he had paid Karen to keep me out of the race for governor.
I should have known you'd find out. But Jade kept after
The
me.
shooting was the girl's idea, I swear it.
Maybe so, but it wasn't exclusive.
What do you mean, Walker?
Jade had a gunman planted in the balcony, right next to the fire exit. But the girl beat him to it.
Jade made me do it. He told me I could make it look as if Walker had fired the shot.
What do you mean?
The girl's gun was found in Walker's coat pocket.
Jade invented that story I told you about the guns. He gave me the second revolver, told me to hide my own in Walker's pocket. Jade wanted to get rid of Walker.
I told you it was a frame-up. Jade's been giving me the heat because...
Because of me, Walker?
He figured I was getting soft, that I knew too much.
You're fired, Walker. You'll never work on another paper as long as I...
As long as you what?
Well, Miss Lindsay, looks like you picked the wrong man when you teamed up with Jade. Come along, both of you.
I'm sorry about this, Lawson.
Don't worry about it. I've learned my lesson. Next time I hire a hall, I'll know enough to look out for murder.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Jan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, you know, Mystery House has never published a baseball novel, Barbie. If we can catch the baseball fans and the mystery fans, we really have something.
Well, this baseball story we're trying out tonight has some good mystery elements to it, and also an exciting baseball game.
Yeah, does somebody kill the umpire?
I'm not saying who gets killed. You'll see.
Say, I wonder why it is everybody at a ball game always yells, kill the umpire.
Oh, that's easy, Tom, because his word is law. You have to take his decisions whether you like them or not.
Of course, Mr. Glenn. That's one of the few places in America where you are not allowed to make your own decisions. Now, with us, it's a question of stating your case simply and briefly. The rest is up to our listeners. For example...
Places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Bases loaded. Tonight's story opens in the locker room of a baseball club. It's mid-morning, and Woody Saunders, star pitcher, is rubbing his arm as another member of the team walks in.
Hi, Woody.
Oh, hi, Gabe. Just dropped in to limber up the arm a little this morning. I'm going to pitch this game if it's only to give that louse Garson a load of what I think of him. And, well, the old soup bone's kind of tied up.
Well, go easy on the workout, Woody. You want to watch yourself.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Gabe. All I'm going to do is throw a few balls to get rid of the jitters.
Sure, I know.
If we
but
win, it moves us into first place.
Garson's got a lot of dough up. We don't win.
Yeah, he must have a lot of dough up. Offering me 10 G's. $10,000 to toss the game away.
Has Garson seen you again?
Yeah, just before I came in.
10 grand. Boy, I could use that kind of dough.
You mean you think I should have took it?
Well, if you keep on trying to get Jenny to marry you, kid, you'll need that kind of dough.
I don't take that kind of chances for anybody, not even Jenny.
Jenny's got what the sports writers call the money touch.
Still sore about me beating your time, Gabe?
Me? She's all yours, son, and I wish you luck. Oh, what do you want, Artie? Look what crept in, Woody. Our #1 fan.
Greeting, boys. I just stopped by to boost your morale. You feeling good, Woody? Think you can set him down this afternoon?
Listen, punk, even a bug like you don't rate the locker room. This is private. Beat it.
Oh, yeah? The Swede wouldn't like it if I was to tell him you bounced me from here.
So the Swede ain't here, and we're telling you to scram.
What do you mean he ain't here? Why, I just left him here. He sent me out to see a guy for him.
You
and he
heard
said...
what Gabe said, didn't you? The Swede ain't here.
Well, he's got to be here. He told me to meet him here, so
yeah, I bet.
Well, he had me take a message to to a guy.
You started to say Garson, Artie. What was the message?
Nothing.
Did it have anything to do with the game, Artie? Anything like making a deal to lose?
The Swede? Say, listen, all I know is I was supposed to tell Garson to meet the Swede here, only...
Only what?
I couldn't find Garson.
Woody, you don't suppose the Swede's throwing this ball game, do you? Making a deal with Garson.
He's probably turning him over to the commissioner. The Swede's the best manager in baseball. Him throw a game? Don't make me laugh.
That's telling him, Woody.
How long you been hanging around here, Artie?
Only a minute, and the Swede was here. I was standing over by his locker talking to him, and he sent me to find Garson, and, well, I tried to find him, but I couldn't find the guy, so I came back like the Swede said to.
Well, he ain't here. If he was, his locker'd be open, wouldn't it?
Oh, maybe he's out in a diamond figuring strategy or something. Maybe you ought to open his locker and see if his street clothes are in it.
Well, how'd we open it? We don't know the combination.
I know it.
You know the combination. How come?
Oh, he gave it to me so I could get stuff for him.
You're practically running the team, ain't you?
Ah, quit that stuff. I know the combination. I'll show you, see? Let's see now. 7, 14, 3.
You're bluffing. It won't come open.
Oh, no? See? No,
it's a Swede. Dead.
Yeah. With a hole in his head.
Jenny, lay off. There's no use arguing. I'm going to pitch my darnest this afternoon. I might lose, but it won't be because I was laying down.
Sure. Go right ahead. Be a dumb ball player all your life. What's going to be left of it after Garson gets through with you?
Who are you trying to scare?
Oh, don't be so dumb, Woody. Can't you see? Garson means business. He's going to win his bets if he has to kill people to do it.
You think Garson killed him, huh?
Oh, probably not Garson. Some of the boys from his gambling syndicate, more than likely. And if you pitch this afternoon without being nice, they'll try to get you.
Oh, nuts. This is a ball game you're talking about, Jenny, in the ballpark, with maybe 30,000 people around. You think anybody would try murder in front of that many people?
Okay, go ahead. You're a smart guy. You know all the answers.
I've been knocked out of the box, baby, but nobody ever scared me out.
I'm not scaring you. I'm telling you. You could be a dead ball player.
Cut it out. I'm pitching.
To win?
I ought to slap your face for that, Jenny. I never pitched any other way.
Even if it means you and I are through?
What are you talking about?
You heard me.
You wouldn't walk out on me just because I stayed honest.
You're walking out on me.
Jenny, get a hold of yourself. Just because the Swede got
killed...
Sure,
he got killed. And the police ought to know right now that Garson's boys did it. But they won't catch him because he's too smart. Too smart for the police and too smart for a dumb ball player.
I'm no crook. If the Swede hasn't reported Garson to the commission, I'm going to.
Sure. Be big and brave. And you know what you'll get for it, don't you? A pat on the back and a slug in the head.
Oh, Garson ain't concentrating on me.
Wake up, stupid. You're the guy with the stuff. The fireball artist. The toughest pitcher on the team. If he can get rid of you, the ball game's in the bag.
You think one pitcher can win a ball game single-handed? Jenny, you're funny.
Go ahead and laugh, then, while you can.
Blake, I know you're the police, but we got a ball game to play. I ought to be out there right now, warming up.
Yeah? Well, maybe I'll warm you up a little, Woody. Swede Benson was murdered. You and Gabe were the only people around the locker room.
The only ones you know, you mean? You think we'd have been there if we'd have killed the Swede?
Get Garson. He's the murderer. I told you he tried to bribe me to lose the game so he could collect a lot of dough. What do you need?
Maybe Blake's afraid of Garson, Woody. Maybe Garson's got too much pull.
Why, you... Look, we're watching Garson. Don't worry about that. And, Woody, your story about Garson sounds good. If you had a motive of your own, it'd make a pretty nice cover-up.
Listen, Blake.
There was no reason in the world why I should murder Swede Benson. He was a good manager, and he treated me okay.
You're ambitious, aren't you, Woody? You'd like to be manager of the club yourself, wouldn't you?
Why, you listen up.
Yeah, you'll behave yourself. I can throw you into jail, chum, anytime I want to, on suspicion of murder.
Why don't you go ahead and do it? That'd leave your friend Garson a better chance of collecting these bets.
Woody, don't get the guy sore.
You two and this nut Artie were in the locker room when Swede Benson's body was found. Artie showed up and found you two together. Woody, you'd have been there alone when Gabe showed up, right?
Well, yeah, but...
Right. The coroner says Swede has been dead less than an hour when the body was found. Say 45 to 50 minutes. You and Gabe were talking together about a half an hour. That leaves 10 to 15 minutes time for you to kill Swede and stuff his body into the locker.
Yeah? Listen, I got there just a minute before Gabe.
And you can prove it, I suppose. Where were you before?
I'd been to see Jenny.
Blake, you're all wrong. Woody couldn't...
If he didn't kill the Swede, he ought to be able to prove it then. He's the one suspect who was on the spot at the time of the murder.
What about that guy Artie? He was running in and out of the locker room all the time.
No, Woody, that's a little far-fetched. No motive. Or, maybe you can give me one.
Me? Look, all I know is I didn't do it.
Sure. You know something, Woody? I've had that answer before from murderers.
Woody's no killer.
In my business, Gabe, anybody's a murderer until you learn different.
Huh. Nice, trusting guy. But say, we got to get out to the ballpark. Woody's got to warm up.
Okay, boys, okay. Play a nice game, but don't try any steals. You'll be watched.
One of the tightest ball games of the season. Right up to now, there hasn't been the slightest lull in the game. The one thing that everybody's been keeping their fingers crossed about hasn't happened. Woody Sanders is still in there pitching, in spite of the pressure, in spite of being held under suspicion of murder. Yes, sir, he's been pitching a terrific game, really blazing the ball right in there. If anything, Woody seems to be inspired today, and the rest of the team's backing him up with airtight ball. I talked to some of the boys before the game, and they seem to feel that they're playing this one for Swede Benson, trying to put the team into first place to make up for his murder. Well, it's the last half of the ninth, and Woody's got a one-run lead, but the bases are loaded as a result of 2 singles and an intentional pass. There are 2 out, and if Woody can take care of this pinch hitter coming up to bat, he's in. But it's still anybody's ball game. Woody dusts his hands on the rosin bag. Now he steps onto the mound and gets his sign. He looks like he has murder in his heart. There's the windup and the pitch. Strike 1. Gabe Stewart trots over from short and gives Woody a pat on the back. Still 3 men on and 2 out. Woody still has that murderous look on his face. Well, now he's set. Here's the pitch. Ball 1, low and outside. The catcher fires the ball out to the pitcher. Now Woody steps back onto the mound. He's taking plenty of time now. The windup, the pitch, strike 2. If he can sneak one more across the plate, the game's over. He's grinning now. He steps back in the box, and just a second, I think he slipped. Yes, his foot slipped in. No, this is a little confusing in the middle of the windup. The crowd's going wild. Ladies and gentlemen, something has happened out there. It looks like Woody Sanders has collapsed. Just a minute, I'm getting a report from the field. All right, thank you, Johnny. Oh, no. Why, it's fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Woody Sanders has been shot. Yes, I can see now myself. The blood is spreading out on his uniform, and his teammates are carrying him off the field.
That's what I like in a ball game. Excitement. But who killed Swede Benson and Woody Sanders? And wonder who won that ball game. Well, the second act of Bases Loaded should solve it. Meanwhile... And now, Act 2 of Bases Loaded. We go back to the locker room of the ball club, which has lost its manager and its number 1 pitcher through murder.
The coroner says the bullet entered Woody's body at a point between his right shoulder blade and his spine. Came out just below his heart. That means it had to be somebody way up in the stands.
Yeah, on the second deck.
Yeah, maybe. There's the elevated tracks right alongside the park, too, Gabe. Only 20 feet outside the park and about 6 feet above the top of the stands. Somebody with a rifle.
Guy with a rifle that looked good on the elevated tracks, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I know it's nuts, but it's all we've got.
That makes it look like Garson, doesn't it?
Garson was sitting next to me at the game, and not by accident either.
Oh, I don't mean Garson himself. He wouldn't take that kind of a chance. But one of his boys.
Yeah, but who and why?
Why? To win his dough.
But he didn't win it. Jones, the relief pitcher, probably did better than Woody could have. He saved the game. Ah, there had to be some other motive, like jealousy or...
Or what?
Well, that guy Artie was wandering around the locker room, wasn't he, before the game? He had the combination to Sweet Benson's locker, too.
What did his angle be?
Well, with a punk like that, it could be anything. Robbery. Artie doesn't have a job. He likes flashy clothes. Sweet gave him money sometimes.
Yeah, I've seen that myself.
All right, suppose Artie goes to the Sweet for a touch. Sweet says no, and Artie argues with him. Artie gets tough, pulls a gun, shoots Sweet, and stuffs him in the locker.
And then comes back? No.
Well, he didn't expect to find you and Woody there. He wanted to see if he'd left any clues. Simple.
Maybe you got something at that.
Yeah, and maybe not. It's too easy. It's too simple. Where was Artie during the game?
I didn't see him. After I was hit with that liner in the fourth, I didn't pay much attention to anything.
Well, if Artie'd killed the Swede, he'd have shown up at the game to keep from being suspected. And if he was at the game, he couldn't have killed Woody.
Somebody killed him, though. The same somebody who bumped off the Swede.
Uh-huh. And the same somebody who was up on the elevated tracks while the game was being played. Hey, you didn't come to bat in the eights, did you?
Huh? Well, listen, I was out there at short when Woody got shot. If you think
I noticed you weren't in the dugout much of the time, Gabe.
Well, when I got hit by that liner, it just about knocked me goofy. I went to the locker room to get taped up, and I went back every chance I got. I didn't know what was going on.
Maybe not. What happened to you after you helped carry Woody off the field?
Well, I was kind of stunned, I guess. What with that jolt in the head, and then Woody, well, I kind of drew a blank.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? Listen, I couldn't have fired that shot. I was on the field. You saw me. 30,000 other people saw me.
Don't get excited. I have to suspect everybody.
Well, don't concentrate on me. I'm nervous enough without you.
Nervous? That's fine. I like to make people nervous. Solves murder cases.
Oh, cut the ribbing. What are you going to do about Artie?
Yeah, Artie. We still have him. Motive for killing Sweet Benson? Robbery. Motive for killing Woody? What?
He might have figured Woody was dangerous on account of being in the locker room. He didn't know how much Woody figured out about the Swede's murder, so he got rid of him.
You were in the locker room, too. If Artie is the killer, his next step would be to get you out of the way then.
Oh, he wouldn't try anything on me.
Well, maybe not. But if I were you, I wouldn't take too many chances.
You already know why I didn't go to the game, Lieutenant Blake. I told you. I saw it Woody. I warned him about it. I had a feeling something was going to happen.
Oh, psychic, huh? You're quite a baseball fan, though, Jenny. First home game you'd missed, wasn't it?
So what? I was mad at Woody. I told him not
Mad, huh? Mad enough to kill a guy?
No. I just didn't go to the game. I was here in my apartment all the time, every minute.
Alone?
Yes. Oh, well, no. Wasn't going to mention it, but Artie showed up.
Oh, Artie. Now we're getting somewhere. Artie, the baseball kid, and Jenny, the baseball girl.
Oh, stop it. I don't know what you're getting at. All I know is that Artie came in about the beginning of the sixth inning.
Sixth?
Yes. I was listening to the broadcast. Artie came in and said he hadn't been able to stay at the game after the way he'd seen Sweet Benson. Sweet was about the only friend Artie had.
Mm-hmm. And Artie listened to the rest of the game here, hmm?
Well, he didn't have anywhere else to go.
Was he here when Woody was killed?
No, he got nervous about the eighth inning. Said he couldn't sit still, thinking about Sweet.
Ah, so he left about the eighth, huh? You seen him since?
No. He said he'd be back, but I suppose he heard what happened to Woody. That must have upset him worse.
But you're not upset.
What do you mean?
Jenny, you need some time to think up a good story. And I can fix it up for you. Come on. You're going to the station with me.
The station? The police station? Why?
Well, until we find Artie, your alibi isn't worth a plugged nickel, Jenny. You say you were here in your apartment, but... Well, without Artie, it doesn't stand up.
Alibi? Listen, I told you I was here.
Yeah, I know. But I've been up on the elevated tracks, Jenny, and you were careless enough to drop this letter.
Elevated tracks. Letter? What letter?
This letter from Gabe Stewart.
I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, look out! Artie, how did you get in behind that curtain?
Shut up, Jenny.
Artie, what are you doing? How did you get in here?
Never mind. Come on.
Artie, maybe you killed him. He's a policeman.
Come on, I said. He was all set to hang you. He had you in a tight spot, Jenny, with that letter. Let's get going, fast.
I'm a reasonable guy, Artie. I don't mind getting whacked over the head with a blackjack if there's some point to it. But I don't see why you did it. You didn't really think you could get away with it, did you?
Think you're smart, don't you?
Well, never mind that. Point is, we caught you and Jenny, too. And slugging me didn't help any. But I'm fair, Artie. I'm going to give you one more chance to tell me what Jenny had to do with this.
Nothing. I told you that.
You don't make much of a Galahad, Artie. Now, Jenny...
You quit picking on Jenny. Leave her alone. She didn't have nothing to do with it.
She's a little bit old for you, isn't she, Artie?
What are you talking about? She's the only friend I've got now that's Swede.
Why did you kill Swede, Artie? You could have gotten money from him. Did Jenny put you up to this?
I didn't kill Swede. You think I'd kill the best friend?
Artie, you killed Swede Benson because Jenny told you to. You knew about Garson wanting Swede to throw the game. Jenny put you up to it, didn't she? She told you she'd cut you in on the money that Garson promised to pay her.
I didn't do it, and Jenny didn't do it neither.
You killed Swede, and then you got jumpy. You knew Woody was Jenny's boyfriend, and you figured he might find out something. Or you killed Woody to protect yourself.
I didn't, you dumb
And then you figured you'd have to get rid of Gabe Stewart next because Gabe had written Jenny that letter about Woody.
What letter? What do you...
You know, Artie, you know. The one I found on the elevated tracks. The letter you dropped when you shot Woody Sanders.
You're crazy. I don't know about any letter.
No? Never saw this letter, huh, Artie?
What? Let's see that. That's from Gabe. That's the letter Gabe wrote Jenny.
Right, Artie. The letter you read. Made you mad. You stuffed it in your pocket. But you got careless and you dropped it when you climbed up onto the elevated tracks.
No. I saw that letter, sure, but...
Of course, Artie. It has your fingerprints all over the envelope.
Why, that dirty heel. I'll get him if it's the last thing I do.
Get who?
Gabe Stewart.
You won't do any more getting, Artie.
Listen, Gabe sent me after that letter.
What? Gabe sent you after it?
Sure. He gave me $2 and said he'd mail the letter to Jenny and then changed his mind. He said he wanted it back before Jenny read it.
Before Jenny read it?
Yeah. He mailed it at night and he knew it'd be delivered next morning. So he gave me the money to wait for the mailman at Jenny's and sneak the letter out before she saw it.
Now, look, Artie, don't...
That's the truth, honest. I went to Jenny's and got the letter and brought it back to Gabe, unopened. Jenny never saw it.
You're not lying?
She never saw it unless, well, maybe Gabe showed her the letter.
Oh, well, then come along, Artie. We're going for a ride.
This is a street where he lives. He's got a one-room apartment.
Maybe you'll get out of the shed, Artie.
Hey, look! That's Gabe getting into his car right in front of the apartment house. Hurry up!
We'll have to stop him.
Hey, step on it. He's driving away.
Yeah.
For Pete's sakes, Lieutenant Blake, he's going to get away.
Don't worry, Artie. We'll get him.
But you've got nothing on Gabe anyway.
That letter, Artie. Gabe dropped it on the elevated track on purpose.
It's kind of crazy.
Sure, like a fox. He sent you after the letter so it'd have your fingerprints on it. He wanted to clear himself of suspicion, so he picked on you. He figured your fingerprints would be a cinch to get you hung for the murders of both Swede and Woody.
Oh, can't you get any more out of this tub? He's doing over 80.
We'll get him. This next corner's the place. Hold on, kid. Hold on. Okay, Gabe. Come on. Climb out of there.
Hey, what is this? You're trying to run me off the street? You might have...
Don't work so hard being innocent, Gabe.
Huh? Can't a guy go for a ride
You're
without
going for a ride, all right, bud. But not in that convertible.
You think you can frame me? Listen.
I read your letter, Gabe. You made just one mistake. You didn't figure on Artie coming to Jenny's rescue.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When Artie hit me over the head in Jenny's apartment, I knew he wasn't the murderer. Because no murderer would worry about me trying to catch somebody else. Oh, no. He'd love that.
You try to frame me with that letter.
Yeah. He's right, Gabe. You figured if you wrote a letter to Jenny telling her about your troubles with Swede Benson and that you knew she was working on Woody Sanders, it'd look like the kind of a letter that'd make Artie sore. Getting him to get it and then leaving it on the tracks with his fingerprints on it, that was kind of cute.
Oh, you're nuts. I couldn't have killed Woody. I was right there on the field.
That was a honey, Gabe. Big league staff, you betcha. There's only one guy on the baseball field who's always exactly in the same spot when he starts a play, and that's the pitcher. He toes the rubber on the pitching mound, his arms up, a set target.
What are you talking about?
That whole business about the elevated track was a lot of malarkey, just to throw us off the track.
Huh?
Sure, you left the letter on the tracks. You had plenty of chance to do it. But the shot wasn't fired from there.
No? Where was it fired from, then?
Well, the easiest place to fasten a rifle firmly would be on the light tower on top of the grandstand. You could sight it right down to the pitcher's mound and wire it there.
And then I suppose it'd go off just by hollering speak to it.
The rifle aimed and wired into place. All you'd need would be a gadget of some kind to set it off.
Yeah, quite a gadget.
No, not so tough. A gadget like, well, maybe one of Garson's boys sitting up near the radio booth, all set to pull a string at a signal from you from the field. A string tied to the trigger of that gun.
Oh, you're nuts.
Mm-hmm, maybe. We'll go out and take a look at that light tower anyway. And don't ever think Garson's mob will cover you if you're in a jam. They don't play that way.
Just a second while I take the keys out of my car.
Hey, look out!
You. I shoulder you.
Yeah, I'm not a fixed target like a pitcher on a mound, Gabe. And that revolver of yours wasn't wired into place.
Oh, Sweet Benson and Woody both had it coming to them. The only reason Woody even talked to Garson was to try to get something on me. Woody and Sweet were fixing it to throw me out of baseball.
You dirty crook, and trying to hang it on to me.
You. Always in the way. I could have...
You could have done a lot, you could. One murder wasn't enough. You had to make it a double-header. And you make 2 hits.
Yeah, 2 hits. And also 2 errors.
Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, Barbie, you're looking very pert tonight.
Well, thank you, kind sir. I'm going to play the part of a glamour gal in the story we're testing for a Mystery House novel tonight.
You'll be a hit, baby.
Well, I don't think I'd like being a glamour girl if it means being the kind of person I'll portray in this story.
Oh, a meanie, Well, somebody has to play the bad parts.
Well, that's what I like about my job, Mr. Glenn. I'm always a hero.
Why, Tom, you never play any of the parts in the stories.
Not in the stories, maybe, Mrs. Glenn, but I always feel like a hero because of the good news I bring our listeners. For example, listen to this.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene for tonight's story, will you, Tom?
Time to kill. Tonight's story opens in a swanky, nameless, exclusive little private club hidden away on the street level of a fashionable hotel building. Andy Archibald, seer, sage, poet, philosopher, and press agent, has just taken a table in the almost deserted room.
That's a sweet little racket of yours, Mike, calling this restaurant a club.
You're getting a little mixed up, Andy. I don't let the customers insult me. I insult them.
Oh, yeah. It's a club, not a restaurant. And you've made it very smart to be insulted by Michael, haven't you? You know, Mike, maybe you and I should change jobs.
No, thanks. I'm making a good living, and you owe me a neat little bill for last month, Andy. Who's going to pay it?
Why, my new client, of course, Michael.
Client? When a cheap press agent starts talking about client...
I'm not a press agent anymore, Michael. I've risen. I am now a public relations counsel.
Yeah? Well, I'll be impressed when you pay last month's bill.
Oh, come on. Get me a club sandwich and a cup of coffee.
And your new client will pay for it, eh? Who is this new client?
Get ready to bow your head reverently, Michael. It's the incomparable, the lovely, the glamorous Monica Manning.
What? That... Now, look, Andy, I've always kind of liked you. Take a tip from Uncle Mike and run. She's poison.
Oh, you wouldn't say that if you knew her, Michael. She's lovely.
That's what it says in the movie magazines. She's a phony and a heel.
Do tell. I didn't know you were a buddy of hers, Mike. Since when did you start traveling in her set?
A long time ago, sonny boy. And her set ain't much, I'll tell you that. We jerked sodas together out of the same tap.
Then surprise, Mike. She's going to meet me here.
What? You got no right to bring her here.
Why not? I have a card for this club, haven't I?
When's she coming? I'm not going to be here.
You think she wouldn't remember you, Mike? Say, she's as democratic and friendly as anybody you'll find. Nothing high-hat about her at all. Say, it'll give you a thrill.
Thrill my eye. She wouldn't come here if she knew I ran the joint. I would...
Ah, Monica.
Andy, darling, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Will you... Oh,
Yeah. Go ahead. Sit down.
Michael, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? I'm making a living. And a fairly honest one, too. I suppose I've got to wait on you.
Now, Michael, is that any way?
Turn off the charm, baby. The only effect it has on me is to make me a little sick of the stomach. I've seen some of your pictures, and you're just as lousy on the screen as off, baby.
Mike, you've no right to talk like that.
No? How about it, baby? Have I got a right to talk like that? Hmm? Well, go ahead. Tell the man.
Mike, you haven't cultivated any manners yet, have you? Just as much as peasant as ever.
I bet you didn't learn much about peasants over in Europe with that count of yours, did you?
Mike, Miss Manning isn't married.
Ah, come on, Andy. Catch up with the score. I remember when it happened. Don't I, Monica?
Really, Michael?
Oh, don't give me that lofty dame stuff, baby. Count said he was going to make a lady out of you. Boy, what a job he was tackling.
Mike, nobody knows about the Count. You'll have to keep quiet about it, understand? My career...
A lot I care about your career or the Count. I could show you something, baby. Something that ought to mean a lot more to you than the Count or a career. Yeah, I got a notion to do it, too. Excuse me while I go to the phone.
Mike, no. What?
Don't get upset, Monica.
Upset? Why wouldn't I be upset? He'll make a scene.
I'll make a scene that's a Jim Dandy, baby.
Oh, cut it out, Mike.
No, I'm enjoying myself, Andy. Stick around. Maybe there'll be some laughs.
Monica, we've got to get out of here. Come on.
No, I can't leave, Andy. I'm supposed to meet my husband here.
The Count? Oh, the Count? That ought to be fun. I'd like to see that. Maybe I can give the Count a few tips, baby.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't I?
Andy, you wait here for the Count. Bring him to the hotel dining room.
Afraid, baby?
I don't choose to allow you to humiliate me. The hotel dining room, Andy.
Right.
Yeah, I should have let her have it. I should have...
What's gotten into you, Mike? You acted like a crazy man.
She's poison. Pure poison all the way.
Who would ever have guessed you'd know a woman like Monica Manning well enough to talk to her that way? You really hate her, don't you?
Well, I couldn't bother hating anybody else, Andy, because maybe I wouldn't have enough hate left to concentrate on that dame.
What's it all about?
Nothing you'd want to use as a press agent. That's for sure. Well, you still want that sandwich and cup of coffee? I'll go back to the kitchen and get it for you if you do.
No, just the coffee, I guess. I'll drink it while I'm waiting for the Count.
Okay. I'd kind of like to see that Count myself.
Oh, Count.
Oh, oui. I thought Monica was to be here waiting for me.
There's been a little change in plans, Count. Sit down.
Changing plans. See here, Andy.
No. Don't get excited, Count. There's nothing wrong. It's just that Monica had to change the meeting place.
Here's your coffee, Andy. Oh, now don't tell me that this is a Count.
What?
Oh, now, Mike, listen.
Well, I had always thought royalty was supposed to be kind of glamorous. He's just funny. And Count, your babe stood you up.
Babe, see here, my man. You'll use respect in addressing me.
You want to bet? You're just one of the boys here.
I don't suppose I ought to take time to drink this. Monica will be waiting for us, Count.
What time is it?
7 o'clock, right on the nose.
Then I'm supposed to take my pills. Wait, please. Get me a drink of water. You.
You can wash him down with Andy's coffee.
You. All right.
What kind of pills are they, Count?
For a fever. Monica gave them to me. The pollen in the air around here is simply devastating, and Monica says these have helped her.
Well, I'd be afraid of anything that dame gave me. But go ahead.
What? You are very impertinent.
Oh, never mind him, Count. Come on, take the pills and let's get going. Here's the coffee.
Thank you. But where is my wife?
Shh, not so loud, Count. For movie contract, remember? No husband.
Oh, stupid. Now, let's see. 2 pills. Yeah, we. Yeah. Votre sang. Now, let's find Monica.
What's the hurry, Count? Stick around. I might even tell you some things about Monica way back when her name was Molly.
I'm sure I shouldn't be interested. And I find your coffee as distasteful as your conversation. Come, let us...
What's wrong, Count? What's the matter?
I can't see. Everything is black, dizzy. Walls, no.
Mike, what? He's fainted.
Yeah. Just a second. Fainted my eye.
What?
When there's no breath and no heartbeat, it ain't a faint, Andy. It's death.
Now listen, Captain Reagan.
I'll listen to answers to my questions, Andy. Lock that door there.
All right.
I don't know a thing about it, Captain Reagan. You run a high-class club like this, you don't look for goof pills.
Your coffee's always been pretty bad, Mike, but I never heard of anybody dying from it before.
It wasn't the coffee. Like I said, those pills...
What pills?
The Count said he had some hay fever pills. He took a couple and washed them down with coffee. Then he fell over dead.
Why did he come here to take his pills?
Oh, he was here to meet a gal.
Yeah, and he said the gal gave him the pills. And I'll bet you'd like to know who the gal was, wouldn't you?
Mike, you can't...
You keep out of this, Andy. You think I'm going to let that little louse cause me any more trouble? You're nuts.
Now, listen, Mike.
It was the glamorous, the lovely, the enchanting movie star, Monica Manning.
Well. And you just got a job as a press agent, didn't you, Andy?
That's got nothing to do with it. Monica didn't...
You're pretty fond of Monica, too, from what I hear. And she was meeting this Count here. As for you, Mike, you made a crack about Monica Manning not causing you any more trouble. Well,
I got nothing to do with this.
Your trouble with Monica Manning, Mike. It interests me.
It's nobody's business, and it ain't a part of this setup.
I hate to admit it, but I think he's right.
Yeah, then...
The Count was married to Monica, but he was a bigamist. We were trying to keep it quiet till we could get it cleared up. He didn't have a divorce when he married Monica, and his first wife had followed him here to make trouble. That's what this conference was to be about. Well, you can imagine what kind of a mess that would have stirred up for Monica, the kind of publicity. She probably slipped the Count that point.
I'd say the second wife would be a better bet as the killer. Monica Manning.
Hey, that shot was at me. It just missed my hand.
There's something crazy here. The room is locked. Nobody could have gotten in here.
No, but they did. And something tells me it was no friend of mine.
Hey, there's a bullet crease in the bar here. The bullet
That's right. The shot that hit the mirror grazed the edge of the bar. See where the line of fire points?
Where?
To that ventilator.
Yeah, the cold air shaft. Goes straight up into the hotel.
That's it, Sherlock. Somebody climbed down the cold air shaft and fired through that grate at me.
Maybe, maybe not. But the ventilator shaft's big enough to hold a small body. Just a minute. Well, now, isn't this something?
What is it?
It's a gun with a timing device on it, fixed to fire at 7:45.
I'll be darned.
Mike, you had plenty of opportunity to put that gun there. I think we'll just take you and a cup of coffee down to the station. You get in my hair, Andy. What now?
I've got something that'll get Mike out of trouble, Regan.
Oh, you found out there was no poison in the coffee, huh? The coroner's office just called me.
Yeah, and the pills. There was nothing wrong with them either. That lets Mike and Monica both out.
But the guy die of fright?
The laboratory says the poison in the Count's stomach had been there a couple of hours before he died. You know, a delayed action job. A kind of poison which would take effect in from an hour and a half to 2 hours.
And somebody poisoned him who knew about those pills. And maybe somebody who knew he was going to Mike's club to meet Monica. Somebody who wanted to make it look as if Monica or Mike killed him.
Yeah, but I don't get the gun in the ventilator.
You know what I think? I think the Count had somebody plant that there.
But why?
His first wife had found out he'd married Monica, and the Count had to get rid of her. The gun was aimed at the third bar stool. You happened to be sitting on the fourth one when we were talking, leaning over. The Count maybe planned to maneuver Monica onto the third stool and let the gun take care of her.
Oh, it sounds fishy.
Hello? Who are you?
You sent for me. I am Linda Veroni.
Oh, yes, Countess. Won't you be seated?
Thank you. I do not feel so strong. My husband, the Count.
Yes. I'm sorry. But he had another wife, too. How did you feel about that?
He did not tell me. I come to this country because I do not hear from him. Also, I hear stories in Europe. Unpleasant stories. I arrive here and find they are true. I'm beside myself. Then the Count dead in that awful little club. I don't know. Please.
Hey, what's the matter with her?
I'm sick.
Countess, what's the matter? What?
She's out, cold. Get an ambulance, Regan. We've got to get her to a hospital before it's too late.
Yeah, it isn't too late already.
Mysterious Count de Veroni murdered for sure. A second unsuccessful murder attempt. And the third one, is it successful or not? Well, we'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. And now, Act Two of Time to Kill. Publicity agent Andy Archibald has just gone to the apartment of the beautiful Monica Manning, and Monica seems terribly nervous.
Andy, they haven't found out about Mike.
Mike's blown the lid, baby. He spilled the whole story about you and him.
Why, Andy, it would be almost as bad as the bigamy thing. You promised to keep me out of this. It's your job.
And it's getting to be too big a job, honey child. How in the world did you ever happen to marry Mike?
We were kids, working at a soda fountain.
Oh, yes. Mike has a daughter by the name of Molly. I'd forgotten that your real name was Molly Maniszewski.
I don't know why I ever married Mike, Andy. I was so far above him. The Count recognized it. He took me to Europe when little Molly was only a couple of months old. You can see I had to skip out, can't you? I couldn't take the baby, of course. The Count educated me. He gave me everything. You can see it was the only logical thing for me to have done, can't you, Andy? It gave me the opportunities I needed. I had to do it. You can see that, Andy?
I can see you didn't give me the whole story, baby. Now, about the murder.
Murder? What are you talking about?
With what you've done to Mike and that kid, I wouldn't put murder past you at all, Monica.
Andy, you mustn't talk like that. You're my publicity man.
Look, Captain Regan's coming up here. He's on his way now.
Well, tell him I don't know anything about it.
I'm afraid you'll have to tell him yourself, Monica. You should have told me when you were planning homicide. Maybe I could have covered up for you.
I didn't kill the Count.
If I were you, I wouldn't deny that the Count was causing trouble.
Have you told Regan he was trying to blackmail me?
No.
Well, then I'll tell him. It was a shakedown, pure and simple. You know that. You can swear it.
I don't know whether that's so good or not.
Why?
When they find the Count was taking $100,000 from you to keep his wife from marrying that bigamy thing, well, it wouldn't help you much on the murder rap, would it?
Well, I don't know, but I didn't kill him.
Maybe not. But you were the person who made the date with him to meet in Mike's club. You knew about it 2 hours early. You could have given him that poison, knowing it wouldn't take effect until he was at Mike's.
I didn't.
Are you sure you didn't think you could make it look as if Mike killed him out of jealousy?
Well, I never dreamed of such a thing. Mike isn't jealous. He hates me.
And there was just one other person who could blackmail you with this bigamy thing. The Count's real wife, Helene de Veroni. And she had an accident. Only we got her to the hospital in time to save her.
You really think I tried to kill her? That I killed the Count?
Cards are stacked against you, Monica. I'm asking you to give it to me straight. I can't help you unless you tell me what really happened. Maybe we can make it look like self-defense.
Self-defense? With the Count poisoned? Does make me laugh.
All right, so it isn't self-defense. The point is, you'll have to trust me if you want to get out from under that.
Just a minute, this phone. Hello? Who? No, Captain Regan isn't here yet. What?
I'll take it. Hello? Yes? You say the woman took that poison herself? But I can't believe... Oh, it wasn't poison. Sleeping pill. To make it look as if she'd been poisoned, too. And she's admitted it? Wonderful.
She did. She killed the Count and tried to throw suspicions away from herself by taking sleeping pills.
Quiet. Yes, I'll tell Regan as soon as he gets here. Thank you. Goodbye.
Now maybe you'll believe me.
But why would she kill the Count?
Oh, you fool. So she could get the money. The blackmail money I was paying. She was his legal wife.
Yeah. And with the Count out of the way, she'd get all the money you'd get out.
Oh, that must be Captain Regan off. Well, I'm ready for him. Captain Regan, come right here.
You act like you're glad to see me. Hi, Andy.
Hi. She is glad to see you, Regan, because we've broken your case for you. Helene de Veroni's confessed that her poisoning was a hoax, that she took sleeping pills.
It clears up the whole thing. She had motive for killing the Count. His marriage to me, blackmail money, revenge. It's so plain, so simple.
I see what you mean.
Oh, the phone again.
Probably for me.
Hello? What? Yes, he's here.
Thanks. Hello? Oh, hospital, huh? Yeah? What? You blundering fools. How? What? How long it... Well, I'll get there as fast as I can. Goodbye.
What now?
Helene de Veroni's escaped from the hospital. Got her clothes and skipped out. Got past everybody. Come on. We'll go to the hospital and see what we can find out about it.
You go ahead. I'm going somewhere else.
Where?
Maybe it's just a hunch, but I think I can find her. I'll check with you later.
Okay, but stay out of trouble.
I'll certainly try to, Regan. Same to you.
You can't keep me here, Regan. I've told you all I know. My career.
Getting yourself out of a murder jam's more important than your career. Paying the Count $100,000 doesn't make you look too good.
I paid him to keep my name out of a messy scandal.
Expensive people you've been running around with. Oh, all right, Mike. I guess I don't have to introduce you two, do I?
What's she doing here?
I'm not any happier about it than you are. You did your best to get me mixed into this, didn't you?
What happens to you don't mean a thing to me, baby. Just so long as it's bad. After what you did to me and the kid,
That was as much your fault as mine. Haven't I tried to help little Molly ever since I got back to America? I can do things for her if you...
She don't want your money. She thinks you're dead. And that's dandy.
But, Mike, you're so wrong. One of the reasons I paid off the Count was to protect my name for little Molly's sake.
And they pay you for that kind of acting in the movies? Boy, is it bad.
Stop it! Hey, Mike, the murder took place in your bar, and a gun was found in the ventilator shaft. Nobody else had access to that ventilator.
No? Just as easy to get into that air shaft from the top as the bottom.
Mike, I'm asking you a straight question, and you better give me a straight answer. Was Helene de Veroni ever in your club with the Count?
Well, she was there, but not with the Count. I didn't know who she was.
Who was she with?
Andy. Came in and sat in a booth talking. I didn't pay much attention because Andy's always got some doll on the string.
I see. Monica, what did Andy know about this blackmail business?
Well, everything, I guess. I called him in when the Count threatened me. Andy was my go-between to see that it was handled so there wouldn't be any publicity.
Your go-between? You mean you gave him the money?
Yes, he handled everything.
Then why the date to meet the Count in Mike's club? Wasn't that after the money had been paid?
Yes. I didn't know the club was Mike's. As soon as I found out, I left.
But why see the Count at all after you'd paid him?
Well, Andy said the Count insisted on it. He wanted to talk to me, I guess.
Regan speaking. Yeah, Brannigan. Where? Fine. I'll be out right away. Goodbye.
Now what?
Looks like Helene de Veroni's bottled up. She was seen going into a cheap apartment house. And we have the place surrounded by police. Come on.
Third floor. I hope she's here.
You stay behind me, Monica. Maybe some shooting.
Down this hall. I wish it weren't so dark here.
Well, I'm glad it is.
Come back here, you fool. Try to run out of me, will you? I'll show you who to get smart with.
Marty, is it Andrew? And who has the money? Or a lot?
Oh, no, you...
Oh, my arm.
This is it. Come on, Mike.
Yeah.
Locked. I might have known. Yeah. Andy, put down that gun.
Regan, you...
Take a look at the girl, Mike. He got her just as we broke in.
Oh, her dress. It's covered with blood.
Yeah, she's dead. You shoot to kill, don't you, Andy?
She was double-crossing me. I was getting the money back for you, Monica, but Regan had to shoot me in the hand.
Now, isn't that just dandy? You were getting the money back for Monica. That's real touching.
It's true. I discovered Helene de Veroni murdered the Count to get Monica's money for herself. So then
you decided to murder Monica yourself.
What?
Andy had it all figured out. That gun in the ventilator shaft. Only he forgot one thing. Fingerprints.
What?
The gun had been let down from the hotel air shaft. Then Andy poked around the ventilator grill and got it adjusted to point toward the third bar stool. The only prints on the gun were Andy's. When you weren't there, Monica, he decided to make it look like somebody was trying to get him. He knew the gun would go off, and there was nothing he could do about it.
You think I'd let a bullet come that close to me?
I know it. The fingerprints sewed it up. But I gave you your head to let you trip yourself up.
It could have been Andy who gave Helene a sleeping pill.
Yeah, and the poison that killed the Count.
No, it was a cinch. I went up to pay the Count the money Monica gave me, and instead I told him she wanted to pay it in person. I told him about a new cocktail I could make for him. He didn't like it very well. He thought it tasted funny.
But the gun, I still don't see why.
He had to get you to keep the $100,000, and he thought he could put the blame on me.
But your timing was bad, Andy. You didn't expect the cops to show up till after the gun went off. Everything you did depended on time. But the poison acted on the Count quicker than you expected. And Monica didn't stay for the date with the Count.
I'd still have been all right if Helene hadn't crossed me up. I'd have had plenty of time to get away.
Time. Well, you'll have time enough from now on. But it won't be time to kill.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Barb, you said tonight's story had something to do with a Scotch background.
Right, Dad?
Well, now, no cracks about the Scotch being stingy, please. You know my ancestry's Scotch.
How could I forget?
Say, I don't see why everybody thinks it's so smart to crack wise about being economical. It's just good common sense.
Oh, you're an expert on common sense, are you, Tom?
I certainly am, Mr. Glenn, and I can prove it. Listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Daggers in the dark. Tonight's story opens in the makeshift dressing room which adjoins the small auditorium of the Women's Club in a small Midwestern town. The room's only occupant, alive, is Jean Gordon.
Jean, is that you? Jean. Jeannie, what the... Great Scott.
Father murdered with his own dirt.
Jean, snap out of it. His own dagger, right through the heart.
Oh, Pete, who could have killed him?
I don't know, sweetheart, but I wish I did. Because that's the question the police will be asking us.
All right. I'm Joe Briggs, sheriff here. I take it you're Gordon's daughter.
That's right, Sheriff. Jean discovered the body.
Who are you?
Vale, Pete Vale, booking agent.
Yeah? Where's the body? Let's have a look at it.
Hasn't been touched, Sheriff. There, under the window where Jean found it.
Ah. What's this getup? Did he always wear this?
Kilts? Sure, he was a Scotch entertainer. That's why he's here in town. Didn't you see the show?
You mean he wore skirts on the stage?
Oh, please, Sheriff. My father's dead.
It was a Scotch act, Sheriff, father and daughter. Scotch songs and dances, both of them dressed in tartans.
Both of them, huh? What about the young lady? She ain't wearing them.
Well, I changed into street clothes
Before your father was murdered, huh? What about this knife sticking in him? Ever see that before?
Now, that's what the Scotch call a dirk, a dagger. It's part of the costume, part of the act.
You mean these people are knife throwers?
No, the Scotch Highlanders wear a knife in their stockings, just below the knee at the top of the stocking. That dirk was Gordon's, the one he wore in the act.
And all either one of you knows is that he was found laying here on the floor with that knife in his heart. Is that it?
No, Sheriff, that isn't all.
Now, Jeannie...
Be quiet, Pete. This is something the sheriff should know.
Well, all right, come on out with it. What is it?
Well, Father and I, we've been quarreling.
Jeannie, for the love of Mike.
No, Pete, they'll find out sooner or later. I'd rather tell it my own way.
Jeannie, you're just making it tough
now,
on
you
yourself.
lay off, mister. What's your story, young woman?
Well, Father was old-fashioned. He used to be a big-time entertainer with his Scotch stories and songs. But he didn't realize that times had changed.
Get to the point.
What she means is I was fighting with her old man.
What?
No, Sheriff. I wanted to break away from Dad. I did it once and was doing all right on my own. Doing modern stuff, jive. But he got so angry about his own daughter singing jazz songs that he came out of retirement and had Pete set up this tour of tank tops.
Huh?
Look, Sheriff, it doesn't mean anything. Old man Gordon was big time, sure, 20 years ago. Command performance for Kings and all that stuff. Made a lot of dough. But when Jean here got set to be a star in her own right, he got mad. Especially when she started jazzing Scotch songs.
Well, what's that got to do with this?
Nothing.
You see, the only reason Pete is here...
I'm their manager. That's why I'm here.
Oh, don't try to kid me, Vale. I know managers don't come along on one-night stands. Especially managers of people performing before small-town women's clubs.
That's right, Sheriff. Pete and I want to get married. That's why.
Jeannie, now you have done it.
Pete wanted to have it out with Father, once and for all, but I asked him to let me do the talking. I knew Father didn't want me to marry Pete. I knew Pete would just make him angry, so...
So?
So I talked to Dad, and it was just as I'd expected. He wouldn't give his consent. I told him we were going to get married anyway, tonight.
So your old man tried to stop you, and you stuck the knife in him, in self-defense,
No.
huh?
Look, I was just outside when she screamed. I ran in and caught her.
Oh, so that's your story, huh?
The only thing she didn't tell you is that I saw her father right after the show.
You saw him? I thought you was waiting outside.
Well, I wasn't.
Well, you'd better tell me where you was, or I'll have to dig it out of you.
I don't have to talk unless I want to.
Oh, Pete, please. Sheriff, he's only trying to protect me. He thinks the evidence looks bad for me.
Well, right now, it don't look so good for either one of you. Are you sure nobody in the audience knew your father was killed?
Well, I don't know. I didn't hear anything before it happened.
Wasn't anybody working backstage?
Sheriff, these women's clubs, all they've got is a committee to run the show, and everybody on the committee is so busy congratulating themselves after it's over, nobody worries about the performers.
Well, it strikes me, young lady, that neither one of you have been paying much attention. That makes it tough when you're trying to get away with murder. Come along.
Well, Alma Peabody, what are you doing in the courthouse?
Joe Briggs, this is serious. I've something to tell you.
Well, I'm always glad to talk to important people, Alma. But I got about as much work to do as I ever had here. And
I know. That's why I'm here.
Well, all right. Get it over with. It's a cinch I won't be able to do anything until you do spill it.
Joe, I know something about that murder.
What do you know? You're president of the women's club that sponsored this Scotchman's appearance. Is that what you know?
No, Joe. I knew Angus Gordon a long time ago. I knew him well.
You mean you were a bobby soxer when he was a big star like Harry... well, anyway, Alma, this is serious business.
Joe, it's hard to say this, but you may find it out yourself, and then it'll look... Well, I was married to Angus Gordon.
What?
It's true, Joe.
Are you losing your mind, Alma? You was married to Jim Peabody before you came to this town. Everybody knows that.
Everybody thinks I was never married before, because I was so young when I came here with Jim Peabody. But I was born in Scotland, and my parents married me off to Angus Gordon when I was 16. Angus was just a coal miner then.
Well, all right, Alma, all right. You kind of knocked the wind out of my sails there for a minute, but what does all this have to do with murder?
I'm trying to tell you, Joe. When Angus and I came to this country, he was just a struggling Scotch singer, poor as a church mouse.
Yeah?
So when Jim came along and offered me real security as the wife of a bank president, I left Angus. I never loved him anyway.
Alma, you've been thinking that I might suspect you of Gordon's murder if I found out about this?
Well, my conscience bothered me. I just had to tell you for fear you or someone would make it seem different than it really was.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've got nothing to worry about. I got your ex-husband's daughter locked up along with her boyfriend. Between the two of them, I figure I got the one who done it.
But do you think the girl is actually implicated, Joe?
I doubt it. I figured the boyfriend done it. The girl's trying to protect him, but that won't last long when I turn the heat on.
Joe, do you trust me?
Well, that's a strange question.
Oh, don't hedge, Joe. Answer me.
Well, Alma, when it comes to murder, I don't trust anybody. But to be sheriff in this county, you've got to be careful of your politics, and you swing a lot of votes.
That means you do.
What do you got up your sleeve?
I think I might help you and at the same time do something charitable for Angus's daughter. If you'll let me, Joe.
You sure you're not holding out on me about this girl? She's not your daughter, is she?
Oh, heavens, no. Angus adopted her right after I left him.
Then what is your interest?
Oh, I suppose it's conscience. I feel badly about what happened to Angus, and I'd like to do something for Jean. Something that might help you.
Help me? How?
Well, if you put Jean in my custody temporarily, I could be nice to her.
That's no help to me.
Oh, but don't you see? Let the young man out, too. If he did murder Angus, and if Jean knows he did...
Oh, you mean they might try to get together, huh?
Exactly. I'll watch Jean like a hawk. Only she'll think I'm just being nice to her for the sake of her father. Then if this person she wants to marry comes around, I'll be able to find out what he's cooking up. Something you could never do as long as you hold them both in jail.
Well, it's crazy. It ain't right.
But you'll do it?
All right, Alma. I'll send the girl to your house.
Pete.
Let me in before somebody sees me.
Oh, Pete, where did you get the ladder? How did you get here?
There. I made it.
Oh, Pete, you're crazy. What are you doing here?
That sheriff has an idea we'll try something together. That's why he sent you here and let me out on bail.
But this time of night, what's the idea?
I wanted to be sure old Mrs. Peabody'd be asleep, so I could talk to you privately.
Oh, she's asleep, all right. But, Joe, what are we going to do about you? The sheriff is sure to get you convicted for what happened to Father. He practically told me that.
Yeah. I understand he offered you a nice little deal.
What do you mean?
That's why I'm here, baby. To tell you can't get away with it.
Pete, what are you talking about?
I never thought this would happen to me. Falling for a gal and having her turn out to be a double-crosser.
Pete, I've never seen you like this.
No? Well, you never will again.
Do you really think I'd sell you out?
Oh, spare me that, will you, Jean? It's bad enough to know it.
Peter Vale. Oh, you really think...
I don't think anything anymore. I just came to tell you I'm going to beat it. But before I go, come over here. Close to me.
Pete, what's got into you? Nothing's changed between us.
Listen, Jean. Before I go, there's just one thing.
Oh, Pete, please. Not this way. I won't listen to you. I can't.
Okay, baby. If that's the way you want it.
Oh, no. No, Pete.
Angus Gordon, the Scotch entertainer, was murdered. And now Angus' daughter, Jean, was she murdered, too? Well, it looks very much as if Sheriff Joe Briggs has plenty of problems to solve in the second act of Dagger in the Dark. But now, while the scenes are being shifted, listen to this. And now, Act 2 of Dagger in the Dark. Sheriff Joe Briggs has arrived at the home of Mrs. Alma Peabody to find Jean Gordon bleeding profusely and still unconscious. As the curtain rises, the sheriff is talking to Alma.
I sure was a fool to listen to you, Alma. If I'd have left the girl in jail, this wouldn't have happened.
Oh, I know, Joe. I regret this even more than you do. But there's one good thing about it. Don't you see?
What's good about a knife wound in a pretty gal like her?
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean, now you know who did the other murder. Who killed Angus Gordon.
You mean because you saw Pete Vale hauling the ladder up to the side of your house?
Of course, Joe. I saw him as clearly as I see you. He climbed up to poor Jean's window and stabbed her. That's the way he stabbed her father.
You see him do it? You got the knife?
Knife?
Well, whatever he stabbed her with. You got the weapon?
Of course not.
Well, then we don't know as much as you think we know. All we know is you think you saw this guy hauling the ladder up.
I did see him.
Well, how'd he get away then? You claim you called me as soon as you saw him.
I did. He just must have got away.
Uh-huh. Well, how? My men were all around the house the whole time. When I got here myself, you were just coming out of Jean's room. And you say you got to the girl right away.
Oh, Joe, don't argue about such inconsequentials. Do something about Jean.
Yeah, she's all right. The doc's in the other room fixing her up. She's going to be all right.
But what about the man, her boyfriend?
Yeah, we'll get him. Don't worry so much. That's my job.
What? Jean!
Wait a minute. What are you doing out of bed, miss? Where's the doc?
I'm all right. The doctor left me quite a while ago.
Jean, you should be back in bed. Come, I'll help you.
Leave me alone, Mrs. Peabody. I want to know what happened to Pete.
You mean you're worried about that Vale fellow yet?
Sheriff, tell me what happened to him. Is he all right?
Be switched if I know, Jean. I ain't seen him. Only Alma here claims she's seen him with a ladder outside your window.
Well, sure he was here. But is he all right, Sheriff?
See, I told you, Joe.
Please, Sheriff, I've got to know. Pete thinks I lied to you about him. Did he get away?
Now, look, young lady, you shouldn't be worrying about a guy who stuck a knife in your back.
Pete didn't. I know he didn't.
What?
Jean, you're not rational. Why, of course it was he. It was so dark you couldn't see.
But not so dark I couldn't feel. Look.
Well, your finger's scratched. What about it?
Whoever it was who tried to kill me was behind me. I could still see Pete against the window when this hand was clapped over my mouth.
Oh, Joe, don't mind her. She's so weak from the wound she just can't remember right.
No. I felt this hand over my mouth, and I reached up and tried to pull it away. That's how I scratched my finger.
On the knife?
No, on a diamond ring.
What?
I could feel the ring when I tried to pull the hand away. Don't you see? It couldn't have been Pete. He never wore any rings at all.
But, Jean, who else could it have been? The house was locked. There wasn't any other way of getting in except through your window. It must have been your friend Pete.
I don't know who it was, but it wasn't Pete.
Well, this beats me. Teaches me a lesson not to listen to women, even women like you, Alma.
Joe, you've got to do something about this. I can't have my reputation at stake this way.
Your reputation?
Attempted murder happening right here in the Peabody house. What will the town think? Joe, you've got to clear this up right away.
That's a fine attitude.
Yeah, now, wait a minute, you two.
Just
now...
what you might expect of a Tanktown big shot.
Why, Jean, after all I've done for you.
All you've done was you who got my father to come to your old woman's club show.
Me?
I heard the other women talking about it. I know you didn't write the letter, but it was your idea. And now all you're worried about is what people will think about you. Even though Father is dead and somebody tried to kill me.
Jean, you ungrateful little...
No, that's no way to fix anything.
Well,
now,
neither one of you has to worry about me anymore. I'm going to get out of here and find Pete Vale before he gets caught for something he didn't do.
Oh, no, you don't. Wait, I'll get it, Alma. Yeah, Sheriff speaking. Hey, who? Gil Lambert. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, bring him out here. Yeah, right away.
Oh, it's Pete. I know it's Pete.
What's happened, Joe?
Oh, it's that Vale feller, all right. Gil Lambert, the lawyer, was on the other end. He said Vale walked into his office an hour ago. They're coming out here right away. Okay, Gil, come on in. You too, Vale.
Hello, Sheriff.
Oh, Pete.
Jeannie, are you all right?
Now, break it up, you two. This thing isn't settled yet.
The idea, the audacity of this young man.
Now, Mrs. Peabody, don't be too unkind.
Joe Briggs, if you're any kind of a sheriff at all, you're going to...
What are you fretting about, Alva? There's plenty of men guarding the house. Nothing can happen.
Why don't you arrest this young man and be done with it?
Well, first, I want to hear what Gil has to say. You said it was important, didn't you, Gil?
I did.
Well, I'm not going to listen to such twiddle twaddle.
Now, look here, Alva.
It's all right, Joe. Let her go. We don't need her for this.
Let me go. I like that. I'll go as I please. And next election, I'll see we have a new sheriff in this community.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete. Tell the sheriff what you told me.
Oh, Pete, please get yourself out of this.
I will, sweetheart. Just a minute.
Now, come on, Vale. Let's hear it.
Not so fast, Sheriff. You almost got me on this when you told me that tall tale about Gene ratting on me. But in a way, I'm glad you did.
What do you mean?
Let him tell it, Joe.
You wanted to find out which of us was guilty, so you told me Jean accused me of murdering her father.
Yeah.
That's what brought me here to Jean's room. And that's what started me seeing things.
But what, Pete?
Jean, I knew I hadn't put that knife in your back. But I also knew that if I was found with you, everybody'd be sure that I had. So
you ran out on her.
So I could see that whoever used that knife had missed the mark. I knew Jean was going to be all right, so I left to find the clue that would tell me who did it. This.
That's the knife that killed Angus Gordon.
That's right, Joe. I took the liberty of getting it out of your office.
Take a good look at it, Sheriff. See anything?
Pete, what are you getting at? That's Father's dirk.
No, it isn't. Look at the head.
Yeah, some kind of scratches.
What? There's writing on it. Engraving so small, I can't quite read it.
That's right. And look at it through this enlarging glass.
And fare thee well, my only love, and fare thee well a while, and I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 miles. Why, that's Bobby Burns.
A nice sentiment, isn't it?
What are you getting at, Vale?
When I left Jean here, I went back to the dressing room where Angus died. All his personal stuff was still there, so I went through it. And I found a small box full of sentimental things about his marriage.
You mean his marriage to Alma Peabody?
How did you know?
She came to my office and told me.
Oh, she did she? Well, that's just fine.
What about the box, Pete?
Well, it was full of letters and a lot of other stuff, all about Alma. Apparently your father was a sentimental man even before he adopted you.
Tell them about the knife, Pete.
Right. Now, in this box, there was a sales slip for a handmade dirk with 4 lines of engraving and specifications that it be made smaller than the normal size.
I don't get it.
There was also a letter to Angus from Alma, in which she thanked him for the dirk he had given her when he went away on his first tour of this country. And she quoted the lines engraved on the dirk, those lines from Burns.
You mean that this knife belongs to Alma?
That's right, Joe.
But how...
You see, Pete came to me because he said he needed a lawyer, and he was sure he could clear himself if I'd agree to help him. After he went through that box of your father's, he was sure the weapon found in your father's body was smaller than the dagger your father used in his act. It proved he was right.
The 2 daggers were identical in design, but this one is smaller and has the engraving.
You mean that I'm supposed to arrest Alma Peabody because of this?
What? Arrest me?
Shut up, Alma, shut up. What would she be killing an ex-husband for?
Revenge, probably. Or jealousy because he'd done so well. She probably hated him.
Well, Alma, looks like I got to take you into the courthouse.
What? Arrest me for murder? Why, Joe Briggs, I'll sue you for defamation of character.
I got my duty, Alma, and it kind of points toward you. Come on.
You will live to regret this, Joe Briggs. I've never been so humiliated in my life.
Well, there's nothing much I can do about it, Alma. Nothing that'd interest you, anyway.
Interest me? What do you mean?
Why, there ain't really any evidence against you except what I got.
What do you mean, Joe Briggs?
Oh, that stuff about the daggers. That could be blown higher than a kite. You see, I'm the only one who knows your real motive.
What? What are you talking about?
Peabody's been dead quite a spell, Alma. Money don't last forever.
What?
The way I figure, you asked this Angus Gordon for some money for the sake of old times.
Well, how did you know?
And I make it my business to know such things. Sheriff, ain't I? And he turned you down. Wouldn't give you a penny.
But, Joe, you couldn't know that. Why?
Oh, I heard it myself, Alma. Gordon was a mite worried about you. Yeah, figured you might be up to something.
Joe, that's not true. He was, well, as nice to me as he could ever be to anyone.
Yeah, sure would look good for you if I was to testify about that meeting, wouldn't it?
Well, you couldn't do such a thing to me.
Well, I've got my duty, Alma, and then there's the law.
Well, what about the law?
Well,
A man can't testify against his own wife.
What? Joe Briggs, you must be out of your mind.
Be quite a thing for Joe Briggs to be married to Alma Peabody, wouldn't it? Have folks buzzing plenty. And it'd clinch you're not getting caught, too.
But, Joe, I didn't murder Angus Gordon.
Sure, but you think it over, Alma.
We found something very interesting among Alma Peabody's souvenirs, Joe.
Eh? Well, now you look here, Lambert. You got no right to be snooping through her house. It ain't legal.
Legal? If I can convict Dad's murder, I don't care how legal it is.
Here's the weapon, Sheriff. She'd put it back on her writing desk. Her letter opener.
And it's a little long for its holder, Joe. Apparently, when she killed Angus Gordon, she left her dirk in his body, and then she took this. But his knife was long and didn't quite fit the letter opener case. You see?
Yeah, about an inch difference in the length. But she didn't have any motive. I'll bet these two planted it there.
I don't think so, Joe. We wired New York and talked to his lawyers. We found out about Angus Gordon's will.
Well, what about it?
He left his money share and share alike to his adopted daughter and his former wife.
You don't say. But he never let Alma know about it, did he? Well, that still don't give her any motive.
You don't really think you can get away with it, do you, Briggs?
Well, what are you talking about? Me? What?
Dad's will said he'd investigated and found his former wife was in need of money.
Well?
Dad wouldn't have paid for an investigation. He never paid for anything he could get for nothing. He'd have written to the sheriff.
What? You mean...
Don't worry, Mr. Bridges. We can check that. Dad never threw away a piece of correspondence. But I know how he'd operate. And when you found he was coming here, you saw a chance to capitalize on what you knew.
Now, wait a minute. I never had a letter from him in my life. And I didn't know a blame thing about any will.
You'd figured some way to get part of that money, Briggs. What was it?
Nothing. Look, if anybody was to benefit, it'd be Gil Lambert. He's been lending Alma money to live on for close to 3 years. Why, she must owe him nearly $10,000. And he's a lawyer.
Stop him.
No, you don't.
Put down that gun, Gilbert.
Sorry I can't oblige you, Sheriff. You were wrong, Miss Gordon. Your father paid for his investigation. I made a deal with Alma Peabody after I'd corresponded with the old man. I'd finance her till she got the money, in return for half of what she got.
You killed Dad, and you didn't even know him?
Yes, and I'd have killed you, too, with a little luck. I had to hurry to get home before your boyfriend found I wasn't there. I saw him pounding at the front door, and I had to sneak around the back way. I pretended I'd been asleep. How he ever happened to come to see me...
Put down that gun, Gil.
No, thanks, Sheriff. She still gets her share of the money. And someday I'll get my part of it from her, because you won't get me.
No, I think I'd rather keep it all for myself, Mr. Lambert.
What? Well, you...
Yeah. Nice work, Alma. You got him.
I was never much good with a dirk, but as a girl, I rather prided myself on my marksmanship. I knew he was guilty, but I was scared to death. When you went for Mr. Vale, I was, blind with fear.
I don't blame you, Mrs. Peabody.
But, Pete, how did you happen to pick Lambert?
I don't know, Jeannie. Just, a stab in the dark.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Okay, kids, you all have your parts for tonight's story. Let's see, what's the title, Barbie?
It's called Vacation from Death. The story of what happens when a detective tries to take a vacation.
Yeah, that's right. There are plenty of good characters, too. I hope you boys will make the most of your parts.
I'll say there are good things in this script, Mr. Glenn. Listen to this.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Vacation from Death. Tonight's story opens in a boathouse. Skip Allen, the proprietor, is greeting Jeff Canfield, a customer he's apparently glad to see.
Ah, you're late, Mr. Canfield. Mr. Cray's been getting impatient.
Yeah, well, let him get impatient, Skip. John McCrae's going to have to slow down plenty if he's going to keep with me.
It sounds like sense to me, Mr. Canfield. Most of you city folks do everything too fast. That's why you all die so young. Why, I figured I was just a stripling when I was your age.
Yeah. Well, Skip, nobody will ever convict you of speeding, will they? Where's the boat?
right off here. There you go. McCrae's got the sweetest little houseboat on the river. You and him are in for the finest vacation you ever had. Nothing on the river to bother you. Not even a policeman.
Good. Well, I'll see you, Skip.
Yeah.
Better not keep McCrae waiting.
Yeah, so long, Mr. Canfield.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah? Who? Jeff Canfield? Yeah, just a minute. I can still catch him, I think. Hey, Mr. Canfield, telephone.
Tell him I've left, Skip.
Well, it sounds like it's important. You better answer.
All right. Hey, Skip, you haven't got a telephone hooked up on that houseboat, have you?
No, I'm afraid that's a little out of my line.
Yeah, give me the darn phone. Yeah? Yeah, it's Canfield. What? Now, look, I gave you my answer on that before I left town. Yeah, I'm on a vacation. That's right. No more murders. Well, there are plenty of other good detectives around. Try one of them. Flamand, for instance. Oh, I'm sorry. It's still no. I'm on a vacation.
Jeff, it doesn't take a detective to deduce that a houseboat is just about the most peaceful way to spend a vacation that man ever invented.
Oh, well, you don't have to sell me, John. I'm happy. Just let me sit here on the deck and drink in the silence. We've just about started, but, peace. It's wonderful.
Not even thinking about that telephone call you got on the dock? Maybe, but my hunch is that by the time we get to where this river empties into the Mississippi, you're going to be plenty bored with peace and quiet. Murder is in your blood, Jeff.
Not this, baby. I've solved my last case. I've had all the death I can stomach.
I hope you mean that.
Huh? Wait a minute. You say that a little too vehemently. What have you got up your sleeve?
Well, if you must know, the real reason I invited you on this trip was to persuade you to take charge of the protection of my plants. $1 million industry needs the smartest protective system available. The kind of a system you could set up.
John, I might have known you had an angle when you pitched up this vacation idea.
Jeff, when a man gets to my time in life, he begins to think about an heir.
Well, don't blame me because you're not married, John. What's that got to do with...
The whole business ties together, Jeff.
Whole business?
Yes. You and I on a vacation together. My offer to make you chief of my protective system and my desire for an heir.
Well, I don't get it.
That's what I like about you. It wouldn't occur to you.
What wouldn't occur to me?
The fact that I want you to inherit the control of my business.
What?
Exactly. I'm an egocentric old man, Jeff. I want my plants to go on. after I'm dead, just as they have. But that's going to take a smart man.
Well, the woods are full of smart young men.
Not smart enough?
You want me to come into your business now and then be ready to take over when you cash in your chips, huh?
Exactly. Why not?
Well, that's a spot for a relative, not for a private dick like me.
No, Jeff, relatives are out. Haven't got any close ones anyway. But the important thing is, I've made up my mind about you. I may as well say I don't change once my mind's made up, no matter what the odds against me.
What'll you bet?
What do you mean?
Well, I've got a hunch that you will change. Hey, now, don't tell me we're going to have to work on this trip. What's the matter with the motor?
I don't like that sound either. Can't be much wrong with it, though. I had old Skip Allen overhaul the whole boat before we shoved off.
Well, I don't know anything about motors, but my guess is that we're in for trouble.
Well, maybe we ought to pull into that lagoon up there and take a look.
Yeah? I hope you know how to monkey with motors, because I'm not going to budge from this deck chair. I came on this ride for a vacation.
No, Jeff.
Well, here's your lagoon. Here's a guy who looks like he knows all about motors. See the guy sleeping in the rowboat over there?
Oh! You in the rowboat!
Dead to the world. Get this boxcar in close to him. Maybe he'll hear you.
Can't get too much closer. Don't know how deep this lagoon is.
Well, you're coming up on him now. Hey! Hey, wake up, you! Hey! He's really sleeping.
Look at him. Look at that sunburn. He's been out here for more than a little while. Hey! Wake up!
He's got the right attitude. Doesn't give a darn for anything. Go on, wake him up, John.
Not going to budge, huh, Jeff?
Oh, no, not me. I am as comfortable as he is.
Well, I'll have to go over the side then. Give me a hand here. Yeah. I'll go down the rope ladder.
Well, pretty frisky for an old man, John.
Hey, Jeff!
Huh? What's the matter? Can't you wake him?
Jeff, this man isn't asleep. He's dead. Good thing we hadn't gone too far from Skip Allen's landing. Here we are now.
Good thing? What do you mean a good thing? Finding this guy dead's ruined my vacation.
Hello, Skip! Skip Allen!
Oh, what's the trouble out there?
Skip, we're coming back in. Everything clear?
Sure. What's the matter? Yeah, grab this line when I toss it to you.
Yeah, good throw, Skip. Pull us in, will you?
What's up, Mr. McRae?
Found a dead man, Skip, in that lagoon just around the bend. Looks like he rented one of your boats.
A dead man? In my boat? Oh, you can't be serious.
I'll help us get the body ashore, will you, Skip?
All right, Jeff. I've got his feet.
All right, now. Easy does it.
Well, you're fooling, were you? Here, I got it. Let's bring him into the boathouse.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
How about right here,
Yeah,
huh?
right here, all right.
Okay. I want to take another look at him before we call in the coroner.
There doesn't seem to be a mark on him. Suppose he had a heart attack?
Well, could be. But I got one of those pesky hunches that...
Yeah? What do you mean, Mr. Canfield?
I told you, Jeff, you've got murder in your blood. If you really want a vacation.
Yeah, I know. It's just my suspicious nature. Only... Skip, how many times have you heard of a man dying alone on the water from a heart attack?
Well, never heard of that, Mr. Canfield.
There you see. Skip's been on the river 50 years. Haven't you, Skip?
Oh, more than that. Never been off the river all my life.
I still say, Jeff, you love murder. You make it up, even where it isn't.
Here, roll him over. Let me take a look at him.
You ought to remember his face, Skip. Probably one of the summer cottages around your place.
No. Never laid eyes on him before.
Anybody working for you, Skip? I mean, anybody who might have rented this man one of your boats?
No, I'm here by myself. Never leave the place, even sleep here. And I know I ain't seen this guy before.
But the boat had your mark on it, unmistakably.
That's right. Blue letters, S.A., and a number 38.
38? Well, that ain't right. 38's still here, tied up to the dock.
You sure of that, Skip? There wasn't any question about that number, was there, John?
I thought it said 38. Why worry about it? You still haven't any reason to think the man was murdered. I say forget it. Let's get back to our houseboat cruise. Skip can turn the body over.
We're in it now, John. Might as well stick around and answer the coroner's questions, whether it's murder or not.
Hiya, Skip. What you doing?
Oh, hello, Tubby.
This is Stubby Wilkins, just one of the young loafers around here.
Hey, what do you get off calling me a loafer, Skipper?
Why, you never did a day's work, did you? Here you are, over 20 years
I
old.
get by, don't I? More money than you. Hey, what's this? A stiff.
You ever see this man before, Tubby? Take a good look at him. You know him?
No. I mean, yeah, I seen him.
Where did you see him?
Well, why don't you ask Skipper? He knows him.
What?
He must know him. The guy rented one of Skip's boats.
Yeah, when was this?
What are you talking about, Tubby?
Early this morning. I was out in my own boat, and I saw this guy come and talk to Skipper. Then I seen him take one of Skip's boats.
Why, that ain't true.
What were you doing out then? Fishing?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I was fishing.
I never seen you with so much as a string in a bent safety pin.
What?
Fishing. Why didn't you tell him what you was really doing on the river?
Wait a minute, Skip. What's this all about?
Stubby, see what he tells you. He never went fishing in his life, but he spends every night on the river.
You shut up.
He's a runner. Goes down every night and brings up stolen goods, which he delivers to a fence.
What's that got to do with his dead man?
Nothing. Nothing, see?
I don't know, but I do know he's lying in his teeth when he says I rented a boat to this guy.
Never mind, Skip, never mind. What about it, Tubby? You still haven't told us who this guy is.
You didn't ask me.
Now, look, don't get smart. If you know who he is, tell us and quick.
Well, all I know is I seen him drive up with some woman and stop at the Porter Cottage last night. Then this morning I seen him in the boat.
What's this Porter Cottage?
It's one they rent. People come and stay for a week or so.
Where is it?
Right down here, about 500 yards.
Well, let's go down and see the woman.
Oh, I seen her drive away. You won't find her at the cottage.
Well, maybe not, but I'll find something. Something that'll lead me to the answer. The answer to a murder. This the Porter place, Skip?
Yeah, this is it. Looks as if nobody was here, all right.
I'll take a look anyway. While I'm doing that, you'd better run over and find out what you can from Mrs. Porter. She ought to know the name of anybody who rents her cottage.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. Mostly these folks that want an overnight place, they just drive in and pay cash in advance. They don't have to keep no records that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, see what you can find out anyway. I'll be here when you get back.
Okay, Mr. Canfield.
A great way to spend a vacation. Oh.
Yeah, some vacation. The quiet, peaceful houseboat cruise Jeff Canfield counted on was first interrupted when he and John McCrae found a dead man in a rowboat. And now this. It looks as if somebody else wanted Jeff to take a vacation, the permanent kind. But more about that later. In the meantime... And now, Act Two of Vacation from Death. Detective Jeff Canfield, declaring it was all through with murder, started off on a vacation cruise with his millionaire friend John McCrae, only to find a man lying dead in a rowboat. Trying to identify the dead man, Jeff has been knocked out. As he comes to, he finds Skip Allen shaking him.
Here, Mr. Canfield.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Oh, who slugged me?
Hey. It's me, Mr. Canfield.
Huh? Oh, hello, Skip.
Yeah.
Oh, my head. Oh, that was some buster I got laid out.
Oh, well, yeah, are you all right?
Yeah, I'll live, I guess, but...
Who hit you?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Here, let me help you up.
Oh, wait a minute. Who's that?
Well, what are you doing here? Who are you, anyway?
Just a minute. Who are you?
My name's Norton, and I'll thank you to get out of my cottage.
Oh, she must be...
Is it true that you and your husband rented this place last night from Mrs. Porter?
Well, I don't see that that's any of your business. Now, will you leave, or will I have
Just a minute.
I don't know any excuse for breaking into a private cottage.
When you've answered that telephone, perhaps I can explain.
Hello? Oh, hello. No, just some unexpected callers. I don't know who they are. I'll get rid of them, all right. Sure. What? Tonight? Oh, but I thought... Oh, all right. Yes. Yes, you know I do. Later. Goodbye.
Mrs. Norton,
Now, what is it you want?
you know where your husband is now?
Why, fishing. Went out early this morning.
My name's Canfield, Mrs. Norton. I'm a detective. There's a possibility that the man we found...
The man you found?
Yeah. I want you to come with me, Mrs. Norton. The man we think is your husband is...
You mean he's dead? Jerry's dead? No. No, it can't be Jerry.
In my boathouse, ma'am.
Will you come with me, Mrs. Norton?
Oh.
Catch. Sorry it had to be this way, Mrs. Norton, but he had no identification, nothing except his fishing equipment and this druggist box labeled salt tablets.
Well, he always used them. He'd got him so.
Isn't a mark on him except that intense sunburn.
Well, it must have been his heart. He complained about it, but I never thought it was serious.
He had a bad heart?
Yes, he always complained.
Complained about your affairs with other men?
What do you mean? You can't...
Can't eavesdrop? I'm sorry, Mrs. Norton. You made it impossible for me not to overhear what you said on the telephone. Who were you talking to? We know your husband was dead then.
That's none of your business.
Perhaps not. But when a man's murdered, a lot of unimportant things become the business of a detective. Now, who...
I don't have to answer your questions.
No? Well, maybe you refuse to answer because you know too much about the murder of your husband.
He wasn't murdered. You have no business.
He died under mysterious circumstances. And until that mystery is cleared up, it's the business of a detective to investigate. Are you going to tell me?
I'll tell you nothing.
Oh, what?
Irene, run! Get out of here while I get him down there. Oh, let go of my arm.
I'll break your arm, Tubby.
Okay. Okay, you win.
All right. Now, no funny business. You've got a lot of questions to answer.
Lay off, Irene. That's all I care about.
Irene.
Yeah, Mrs. Norton.
What's she to you, Tubby?
You think I'm going to tell you? You're crazy.
I want an answer, Tubby.
Try and get one.
All right, you asked for it. Now, do you want some more?
No. I'll talk.
All right. Now, what do you know about Irene Norton?
I don't know nothing. I just know her, that's all.
You knew her well enough to call her Irene.
Well, I knew her husband.
Down on the dock, you told me you didn't know him, that you just saw him once.
Oh, sure. I was afraid you might try to pin it on me.
Pin what on you? I didn't ask you to do anything except identify a dead man. Now, you know more than you're admitting. Now, come on, out with it.
All I know is he was the guy that gave me my dough.
Yeah? You know more than you're telling, Tubby. And if you aren't guilty of Jerry Norton's murder, you better talk and talk fast. Because if you don't talk now, I'm afraid the murderer will see to it that you don't talk at all.
The houseboat's okay again, Jeff. Whatever was wrong with the motor's been taken care of by Skip, and we're all set to push off again.
Not me, John.
Huh? What do you mean?
No, I've got a little unfinished business to attend to yet.
You don't still have that crazy idea that Norton was murdered, do you?
I do, and it's not crazy.
But you yourself admitted that there wasn't a mark on his body, no evidence, no nothing.
All right, call it a hunch. But I've got $1,000 that says I can prove it was murder.
And that's a lot of money to put on a hunch, but if you're crazy enough to do it, I'll take you up on it, providing you don't take too long to prove it. I'm still taking that vacation trip, remember?
And I'll take it with you. In 1 hour.
What?
Yeah. I'll call everybody together in 1 hour. Skip Allen, Tubby, and Irene Norton. And I'll have my murderer then with proof.
I still say you're crazy. I'll be waiting on my houseboat for you and your $1,000. It'll give me something to spend on my vacation.
Canfield?
Yeah, over on the dock, Skip.
Yeah, here we are. Here's Tubby. I had to threaten him with a gun, the young skunk.
What do you want with me? I told you I didn't do nothing.
Never mind, Tubby, never mind. You see why I want you.
Where's the woman? Hasn't Mrs. Norton showed up yet?
No, not yet.
But you said everybody was to meet here at 10 o'clock. It's past that already.
Yeah, I know, Skip. Maybe she isn't going to show up.
Well, I ain't going to stay here either, see? You can't make me.
Quiet, Tubby. We're going to find out who murdered Jerry Norton. Now, you wouldn't want to miss that, would you?
I don't know nothing about it. I ain't going to hang around and get framed or something.
Got a guilty conscience, Tubby?
Now, listen, you.
What are you going to do, Mr. Canfield?
Ah, c'est la femme, as the
Huh?
French say, Skipper.
What's that?
We're going to find the woman in this case. You got a motorboat ready to go?
Oh, yeah, sure, right here. But why...
Get the motor started, Skip. We're following Mrs. Norton.
Following? I thought that...
Earlier tonight, I saw her take off on a motorboat.
In the dark? Well, where would she be going in the dark?
Well, my hunch is that she's meeting somebody. Somebody who may know something about the murder of her husband. Get in the boat, Tubby.
Why don't you leave Irene alone? What do you think
Get
you're...
in.
Okay.
All right. All ready, Mr. Canfield?
Ready. Shove off, Skip.
Okay. Well, I ain't seen hiding a hair of a boat yet, Mr. Canfield.
Yeah, and the moonlight's bright enough so you could pick out a piece of driftwood on the river.
Just keep on down the river, Skip. I have a hunch that we'll be seeing something very shortly. Yeah, over there.
What do you mean? I don't see no motorboat, just old John McCrae's houseboat.
Maybe. Head over toward it.
Oh, okay, if you say so.
You better shut off the motor, Skip.
Yeah.
We're getting close enough so they can hear it.
Yeah, but what do you...
Cut it. All right, quiet now.
Hey, look.
Jumping tadpoles. It's Mrs. Norton's motorboat.
Yeah, tied to the stern of the houseboat.
Uh-huh. Irene Norton didn't show up for our rendezvous because she had a little date to meet John McCrae out here. I'll head us right for the stern, Skip.
Yeah?
I want to drift right up alongside the houseboat.
Uh-huh. You aiming to board her?
Right. And be ready for anything when we do. I'll take the lead. I'll have my gun handy.
Easy.
All right, ready now. Let's go. Skip, you go last. Tubby in between us.
Okay, Mr. Canfield.
Okay, Skip?
Yep, that does it. What now? Do we just walk in and say, surprise?
Shut up, Tubby, shut up. You'll find out soon enough. They should be in the cabin right near the stern here.
Should never have come out here. I told you to stay put until...
Until I get picked up by that dick. Ha! I wasn't born yesterday, John. I know you were baiting it.
I'm going to rush him. Now, lay low. There may be some shooting. Now! All right. Don't try reaching for that gun again, John. Next time I won't aim for your arm.
You'll pay for this.
Oh, no. I think the state will be glad to give you first aid for your wounds.
The state?
Yeah, Skip. My friend, John McCrae, is Norton's murderer.
But that's ridiculous. I had nothing but...
Try to run out on me, will you? Sure, he's the murderer. He murdered my husband. I had nothing to do with it.
Thank you, Mrs. Norton, but I knew that all along.
But you tried to hang it on me and her.
No, Tubby, you're wrong. I knew you had something to do with it, but I knew you were too dumb to figure it out for yourself.
What?
Yeah. You gave Jerry Norton the boat he had, didn't you?
Well, sure. Mr. McCrae said Norton was a friend of his. He gave me $50.
Uh-huh. And you also gave Norton the salt tablets?
McCrae said they were from Irene. Said Norton always used them.
Well, apparently he did use salt tablets. However, these tablets were poison.
Poison?
That's right. When I picked up the box Norton had in his pocket, my finger touched the powder which had shaken off the tablets. And my sense of taste did the rest. All I had to do was discover who'd bought salt tablets, and I was reasonably sure who'd poisoned your husband. It turns out that my good friend, John McCrae...
This is asinine. You can't
You
prove...
gave yourself away when you started shooting, John.
Well, what about the woman?
Well, Skip, McCrae's been having an affair with Irene Norton for quite a while. When Jerry Norton began to get in the way, McCrae figured that he could eliminate Jerry and have Irene to himself. And he would have succeeded, too.
Yeah, but it was McCrae that found Norton.
Sure. He figured if I was with him when we found Norton apparently dead from sunstroke, there wouldn't be any investigation. He knew that Norton complained about his heart, so he knew he wouldn't arouse Irene's suspicions.
Wow.
But he made one mistake.
Yeah? What? Sounds pretty foolproof to me.
He thought a detective could take a vacation. He should have known you can't take a vacation from death.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Here we go, Danny boy.
Now, wait, don't Danny boy me or I'll get even rougher than certain characters in tonight's script.
My goodness, you are in fine shape.
Yeah.
You must have taken this script to heart. You ticklish, too?
Yeah, no, cut it out, Barbie. Cut it out. I'll be good now. Wait a minute. Well, let's see now. All our scripts all passed out? Everybody got one?
We're all set.
Yeah, well, then let's have a fill-in on the background for tonight's story.
There's not much to tell, except that it has a new angle. A doodler plays an important part in this one.
Oh, yeah, one of those people who scribble on telephone books. As I remember it, there's a lot of writing in this novel.
That's right. And maybe that's why it's called Drop Me a Line. Did you get that, Tom?
Got it, Mrs. Glenn. But before I go into that, how's about listening to some lines like this? Drop me a line. Tonight's story opens in the nightclub office of Race Wiley. Unannounced, a visitor has just walked in.
Bertie Carmichael. Who did you bribe to get in here without being announced?
You know I can pay off, Race. I've learned some things in my association with you.
All right, so you're in. Now let's have it. I don't have time to waste even on millionaires.
That's why I'm here. Even though I'm rich, I can't buy happiness.
Yeah, what's the matter, Bertie? Has number 10 run out on you? You and your weddings. You get more laughs than the comic strips.
This isn't funny. This is murder.
Murder? In the Carmichael mansion? That's a new one. Usually your brides never get farther than genteel blackmail. What's the matter? What's Candy done?
Done? I don't know. She's disappeared. She's been... Well, I'm positive she's dead.
What are you trying to hand me? Why, I was at your wedding last night. I never saw a healthier gold digger.
That's why I'm here, Race. You know everything that went on at the wedding. And afterward.
Yeah, well, it's all over, Bertie. I did the job you wanted. You paid off, and now we're square. Outside of that, I don't know a thing.
I know, but you've got to help me now.
No dice, Bertie, old boy. Murder's out of my line.
I've got to know what happened to Candy.
So what? I'm a gambler, Carmichael, not a dopester. I like 'em when they win, but losers bore me.
I've done business with you before, Race. I'll pay off. And all I want to know is what your boys did with Candy.
My boys? Cut it out, Bertie. My boys take orders from me. They don't get ideas of their own, not when it comes to knocking off customers.
It's their loyalty to you that makes me...
You think the boys would rub out Candy just because... Quit acting like a juvenile.
Well, she was your girlfriend.
Sure, she was my girlfriend, Bertie, but I got hundreds of them. And confidentially, Bertie, I don't marry 'em.
Forget the wisecracks, Race. This is going to look bad.
Look bad? You've been looking bad ever since you started taking on wives like a hard boot takes on horses.
But this is different. No wife of mine ever died before.
Well, what if Candy is dead? You're used to losing your women, one way or another.
But I can't stand the police investigating this. if I had a reasonable explanation. If one of your boys admits this, I can get him off with a couple of years.
Ah, no. None of that. I'm not letting any of my people take a rap for somebody else.
Race, I've been trying to give you a chance to admit this so we could fix it up.
What are you talking about, you measly little
The
punk?
evidence. Everything points to you.
Points to who?
Well, to your trigger man, Gabby Spiotti.
What? Now, look, Bertie.
The police will be sure to arrest him, Race. You don't want that, do you?
What's your game, Carmichael? What's the sudden interest in my welfare?
Well, I don't like to admit it, but the trustees of my estate, if I get mixed up in one more public scandal...
You mean the trustees are going to cut you off, huh?
They've warned me the family business can't afford...
What's that to me?
Just this. If I'm cut off without an income, you'll lose one of your best customers.
So you want me to line up a fall guy for you?
Not for me. For you. I want you to find out who killed Candy. Right now, before the police get in on it.
What's the percentage for you?
If Candy died because she was two-timing me, because she ran away from me on our wedding night...
Oh, so that's what you claim happened.
Why, yes, of course. But don't you see, if there's some way I could avoid being implicated, that's why I need you.
You think I'd frame this on one of my boys?
I don't care who takes the blame. One of your men did it, but if you can make it look like somebody else...
Anybody but you. Huh, Bertie?
I had nothing to do with it.
No, of course not.
Race, look, please. I'll pay you any amount, anything.
You'll pay, brother. You'll pay. Don't worry about that.
Then you will do it? Will you help me?
I'll be at your place in half an hour.
Come in, please. You wish to see Mr. Carmichael, no?
Well, who are you, sister?
I am Micheline Lucia, the French teacher for Mr. Carmichael.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Bertie still knows how to pick 'em.
I do not understand all.
I said you're a classy chassis with a confection complexion. Whoever put you together, baby, wasn't blindfolded.
But you are laughing at me. These are American slang.
Slang, yeah. But no laughs, baby. Oh, no. You're not the kind of female that I can laugh off, baby.
Please, Mr. Wiley, no.
Oh, so you know me, sweetheart?
But of course. Bertie, Monsieur Carmichael, he expect you, no?
No. Yeah, but I could be talked out of it, honey.
Oh, no, Mr. Rice. Bertie will be here. There, you see?
Hello, Ray.
Mr. Rice, I just now
Hey,
called.
Bertie, you didn't tell me about this.
What? Oh, Micheline. She's teaching me French.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll say this for you, Bertie. You can
Please,
certainly...
Race, let's get started. I'm nervous as the devil this morning. The butler just found Candy's body. Oh, no. Look.
All right, take it easy, Bertie. Hold on to yourself.
But Candy, she was so beautiful. Look at her face.
Acid. You wouldn't know it was her. Acid must have been thrown at her. It's all over her hands and legs, burned right through her skin.
But acid wouldn't kill her.
No, but look at her throat.
You mean?
I mean her throat's been cut. Whoever did it must have figured the acid would eat away the scar.
But why? Why?
I don't know, Bertie. Maybe so the police wouldn't be able to figure out what the murder weapon was.
Hey, Gabby. Gabby.
Yeah, right. What's the matter? Can't you see?
Come on, get in. The darker it is, the better.
It was hard to work. It's so black.
Yeah, you all done? No slip up?
You know better than that. The cops won't be able to tell it from an accident. That car is really busted up.
Okay. How about the battery?
A cinch. The way I piled up that crate, it looks like the battery just naturally fell out and spilled all over the body.
Oh, you didn't make it too good now. You know the cops got to recognize Candy.
Just like you told me. Her pocketbook, driver's license, everything's all set. Only, I still don't figure your angle, Ray.
Okay, don't worry about it. The dough in this is better than any roulette wheel you ever gimmicked.
But you're taking an awful chance. Everybody knows you was hooked up with Candy Nugent. Supposing they get the idea you done her in.
No. When they find her, she'll be here on this deserted road in Bertie Carmichael's car, and with that letter in her pocketbook.
But what's the letter prove? Just a note from Heine Luger.
A note, yeah. But not just to drop me a line note. A letter that tells Candy to meet Heine the night of her marriage to Carmichael. Don't think the cops won't fall for that.
I hope it works. Nothing I'd like better than to see Heine fry. Especially for something he didn't do. The rat.
Yeah. And Bertie Carmichael pays us to get rid of our competition.
No, Bertie. We must study the French. Bertie, no.
Just once more, Micheline.
No. Read the French.
Oh, all right.
Dans les premières.
Dans le premier jour du mois d'octobre.
All right, break it up.
Oh, Race. What's the idea of walking in here? Who let you in?
Never mind that. We got business to transact. Business that won't wait for formalities.
You mean it? Everything is taken care of?
It's all set. The cops have got Candy now. I had an anonymous phone call planted, and the bulls raced right out there. By this time, they got it all figured out that Heine Luger was the killer.
Are you sure, Race? Luger has some smart lawyers. We know he didn't do it,
Oh, do we? All I know is I had nothing to do with it. If there's any slip-ups, the police won't ask me any questions. But they might want to talk to you.
But you said...
You know what I said. I got the body out of your house, now pay off. From here on, it's your party.
You've got to stick by me. What is...
Pay up, Bertie. Let's not make it complicated.
What is this? I do not understand what you speak to each other.
Well, don't worry, baby. Your boyfriend here will be all right. Unless he tries to welch on me.
No, Race. I'm more than willing to pay, but what if there's a slip?
You should have thought of that before you called me in.
But what is the matter with you two?
Nothing wrong with Bertie that you couldn't cure, Micheline. He's got things fixed up now so as he can marry you. First, he notifies the police that his wife is missing since her wedding night. And the cops find that Candy's dead. What more do you want?
Stop that, Race. Micheline doesn't understand.
Oh, no? Accent don't fool me.
Oh, Mr. Grace, you say such bad things.
Race, I'll pay you half now and the rest if the plan works.
No, you'll pay all of it. That letter's a cinch.
But Tiny will deny writing it.
Don't worry about it. That letter was written by the greatest forger in the business. Any expert will swear it's Heine's handwriting. Besides, I had him put in a couple of Candy's doodles in pencil, you see.
Doodles? What do you mean?
Well, you know the way she's always drawing stuff when she was talking on the phone or when she was thinking.
I remember, too. Little scrolls she draws on everything. I remember them.
Micheline, how did you know so much
But
about...
have you forgotten? It was this Candy who brings us together.
Yeah. Now, you satisfied, Bertie? The letter's not only in Heine's handwriting, he's got Candy's trademark on it. Just as if she put it there herself while she was thinking about meeting Heine that night. Clever, eh?
I still say half now and half later, when the guilt is pinned on Heine Luger.
No, please do not strike.
Take your hands off me, Race. I'll call them.
You go ahead. Go and call the police. I gotta get a notion of it.
No!
Yeah? Well, maybe you're right, Frenchie. Maybe that isn't the way to treat your boyfriend.
Here's my check, Race. Now get out of here.
Getting brave when a woman does the talking for you, huh, Bertie? Yeah. Well, don't forget, this is only half. You won't get a chance to forget. I'll see to that. Okay, baby. Here's the key. Now open up the front door and walk right in. If anybody stops and asks you who you are, what are you going to tell them?
I'm Brenda Braddock. The Gaiety.
That's right, honey. There's so many showgirls walking in and out of Bertie Carmichael's house, nobody will stop you.
I know, Ray. Don't worry.
That's right, baby. Now just make sure that he sees you. Then beat it out like everything for the door. You know the way out?
Oh, sure, Ray. See you later.
Yeah. Good luck, honey. The door ain't locked. Quiet now, kid. And so long.
Who's there? Who is that? Candy! No, it can't be.
It
Get rid of me, did you, Bertie?
Andy Nugent. Was she killed or wasn't she? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story, but first, let's consider something else. And now, the second act of Drop Me a Line. The scene is Race Wiley's gambling club. The girl Race sent to Bertie Carmichael's house has come back to report to Race.
You should have seen him. The look on his face, and when he yelled candy, I thought I'd laugh out loud.
Yeah, you're sure now he called you Candy.
Well, of course I'm sure. He was scared stiff.
Good, good. Before we're done with him, we'll have him paying out $1,000 a week, just for protection from ghosts.
I gotta hand it to you, Race.
Yeah, well, you're not bad yourself, honey. Come here, baby. You still like them when they come from me?
Nobody kisses like you do, Race.
Yeah. This is better than collecting alimony from that goofy Carmichael, ain't it? I always say a case settlement is better.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that was a great idea, that was. Getting a body from the morgue that looked something like me and then throwing acid all over
Yeah,
it.
and poor Bertie. He really thought it was you. Wait a minute. Hello. Yeah. He is. Okay. Sure, let him come on in. Come on, get out of here quick. Bertie's on his way in. Amscray.
But where?
Quick, in the closet right there. Be quiet now. Well, if it isn't my bosom buddy Bertie.
Hello, Race.
Well, what's the matter, Bertie? You look worried.
Worried?
Who let you in?
I am so sorry. It seems no one would like to let me in, so I come in through the window.
Miss Helene, you shouldn't...
On your way, Frenchie. This is no place for you.
But you are wrong. It is not a business matter.
That's right, sweetheart. Strictly business. No place for you.
But it is. You see, now I am Bertie's secretary. I must help him with all his business matters, no?
No. Now start moving.
Let her stay, Race. She can't do you any harm. I just came to pay the other half of the money for what you did.
Oh, thanks. Hey, what's the matter, Bertie? You ain't looking so good.
I haven't been feeling well lately. I think I need a rest.
I have advised Bertie to pay. Is that not good, no?
Yeah. Yeah, Frenchie, that's not only good, but that's smart.
Oui, it is as I thought.
Yeah. What was that?
Oh, nothing. Pay him the check, Bertie. And if you please, Mr. Race, I will have a piece of paper. I must write some notes.
Paper? Yeah,
Oh,
just
here,
a minute.
this will do very nicely.
Yeah, okay. Now, Bertie, the check. We'll call everything square, huh?
Here it is, Race.
Okay. Wait a minute. This is dated ahead 2 weeks.
That's right. I have to do it that way, Race. My allowance, you know.
Oh, no. Let's get this settled now. Cash on the line. I know you got it.
It's impossible. I can't do it any other way.
What do you mean you can't? You will.
It is better this way, Mr. Race.
Huh? What do you know about it?
It is better not to arouse the suspicions of the trustees, is it not?
What do you mean?
To get the cash, we must ask the trustees. That would not be so good for you, eh, Mr. Race?
Well, okay. But the check better be good. And just to make sure...
Oui?
Never mind. Just make sure I get the money.
Don't worry, Race. You'll get it.
That French gal. She has something up her sleeve, Race, and I don't like
Now,
it.
take it easy, baby. That's why I called Gabby in.
What's the matter, boy?
Not much.
Not much. That gal picked up that paper I was doodling on. That's enough.
What are you talking about? What's this doodling?
Well, you know the way Candy is. Has to be drawing something with a pencil all the time.
You mean like what you had to put on that letter from Heine Luger?
Yeah.
Race, you got to do something. That French
Now,
girl.
don't worry about her, baby. She's not smart enough to pin anything on you.
But she picked that paper up right here in the office. Anybody would know that meant I'd been here.
What if she spills it?
Don't worry, she won't spill anything.
Oh, Race, how can you be so calm? She knows.
Look, baby, look. I know something, too.
What do you mean? What are you holding that magazine up the light for?
This magazine was on the desk under the paper that Micheline and you used to write on. You see the impression here of your own doodling?
What? There's no writing there.
Well, of course not, dummy. The writing was on the paper she took with her. But the pressure of the pencil goes through the paper onto any soft surface underneath. You see it? See there? That's your doodle.
Oh, yeah. Now I get it.
That's right. Now look at this. Words written by your friend, Micheline.
What's it say?
It says, what a dope Bertie is.
What? Well, then...
Yeah, this Micheline's a smart babe. She wanted to get that piece of paper with your doodling on it. She figured it meant you were still alive. So she pretends to write a note.
But why that? Why that stuff about Bertie being a dope?
Well, she just wrote the first thing that came into her head, figuring I'd never see it. But she gave herself away.
What?
Yeah.
I still don't follow you.
Oh, it's a cinch, baby. What a dope, she writes. Well, do you think a real French dame would write that?
You mean Micheline is a phony?
That's right, genius. Micheline has a racket of her own.
And she figures to chisel in on us.
Unless we stop her.
How are you going to stop her?
Well, that's where you come in, Gabby. But first, there's a little job for you, Candy. Here.
Hey, what's this? My Life and Death with Bertie Carmichael by Candy Nugent Carmichael. Well, who wrote it?
Take a look at it.
Well, it's nothing but a stack of old letters. Who's going to read that?
Nobody, beautiful. And that's where you come in. Now, look, here's the name and address of the chief trustee of Bertie's estate. Now, go on up there and tell him you've decided to sell your life story to the Daily Sentinel and you want to check some facts on Bertie.
Well, what if he wants to read it?
He won't, if you handle it right. Now, get on up there, baby. Gabby has a job to do, too.
What are you doing here? What have you got there?
The radio, lady. Mr. Carmichael bought it for you, I guess.
A radio? Oh, you must be mistaken. I'm accompanying Mr. Carmichael on his vacation. He would not give me a radio now. You must take it back.
Sorry, ma'am. I got orders to bring it here, and that's what I'm doing.
Oh? Very well, all right. Well, what are you waiting for? Is not the radio all right?
Radio's all right, but...
What? Oh, help! Help!
Come here, you're going for a ride. Now, don't try screaming, babe. You're going for a little ride. Right inside that radio crate.
Nice work, Gabby. Nice work.
I guess I didn't hit her too hard. She's been kicking up a fuss most of the way.
Okay, it's a good thing you didn't hurt her. I want to talk to her. Let her out now.
Wait a minute, sister.
Well, Frenchie, did you have a good ride?
Oh, Frenchie, you.
Oh. What's happened to the French accent?
Never mind that. What's the idea of shanghaiing me?
Want me to shut her up, Ray?
No, let her alone. She can't do any harm here in my office.
That's what you think. Wait till the cops get here. We'll see how smart you are.
Cops, is it? You've got as much to lose with the cops as I have, baby. You wouldn't call the cops, now, would you, Frenchie?
Oh, wouldn't I? It just so happens, Mr. Race Wiley, that I did.
Yeah?
I stole one of your pet little ideas. I wrote a letter and dropped it through a hole in the radio crate before your gorilla got it out of the house. I had a hunch I was going to meet you again.
So, you invited the cops to drop in on me, did you? Oh, you little...
Well, go ahead, shoot me. That'll help a lot when the cops get here, any minute now. They might even hear the shot. Go on, shoot. That'll just fix everything for you.
Let me have her, Race. No cops will hear what I'm going to do to her next.
Now, lay off her, Gabby, lay off. We're in a spot. Maybe she has tipped off the cops, and maybe she hasn't. But we're taking no chances. Now, open the door.
Jeez,
huh?
Here comes Candy.
Race!
Here, Candy, what's the matter? The cops?
No, it's Bertie Carmichael. He's right behind me.
Bertie?
He was in the trustee's office when I got there. So help me, Race, I didn't see him until all of a sudden there he was. And then I ran.
What's the matter with you? What are you scared of? That runt?
Well, he was like a madman when he saw me. I swear he's going to kill me if he catches me.
Don't worry, none. I'll take care of this guy.
No, get out of the way, Gabby. This is one guy I just left.
No, you don't. Leave that girl alone.
Don't worry about me. Get the gun, Bertie.
I got it.
Oh, nice going, Bertie. That's all from muscle bound.
All right, Race. You too, my beloved wife. Stand up. I said stand up. There's still some bullets in this gun.
Take it easy, Bertie.
I told you, gun crazy.
Shut up, Mrs. Carmichael. I'll do the talking in this family.
Oh, Bertie, you're terrific. Did you get my note?
What?
Did you get a note, Bertie? You heard the lady. She dropped you a line while my late friend Gabby here was kidnapping her. Surely you got the note, Bertie.
Shut up. I don't know what she's talking about, Miss Shalene. You told me to check with the trustees before I left town.
Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
That I was a spy?
You're a what?
The trustees hired me to see what I could find out about the kind of friends you had, Bertie. They didn't like your marriage to Candy Nugent, for one thing.
Now, don't tell me you were on the level, Frenchie.
Oh, the French teaching act was a phony.
Don't believe her, Bertie. She's all phony.
Shut up, Candy. We're licked. We might as well get ready to face the cops.
All right. No. Bertie, keep that gun on them. They might take advantage of you.
Now, that's where we're going. We'll need friends. Hey, Bertie, do me a favor, will you?
That depends, Race. What?
Well, just this. Drop me a line sometime, will you, pal? I want to hear how you get along with number 11. I always was a sucker for romance.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, Barbie, a murder story about airplanes tonight, hmm? Is it tough to solve?
It looks like you know the identity of the murder almost right from the start, Dan. But you wonder if the police will ever find out.
Oh, frame-up, huh? Well, I like that kind of a story once in a while.
Oh, this is a honey of a frame-up. One that doesn't seem to have any loose ends.
But right triumphs in the end, hmm?
Why, Mr. Glenn, I'm surprised at you.
Yeah? Why, Tom?
We're talking about right at the end of the story. Everything's right in these stories right from the start. Just listen.
Okay, Tom. Places, everybody. Set the scene for tonight's story, will you?
Operation Murder. The scene is the office in an isolated building where Ann Logan, former woman speed pilot turned aviation engineer, is working on a government-sponsored secret experiment. Doug Ward has just come in.
Doug, what's the idea of dropping in on me here? You know,
Yeah, sure, I know, Ann. But I was just driving by when I saw a very shady customer coming out of your place.
What do you mean?
A guy named Lopez. As soon as he saw me, he ducked.
Lopez. I never heard of him. Maybe some friend of Austin's.
Well, this guy's nobody's friend, Ann. I had plenty of trouble with him way back when I was flying in Spain.
Well, I'm not going to worry about him. That's Austin's department.
Well, you're kind of leaving everything to Austin these days, aren't you?
Austin is important to me.
Sure, I know. Got yourself engaged to him because of his bankroll. Ann, how could you sell out like that?
I didn't sell out. Austin Ames is... Well, he's done more than anybody to make this operation successful.
Okay, so he put up the dough.
It's more than that, Doug. He's seriously interested in the future of aviation. He's not just a...
That's right. He's no stick pusher.
You know I never called you a stick pusher, Doug. It's just... Well, I always hoped you'd grow up and get serious about flying. Doug, you could amount to something.
It's a laugh. Do you know anybody who's done more flying than me?
Sure, you're just about as hot as any flyer in the country on stunt stuff. But you're not young. You ought to settle down. Why don't you take the job I offered you?
No thanks, Angel. I don't need charity. There's still dough and test stuff.
Oh, but any day now your nerves will get you and you'll be grounded for good. What'll you do then?
I'll get by, Ann.
Oh, sure, any bum can get by. But you know too much about flying to let it go to waste. Look what an amateur like Austin can do. Why, you...
The main difference between your pal Austin and me is that bank account of his. Now, maybe if I'd have had that, you'd be engaged to me instead of him.
Oh, please, Doug, don't start that again. You know, we had that out long before Austin and I were engaged.
Okay, Angel, okay. I just don't want you to forget that I'll always be available.
Oh, Doug, if you'd only grow up, get a serious interest, you could change if you wanted to.
Look, Ann, don't try to keep making me over. I could sweet-talk you, baby, but you know cloud hoppers like me don't change. I'll be a stick pusher until they ground me. But you don't want me that way.
That's right. I want a man with a purpose in life. Oh, hello, Austin.
Hi, Ann. We're all set.
Oh, hello, Austin. You don't mind if I visit your future bride, do you?
Oh, I didn't see you, Ward. I don't like to seem rude, but you don't belong here, you know.
Now, Austin, don't be that way. Doug's an old friend.
That's all right, Ann. I'll take off.
No, Doug. Austin didn't mean it that way, did you, Austin?
Ann, this office is full of secret plans. Plans we swore to protect until this plane is ready.
Austin, aren't you forgetting?
Oh, it's all right, Ann.
Wait a minute. Maybe I am a little touchy. Working under pressure,
Well, you don't have to worry about me, old-timer. I haven't seen sign of your secret plans.
Oh, you two. Why don't you be friends?
I was just going to suggest, Doug, we could make a good spot for you.
Now, that's more like it. I was just telling Doug.
Oh, no. I'm not on the skids yet.
You don't get it, Doug. This is a big operation, made to order for you.
Sorry.
How would you like to make the first test of our new plane?
Wait a minute. I'm going to make that flight. After all...
Now, take it easy, Ann. I know you counted on this.
Counted on it. I'm going.
Ann, we need publicity. The kind we can get with Doug as a pilot. He's the best-known flyer in the country. That'll get us twice as much space in the papers.
Look, that plane is my baby. I've given her everything.
I know, darling, but your safety means too much to me. I couldn't think of you cracking up.
Well, what are you so excited about? Ann's as good as they come.
Well, if Doug would, I might be willing.
I knew you'd see it, Ann. You've always wanted Doug as a partner.
No, not so fast. I might do this test, but...
If you would, Doug.
Well, it's only because I don't like to see you taking chances, Angel.
That's the spirit. We'll work out details later.
Oh, it's going to be good to have you around, Doug.
Sure it is. We can take a look at the ship now while you're cleaning up, Ann?
Swell. Why don't the three of us go out tonight, sort of celebrate?
Hey, what is this? I just said that I'm...
Sure, Doug, but Ann's just happy to have you with us.
Oh, I'm so glad you said yes.
Okay, Angel. You wear that favorite dress of mine, and I'll go.
That's a date. Take care of him, Austin. I'll hurry.
Atta girl. See you soon.
Well, Austin, you sure you go for this deal?
Of course.
Well, I just thought that...
Forget it. I trust Ann. And besides, we couldn't let her take any chances on this test flight, could we?
Well, there's always that 1,000,000 to 1.
Sure, and besides, there are certain details I don't think Ann could handle.
What do you mean? Ann ought to know all about her own plane. After all, she designed it.
Of course. That's exactly why.
I don't get it.
It's because she did design the ship that I can't let her make the test.
What's that?
Ann would make a success of the test or die in the attempt.
Oh, you mean if somebody's got to die, you'd rather it be me?
Not that. I just can't afford to let this be a success.
What?
Oh, I've got reasons. You see, I don't have as much money as Ann thinks I have. So when I got this offer...
What offer?
Never mind that. I need money to keep Ann in business.
Well, but if this test flight's good, you'll have all the money you'll ever need.
If it's successful. But what if it isn't?
Well, any designer takes that gamble. Failure means you may go broke.
Well, I'm not taking that chance. We're going to fail and get well paid for it. Very well paid.
Oh, come on. Talk sense. Ann doesn't go for failure.
That's where you come in. You're going to deliberately crack up.
Now, wait a minute.
You're going to pile up that plane so it'll look like something's wrong with the design.
Oh, so that's the angle, huh? Well, you cheap little rat. You've sold out to a rival company. Oh, no, I'm taking off.
Not so fast, Birdman. I'm afraid you'll find it a little difficult to get out of here.
Yeah?
I had a hunch you might not like this job. That's why I made other arrangements.
Well, hey, who's this jerk?
Come on in, Sammy. Our hero is going to require some persuasion. He doesn't seem to realize he's involved in a very melodramatic situation.
Okay, boss. Just let me...
Is this overstuffed character part of the melodrama?
This, Doug, is Samson. He used to be a circus strongman, but he found my kind of work pays better.
Okay, boss. Now...
Get away from me, muscle-bound.
Just keep an eye on him, Sammy. I want my friend Doug to understand the plot.
Hey, Austin, you haven't seen enough movies. Don't you know the hero always comes out on top?
Does he?
Yeah, he does. For instance, I haven't forgotten my...
Hey,
my arm!
No, it's not busted.
Take your hands off him, Doug. I got you covered.
What? Oh, guns make you nervous, don't they?
Shut up. I don't want to shoot you yet. Sammy, here's one for you. Catch.
Nice throw, boss.
Now, Birdman, we've got you covered from both sides.
Yeah, fast work, Austin. Maybe the movies could use you.
Just shut up and start moving. And remember, there are 2 guns in your bag. You think this is melodrama, Birdman? Take a look at that plane.
Wow. Hey, I gotta hand it to Ann. She sure did a job of design on this baby.
So you're impressed, huh? Well, just watch Sammy. He's going to do a few tricks with that window over there.
Hey, what's the idea? That's a sure way to get the cops here.
Absolutely. That's part of the plot.
Okay, genius, you got me, but...
By the time they get here, you'll be all ready for them.
Oh, me?
You. Remember? In this plot, the hero is the fall guy. Now, just climb up there in the cabin. We need a few fingerprints.
Oh, so that's why you always wear gloves.
Get up there. There isn't much time.
All right.
Okay. Come on down now.
Hey, look, what kind of a brainstorm are you having?
Come here now. Look. Take a look at this engine.
Well?
Yeah, that's right. Get your hands in there. Now, Sammy.
Yeah, boss?
You keep him covered while I get these emery filings ready.
Emery filings? And that... Why, you'll cut the heart out of that motor.
Let me kill him now, boss.
Why, that's one of the oldest tricks there is. Anybody knows that emery
Sure
filings...
they do. And the cops are going to think you were the stupid guy who used emery to conk out the ship of Ann.
Why, you little
let me
brat,
kill him, boss. Let's get it over here.
No, Sammy, do you hear me?
Oh, you big ape, you!
Help! I've been
Hey, Austin. Austin. What's the matter with you? Great Scott, man, he's dead.
Dead? You killed him. You shot him with my gun.
No, I didn't. Your gun must have gone off when we were fighting. It was an accident. It must have been.
Hey, what's that? You... It wasn't you. Somebody over there.
So you thought it was an accident, Doug?
Ann, where are you? What? Well, it was an accident, wasn't it? You saw.
Was it? Move back a little, Doug. I want to see if Sammy's really dead. Yes. Funny, isn't it? One bullet took care of poor old Austin, but it took 2 to finish Sammy. Tough, wasn't he?
Ann, you're crazy. You must have gone out of your head. Here, give me that gun.
No, stay where you are, Doug. Don't try anything smart. I'm going to call the police.
But you just killed Austin and Sammy.
And you're going to call the police?
That's right, darling. I'm going to call the police. So you better scram. They might find you, Doug.
Oh, and for the love of Mike, find me.
You
Why?
see, Doug, I know this place like a book. I can get out of here without anybody seeing me. I don't think you can. Oh, they'll find you all right.
And wait a minute, where are you going? You shot these men in cold blood. You can't walk.
Can't I, Doug? So long, and happy landings. Dick pusher.
Anne Logan. Will she get away with the cold-blooded killing of Austin Ames and his bodyguard Sampson? Will Doug Ward be able to convince the police that he did not kill Anne's partner? Well, the second act will answer those questions. But in the meantime... And now, Act Two of Operation Murder. Police Detective Juergens has arrived on the murder scene and has begun to question the flyer, Doug Ward.
What do you take me for, Ward? You'd better start talking if you want to have any chance at all.
I told you I didn't do it.
Sure you didn't do it. But you were sitting here when I come in, weren't you? You admit you were fighting with these guys.
Well, I didn't kill him. I told you that. All I know is the shots came out of the dark, behind those empty crates.
Well, who was it then? Who was behind them boxes?
Well, I can't tell you.
You can tell me, and you will tell me, or you'll hang. Who are you protecting? Come on, Ward. I know you're a great stunt flyer, but that don't give you no license to commit murder.
I didn't murder anybody.
Well, maybe you'll start talking when we find the fingerprints on the gun you left lying here.
Look, I didn't have a gun. I don't even carry one.
Okay, so you took it off of one of these guys. Everybody knows you were sweet on that gal, Ann Logan. You were jealous, weren't you?
Oh, but not like you're trying to make it look.
You were mad because Ames was in on this new plane that Logan girl designed. You figured you could make it look like Ames was no good.
Oh, no, you're crazy.
You came here to jimmy up that plane, and you figured to make it look like Austin Ames had done it.
I tell you, you're wrong,
Had
Juergens.
it all figured out, didn't you? Only Austin comes along and catches you at it, and so you get mad and kill him.
No.
You killed Austin Ames, and then you shot Sammy because he was a witness.
No, you've got it all mixed up. Ann...
What about Ann? She telephoned the station, and she'll be here in a minute.
All right, Ann Logan was a friend. I was going to make the test flight for her.
She asked you to?
No, Austin did. He was double-crossing Ann. He wanted to make the test flop. He tried to hire me to pull a phony crack up.
Well, then why did you kill him? Wouldn't he pay you enough?
I told you I didn't kill him. Now,
Oh, no. No, Inspector, you don't think Doug Ward killed... Oh, he couldn't have.
Ann.
Surely it couldn't be Doug, Inspector. Why, Doug had agreed to pilot the ship in tomorrow's test flight because Austin didn't want me to take the chance.
He did, huh?
Yes, of course, Doug and Austin weren't very good friends, but I guess Doug felt it would be better if I didn't take the chance. You know, you can't always tell about new planes.
Is that why your friend Doug came here tonight? Because you and Austin invited him?
No. I guess Doug was curious about the plane. He just dropped in and asked if he could take a look.
And you took him out to see it?
Why, no. Doug is a friend. I knew, of course, it would be all right for him to go alone.
Alone?
You're sure he was alone?
That's right. Austin and Sammy went out a few minutes later. And then I heard shots.
And...
I didn't know what to make of it. I was frightened, and I ran out to find help.
Oh, so that's the way you want it, huh? Well, I'm sorry, Juergens. Hey, stop him. He's getting away.
What is the meaning of this?
Hello, Lopez. You surprised?
Get out. What do you mean, breaking
This
into
makes the second time today you've tried to ignore me, Lopez.
I do not know you. Get out.
Oh, you know me all right, Lopez. That's why you're so nervous. You've been worried about me.
Get out, or I shall call
No. Not until we've had a little talk. And don't reach for that desk drawer. Have you forgotten, Lopez, that I'm an expert on judo?
Why, oh!
Yeah. What's the matter? Make you squirm?
All right. You are Doug Ward, and I am Ramon Lopez, but this is not Spain.
Hiya! Oh! I told you not to reach for that gun.
Listen, Ward.
You ought to learn to act better, Lopez. Now that you're an airline executive.
This is a legitimate business.
Sure.
What do you want?
How much did you pay for the plans to Ann Logan's plane?
What? You think...
You heard me. How much?
Let me go. Let go of my arm.
Look, I saw you coming out of Ann Logan's office. I know your tricks. Now, how much?
No, I can't tell.
Look, Lopez, you've been selling your services to one country after another. Your reputation isn't worth a nickel.
My arm.
Now, just tell me how much. How much did you pay for the plans?
All right. 300,000.
300. Ann.
You see, Miss Logan? Here he is.
Oh, Doug, I was so sure we wouldn't find you here.
What?
May I ask what is the meaning of this?
It just means
No,
that...
no, Inspector. I'm sure you're wrong. Why, there must be some explanation for Doug's being here.
Well, Ann, you know darn well why I'm here.
Oh, Doug, you misunderstand me. Why, I just told the inspector what you said about seeing Mr. Lopez.
What?
Well, I only thought... You see, if Doug was right in saying he'd seen you near my office, why, that must mean you'd come to see Austin.
What's the game, Ann?
I'm so sorry about this, Doug. If I'd had any idea we'd find you here, but I only thought Lopez must know something because of all the things you've told me about him.
What is this?
Well, Doug always said if I ever wanted to sell out to a foreign country, that you were the man to see.
Looks like your goose is cooked, Ward.
What? Do you mean you're falling for her story?
Nah, none of that, Ward.
You won't need me anymore, will you, Inspector? I'm so on edge. Do you mind if I go on home?
Sure enough, Miss Logan. And thanks for having that hunch about Lopez.
Doug, I'm really awfully sorry.
Oh.
Look, Juergens, are you going to let
Pipe
her...
down, Ward, and start talking now.
But she...
Sure. She was too smart for you, wasn't she? You shouldn't have blabbed about your friend Lopez.
Listen, why do you think I came to this guy's office? Get him to tell you about the $300,000 he paid out for the plans to Ann's plane.
It is a lie, Inspector. I demand that you take this man away.
Look, Juergens, this guy's bad medicine wherever he goes. He's admitted that he paid out 300,000 berries to get the design for Ann's ship on condition that the test flight was called off. Now, he paid that money to Ann Logan herself.
What?
He is guessing, Inspector. He knows nothing.
Oh, yeah? Well, then what were you doing in Ann's office?
It is true. I went there, but not to see Miss Logan. I make my arrangements with our partner, this Austin Ames.
What arrangements?
The people I represent pay Austin Ames to make sure the test flight is a failure. But it is understood this Doug Ward is to be the pilot.
Do you mean that Ward was to fix the plane so it would crash?
That is correct. However, Austin Ames anticipated some trouble in persuading Ward.
Oh, so you killed Ames because he wouldn't pay you enough. Is that it, Ward?
Look, Juergens, I told you I didn't kill anybody. The killer is your friend, Ann Logan.
Ann Logan?
That's right. I saw her do it.
What? You told me you didn't know
I know. I couldn't figure out why she did it then. But when she began acting sorry for me, acting like she was defending me, I realized I was supposed to be the fall guy.
What was her motive, then, if your story's true?
Money. Austin Ames was her husband-to-be. She wanted his money, not him. When she got engaged to him, she got him to make a will in her favor.
Are you guessing, or do you know?
I'll bet on what I say being right. Look, if you just let me talk to her, ask her some questions, I can trap her. I know I can.
Okay, then come on.
Then I am free now?
You're going to have to answer some questions about those plane plans and that money, Lopez, but we'll take care of that later. Just don't get any ideas about getting away. Come on, Wood.
Why, Miss Logan, you startled me. What brings you back to my office? The policeman and that flyer Ward, they just left for your apartment.
I never went to my apartment, Lopez. I waited outside. Waited till they left. I saw them leave.
That was clever, Miss Logan. But why?
Because I wanted to talk to you alone, without anyone hearing us.
What about?
I'm new at this plane design business, Lopez. A lot depends on what happens to my first job. Ever let a story get out that I was mixed up in a sellout to a foreign country and I'd be licked. Done. Nobody'd give me another chance. I've got to know, Lopez. Were you dealing with Austin or weren't you?
I am afraid I cannot discuss my business affairs with you, Miss Logan.
Oh, yes, you can. You can do that or answer for 2 murders.
right now.
Me? 2 murders? First you tried to blame the flyer for them, and now you think you can change to me. I doubt that, Miss Logan. I doubt it very much.
I saw you kill them, Lopez. Saw you drop the gun and run. I picked it up and went ahead.
You think you would make the police believe a story like that? Fantastic. Particularly after what you have said about Doug Ward.
Oh, no, it's true, and I can prove it. I had my gloves on, Lopez, and I guarded your fingerprints carefully. They're still on the gun. I imagine the police could trace it to you if I told them where to look.
You made a mistake coming here alone, Miss Logan.
What? That gun. So you admit...
I admit nothing, Miss Logan, except that I am about to commit a murder.
Listen, you couldn't kill me. Not here.
I can do it and admit it freely. I'll say that you came back here to kill me, just as you killed Ames and his stooge, that I shot in self-defense, and I can take care of the fingerprints on that gun.
So there are fingerprints. You admit you killed them.
It doesn't make much difference now, Miss Logan, to you or to me.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ames made a deal with me. He took the money. And he insisted he'd get Doug Ward to crack up the plane so the test would be a failure. But Doug Ward turned down the deal. I knew he would talk. I couldn't afford to have my operations known.
But why didn't you kill Doug?
And let Austin Ames have that over my head? No, my dear. That wouldn't have done at all. And now?
No, you can't shoot me.
Here, stick him up, Lopez, or I'll shoot to kill.
Han, are you hurt?
He just got me in the shoulder. But how come you came back?
You came here with me, remember, Miss Logan? You said you were going to your apartment when you left here.
She lied. She stayed
We
here.
heard why she stayed here, Lopez.
But how did you know I'd be here?
Well, you came with me, and there wasn't a cab any place around, not for blocks. Didn't seem like you could have gotten far enough away so we couldn't see you. So we came back to see what you were up to.
Yeah, we heard Lopez's admission to the murders.
You should have told me about him before.
I had to be sure about Austin Ames being a crook. I had to know about Lopez's plane deal with Ames. I'm sorry I had to mix you into a duck, but I wouldn't let them convict you. And there had to be somebody to keep the police interested until I could talk to Lopez. Well, you were handy.
Handy? Well, I won't be from now on, Ann. Since you've become a big business gal, you know you're out of my league. No, I'm going to stick to test flights from now on, where a guy isn't risking his life all the time.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
The story for tonight's Mystery House trial, Barbie, Murder is an Art. Does it deal with some artistic form of mayhem?
It's the method that's artistic, Dan. It's a story of domestic trouble that ends in unpleasant death. And there's a real puzzle to unravel.
Well, let's start unraveling. I'm raring to go.
Well, so are the rest of the folks.
I bet nobody's as enthusiastic as I am.
Yeah, well, how come you're so enthusiastic, Tom? You know, you aren't playing a part tonight in the show. That is, aside from narrator.
Oh, yes, I am, Mr. Glenn. A mighty important part. Just listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Murder is an art. Our story opens in the acid-steeped workroom of Henri Wales, top commercial photographer. Henri's wife, Josephine, is talking to Cal Grayson, a young artist, offering him encouragement.
Your work is coming along beautifully, Cal. These new watercolors, they show much improvement.
I don't want to talk about watercolors, Josie.
Now, you should talk about them, think about them, and dream about them. You must make me proud to have helped you, even so little.
You could help me plenty.
Kelvin, remember your promise.
But hang it, Josie, I love you. What difference does it make what I promised?
Please, Cal, you are so young. Love, for you it is with a young girl, not me.
You're young and beautiful. What difference does 10 years make? I'm old enough to...
You need a girl of your own age, and not a married woman. Henri and I...
You don't love Henri. You couldn't.
No. You said you would not talk like that. Henri is my husband.
A photographer.
Henri is an artiste. His photographs are the finest in all...
You know why they're good, don't you? Because he makes you sit in this filthy, smelly room, retouching stuff. You... a painter who could do great things.
You don't know what I could do. I am Henri's wife, and my duty...
Duty? To that louse?
Kelvin, I can't have you talking so. You must stop coming here. I try to encourage you because you have the spark of artistic talent. But romance is for young people. You and Cynthia.
Cynthia? It's you I want, Josie. You.
Kel, you stay away from me. How dare you?
I love you, Josie.
You're a boy. A romantic, spoiled boy. And you must not... Oh, I cannot see you again.
Don't go, please. Stay here. I've got to make you understand.
Kelvin, let go of my arm. I said to...
Please, Josie, listen to me. Try to understand.
Kelvin, you're hurting me. You're a young fool. I'm going to tell Henri about you. About how you...
You wouldn't dare.
You leave me no choice when you act like this. Yes, I will tell him.
No. You're not going to wreck everything in the world for me. You're not going to do it, understand? I won't let you.
Kelvin, your fingers on the... No. Kel, I can't breathe. Let me go. For the love of heaven. You... No.
Josie, what? What is it? What's wrong?
Henri. No.
Josie, come on. What's happened? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me like this. Water. I'll get you a glass of water. You'll be all right. You've got to be all right. I didn't mean to hurt you, Josie. You know I didn't mean to hurt you. I wouldn't have strangled you. I was just mad and upset. I didn't know what I was doing. Josie, wake up. You've got to wake up. Cynthia, what did you...
My, what a touching scene. What happened to her?
I did it. I lost my head.
Did what?
Made her faint.
With her weak heart, almost anything can make her faint. Now pull yourself together and get her a glass of water. But first, maybe we should put her on the Davenport. All right. Say, she's really out cold. Well, I read someplace that rubbing the wrist stimulates the circulation. Gal.
You think she's coming too?
No. There's no pulse. I think she's dead.
I killed her. Murdered her.
Cal, stop saying that. Now pull yourself together. We've got to figure out
What's there to figure? Call the police. No use my trying to run away.
You're not going to run away. But before I call the police, we've got to figure out what you're going to tell them.
There's nothing to tell them, except that I killed her. I knew about her heart. I shouldn't have... Somebody just came in the studio reception room. What? I can't do it, Cynthia.
Grow up. You stay in here while I see who it is. And don't go to pieces.
But the police...
The police couldn't know about this. It'll be a customer. Just sit there and keep quiet.
Why, hello, Taffy. Hi, sweetheart. A little slow getting out here, aren't you?
I have to work for a living.
I'll ignore that crack, darling. Where is he?
Where's who?
You know who.
Why, he's on a job.
You wouldn't lie to me, dear. He wouldn't be in the back room, would he?
No, you can't.
What's getting you in such an uproar? I'll bet
Don't open that door, Taffy. Henry's not there.
I can't open it with you standing in front of it, that's for sure. You're hiding something.
Taffy, please, don't go back there. You know how Josie feels about you.
Oh, so she's in there.
Yes, and you shouldn't come here, Taffy. Henri promised her he wouldn't see you anymore.
What he promised her is no concern of mine. But you can tell him for me that if he stands me up on one more date...
Why not tell him yourself, Taffy? You'll undoubtedly see him before I do. I just work here.
Well, okay. But goodbye, darling.
Cal.
Who was it?
Never mind. It was nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. With her dead in there? What am I going to tell the police?
If you'd pipe down a minute, maybe I could think of something. You're in a spot. If I didn't love you so much...
Love? Don't even talk about such a thing, not with her back there murdered.
Be quiet. You choked her, but there'll be marks on her neck. But the police won't know they're your finger marks.
Henri will know. He suspects me anyway. He's told me to stay away from Josie.
He's been out at a big estate all day taking pictures. He won't suspect anything.
But he's jealous of me.
You flatter yourself. Now, let's see. We'll say that someone came in. A mysterious stranger.
You can't get away with that.
This character came in while you and I were in the developing room. You came into the dark room to see me, and we heard Josie scream. That's it.
No.
We heard her scream, and both ran out here. Josie was all crumpled up on the floor. The door to the reception room was open. You ran out there and saw our mysterious character lamming out the door. He had too much of a start on you.
They won't believe it.
They'll have to believe it. I'll be backing up your story. Can you remember it? You didn't see enough of the fellow to be able to give a good description of him. Now drill the story into your head, Cal, and stick to it. Stick to it. Unless you do, you're done. Lieutenant Kamek, I'm Cynthia Bradley.
Cynthia Bradley, huh? You work here?
Yes, and this is my friend Cal Grayson. We were together when we heard Josie's scream.
Yeah. And you saw the guy who did it, right?
I guess so.
What do you mean you guess so? Did you or didn't you?
Why, yes, we saw him.
He's upset, Lieutenant. He's an artist. A sensitive person. And Mrs. Wales was a good friend.
Where's her husband? Why isn't he here?
Well, I called him, Lieutenant. He was on a job, taking pictures out at a big estate.
Mm-hmm. Just you two alone here, huh?
Yes. I called Mr. Wells right after I called you. He'll be here soon. But to get back to the story, Cal...
Suppose you let Cal tell me what he was doing. Well, young man, what's the story?
I came here to see Cynthia. We used to go to art school together.
What's that got to do with it?
What he's trying to say is that we've been going together, Lieutenant.
Well, let him say it then. Where were you when you heard this scream?
Cynthia was working in the dark room, and I'd gone in to talk to her. And then the scream...
And Cal ran out, and there was Josie, all crumpled.
I saw someone running through the door, a man.
We'd never seen him before.
He didn't have much of a start on you, Grayson.
I know. But I was stunned at seeing Mrs. Wales. I guess I stood there too long, just doing nothing. When I came to and up to chase him, I was too late. And Josie...
Josie?
You two seem pretty familiar with the woman.
Why, of course. She was a painter before she married Henri Wales, and she did a lot to encourage young painters like Cal. She'd given up her own work.
He made her do it.
No, Cal. You see, Lieutenant, Henri Wales is a fine photographer, and his wife did expert retouching.
She was too good for that. He had no right to...
Why, Mr. Wales...
Yes. Cynthia, this... What you tell me on the phone, it is true? I got here as fast as I could. Where is she? Quick.
Oh, a minute, just a moment.
My wife? Well, what is happening
Your
to
wife's
her?
dead, Wales. There's nothing you can do to help her now, except help us figure out how it happened.
My Josephine. What is this young man doing here? I've
He
told
was here
him...
to see me when it happened, Mr. Wales.
I've told him that... I'm excited. I do not mean to be nasty, Cal. There's only this... Josephine.
It's my fault Cal was here. I asked him to drop in.
What's the matter, Wales? This fella done something to make you sore?
No, nothing.
You were about to make a crack about telling him to keep away from here. What was it?
It was just that once I was a little jealous.
Cal brought his paintings in for Josie to criticize, and she admired his work. That's all.
Yeah? When a man's jealous, he usually has some reason.
Josephine was so much to me, but when this boy seemed so crazy about her, cost was nothing to her.
No? She thought more of me than you, Henri.
Cal!
You! She was a woman, and you a little boy.
I'm old enough to know what love is. And I loved her a lot more than you ever did, you heel.
You don't say.
He doesn't know what he's saying, Lieutenant. He's all mixed up.
Yeah, he's mixed up all right. Maybe he don't know what he's saying, but I do. I'm beginning to see what happened.
Oh, no, Lieutenant. You're wrong.
This mysterious stranger, Grayson. What do you look like?
I don't know. I didn't see enough of him.
You choked her yourself, didn't you? Well, answer me.
Don't let him bully you, Cal. I was with him, Lieutenant.
Now, keep out of this. You've admitted you loved the woman, Grayson. You told her, didn't you? And she was still in love with her husband. She wouldn't have anything to do with you. She sent you packing. So you got mad and grabbed her by the throat.
No, it wasn't like that at all.
He was with me, Lieutenant. How many
Keep
times...
still.
But this boy, he's not a murderer, officer. He is an artist, a sensitive, emotional...
Emotional enough to get crazy mad,
But
yeah.
it is not in an artist to destroy. An artist creates things, beautiful things.
Save it. Artists go crazy quicker than anybody. Come on, genius.
The phone...
Never mind, I'll get it. Hello? Yes, it's Kamek. Huh? What? You're kidding. Oh, you're sure, huh? And I guess that louses things up good for me, Joe. I thought I had this one on a platter. So long. Anybody who gets on the homicide squad should have his head examined of all that...
there is something wrong, officer?
Wrong. He just got the medical examiner's report on the body.
What about it?
She wasn't strangled to death.
What?
No sign of choking at all.
Her heart. Yes, she has...
Yeah. It was her heart, all right. She died from an overdose of digitalin. Enough to kill a healthy horse. She was poisoned.
Josephine Wales poisoned? But I thought... Well, we'll find out who poisoned her and why in the second act. Meanwhile...
And now the second act of Murder is an Odd. Lieutenant Kamek, baffled by the medical examiner's report, is questioning the dead woman's husband.
Now, Wales, I want to look over the whole layout here.
You are welcome to look, but I've been trying to tell you, Lieutenant. My wife was taking digitalin. It was prescribed.
Not the way she took it, it wasn't prescribed. Doctor says there wasn't enough in those tablets of hers to...
Her heart was very weak. Perhaps the doctor did not realize...
He realizes the way she was loaded with the stuff. Yeah. Is this the room where she worked?
Yes. These are her things. Her brushes.
Uh-huh.
What's this stuff here?
Opaques, paints for retouching my pictures.
Okay. Where do you work?
Here, my cameras, my desk.
Yeah. Look, you think your wife was leading this boy Cal on?
But no, he is only a boy.
Well, he says he was in love with her.
He's a little fool. Josephine, she liked to encourage all young painters. What are you doing? Those are my...
Yeah, I know, your letters.
But they are personal. You have no right to go through my desk. I demand
Now,
that...
don't get excited. Uh-huh. Yeah. Who's Taffy?
Give me those letters. They have nothing to do with
I
this.
said who's Taffy?
Why, only a girl, a model.
Your wife know about her?
Give me those letters. They have no concern to you.
No? I'd like to talk to this Taffy. Maybe she knows something about digitalin.
Digitalin is a medicine, a prescription.
And in this case, a prescription for death. Bradley, what do you know about Taffy Landon?
Taffy Landon? Who's she?
You are making a mistake,
She
Kamek.
came here once in a while, Lieutenant, when Josie wasn't here. She was in love with Henri.
But I protest.
Yeah, those letters showed that.
The letter... she was a friend.
Yeah, I could tell that. And what a friend.
But that is over. I sent her away. You can ask her.
Don't worry, I will.
But what does all this have to do with Josie?
It is a mistake.
Hi, Taffy.
Well, quite a party. No welcome, Henri?
There's no time for welcome, sister. What's this between you and Wales?
Why, has Josie tried to make some trouble?
Josie's dead, Taffy. Murdered.
Oh, but I can't believe that.
Oh, well, it's true anyway. Now, what was the deal between you and Wales?
Why, he promised to marry me as soon as...
No. Taffy, for the love of heaven. It was only a flirtation, Lieutenant.
Henri, you promised you'd marry me as soon as you could get rid of... divorce her. You know you did.
Well, and just about does it. You had to get rid of your wife so you could marry this girl.
It isn't true. I love my wife. Taffy was only one of my models.
Those letters don't read that way.
But I can prove...
You'll have plenty of time to prove things, Wales. I'm taking you into the station right now.
It's awfully nice of you to bring me home, Lieutenant.
Oh, it's a pleasure. You were pretty crazy about Wales, huh?
Well, he was sweet. Isn't there any chance that he'll get off?
You can't tell what a jury will do. Maybe you'll get him back.
Be your age, Lieutenant. Henri wouldn't ever marry me. He isn't that kind. He doesn't take love seriously. Oh, here's my house.
Just a minute. You mean you don't think he'd have married you if he hadn't got caught?
I don't think he'd ever marry anybody again. He's not the marrying kind.
But his motive for murder. You're it.
Don't be silly, Lieutenant. He didn't need to kill his wife to see me whenever he wanted to. And he was tired of me anyway. He'd been standing me up on dates.
But if that's so, I've got the wrong guy.
I wouldn't know. I'm just a gal trying to get along in the world. Well, good night.
Where's Wales, Miss Bradley?
Why, how should I know? In jail, I suppose.
They've let him out on bail. You haven't seen him, have you?
Of course not. Why?
Somebody just took a wild shot at Taffy Landon.
She's killed?
No, just scared.
Why should Henri...
He saw that the girl's story about him promising to marry her wasn't going to do him any good.
But why would he shoot at her?
To scare her, so she couldn't testify in court.
Oh, but I can't believe that, Lieutenant. I'll bet...
Yeah? What?
I'll bet she fired a shot herself and then called the police. Don't you see? To throw suspicion away from her.
Suspicion? Who's suspecting her?
Why, look, Henri Wales told Taffy he'd marry her if he could get his wife out of the way. If that doesn't give Taffy a motive for the murder...
Yeah, maybe it does, at that.
She had the only motive that makes sense.
Maybe you're right. It's worth talking to her anyway. So long.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Good luck. Why, Cal,
You in the dark room? What were you doing there?
Hiding.
But what for?
To hear what was going on.
Oh, then you know that Taffy pulled a fake shooting to throw suspicion on somebody else. Lieutenant Kamek has just...
You fired that shot, Cynthia.
I? Oh, Cal, don't be silly.
I'm not being silly. I'm just getting smart, Cynthia. I spilled a bottle of Josie's opaque when I was snooping around here, too.
Well, what's that got to do with...
Plenty. There was something funny about that paint. I could smell it.
Oh, your imagination's getting the best of you.
That paint had digitalin mixed with it. A lot of it. Every bottle.
Oh, you must be mistaken. Where...
No. You won't get to destroy it, Cynthia. I've hidden it.
But I don't see...
Josie always moistened the ends of her paintbrushes with her lips and tongue. Henri talked to her about it not being sanitary. So had I. She just laughed at us. We all talked about it. And the paint on those brushes was loaded with digitalin. Every time she licked a paintbrush, she got more digitalin. The poison was cumulative.
Where are those bottles of opaque?
Cynthia, put down that gun.
Where are they? Tell me before...
So you did kill Josie?
Yes, and I'll get away with it, too. Once you're out of the way. You might get them suspecting me with your story. They don't even consider me now.
But you could have let me take the blame in the first place. I thought I had killed her.
Oh, you poor dope. I knew I could handle you any way I wanted. But I needed to pose as your girlfriend, the loyal standby, so they wouldn't suspect me. And Taffy was to be the real fall guy. It's working out that way, too. Get her out of the way.
Taffy? Out of the way of what?
You were so crazy about Josie you couldn't see anything. Henri and I have been in love for months.
But Taffy, she...
Sure. That's why everybody will think Taffy's guilty. She's just a gold digger. Henri doesn't really give two hoots for her. But he'll marry me. He knows I'm serious.
So that's why you killed Josie.
From the way she talked to you, I knew she'd never divorce him. And I started poisoning her months ago, when the doctor began giving her digitalin. Medicine. A little of it. But too much of it was death. All she needed was a little shock to make her heart...
When I got mad at her, what...
Sure. It was too much for her heart. You see, Cal, you really did kill her.
No.
I can even tell them I killed you. I'll tell them it's self-defense. Doesn't get Taffy out of the picture, but I can take care of her.
You couldn't get away with it.
I'll tell them I found out about the digitalin in the paint bottles, that I accused you, and you tried to kill me. You killed her because she wouldn't have anything to do with you. Oh, I'll make the story stick. Don't worry. And then I'll have Henri just as I planned.
Cynthia.
Stand back, no Superman stuff. I'm a good shot. Cal, I'm warning you.
Quit scratching. I'm going to get that gun if...
No!
Get your fingers out of my eyes, you...
So, you thought you would get the gun if you could knock it out of my hand with that chair, did you? Well, you're not good enough. And this time...
Cynthia! Drop the gun, Miss Bradley.
No, I've caught your murder for you, Lieutenant. I figured it all out, and he...
Save it, Miss Bradley. I heard the whole thing.
You what?
Mm-hmm. People don't think of a cop being an artist, but my sneaking a dictograph in here, well, that was kind of a work of art, if I do say so. Give me the gun, Miss Bradley.
Well, all right.
Yeah, you may have been all right at retouching photographs. But when you start trying to change human lives, nah, you ain't that much of an artist.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, hi, Barbie. The story we're trying out for Mystery House tonight deals with freaks, you said. Circus, sideshow people?
That's right, Dan. And they're unlike any people you've ever known. Completely unreal from our way of looking at things, and yet such people actually exist.
Sounds like it ought to be a dandy. Sideshow atmosphere, barkers, all that sort of thing?
You know, Mr. Glenn, the sideshow barker was a forerunner of the radio announcer.
Uh-oh. I feel that remark's leading up to something, Tom.
As a matter of fact, it is. It's leading up to a message from our sponsor.
Okay, Tom, set the scene.
Malice in Wonderland. That's right, folks. I said Wonderland. The great Wonderland circus sideshow with the most gargantuan collection of freaks, monstrosities, and curiosities ever assembled under canvas. Millie, the bearded lady. Jolly Della, who tips the scales at 500 and breaks them at 550. Giuseppe, the greatest sword swallower in the world. Enigmo, the living zombie. Moke and Poke, the jungle monstrosities. And Professor Flesh, the greatest magician the world has ever known. For this one performance only, see 'em all. Don't crowd, don't push. The ticket line foams at the right.
This outfit's jinxed if ever I saw one it was. Why, I ain't gonna be a fat lady no longer if we don't start hitting some business. Wonderland. The wonder is how Flash manages to keep us going. I'm worrying myself half to death wondering when we're going to close.
Well, you haven't lost any weight, Della. You look real good.
Well, thanks, Millie.
It's that midget, Major Tembo. He's a jinx. We've had nothing but trouble since he joined the show.
Oh, there's Enigmo. He wants a drink of water.
Oh, I'll get it for him. You suppose that's a racket? Or can't Enigmo move a muscle except the little finger of his left hand?
Well, if it is a racket, Millie, it's a tough one. Imagine being sprawled out on a cot that way all your life and not being able to say anything or do anything. Just ring a little bell with the little finger of your left hand.
I'll be right back. Oh, hello, Giuseppe.
Hello. Bah, 4 picture postcards of myself I sold the last show. Me, the great Giuseppe, the world's finest sword swallower. 40 cents.
It's that Major Tembo.
Major Tembo is too big in the brain for the rest of his body. Someday I run a sword right down his mouth to the tip of his toes.
He sure got Millie sore saying her beard was a fake.
And what did he tell me? That my swords are fake. Me, the great Giuseppe.
You know, I've seen sideshow people get sucker sore, sick of having people stare at them. But it ain't just the toners Major Tembo hates. He don't seem to like nobody.
Oh, there you are, Giuseppe.
Oh,
hello.
Been looking all over for you. It's time to start the ballet for the next show, Giuseppe.
I am not doing the ballet.
What?
I said I am not doing the ballet.
Look, Giuseppe, you ain't an opera star. How do you think we get the customers in here? You're doing the ballyhoo all right, and right now.
No.
Ah, leave him alone, Flash. He's down in the mouth.
Well, that's the way a sword swallower ought to be, ain't it? Down in the mouth. Get it?
You're a riot, Flash.
Yeah, okay. Come on, snap out of it, Giuseppe. We got to stir up a tip, get a crowd.
Flash, you got to do something about that midget. This can't go on any longer.
Now, calm yourself, Millie. What's wrong now?
I don't mind him saying my beard's a fake because it isn't, and I can prove it. Giuseppe and Della can take care of themselves, too. But when he starts picking on Enigma...
Oh, you're crazy. He ain't done nothing to Enigma.
Enigma rang his bell a couple of minutes ago. Della heard it, too. 4 rings for a glass of water. I took it to him, And there was Major Tembo pinching him to see if he could get any muscular reaction. Pinching him real hard. And poor Enigma not able to do a thing about it.
Well, I guess it don't hurt Enigma any. He can't feel anything.
Well, it's the idea. You've got to get rid of Major Tembo.
Look, I'm running Wonderland, and Major Tembo's a good crowd pleaser.
Crowd pleaser? What crowd?
Look, Giuseppe, I'm trying to be nice. Now, I've been taking it on the chin, and I've been paying off in spite of it.
Paying off? You think the nickels and dimes you toss at us is paying off? I could make more money digging ditches.
Yeah? Well, that's what you'll be doing if you don't come out of the tent with me and do the ballyhoo act.
Let Major Tembo do the bally.
No. Once the town will see him, they won't pay their dough to come inside and look at him. Like with Della, same thing. I tell them she weighs 550 pounds. If they could see, they wouldn't shell out their dough. Oh, no. You don't put your freaks on the bally. You and me, we got to do it.
Major Tembo can do it. Me? I am not.
I never see such a bunch of squirrels. Why I got into this racket, I don't know. Nursing a bunch of slug-nutty freaks.
I am not a freak. My talent has amazed the greatest scientists of the continent.
Yeah, store it.
That midget. He insults us. He pushes everybody around. Let him do the bally.
I ought to fire you, Giuseppe. Now get out on that bally platform before I bust you one.
You better, Giuseppe. Flash is mad.
What's the matter, Giuseppe? You jealous of Tembo?
Me? Jealous of that little peanut? Jealous of that wart on the finger of humanity? Don't be ridiculous.
Okay, I'll just use Major Tembo. I'll put him on the bally and show you how a real freak can draw a crowd. I'll show you what a bum you are.
You think you make me cry? He's what I suggest all the time.
Where is he?
I do not keep track of him. The further away from me he is, the better I like.
That's where he'll be. With Moke and Poke. He's got him fighting again. He teases them.
Come on. I'll show him whether he can or not. A little punk. Come on.
That's right, Moke. Hit him in the face. Don't let him get away with it, Poke. Scratch his eyes out. Go ahead, Moke.
Hey, you.
Hi, Flash.
Look, I ought to fold you up and put you in my hip pocket, you little rat.
Aren't you kind of forgetting yourself, Flash?
You want them two idiots to kill each other?
I was just enjoying myself, Flash. Some people have fun one way, some another.
Look, you're doing the bally with me. Now, come on.
Yeah, I know. I heard all about it.
You were eavesdropping on us, listening to what we said.
None of you ever said anything worth listening to.
Some gall you got. Spying on us and not even taking the trouble to deny it.
You think I care what you half-wits think of me?
Listen, Major, you ought to try to get along with the rest of the freaks.
Rest of the freaks? You mean to say you include me in this assortment of malformed monstrosities?
Oh, sure. You ain't a freak. Not much. You're a normal-sized guy, you are.
My dear tub of lard.
Say.
I am a perfectly formed individual, which is more than you can say. Furthermore, valuable things come in small packages.
Yeah, you're a package, all right.
You wart?
What am I? How'd you like to go back to the Van Arnhem show, Giuseppe?
Sit down, Della. How are you? Sit down.
Well, I'm afraid of your chairs, Giuseppe. Major Tembo's quite a boy, ain't he?
Me? I will break his little neck myself.
You know, Giuseppe, I keep a file of old Billboard magazines. I got to wondering what the Major meant about you going back to the Van Arnhem show.
That...
A story about a sword swallower on the Van Arnhem show, Giuseppe, from 2 years ago.
I know nothing about it.
This sword swallower got into an argument with the boss, and he sort of used one of his swords on him. Then he lit out.
I know nothing about it.
The guy's name was Enright, Joe Enright.
I do not know him.
Kind of funny. Joseph Enright. Joseph E. Giuseppe. I'd hate to think I was on a show with a murderer.
If the little walking poison does not quit making such remarks, you will be, Della.
You. What are you doing here? Get out of my tent, you little runt. You nearly scared me to death.
Don't talk in such a raspy voice, Millie. You don't sound like yourself.
I'm myself, all right. And I've taken about enough from you.
I just came in for a little visit, Millie.
I'm not interested in visiting with you.
You're not like the rest of these people, Millie. You're no freak. You're an educated woman. You talk correctly.
If you think you're going to flatter me...
You're intelligent. And that beard of yours is real, Millie. You actually grew it.
Quite a time getting a beard like that, I bet. Of course, I know people in the business who'll get a beard started for any woman who wants to be a bearded lady in the sideshow.
What of it?
Some down and outer without any education. I can understand a person like that going for your kind of a racket, Millie. But you're different.
Get out of here.
It bothered me for quite a while, Millie, and I finally tumbled.
Tumbled to what?
Who are you hiding from, Millie? Why did you run away? Who are you afraid's going to find out who you are?
Get out of here before I kill you, you little...
You're hiding your face for a reason, Millie. That beard's a disguise.
Maybe you're right, Major.
Right? Of course I'm right.
If you are, you're not being very smart, are you? Aren't you likely to get into an awful lot of trouble?
You wouldn't dare do anything to me. You wouldn't dare because you're hiding from something. You'll do as I say from now on, Millie, because I've caught you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I show you I have nothing in my hands and nothing up my sleeve. And now, I present one of the greatest magic illusions of all time, the dollhouse illusion. Here you are, ladies and gentlemen. You see the doll's house. A miniature house hardly big enough to hold a large doll. I turn it so you can see it from all sides. Absolutely no trap doors, no concealed spaces. Now I open the front of the doll's house to show you it's absolutely empty. You see, it's... Wait a minute. What's going on here? Giuseppe, quick, come here, help me.
Something wrong?
Look, it's Major Tembo, all folded up in the dollhouse with a knife through his heart. He's been murdered.
Oh. Look, Enigma's been right here, right on the platform next to yours. And it's a cinch he hasn't been away. He'll know who killed Major Tembo. He saw the murder. He had to say it.
Yeah, that's right. Enigmo. Hey, listen, Enigmo. Enigmo, did you know Major Tembo had been murdered?
Once. That means yes.
Did you see Major Tembo killed?
So, whoever killed Major Tembo forget all about Enigma. He sees the whole thing. He knows.
Yeah, maybe he knows. Enigmo, do you know who killed Major Tembo?
2 times. No, he does know who did it. But if he saw the murder...
Maybe it was done by somebody who is skilled at deception. A magician.
Look, Giuseppe.
Somebody like you.
Who did kill the midget Major Tembo? And why can't Enigmo tell who did it? Why didn't he see the murderer when he saw the murder? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Malice in Wonderland. We go back to the tent that houses the Wonderland Circus Sideshow. The midget's body is still in the dollhouse, awaiting the arrival of the coroner.
Look at him with that sneer on his face, like he was still hating us.
Well, I guess he must have had a reason to hate somebody, Della.
Well, I ain't sorry he's dead. He was a mean little troublemaker.
Oh, you ain't sorry he's dead, huh? Well, I am.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
No? You'll change your mind when the hick cops show up.
They can't do nothing to me. I was not even near.
That's just the point, Giuseppe. Whether or not you killed Major Tembo don't make any difference. The little punk's got us all in hot water up to our necks.
I don't know how you figure that, Flash.
Look, Della, I wasn't born yesterday. The midget had something on every one of you. Just like he had on me.
On you?
Yeah, on me. Why do you think I hired the little rat? Why do you think I didn't kick him in the teeth the first day he was around here? Because I was afraid of him, that's why.
Then you had a motive?
Cut it out. We all had motives. We all got something to hide from the cops. When they start digging into this business, we're all going to be in trouble. Bad trouble.
Well, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you ain't. You're staying right here. There's only one thing for us to do, and we got to work fast.
What's that?
We got to find out who the murderer was before the cops get here. We've got to turn the killer over to him before they start prying into our business.
Enigma. He knows who the murderer is.
He says he didn't know.
Well, he can tell us. He saw it.
You do not even know if Enigma has a mind. You know nothing of him but the tinkle of a bell.
Well, it won't hurt to try. Enigma, Did any one of us put Major Tembo into that dollhouse? Well, that's something. We know it wasn't one of us who killed him.
Well, then... Just a minute. Did anybody put Major Tembo into the dollhouse? He says no. You see, Millie? That won't work. Major Tembo hid in the dollhouse himself. He was hiding there to spy on us. All doubled up like he had to be, he could not protect himself, and somebody killed him. Did you see who it was, Enigma? Was Flash near the dollhouse after Major Tembo hid in it?
Yes. Enigma says Flash was there.
Wait a minute. Was Giuseppe near the dollhouse, Enigma?
He lies. I was
And Major
not...
Tembo had a knife in his heart. You're kind of an expert with knives, Giuseppe.
He's done some work of that kind before. On the Van Arnhem
I would
show,
keep my mouth shut if I were you, Della. Listen, Enigma. Was Della near the dollhouse?
Say,
Well, I guess I'm the only one who wasn't near it then. So I'll kind of take charge of things.
Was Millie near the dollhouse, Enigma? You see? He tells us nothing.
Say, do you suppose Enigma's a fake? Maybe Major Tembo knew he was a phony.
You can forget that, Della. Enigma ain't no phony. He had accident and health insurance. The insurance company really gave him the works.
Accident and health insurance?
Yeah.
Then what's he doing this for? If he's got dough, why ain't he in a hospital where he belongs?
Okay. That's what Major Tembo had on me. The show's been losing money all season. That's where I've been getting the dough. Cashing Enigma's insurance checks. I found him when that paralysis was just starting. I kind of took charge of him. Major Tembo got into my stuff and found out about it.
So, you are a very noble man, yes? Preying on a helpless individual.
Well, you ain't so hot yourself. I never killed anybody anyway.
Ain't you getting into this true confession session, Millie?
You shut your fat mouth.
You think Major Tembo did not know about you, Della?
What are you talking about?
He was just holding back. He was busy with the rest of us. You were on his list.
You're lying. He didn't know.
Didn't know what, Della?
Nothing.
Hey, look. Moke and Poke's cage. It's empty.
It's unlocked. I'll bet that's some more of Major Tembo's work.
He let him out and they killed him.
What, those two idiots? Why, they wouldn't be able to figure out how to open the dollhouse. But we got to find them.
Why? These stupid imbeciles are not worth hunting for.
They could get us into a lot of trouble.
You are already in trouble, Flash.
Yeah. Well, we got to get Enigma out of here before the cops start asking too many questions. Come on, Giuseppe. Give me a hand. We'll carry his cot back to my trailer.
Not me, Flash. If you want him out of here, go ahead and do it yourself.
You mean to say
I am not looking for a tangle with the law. Me? I think I will be a bystander.
Oh, so you think you're going to frame me into getting a rap for the midget's murder, huh? Well, think again. I'll tell the cops all about you. You and the Van Arnhem show and the guy that got killed.
Stop it. You fools aren't careful, we'll all be in jail. Start trying to get even with each other and we'll all be in trouble. We've got to stick together.
Stick together? You think I would trust any one of you? No, I think not. We waste time. We should all be heading for distant places.
Come back here, you.
Flash! Where'd you get that gun?
Never mind that. Come back, Giuseppe. You ain't leaving me to take the rap. Not on murder.
No? Flash, I do not think you have the nerve to shoot.
I'll show you whether I... Millie, you hit my wrist.
Oh, you fool. Now you're in for it. That shot will bring the cops swarming all over us.
You made me miss him.
You can thank me for keeping you from committing a murder. You idiot.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Uh-oh. Here we go. That looks like police coming in the front entrance of the tent. I don't like the idea they're questioning us one at a time. I'd like to hear what's said.
You nervous, Della? All they asked me was routine stuff. What I found, you know.
Giuseppe's been with him quite a while, though. And I don't trust him.
Shh, here he comes now.
Oh, hello, Giuseppe.
So, you thought you were very smart, Flash, telling the police about me.
I didn't tell them anything.
Who do you think you fool, eh? Well, they know a lot more now. About you and Enigma.
Why, you dirty little...
Flash, please. I tell them about your gun, too. How you tried to kill me.
I wasn't trying to kill you. I just didn't want you to run out. You rotten squirrel.
Stop it! Who's next, Giuseppe?
They asked to talk to Della next.
Okay. Wish me luck, everybody.
Yeah. Suppose she'll spill everything she knows, too.
She will be pretty busy defending herself. What I said about telling the police about you, that was all a bluff.
What? You mean you didn't tell them anything?
Not about you. I threw all the suspicion on Della. I did not want her to know.
But there wasn't anything you could say about Della.
No? I told them how she hated Major Temple, how he knew something about her that had her scared. And I told them how Della borrowed one of my knives yesterday. The same knife we find in Major Tembo's heart.
So you think you're putting me on a spot, do you, Giuseppe?
I simply tell the police the truth.
Why, you dirty lying rat. Telling them I borrowed one of your knives.
Don't you remember that, Della?
You know darn well I don't remember it. I didn't do it. But you needn't think you're so smart.
No?
No. I told them all about the Van Arnhem show and the guy who got stabbed. I really told them. They got some long-distance telephone calls in now.
Why, you devil, you...
Well, what did you think I'd do? Take your lies without fighting back?
I got to get out of here.
Giuseppe. If you're facing a murder rap anyway, looks like you're kind of elected to take this one.
I know nothing about this. The other, it was self-defense. I can prove it. I had to kill that one.
Why did you run away then?
He had friends. Very bad friends. It was from them, not the law, I run.
I bet you killed Major Tembo, too. And wouldn't you have fun telling anybody you killed him in self-defense?
Yeah, Giuseppe might have killed Tembo at that.
Enigma says no.
Enigma says no to everything. He says he saw the murder. Says we was all there at one time or another. Says he saw Major Tembo go into the dollhouse. And then he says he don't know who stabbed him.
Maybe he's holding something back.
He said yes. He is holding something back.
You fools. Don't you get it?
What are you talking about, Della?
Enigma knows who the murderer is. He's known all along.
Well, then why did...
He didn't want either us or the cops to know. Not too soon.
You mean he did it himself? But that's impossible.
Of course it's impossible. He didn't want anybody to know who the murderer was, because if the murderer was caught, that's all there'd be to it. The killer'd be turned over to the police, and that'd be that.
You got something, Della. Enigma says yes again.
Of course he says yes. Enigma wanted every one of us questioned. He wanted all of us put in a tight place where we talked. He figured sooner or later the cops would get the story of what Flash has been doing to him, the way Flash has been robbing him.
Listen, if you think I'm going to let that zombie frame me for this murder...
There's no point to his framing you for murder. All he wants is to get out from under your control.
I didn't kill the midget. I had nothing to do with it.
Just a minute. Enigma, did Flash kill Major Tembo?
You see? He says no.
I don't know nothing about it anyway.
Enigma, if I promise to tell the cops all about Flash and what he's been doing to you, will you tell us who the murderer is?
No, no, you don't. Not yet, Della. You ain't turning me over to the coppers.
Enigma, I promise to tell the cops. I'll tell them all about the way Flash has been cheating you. It's a deal.
Why, you dirty...
I ain't afraid of you, Flash. Put that gun back in your pocket. You don't dare shoot. Not with everybody else looking for somebody to pin a murder onto. I'll tell the cops, Enigma. It's a deal.
Nobody's going to frame me on the testimony of a zombie who can't even talk.
Enigma, was it me who stabbed Major Tembo?
Surprise. You make a deal with him, so he says it wasn't you.
Was it Flash?
Of course it wasn't me.
Was it Millie, Enigma?
Millie?
No. Millie. No, I didn't do it. Shut up. Stop ringing that bell. I should have killed you, too. It didn't seem real to me. Couldn't talk, couldn't move. Didn't think you could hurt me. I should have killed you.
Keep away from me, Millie. Looks like the rest of us kind of need Enigma.
Don't you point that gun at me. I had to kill Major Temple. Flash on, honest I did. He found out about me.
Found out what?
I killed somebody, too. Back 5 years ago. And it wasn't self-defense. I killed a man because I hated him. Nobody should have known, but something went wrong and I had to run away. I was a fugitive hiding from my past. I figured out a perfect way to hide. The bearded lady in a circus sideshow. Who'd ever think of looking for a beautiful girl masqueraded as a bearded lady? Nobody but Major Tembo. And I'm glad I killed him. I got even with him.
Yeah, maybe so. But from where I stand, it looks like he kind of got even with the rest of us. The cops are going to have a busy day.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
I understand I'm going to be doing a very sinister character in tonight's Mystery House story, Barbie.
You can say that again. Gives me the creeps.
Complete with quartet, huh? That's the title. What does it mean?
Why, haven't you ever seen advertisements for funeral homes in which the copy listed a price for funeral services complete with quartet?
Oh.
Speaking of advertisements.
Which is precisely what you're always doing, Tom.
Right, Mr. Glenn. And here's a message from our sponsor.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Complete with quartet. The scene opens in the reception room of the Rron Funeral Home. Mr. Rron, a polished, suave gentleman, has just come in and is greeting the nightman, Harry Canby, who doesn't look too wide awake.
Well, did I wake you up, perhaps, Harry?
No, boss. I've been awake all the time.
You know, some night I will stay on the night shift just to see whether it's possible for you to look any more wide awake in the small hours of blackness than you do in the morning. Any business, Harry?
Joe Graven brought in one of his boys. Got hit with an automobile.
Hit with an automobile?
Yeah.
No doubt. Any bullet wounds we must take care of on the corpse?
No, this guy was really hit by a car. Straight goods, he says.
Straight goods. That would be a refreshing novelty. I suppose Joe wanted the special funeral?
The works, he says, even including the quartet.
An excellent customer, Mr. Graben. I wish we had a few more like him, buying in quantity. The body is in the receiving room?
Sure. You told me never to monkey with any of Graben's stiffs.
Yes, I know. They sometimes require the delicate craftsmanship of a master. Well, let's take a look at this one.
It's all right for me to go back with you? Betty ain't here to take over the switchboard yet.
She is a little too late too often. Oh, well, I doubt that Joe Graben's working this early in the morning. There will be no calls. Come along. In the receiving room, you said? Yes?
Yeah.
This mangled one over against the wall?
Yeah, that's the one. But
the other one. You said nothing about...
There wasn't any other one, boss. Honest, just the one.
This man on the table in the middle of the room. Who is he?
Oh, I never seen him before in my life, boss. Honest,
Shut up. Stand back. He's been shot through the heart.
Murdered, huh?
No. He was probably playing with a cap pistol and it went off accidentally. You blundering idiot. Who brought this body in here?
Nobody, boss.
Well, from the extremely dead look of the gentleman, it's rather obvious that he did not walk in here alone. Somebody brought that body in here last night. You and I. We have to own the keys.
I don't know a thing about it.
I should have known better than to have a stupid, blundering idiot like you on night duty here. What am I going to do with this body?
Maybe somebody will come in and claim it.
Don't tax my patience, Harry. Are people in the habit of claiming the bodies of murder victims? Would anyone admit bringing it in?
No, maybe not at that.
Harry, I think we're going to have a very private funeral.
Huh?
Somebody has entrusted this body to us for burial. Somebody who appreciates our skill and tact. Fortunately, we have another body.
Oh, I don't get you, boss.
A grave will have to be prepared for the other body. The funeral for Joe Graben's boy will not be until tomorrow. Tonight, we bury the stranger beneath the grave that Joe Graben's late friend will occupy tomorrow.
Oh, what good will that do? You mean saving the price of a cemetery lot?
You moron. I mean that nobody would ever think of looking for a murdered man's body in the graveyard, particularly if the body is beneath another coffin. When they find one coffin in the grave, they look no further. You see, it's very simple. Yeah. Meanwhile, I have a little work to do, Harry.
You mean fixing up Joe Graben's boy?
No, that is a routine matter. Even you could handle it. No. I have a much bigger job.
What?
Determining who gets the bill for the most profitable funeral that we have ever conducted.
Huh?
Somebody who knows about the work I do for Joe Graben has selected me for the disposal of a body. I have been chosen as a goat. And somebody's going to pay very dearly for that choice, Harry. I'm going to play detective.
I told the boy at the desk to tell you I wouldn't see you. I don't know you.
Carl Rron is the name. Perhaps you've heard of the Rron Funeral Home, one of the finest in this part of the country. Beautiful chapel, pipe organ, and a special quartet for the deluxe service.
What is this, a gag? If it is, it isn't very funny.
My business is never very funny, Miss Dare.
What do you want of me?
You sing in one of Joe Graben's nightclubs, yes?
Sure. What of it?
I suppose you read in the paper this morning about the disappearance of a handsome young detective.
I don't read the papers. Get out of here.
His name was Peter Harley, and he was working on a shake-up of the local underworld.
How should I know anything about him?
You had a date with him last night after your last show.
How do you know?
That is neither here nor there. You were the last person to see him alive, as far as the police know.
The cops? They know I had a date with him?
Not yet. They won't know until I tell them. But you said you didn't want to cooperate with me. And so I'll have to tell them, of course.
What do you want?
Did you kill Peter Harley, Miss Dare?
Did I? Hey, what is this anyway? He ain't dead.
I would make a substantial wager on that.
But you don't think I killed him? I had a date with the guy.
If you will pardon my saying so, that hardly eliminates you as a murder suspect. Don't tell me you were madly in love with him. Your kind doesn't fall in love with anything except cash.
I don't know whether I ought to tell you what it was all about or not.
Then perhaps I'd better go to the police.
No, I'll tell you.
That's better.
He wanted to get some dope on Joe Graben. Said he'd give me $100 for what I could tell him. I didn't plan on really telling him anything.
You were interested in the $100.
Sure, that's all.
Why did you kill him, Miss Dare?
I didn't kill him. If anybody killed him...
Yes?
Nothing.
You make it very difficult for me, Miss Dare. The police...
Okay. If anybody killed him, it was that new piano player at the club.
You seem quite positive.
Well, Harley didn't give me the $100. Said I was holding out on him, that if I wasn't careful, he'd have me thrown in the clink, the louse. He said, if there's any tip-off on me, you get it, Marie.
Yes? That doesn't seem to prove anything about the piano player.
No, he'd been sauntering over to the piano and talking to her all evening. And he had a date with me. She's new in the joint.
What's her name? Where can I find her?
Her name's Betty Lanning.
What? Repeat that, please.
Betty Lanning. Why? You want her address?
No. I think I can find her without too much trouble. But what makes you think this Betty Lanning had something to do with his death?
He left me here at my hotel. I was scared of what he said about the police and me giving a tip-off to Joe Graben. I headed back for the elevator and then ducked out the side door and followed him. I was afraid he was going to tell the cops something about me.
Where did he go?
Well, he walked up a couple of blocks to a little all-night lunchroom, and Betty Lanning was there waiting for him.
Thank you, my dear. You've been of great help to me. Perhaps I will give you the $100 that Peter Harley refused to pay you.
Oh, yeah, just bet.
You will come with me. There's a matter of establishing identity of the corpse beyond reasonable doubt.
I ain't going anywhere with you. I don't even know you.
You will, my dear. Of course, if you prefer to have an introduction through the police.
Okay, I'm coming. Say, you got a real fancy place here.
Yes, the classic beauty of Grecian architecture soothes the nerves of the bereaved. Right this way, my dear.
Mr. Graben's been calling you about the body he...
Oh? Surprised to see a fellow employee from the nightclub, Betty?
Hey, wait a minute. You're the new piano player in the club. How come you're over...
You must be mistaken. I work here.
Oh, no, I ain't mistaken. You play the piano.
I'm afraid bluffing won't do you much good, Betty. And I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? For what?
Well, I thought you were rather lazy and shiftless the way you've been coming in late in the mornings, and here I discover you're holding down both a day and a night job. Rather admirable.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't deny it, my dear. I would be rather proud if I were you. Won't you show Miss Dare back to the receiving room, Betty?
Miss Dare? But why?
She wants to identify a friend.
All right, but I don't have any key.
I have. And I'm going with you. This way, Miss Dare. I'm surprised you didn't tell me about your other job, Betty. Just a minute. Show her the body, Betty. It's this one over here that she's interested in.
All right. Oh, Pete! Pete Harley! What have you done to him? You murderer!
Ah, so you knew the man, too. You and Miss Dare both.
You killed him. You'll never get away with this.
I did not kill the man, but I really can't let you run around screaming that I did. You've been working for me and working for Joe Graben. I wonder who else you're working for.
What do you mean?
I wonder if perhaps you might not be a spy. I wonder if you might not have put this man's body in here.
You're insane.
A man should know his employees better, Miss Lanning. I really think it's time for us to have a heart-to-heart talk.
I've nothing to say to you.
I have an idea you'll change your mind about that. Hello. Actually, I'd just as soon you didn't. You'd make such a beautiful corpse.
You wouldn't dare kill me.
Hey, this is where I leave.
I'm sorry, Miss Dare. I'll have to insist that you stay. Has Harry left yet, Miss Lanning?
No, he was cleaning the chapel.
Oh, fine. I was afraid he might have gone. And he does so want some experience in embalming.
Is Carl Renfron actually going to kill Betty Lanning? And who killed Peter Harley, the detective? Why was his body left in the Renfron funeral home? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's news from your sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Complete with Quartet. The scene is the receiving room of the Renfron funeral home, and Harry Canby, Renfron's assistant, is arranging the embalming equipment.
You haven't got the nerve. You wouldn't dare.
If it was me, I wouldn't bet on that, sister. If I was you, I'd start talking.
The start of the embalming process is very important, Harry. If you'll give me the needle, please.
You can't embalm a live person. You...
Oh? A common misconception, Betty. On the contrary...
Get away from me! Don't you dare touch me!
Perhaps you're ready to talk now.
What do you want?
You're working with the police, I suppose. Working with this Peter Harley.
Are you kidding?
When I joke, you always see a smile on my lips. And my sense of humor is weak. I seldom joke.
I was working for Lou Dana.
Lou Dana? Why, he's Joe Graben's worst enemy.
Sure. Some of Lou Dana's spies, his undercover boys, began having accidents. And the accidents always turned up here. So Lou hired me to get a job here and tell him what was going on.
Mr. Dana must be a smart man.
He's smarter than you, Rron. And smarter than Graben. I was giving him the dope every time a body came into this place from Graben.
Yes, but this job of yours as a piano player...
Graben never saw me here. His bodies always came in the back way. I was doing so well here, Lou got the idea of having me work at Graben's place, too. We were finding out everything Graben was doing.
A much smarter girl than I gave you credit for being, Miss Land.
And you better be careful how you treat me, too. Because Lou Dana's got enough on you to hang you.
If I were in your place, Miss Lanning, I should worry about my own neck. The police are going to be quite angry about Peter Harley.
I didn't kill him. I was giving him all the dope on Graben's mob. The dope about Graben and you.
I suppose so. You know, Miss Lanning, I find such disloyalty rather distressing. Miss Dare, what would you do if you were I, under such circumstances?
You leave me out of this. I ain't playing.
I should hate to think that Joe Graben would double-cross me in view of all that I've done for him.
I bet Graben bumped off this Harley guy, boss.
Well, of course he did. Probably had someone following Peter Harley and me.
And when Graben finds out how Betty spilled everything she knew, he has this Harley fella erased.
Perhaps you could contribute something to the conversation about now, Miss Dare.
I don't think Joe would do a thing like that.
Oh, come now, Miss Dare. You told me you followed Harley and saw him meet Miss Lanning. You were angry because he hadn't given you the $100 he had promised. Now, it isn't logical that you would let such an opportunity for revenge pass.
So it was you who tipped off Graben, huh? Why, you dirty little...
I ain't a stool pigeon or a double-crossing rat like you. Sure, I called Joe. Why wouldn't I?
Oh, please, ladies, please. This is hardly the place for such talk. We're in the presence of the dead. You know, Harry, this rather hurts me.
Huh?
Joe Graben, he's been such a fine customer. And to think he tried to take advantage of me. I think we'll have to call him over here and sever business relations.
What's the matter, Renfern? Cops making a fuss about the guy I brung in last night?
Which one, Mr. Graben?
What do you mean, which one?
Oh, really, Mr. Graben, you hurt me deeply. I've always endeavored to give you the finest service. Funerals worthy of much finer people than those that you have brought me. Everything has always been conducted on the highest plane, with the finest music, the most excellent caskets, beautiful flowers.
Okay, quit selling me. I ain't kicking. I paid you plenty, too. I never beefed on the prices. What's wrong with you?
If you wanted a free funeral for one of your victims, why didn't you ask me? I don't like deceit and trickery, Mr. Graben.
You're off your nut. I don't know what you're talking about.
This extra corpse you slipped in here last night, Mr. Graben.
Are you crazy? I brought in one. Harry's seen me. I told him all about it. Wasn't even a hot job.
Ah, but the one you brought with him, Mr. Graben. The one you neglected to report.
You lie.
Please, Mr. Graben. Perhaps you'd like to see him. This way, please.
I don't know nothing about it. One stiff I brung in. One. And if you think you're going to shake me down to pay for somebody else's corpse, you got another thing coming.
One moment, please. In here.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, what's it? Marie Dare and Betty. Say, what's going on here anyhow?
One thing that's going on, Joe, we found out what a rat your new piano player is. Lou Dana she was working for, spying on you.
Quiet, please, Miss Dare, quiet. Teacher will know what a good girl you've been without you being so immodest. I'll tell him all about it. This is one of your nightclub's late patrons, Mr. Craven.
Him? Yeah, I seen him around. Been murdered, ain't he?
I bet you don't know how or where either, do you?
Me? How should I know?
Your little pal, Marie Dare, told us how she called you and told you this detective was meeting me. She's put you right on the spot.
Huh?
I wasn't putting you on any spot, Joe. She was giving this detective all the dope on you. She was a spy. Taking pay from you and giving Lou Dane all the dope on everything that was going on around your place.
And you told him you phoned me and told me about it? Why'd you say a thing like that, Marie?
Because I did.
Well, it must have been a couple of other people. You never talked to me.
Oh, your protests of innocence are touching, Mr. Graven, but unnecessary.
Nobody's going to hand me a rap for killing a dick.
That is not the point.
It is as far as I'm concerned.
Our friend Betty, who seems to have been working for both of us, isn't going to give you the benefit of any doubt if this should come into court. Peter Harley was on your trail trying to get something on you.
Yeah? Well, I didn't know about it.
Betty, a member of a rival gang, was telling him anything that she could that would get you into trouble with the police. Marie Dare tipped you off as to what was going on.
She never did.
She says she did. She has no apparent motive for lying. Peter Harley's been murdered. Do you think you would want the case to go to court, Mr. Craven?
I suppose it's gotta.
No, not necessarily. Not if you arrange for the right kind of a funeral.
You mean you can cover this thing up?
Such things have been arranged in the past, but this is going to be an expensive lesson for you, Mr. Graven.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Somebody has tried to victimize me into putting out a free funeral. This man died trying to uphold the law. A noble hero shot down in the prime of his life. He deserves last rites of genuine elegance.
Okay. How much do you want?
I should say about $50,000 should cover it very nicely.
$50,000? Well, that's blackmail.
Oh, but it will be a superb funeral. Flowers, special carpet at the cemetery, the red one, even the quartet.
You'll guarantee I don't take the rap if I pay you the dough?
When the Wren Fund Funeral Home takes charge of a funeral, I assume every responsibility. I guarantee you that you'll never be charged with Peter Harley's murder. Of course, Mr. Graven, you will make the payment in cash, in advance.
Okay, you got your dough. I guess I can go now.
Have you finished counting the money, Harry?
Yeah, 50 grand. It's okay.
I ain't gonna forget the way you shook me down, Mr. Renfran.
No, I don't suppose you will. Give me the money, Harry.
Here you are, boss.
Thank you, Harry. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid I'll have to dispense with your services.
Huh?
I mean, you're fired.
But I ain't done anything, boss.
I could hardly have a murderer working for me, Harry. Particularly such a stupid murderer.
What do you mean? Listen, I ain't murdered anybody.
Hey, what gives? What's this all about anyway?
Peter Harley came here last night and asked to see the body that was in the receiving room. He showed his police credentials, I imagine, and demanded to see it.
No, he wasn't here.
You took him back to the receiving room. You were panic-stricken because you thought you would be in trouble, that you would be implicated in the work we've been doing for Joe Graven.
You're making this up.
You've been receiving most of Mr. Graven's cases at night. You thought you'd be in it up to your neck. So, you shot the detective.
You killed him yourself.
Hardly. Peter Harley and I were working together.
You and Harley? Why, you dirty rat.
When you brought your first case to me, Mr. Graven, I was scared to death. So I went to the police.
And you got the nerve to admit it?
They told me to play along with you, to tip them off. They've been building up a chain of evidence that will send you to the electric chair. Thanks to me.
And you've been collecting from Joe Graben all the time?
Naturally, my dear. Even the gangster dead must have burial.
I didn't kill Harley, I tell you. You did it yourself. You have a key, too.
Yes? Try telling that to the police, Harry. I'm afraid you'll irritate them. You see, Harry, they tipped me off a long time ago that you were one of Graben's boys. That you came to work for me because Graben had decided I was to be his undertaker.
Then Then I'll confess that Graven told me to shoot Holly. Yeah.
Why, you louse. Try to ring me in on your mistake, will you?
You told me to do it. I'll stick to that. Unless you get me out of here.
I can do that, all right. This gun'll do the trick.
Joe, you ain't going to shoot us.
I ought to shoot Rron, taking my dough and then tipping off the cops, shaking me down for 50 grand.
Come on, we got to get out of here, Joe.
You sap. Okay, come on.
I got a key, Joe. We'll leave Rron and the dames locked in here. Let them try to explain Peter Holly's body.
Yeah.
Oh, fine spot you got us in now. When the cop comes...
My dear, I don't believe you realize how lucky you are that Joe Graben didn't shoot you. Really, I don't. If I weren't a law-abiding citizen, I would be tempted to do it myself. You played unfair with me, too, you know.
Hey, what's that?
The police. I had the place literally honeycombed with them. Oh, my, I hope the bullets didn't hit any of my precious objects dirt.
Looks like most of them hit Harry and Joe Graben.
Yes, the wages of sin. But I suppose I really owe them 3 funerals.
Yeah, complete with quartet.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Ah, greetings, thespians.
Good evening, Mrs. Glenn. Hi, Bobby.
I think this story is going to make a good book, and I'll be anxious to know if it fools you people.
Oh, a fooler, huh?
Right. I think it'll keep you guessing right up to the last scene.
You know, Mrs. Glenn, I wonder if it's a good idea to keep people guessing.
I don't see why not.
Well, I'll bet there are listeners right now, for instance, wondering what news the sponsor has for them, and really, I don't think we should keep them guessing any longer.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Well, well, another body. Tonight's story opens in the comfortable office of Lieutenant Morse, a police officer of the modern school. A rather timid man is standing before the lieutenant's desk, and Morse isn't paying much attention to him.
Richover is the name, Lieutenant. Richauver. Richover. I live at 612 North Tennant Lane.
612 North Tenor Lane. Yeah, I got it. Complaint signed against somebody?
Well, no. Not a complaint against anybody I know, I guess. At least I hope not. You see, I found a body in the front yard.
Body in the front yard? You what? Did you say a body?
Yes. And I'm pretty sure, at least I'd be strongly inclined to believe that the girl had been murdered.
Murder? What's the girl's name?
I really couldn't say. You see, she's a complete stranger to me, Lieutenant Morse.
When did you find the body?
Not over a half an hour ago. As soon as I found it, I came right down to the police station as fast as I could.
Why didn't you phone?
I thought about that, but Elsa, she's my wife, she said, Harlan, my first name's Harlan.
Yeah.
You go right down there and tell the police about it yourself. See that they come right back here with you. If you phone them, they may be hours getting out here. So, I came.
Yeah. Your wife's watching the body, is she, to see that nobody touches it or moves anything?
Oh, yes, she's very efficient. Elsa wouldn't let anybody disturb anything. You can depend on that.
Oh, hello, Gretchen. Now, looks like we got a story for you.
Hi, Morse. Hey, wait a minute. Not a story about Mr. Richover, Richauver, Richover.
You mean you know this man, Gretchen?
I don't believe I've ever met the young lady.
Oh, sure, Richie. Gretchen Talley, feature writer on the Chronicles. You remember me, Richie. Sure you do.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this all about, anyway?
Why, Richie's a genius, Morse. A genius for finding bodies. He finds more darn bodies.
Now, please, Miss Talley,
The last one was nearly 2 years ago. He didn't know from nothing, Richie didn't. Just found the body.
It was a very distressing thing. I came home from work and stumbled across the body right across the doorstep.
Yes, I remember. And the prosecuting attorney tried his best to hook you up with the case, but it was no dice.
You don't tell me. Well, just how many bodies have you found, Mr. Richover?
Richover. Richauver. Richover.
Yeah, Richover. Now, don't you worry about how I pronounce your name.
But it's rather an important thing to me, Lieutenant. Morse. Now, there's a simple name. Nobody could mispronounce that. But Richover. You've no idea the fantastic ways people can twist it around.
Forget it. I ask you a question.
Yes?
How many bodies have you found altogether?
Up to this one or including it?
Including it.
Why, 3 up to this girl. 4 altogether. You've no idea what an irritating thing it is to be forever stumbling into corpses, especially when they've been victims of violence.
Yes, I'll bet I haven't at that. Now, you don't know anything about this girl that's on your front lawn now,
I can answer that one for you, Morse. He never saw her before in his life.
Why, how did you know?
Oh, I'm psychic, Richie, and I'm not fussy like the judge was on that last case.
You know, I think you people actually suspect me of murder.
You don't say.
It's rather distressing when a citizen does what he should, makes a report promptly, does his duty, and then...
Then the nasty old police say to him, I bet you did it. That is irritating, I bet, Richie.
How was this dame killed, the one you just found?
Why, I really don't know, Lieutenant. I've understood it was best not to move the body, and so I didn't examine anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know whether she was killed with a bullet or a meat cleaver, don't you? You could tell me that, couldn't you?
I'll bet it wasn't a bullet.
Why, no. No, I don't believe it was.
Those people you find, Richie, they never are killed by gunfire, are they?
Huh?
You should have been around when Richie discovered the other bodies, Morse. The pattern was always the same. You found it when you were coming home from work, Richie?
Why, yes.
And he'll be able to prove that he was at the office all day, Morse. And the coroner will testify that the victim was murdered at least 2 or 3 hours before Richie found the body.
See here. I don't have to stand for these insinuations. I'm a respectable citizen.
You're a respectable citizen, all right, Richie. You just have one bad habit. Finding bodies. Really, Lieutenant, this is preposterous.
It's not nearly so preposterous as that one man should find 4 murder victims, Mrs. Richover.
Oh, but surely you don't believe, not actually, that Harlan has anything to do with any of these murders.
Well, it isn't reasonable that one man should find 4 bodies. Look how many people there are who've never found even one body.
Why, Harlan's practically timid. You've no idea how it distresses him when anything like this happens. And if you keep him locked up in that cell, there's no telling what it might do to him.
No. Well, I know what I hope it does to him.
What?
I hope it breaks him down to the point where I'll get a confession.
Oh, that would be much simpler than going to work. Actually going out and finding the real killer, wouldn't it?
Look, Mrs. Richover, I don't blame you for standing up for your husband. But the long arm of coincidence just doesn't reach as far as you want me to think it does.
Then you absolutely refuse to let Holland free?
I sure do.
In that case, I guess I'd better get him a lawyer.
Yeah, I think that'd be an excellent idea, Mrs. Rishover. And if I were you, I'd get a good one. Because Richie's going to need a dandy to get him out of this. Oh, hello, Gretchen.
Well, my own private sleuthing party didn't net me much more.
No, I didn't think it would. This is Mrs. Rishover, Gretchen. Miss Morse, the Chronicle.
I remember, Miss Morse. I hope nothing pleasant happened to her.
Still sore about the write-up I gave you and Richie when you got married?
Why wouldn't I be angry?
Hey, what's this all about?
Why, Richie'd found 2 bodies before he got married. Elsa's folks brought in a story about the wedding, and there wasn't any mention of the body business. I sort of fixed up the wedding story and gave it a little human interest.
You were jealous. You were in love with Holland yourself.
Don't make me laugh, Mrs. Rishover.
It's true. Holland told me about how you fawned all over him after the second body was discovered, how you brought things to him while he was in jail, and when he got out, you invited him up to your apartment for dinner.
A girl has to eat, hasn't she? Richie was darn good copy, and I wasn't passing up any bets. Here's the picture, Morse.
Why, it's a picture of Holland.
None other.
Well, what were you doing with it? You've no right to have a picture of him.
I've been out showing that picture to everyone who knew Alice Woodson, Mrs. Rishover. That's the murdered girl's name, in case you're confused. Holland finds so many bodies.
Really?
I flashed that picture on everyone who ever had anything to do with Alice Woodson. I'm trying to find a link.
So you're a detective?
None of the people who saw the picture showed the faintest recognition. But this has gone on long enough. Sooner or later, I'll find something to connect him with the murdered girl.
You must read a great many detective stories.
Richie isn't going to get away with it this time. 3 times is plenty. This time, he's out.
Hello, Lieutenant.
You ready to start talking yet, Mr. Rishover?
Rishover. Richever. Rishover.
Yeah, Rishover. Gretchen Talley picked up a clue, Richie. A frail, slender clue that most cops wouldn't even bother to follow. And I think she's going to make something out of it, Richie. You know, you can't kill 4 people without making one mistake.
What did she find?
A girl had a ring in her purse, Richie. A cheap little ring with a rhinestone set in it.
I don't know a thing about it.
It's the kind of a ring you can buy at any dime store. And there was one just like it on your keychain.
I didn't have any cheap ring with a rhinestone in it. Not on my keychain or anywhere else.
Yeah? Who are you trying to bluff, Richie?
I didn't, and that's the truth.
You didn't give the girl that ring and tell her it was an engagement ring?
Of course not. I've told you that I never saw the girl before in my life.
I know. You're sort of used to telling the police that, Richie. They've been kind of easy on you. But when they get tough, you'd be surprised how tough they can be. You know, they electrocute murderers in this state, Richie.
You get out of here.
The actual electrocution isn't so bad, I guess, but it's the getting ready for it. You know, when the barber shaves that spot on your head.
You get out of here. You can keep me in this cell, but I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to.
No, you don't have to listen to me, Richie. But I wish you'd think about it.
If you don't get out of here, I'll find another body.
Now you're talking, Richie. So if I don't get out, you'll find another body.
I've never killed anybody yet, but I'll kill you, so help me. You and that cynical leer on your face. That insolent grin when I tell you the truth. You're driving me crazy.
You've been nuts for a long time, Richie. What was the idea of killing those babes, huh? Stepping out on Elsa and afraid you'd get caught?
I'd like to strangle you.
And you might get away with it. You've got away with 4 murders already. But then again, you might be stretching your luck just a little bit. You might... What have you done to me? Listen, Richie. You can't...
Oh, dear. I wonder. No pulse beat. Yes, he's dead. Quite dead. I told him he'd get into trouble, but... Suicide. Yes, that's it. He has a gun. Have to be careful. Handkerchief. No fingerprints. Put it in his hand. Like this. And press the finger. So. Help! Somebody help! Hurry! Now I'm done for, I suppose. Still, I wonder.
What caused Lieutenant Morse to drop over dead? And was Mr. Reshover responsible? Did he murder the other 4 people whose bodies he found? And can he be convicted? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Well, Another Body. The scene is Harlan Reshover's jail cell. His wife and Captain Corlett of the homicide squad are there, and Mr. Reshover seems to be somewhat bewildered.
Lieutenant Morse was trying to force a confession from you, wasn't he, Harlan?
Why, yes, he was. Quite nasty.
And he waved his gun at you, and you got scared and grabbed it from him, and you shot him to protect yourself, didn't you?
Just a minute, Mrs. Richover.
Reshover, Captain. R-I-C-H-A-U-V-E-R, Reshover. Mrs. Reshover.
I don't give a hang how you pronounce your name, but your wife can't coach you on a defense. I want to hear what you have to say for yourself.
But Harlan needs coaching, Captain Corlett. He's such a timid thing himself, and he'd get all involved.
That's the idea, Mrs. Richover. I want him to get involved.
But I don't, Captain. I love Harlan,
You keep
and
quiet for a few minutes. Now, I want you to tell me what happened, Richover.
Why, it was like Elsa said. He waved his gun at me, and yes, I got frightened. I thought he was going to kill me, you see, and
I see. Listen, Richover. We get awful sore when one of our boys gets killed. Sometimes we kind of lose our tempers. And I think I'm about ready to lose mine right now.
But really, Captain...
You're a liar, Richover. Not even a very good one.
I don't know what you mean, Captain.
I had the coroner give Lieutenant Morse the works. As complete an autopsy as ever went through this place.
Oh, but really, Captain, you could see the bullet wound in his temple. I don't see
I
why...
could see it, too. The police like to get convictions when they think a man's guilty, Mrs. Richover. But they don't frame a guy by bumping themselves off.
But Holland's explained to you why he had to shoot Lieutenant Morse.
Look, lady, the guy was dead when that shot was fired.
Dead when... Oh, but that's silly, isn't it? If he was dead, then why should Holland...
Morse died of poisoning. He had a fresh pack of cigarettes in his pocket with only one gone. That one was in his left hand, about 2/3 smoked. Each one of those cigarettes contained enough poison to kill a horse.
For heaven's sakes.
The way I figure it, Richover gave Morse that package of cigarettes, not figuring he'd light one while he was still in his cell.
But, well, that's not right at all, Captain.
Morse lit a cigarette and dropped dead right then and there. Richover was panic-stricken because there was another body to chalk up against him. That's why he got out Morse's gun and fixed it up to look like suicide.
But it was suicide, Captain Corlett, really.
Look, everything about it was phony. The gun wasn't in the right position in Morse's hand. It wasn't held against his head at a natural angle. And part of the powder burn was on this cement floor. You don't think a man lies down on the cement floor to put a bullet through his head, do you?
No, I suppose not.
Please, Captain, can't he talk to me alone? Just a minute.
All right. Yeah, sure he can. I'll leave right away.
Now, Harlan.
It was practically like the captain said, Elsa.
No, Harlan, don't be a fool. But I have a microphone hidden somewhere in your cell. They're listening to every word you say. Whisper to me so nothing could pick up the sound. Then I'll figure out a story. You see, I'll tell them what you said to me. Then you must stick to whatever story I make up. Understand?
Yes, I understand, Elsa.
You're an awful baby in the woods, Harlan. But I love you. Honestly, I do. What do you want?
I'm here on business, Mrs. Reshover. Don't worry that it's a social call.
I don't want to speak to you.
I imagine you don't. But this has to be done, I guess.
You've no right to come barging into my home like this, you know.
I just wanted to check something, Mrs. Reshover.
What?
You smoke, don't you?
Why, occasionally, yes, not regularly. Why?
Have a package of cigarettes around now?
Why, I believe so, but what business of that? Don't bother. I see one in the ashtray that doesn't have the brand name burned off. Oh, very interesting. What are you driving at? The brand name's the same as the kind Lieutenant Morse was smoking when he was killed. Interesting. See here, you surely don't think that you're implicated in any of Richie's murders? Oh, dear, no. But it is funny, isn't it? That you should smoke that same brand. By the way, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? When Richie found that first body, were you acquainted with him? No, I didn't know him at all. I remember when Harlan and I were introduced, they told me he'd found a gangster's body in front of his door, and I was fascinated. But that second body, you knew him when that one was found, didn't you? Yes, it upset him terribly, and I was so sorry for him. You knew the second victim, didn't you? What? No. I'm afraid you're lying about that, Mrs. Reshover. I think you did know the second victim. I said I didn't really. You're being outrageous. I think maybe you can commit quite a bit. The way I figure it, Richie's finding the first victim was an accident. One of those things that could happen to anyone. But it gave you an idea. There was a certain party you wanted to get rid of. Get out of here. I won't stand for this. You killed the second one and arranged things so Richie would find the body. I rather think he suspected, and that's why he married you. He was afraid to do anything different, afraid you'd kill him, too. You can't talk to me this way. You lie about my knowing the man who was murdered. I didn't. You married Harlan Reshover to keep him quiet about you and what you'd done. And then you set about trying to get rid of him. Get rid of him? That's rather funny. There's more than one way to get rid of a person. Harlan Reshover had found 2 murder victims. You reasoned that if he found a third one, he'd be suspected, which he was. I was frantic when it happened. For your third victim, you picked an innocent girl, one with whom you couldn't possibly be connected. Your sole purpose in killing was to convict Richie of murder. That's not so. When it didn't work, you picked a fourth one, another girl. You wanted to be sure this time, so you put a cheap ring in her purse and put a duplicate of it on Richie's keychain. You lie. I never did such a thing. The game's about over, Mrs. Reshover. I found the 10-cent store clerk who sold you those rings. She's identified your picture. Her name's Ann Burkle, and she lives in a rooming house over on Guide Street, 314 Guide Street. She'll swear that she sold you the rings. So instead of sending Richie to the chair, those rings are going to take care of you. But good. Goodbye, Mrs. Reshover. Just where do you think you're going? I'm going over to the police station to get Captain Corlett. I'm going to take him up to Ann Burkle's room. I don't believe you are, Gretchen. Oh! Where did you get that gun? I've always had it around, Gretchen. I never knew when it might come in handy. What are you going to do to me? That all depends, Gretchen. There's the phone. What? I said there's the phone. Go ahead and call Captain Corlett. What? I said to phone Captain Corlett. Tell him to go to 314 Guide Street and question Ann Burkle. I don't get it. You mean you actually left him? I mean you'd better call him if you don't want to get a bullet through your pretty head. But you know the number. Go ahead. You're going to kill me? That remains to be seen, Gretchen. Go ahead. Captain Corlett, please. Hello, Captain. I'm at Elsa Reshover's, and she's holding a gun against my head, Captain. Get here as fast as you can. Thanks. There. Now, you don't dare kill me. You don't dare. You thought I'd be afraid to tell him I was here, that you were threatening my life. But did I? I doubt that very much, Gretchen.
All right, Mrs. Reshover, drop that gun.
No, thank you, Captain. I think I'll just go right on holding it if you don't mind.
What?
No, don't worry. I won't hurt anybody unless it's necessary.
What's this all about, anyway?
Gretchen Talley was in love with Harlan. Fell in love with him during the course of his trial after he'd found the first body. She figured that finding a second body would be serious. You lie.
Let her talk, Gretchen.
She arranged for Harlan to find a second body, and then she furnished the alibi for him when it looked like he was in a tight spot. It was easy enough for her to do, because she'd committed the murder.
I can check the records on the alibi, I guess.
I helped him a little in order to get a story, that's all. Gretchen thought he'd be so grateful to her that he'd marry her. But Harlan was in love with me, and we were married. And when Harlan and I'd been married about a year, there was another body, this time a girl. The police hounded him, but his alibi was so perfect they finally had to release him.
And then this last one. I went to Lieutenant Morse and told him what I suspected. He began investigating, and he had an accident.
Well, you lie. You never talked to Lieutenant Morse alone.
She was in Lieutenant Morse's office when they checked Harlan's personal effects. She found the finger ring on Harlan's key ring. Nobody else had noticed it. And she said it was a clue she'd like to follow up.
How about that, Gretchen?
Why, yes. There'd been a ring in the girl's purse. Why wouldn't I check a good story? I've never seen the girl she talks about, this Ann Burkle, who was supposed to have sold me the rings. But I'll bet if you'll go to her room, you'll find she's been murdered. If she's dead, you killed her.
Doggone if I know what to believe.
She never intended to convict Harlan. All along, all the murders she committed were supposed to get me out of the picture and get Harlan for her.
Maybe we better let Mr. Richover get into this conversation. He doesn't seem near as guilty as he did.
What did you do with Gretchen Talley, Captain?
She's in a straitjacket, Mrs. Richover. Stark mad.
Is this the stenographer, Captain?
Yeah. All set to take it down, Sammy?
Sure. Just have him go a little easy, though. I won't hurry. Ready? I, Harlan Richover, Richauver, make this statement of my own free will without any promise of clemency. I have never killed anyone. Miss Talley and I were business partners, and I was completely unaware that she had any romantic attachment for me until the episode of the ring.
Episode of the ring. Okay.
The first murder victim I found, I know nothing about. The other three whose bodies I found were killed by three different people, whose names I will give. Miss Talley, through her newspaper connections, had gained an acquaintance with numerous underworld characters. They paid us very handsomely to have me find the bodies, but threw suspicion completely away from the real murderers. Yet, there was never any real evidence against me except my being in the right place at the right time.
Right place, right time.
Until the ring business, I had no idea that Gretchen Talley was in love with me. Gretchen Talley had never killed anyone until the Lieutenant Morse and Ann Burkle murders. It was then I realized that she was trying to implicate my wife, trying to get her out of the way. The Lieutenant Morse murder made it apparent that Morse had been on the right track. With this finding of Ann Burkle's body, there remains no alternative but to clear my wife from all suspicion, which I gladly do. Harlan Richover, Richauver.
Mystery House. Mystery House. That strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Well, come right on in, gang. We're waiting for you. Hi, Mr. Glenn. Got a good story for us to act out tonight? Well, you'll have to ask Barbie about that. How about it, Barb?
It's certainly an unusual story. The kind that has you holding your breath.
Holding your breath. Well, say, that's old stuff for radio announcers, Barbie. They have to be able to hold their breath for smooth sentences.
How do you mean, Tom?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain, but, well, listen to this.
Okay, places, everybody. Except the scene, Tom.
Danger. Man at bay. Tonight's story opens in the living room of a pleasant home. Walt Marvin has just come in and talks to his sister.
Lock it, Molly.
Walt, what are you doing here?
You read the papers, didn't you? They're after me.
They'll come here the first thing. You've no right to come here. You'll get me into trouble.
Trouble? You don't know what trouble is.
On the radio, they said the police had been instructed to kill you on sight.
Oh, they did, huh?
Walt, you can't stay here. You've got to get out.
You don't say so.
Walt, listen to me. Frank and I have our reputations to worry about.
That's too bad about you and Frank.
You've done nothing but get into trouble ever since you were a kid. You've disgraced the whole family. I remember how Mom...
Shut up. This is no time to talk about Mom. Where can I hide?
I don't know.
Oh, so it's going to be like that, huh?
You killed a man. You shot him in cold blood.
Yeah?
The police say you killed him. They know.
They're smart guys, aren't they?
Well, if you hadn't killed him, you wouldn't be running away.
You've never had the cops chase you, have you?
You've taken care of that for the whole family.
I'm going to get thrown in a minute, Molly. If a guy's own sister can't give him a break, I don't know who can.
I've got my own life to live, Walt. It's been bad enough people knowing you were my brother. All the trouble you've been in.
I've never been in any real trouble before, sis. This is it, the works. Get the stars out of your eyes and get this straight. This is the showdown. It's me or the cops.
You should have thought of that when you killed that man.
Joey Day? Don't shed any tears over him. He's lucky he didn't get it sooner, lousy little rat.
Well, you killed him.
Listen, what difference does it make whether I killed him or not? The cops say I did. They're after me. They got their guns loaded and they're all set for a little marksmanship practice. You say I'm a killer.
You are.
Well, unless you give me some help, you're a killer, too. I'm your brother, ain't I? You're the only person in the whole lousy world I can ask to give me a break.
But Frank doesn't like you. If we'd get into trouble by helping you, Oh, Walt, it would be terrible for me.
Don't worry about that, bum.
You've no right to call Frank a bum. He's done a lot better than you have. He isn't hiding from the police.
Cut it out. I don't even like to hear you talk about that guy.
I've given you money. I've lied for you. I've got you out of jams. And now I have to think about myself.
Think about yourself tomorrow. Tonight, think about me. Oh, just this once, Molly. It'll be the last time I'll be honest.
Honest? You couldn't be honest if your life depended on it.
Oh, look, kid. Remember how I bought you a doll on your 10th birthday? You never had one and...
You stole the money to get it?
Well, what if I did? Us without any of the things other kids had. Brought up on charity, supposed to be grateful for the scraps people threw us. The point is, I took chances for you. I've always taken chances for you.
You never learned to live honestly. I didn't have to be a crook just because we were poor. I've gotten along all right. I have a nice home. I'm happy.
Molly, for the love of heaven, cut it out. As soon as those dumb flatfeet get to thinking, they're going to come here.
Oh, Frank will just love that. The whole neighborhood...
The neighborhood ain't on the verge of getting filled with lead, is it? It's too late. They're coming here. Go outside. Shoot it. Get out of here.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to shoot it out with them. If there aren't more than 4, I might have a chance.
Walt, you can't murder any more people. They'll kill you sure. Listen, go on, Mr. Randall. I'll have Frank get you a good lawyer. If you didn't kill that Joey Day, I'll see
you
that you...
still believe in fairy tales, don't you? Listen, I could walk out of here with my hands over my head and they'd still plug me. They're after me. Look, they're getting out of the car now, up at the corner.
Smash that pig bank on the mantel. Quick, smash it.
I don't need money. What I need
Smash it. But all right, I'll do it myself.
I told you I don't need money.
Now, take it quick. Put it in your pocket. Now, hit me on the head with your gun. Hurry up. What? Do as I say. There's a big cedar chest with a couple of blankets in it in my bedroom. After you've hit me, get in and close it. I think I can take care of the police and Frank, too. Do as I say. Hit me.
I couldn't hit you, Molly. Oh, no, it's no use.
Fool, hit me on the head hard. You've got to do it. Close your eyes. I don't... Hurry to the head.
All right. Take a look at this, Burton.
Yeah. His sister, ain't it?
The same.
Well, he's been here all right.
And take a look on the floor. A busted china bank.
After money, the dirty rat. Say, do you suppose he's still around here?
We'll see, Burton. But the little lady needs attention. Give her some water.
Well, can't the doc take care of her? I'm anxious to get that Walt Marvin.
We'll get him all right, Burton. But get the little lady a glass of water first. 'Tis a nasty bruise she has on her forehead, poor thing.
Okay, Flannery, okay. But you Irish are all alike. You let your chivalry get you into the darndest messes.
All right.
The guy could be getting 5 blocks away while we're fussing around here.
The water, Burton. Get it.
Okay.
Poor thing. Did he hurt you bad, kitten? Must be pretty grim to have a louse like that for a brother. Can't even be decent with his own sister. And her a pretty lass like you.
Here's the water. Now hurry it up.
A bit on the forehead and the rest in the mouth. That's the girl. You see? She's coming to already. There now. You'll be all right. We'll have a doctor here in no time at all.
He's gone, isn't he?
We'll take care of him all right. Now tell us, what happened?
He came in there with a gun in his hand. He wanted money. He threatened me.
What do you want the dough for, did he say?
Yes, he said he had to get to Texas tonight. He was in trouble and had to get out of town.
He wasn't lying about that.
I told him I didn't have any money. He saw the little China pig bank on the mantel and grabbed for it, and I tried to stop him. He screamed at me, "I got to get out of town." I reached out for the bank and... that's all I remember.
You think he left here, then?
We better not come back. He knows what's good for him.
I don't blame you for feeling that way, hitting his own sister like that.
Well, he's no relative of mine. Not after that.
You sure you ain't hiding him somewheres?
Me? Listen, he's the only crook in our family.
How long ago was this?
Well, I don't know. Frank, that's my husband, called and said he had to work late. He said he'd be home in about an hour. Then Walt came in right after that.
You don't know what time it was, huh?
No, I didn't look at my watch. Thank goodness you're home.
Molly, Oh, police, huh? Molly, don't tell me that brother of yours has been here.
That he has, Mr. Gorman.
Why, you've been hurt, darling. I'll get that bum and I'll whip him within an inch of his life.
Now, Mr. Gorman, the police will take care of that in fine shape. You got home when you expected, did you?
Well, yes, of course. Why?
And that means our little pigeon's got near an hour's head start on us. We got to find out when the train's leaving for Texas or that general vicinity. Or maybe that was a trick. We'll find out when there's trains leaving for any place at all.
You're sure he isn't here? No, we ain't looked yet. We better take a look around.
But, Frank, dear, he wouldn't...
You better be sure now, darling. If you're like him, I'm not anxious for any more trouble. Just give the place a once-over.
That's a good idea. Burton, you run along back to the station and get reinforcements for covering the railroad and bus station.
Okay. And I'll send another squad car out to pick you up.
Okay. Well, let's get busy. I'll take the clothes closet. Mr. Gorman, if you look out in the kitchen.
Right.
No sign of anybody in any of these closets.
I don't think he wouldn't have cared.
You never know, ma'am. A man who's desperate enough to strike his own sister.
There's no sign of him in the kitchen. You better try the bedrooms.
That's a good idea.
This way, officer.
But wouldn't it be silly for him to hide in the bedrooms there? There's no way of getting out of the house from them without going down this hall.
Well, he doesn't have the mentality to figure out a thing like that. There are 2 bedrooms, officer. Let's try this one first.
You look under the bed. I'll take a peek in the clothes closet.
Right.
Not in there, that's sure. Say, I wonder now. I wonder if a man could squeeze into that sailor chest.
I hate to have a look in their office, Mr. Steiner. It's sort of a catch-all, and I'm afraid it's not very tidy.
Oh, don't mind me. I'll just take a quick look.
No, nothing there, officer. Except a rather untidy bunch of blankets.
I'm sorry, dear. I'll get them straightened up tomorrow.
Well, that leaves 1 bedroom. Let's see it.
Yeah, this way. Right, here we are. Look it over.
Not much space to hide in there. Hey, you know, I always feel silly looking for a person under the bed.
Not in the clothes closet. Well, that just about takes care of this. Well, if you hear anything from him, let us know.
Yes, we certainly will, officer. But it might be a good idea for you to keep a man posted in the neighborhood just in case.
That I will. Well, I might as well wait out in front for the squad car. No need of me disturbing you folks anymore.
Oh, it's quite all right, officer.
Well, so long.
Goodbye.
Well, that's that. You can't imagine how frightened I was when Walt came in and hit me over the head.
You can quit acting now, Molly.
What?
I saw that bump on your Ford. I thought perhaps you actually had refused to give that bum any help. And I looked in the cedar chest. I knew it was all an act, Molly.
You saw him?
Of course I saw him.
Well, then
Why didn't I say anything? You think you can trust that crook? He'd have told the police the whole story. You'd have been thrown into jail right along with him. You hiding a fugitive, a murderer.
I didn't want to help him, Frank. Honest, I didn't. I had to.
You acted the decency of a skunk. As you ride in this with him now, Molly.
Well, it was my fault.
You'll have to call the police and say that he came back.
But he wouldn't say.
I have a gun, dear. When I heard what had happened, I knew just about what to expect. He isn't going to get away.
No?
Walt!
I wouldn't reach for that gun if I were you, Frank. There's nothing I'd enjoy any more than putting a bullet right through your head. And don't think that I have anything to lose.
Is Walt Marvin going to kill his sister's husband? And will the police catch him? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor.